nephew, and they say that he tried to go in there, but there were armed people that, essentially ran into the Capitol and tried to overthrow it.
Right.
Looked allegedly tried to overthrow the government. So
that
could be defined as treason.
But then he was elected again after that. I mean, he was impeached. They tried, they did stuff to him, but
there was nobody with a weapon inside the Capitol. The people outside had licensed guns, and that was that demonstration had a permit.
I understand that, but let me tell you something. I put together.
Hold on.
Brother, all my life, when you put together a protest and it becomes an illegal protest, brother, then they call for that. Okay, you can have a permit, but the time that you don't follow the instructions on that permit calls for you to stay orderly. All right, we put these things together.
But why don't you go along Michael's argument to say reason is different than to say he's a fuck up, he's a liar, and he's.
Hold on, when you're not in order, I'm talking about a permit. I'm not talking about no treason. When you're not following a permit and the rules and regulations within that, then your protest is deemed an illegal protest to gather. Right? Immediately, that event should have been called an illegal gathering. Why is that? Because you can't go around.
It was called an illegal argument. That's why a bunch of people went to jail.
Brother, I said the day that stuff was going on, where Donald Trump was sitting there watching. Hold on, he was sitting there watching everything go on and didn't call no dang on military, didn't call not a boot, not a bang.
He wasn't president. Jesus Christ.
Brother, nothing. What I'm telling you, brother, it's out of control. It is out of control.
What do you mean? What do you mean he wasn't president?
No, he was president. He was president for the next. What is it?
January 6th. He was president.
Yeah, he was president for the next couple of weeks.
Was he not president January 6th?
Yeah, he was. But
Mike Pence.
First of all, when it came to what was he?
No. Lower your fucking mic first of all, Pepe. And then second of all, you should correct yourself because you said he wasn't president. That's what you blurted out.
No, I said he was president.
No.
Yeah, I said something wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, you're a good, smart chimp. Okay, very good.
Oh, come on, bro.
Chimp?
You get it.
No good.
Your mother's a white whore, you piece of shit.
I shut
No
up,
good.
you fucking wrong.
Why do you do this?
Hey, don't take the
Oh. Pepe, you got me fucked up. I will say it on this motherfucking stage.
Everybody mute up. One mic
I will fuck you up.
One mic on.
You wouldn't do shit.
You fucking piece of shit cracker. You ain't nothing but a fucking Musungu cracker, motherfucker. Dirty trash. You smelly, dirty fucking cracker. That's all you want. Dirty fucking cracker. I will fucking drag you.
I'm a dirty cracker.
Fucking cracker, motherfucker. Fucking cracker. I ain't slapping your mother with the dick and it ain't hate you and your fucking cracker. You dirty motherfucker. Let you bleed upside. Let you bleed out, cracker, motherfucker.
Don't chip it out.
Yeah, go every quarter for your shit. We can have a real, hey, come here. We can have to meet in real life, Pepe. And I can fuck you up on live. We can do it live, Pepe. We can do it live, Pepe. We have family.
Let him be cringe and real.
You're so
tough, bro.
Everybody
stay out of it.
Go
We're open our 40s and you want to meet up over internet beef. You fucking
I absolutely would.
idiot.
I absolutely would. For your bitch ass, I would make it sound like your crack ass.
I'm sure you would.
Trump's approval rating is almost 80% among Republicans.
Have a good night, cracker. Say good night, cracker.
Good night, Jim.
Not a lie. That's news.
36%. You're a liar.
No, among Republicans, sir. I do not lie. Sir, I will say it again. I'll put it in from Newsweek. Trump's approval rating among Republicans is near 80%. We'll put it right
On what? Hold on, Aston, hold on. On what issues? Because on the border, I'm sure it's right. The economy, it can't be. There's literally no way on the economy or the war. It literally can't be that high, Norm.
It's overall. It's a Marquette poll.
Put a link in the chat.
I did already. I did it before I said it. Yeah.
Hey, January 6th.
April 8th to April 16th.
January 6th was treason.
No.
They went. Listen, let me speak. They went into that. Listen. They went into that. They went into that building and they threatened a congresswoman, Nancy Pelosi.
6 years ago.
They wanted to kill her.
You're still talking about it.
Listen,
I don't think they wanted to kill her.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
Why did they want
Listen. If those are black people that did that, if that's black people,
y'all know that.
There were black people there.
Hold on, let me finish. Listen, it was mostly white. Stop it. MAGA is mostly white. And
Right, but there were black people there.
Let me finish. If those were black people that went into that area, defecated the area, pissed in the area,
There were black people there.
No, it was mostly white. Stop it.
Well, so there were black
people. No. 80%.
Yes,
80% of the people was maggot, and they was white. If those was black people that dared to do something like that, go into that area, defecated, shitted, tried to kill a congresswoman, they would have put the National Guards and every damn army out there to kill them. It's a double standard that white people have been able to get away. And what did Trump do? He pardoned them. And what did they do? A lot of those guys was child molesters. Now they found themselves back in prison. Those same guys that he pardoned. And this is a joke. This is a joke.
You know, something that I think is pressing that we're not discussing enough is the recent market shift towards BRICS and the yuan. This fiasco in Iran has really kind of screwed us, and our global reserve currency is now trending downwards, and that combined with inflation, I mean, the bond to yield market, I mean, if people are following these things, like, we're literally losing our dollar at an insane rate, like a terrifying rate.
What is your theory? That people are gravitating towards the yuan?
No, well, mostly. So it's not just any one. Although BRICS is taking up a larger percentage than was projected, like that did happen. But it's not just any one. It's more so that people are moving away from the dollar. They're they're shopping, and they're mostly, setting up more international. I'm trying to think of the term. It's not just a trade deal. Because for some people, it's like for some nations they've just been using the alternative to the SWIFT program. I can't remember what it is, but basically the dollar operates off the SWIFT banking network, and a big part of the logistics was creating an alternative currency transfer system. So they've got that established. They're beginning to explore other options. And BRICS is taking up a bigger share, but it's not just that. It's like a new trend away from the dollar in general. And it's also because the bond to yield market, the individuals who are purchasing American bonds, first of all, we don't even like when it happens because it fucks with inflation, but we have to lower the interest. And so now we're getting double-minded. Like, the demand for the dollar is going down while we need to sell bonds. So we're still going to get screwed on that, but it's a game of diminishing returns, and it's actually not even going to be available too much longer. Like, it's just, I don't know. 15% of our budget is already just paying the interest on our debt. It's projected to go up to 20%. Like, 1/5 of our money is just paying interest. Like, these are not, and it's going to become a feedback loop that's negative. And then combine that with the fact that so when you go to the pump and you're looking at those gas prices, that's artificially low. Someone is shorting oil by millions and millions of barrels. So for those who don't know what shorting is, basically they're saying that oil is going to be worth less than what it's actually projected to be worth, and they're willing to pay for to sell a certain amount of oil at that cost, or they'll take the loss because it'll actually be worth more, and it is going to be worth more. But because they're putting so many futures out there shorted, it's artificially lowering the stock valuation of the oil commodity, even though everyone knows there's like the paper value versus the stock value. Without getting too technical, someone is artificially suppressing the cost of oil, and we're still seeing it go up. The real shock is going to happen when we don't get these scheduled tankers. So April 15th was most ports just received a tanker in the U.S. That was the last tanker. So the next time a tanker was supposed to show up and doesn't, boom, that is when the market just get fucking, oh God, bro. It's going to be It's going to be so bad. And if people don't understand, it's more than just the oil, the gas. It's also the natural gas, which we use to produce, like, I think over 30% of the power in the country. So energy bills, power company, oh God, it's about to get up.
You do, because right here off the coast of Texas, out of Houston, a lot of oil and natural gas here. They talked about some of the projections out here for drilling into shale rock and all that other kind of stuff to try to open up and get some of that gas that's underneath, but it's not enough. Even, they talked about that. Could Texas kind of help out the country? Yes, we pump oil, but do we pump enough by volume as a state to try to help shore up the country? We don't, and so we do have still dependence on foreign oil, just simply because it is easier to produce and sweeter to refine. That's what they talk about out here at ExxonMobil. It's better to refine that oil, and that's why they essentially use that and bring it into this country. It's a lot harder to that sludge and stuff. It's a lot harder to refine that kind of stuff, and so the cost of that can also be passed on to the consumer. They talked about that if they have to switch over to that kind of blend, and even vehicles, their types of blends could also go up in places like California and those kinds of things, just simply because of EP regulations and stuff in California and other places. So those things also affect the cost and what is passed on to consumers. I do try to follow this as well, just simply because of where I live and what Houston and what they're doing to shore up oil here and try to secure it. They've talked about that as well. We need to try to secure as much oil as we can and stockpile it. And so what they've talked about out here in Houston is possibly building one of the largest storages ever built here to help store this oil, but it's going to be a slow process. Until that happens, we don't have enough capacity right now in this country to store oil right now. We need to boost capacity, and that's going to cost hundreds of billions of dollars. They talked about that not only in this state, but other states, to help maybe kick some of the things back online that were shut down on the refineries. Those are things we need to do and shore up and get that back online, and that'll help the refining problems in this country when it comes to oil. And we do that a lot better. It'll drop the cost of consumers too. Because it would, and I hope that it does, because storage, whether that be oil or even, shoring up electricity, those two things right there, they go together. For the last 75 years, Texas has had issues with electricity, especially on-putting of that, just simply because of the equipment we have in our state. It's old. I don't know what to tell people. It's just old. And then the way we refine in our state, we have factories here that are really old. And some of this stuff is not been updated, but it needs to be to meet the demands of today. And that is something that they talked about as well, is some of these older refineries, retrofitting those refineries so that things can get better, and making sure that our energy can be used, including green energy, and capturing that CO2 off the top of those refineries and taking that CO2 and arcing that CO2 back into the ground, back into the soil, and that CO2 then turns into a stone that is forever captured and it never ever permeates into the earth. So those are ways that lower cost for consumers, but that is several $billion worth of green projects that can help our state in the next century. We need to do these things, whether Republicans like it or not. We just have to update it. What's funny? What is funny about what I see? Is our father? not updated a lot of our grid in the last 50 years. We haven't built a new airport in this country, possibly, in the last 30 to 60 years. We have not built up our infrastructure. Those are things that will help launch our country in the right direction. I believe that the energy and oil is one of those two things that right now still have to balance out. Oil can't go away because there's still dependence on that. We can't solely lean on our energy. These things have to be combined with the wraparound, effect along with oil. And we can't forget the big one, nuclear. Once you have nuclear in place, then it burns bright, it burns consistent, and it burns when the wind doesn't blow, and it burns when the rain comes. So at the end of the day, we have to shore up all this technology, and micro-nuclear is the way to go. They have talked about that out here. The reason that is because it's small, it's compact, and we can power several million homes immediately once that is fired, and it's better than coal. I just believe in nuclear just because what it can do, and it would take the dependence so much off of oil, you can still use it, but let's find nuclear and use that, in extreme weather like we have in this state. They have talked about nuclear for that very reason, because a lot of people died in this state when the grid failed, and we did not have enough nuclear coming online. We needed that, and unfortunately, we didn't build it and prepare for disasters, and that is what we need to do, and nuclear will help us solve that problem.
The recent market shift towards bricks and the won. This fiasco in Iran is really kind of...
Ashton, did you do any research about the water in Corpus Christi?
Hi, everyone. Доброе утро. Как дела?
Budgetary issues, some of that, I try to look at infrastructure issues, but a lot of it is even just mismanagement issues with projects and allowing these projects to siphon off of that water without protecting the population of people who live there, whether that be building another reservoir that comes, I try to look that town up on the map, and yeah, they could.
Once you are sleeping with a Kardashian, your reputation's tarnished, I think, a little bit. That pilots can get confused and disoriented and not know what up and down is, and now that's a new fear unlocked.
And respectfully, I mean that, bro. Respectfully, I mean that. You just running your sub muscles. You mad? I'm disappointed because I'm giving you a hypothetical. I'm taking into account. Listen, I'm taking into account your reasons why you might be hesitant, because it goes against what you know. That's within the hypothetical. But it's God telling you to do this. And but your response is, shut the fuck up, bro. Shut up, bro. I'm getting tired of your dang nasty ass, phony ass voice. Man, shut up.
It's not God.
Bro, I'm gonna move you down. I'm gonna move you down. There you go. Shut up. You see that? Sometimes you gotta pop off and show these bitch ass niggas, bro.
Can I say something?
I ain't putting out. I had to shut up. I had to turn them so you can shut up. Just be quiet. Just listen. Let me finish.
But you're saying lies.
Ezekiel, shut up, bro. Respectfully, shut up. When I'm done talking, then you can talk, bro. Okay? Okay, please, bro. I don't want to be mean to you. I don't even know you, bro. Anyway, so like I was trying to say before. Nah, Ezekiel, don't let these niggas get you fucked up, bro. Anyway, so like I was trying to say.
You cannot mess with you like that.
Bro. Anyways, like I was trying to say.
Wait, Ezekiel, how old are you?
18, bro.
No, he not 18, bro.
Let the guy talk, bro. I'm trying to listen to this guy talk. Let the guy talk.
You seem a little too young for this.
Put that nigga down, Nathan. You know he's not 18, bro.
Yeah. You 17, bro?
He don't even look 17.
You 17?
I'm 16, but I actually turned 17.
I told you, Nathan, put that nigga down, bro.
I'm sorry. We gotta kick this kid.
We gotta kick that nigga. Yeah, we gotta kick him
I'm
out, bro.
sorry, Ezekiel. We'll see you in 2
I didn't even
years.
see. Yo, my fault, man. I didn't mean to talk to you that way.
Yeah, you did.
I knew this nigga was
I
tall.
needs to get bullied.
I knew this nigga was tall, bro.
I feel terrible, bro.
That's all you gotta show niggas, right? Right? Right?
You didn't look at his picture. I had to look at his picture, man. He was wearing a high school tennis team T-shirt. He was wearing a high school tennis team.
Nathan, this is
Oh
God.
my God, bro. I feel terrible, bro. Oh my God.
Bring Ezekiel back. That's because of that. Speak to him, Nathan. This is the Lord your God.
Oh, shit.
It's all good. It happens, bro. You didn't know, man. Okay.
What you get, Nathan? That's what the fuck.
Not now. Before we go to sleep. Because I'm not dealing with you taking the quicker off of me.
Yo, Shasha, my man.
Yo. Yeah,
My bad.
Nathan. Look, Nathan, man.
Look, let me just, oh yeah, 1 second, some more. Let me just look. I'm taking
Sure, bro. I mean, I think Ezekiel kind of left the mark on you, bro.
Nah, that nigga fucked me up.
Right on his
That's my son's middle name, Ezekiel.
Oh,
it's a great name.
Oh, nice.
It is. I love that name.
Yeah, I can tell immediately how I can tell, oh no, this kid's young. Ain't no way.
Yeah, dude, I heard his voice. I clicked on the PTR and the kid's wearing a tennis team T-shirt from like his high school. Like, oh fuck, we gotta get this kid out of here. That's why I asked his age.
Yeah, I feel terrible, bro. Shit.
No, it's all
He didn't look at his page.
Who is that?
How the fuck did they
Just
find
some young kid that Nathan beat up. It's nobody special. You know?
Yeah, he was picking on that little boy. Like, how dare you pick on that little boy? Like
And gave him an elbow. He said, sometimes I gotta pop off his shoulder. Oh, shit.
Wait, about what?
Look. I'm taking into account the Bible, right? I'm taking that into account. This is what makes the hypothetical difficult because it's going against what you know, but it's God telling you something. It's like, hey, God, the Creator, you know, the all-powerful God, He's telling you to go. A hypothetical. What Cain was afraid to answer. And it's God telling you to do something.
he said he gonna fuck the kid.
Yeah, he said you want to do it.
The purpose is weird, bro. Like, why would you say that again, bro?
So
yeah, he said
why
God
would
tell you
God
to do
go against
something
his
that you
own
wouldn't.
nature, though?
It's not against God's nature. You understand what I mean by that is, look, you understand God from what the Bible says.
Are y'all trying to do because wasn't there a Bible story exactly like that? Which one was it? That God, it was Abraham. He told him to kill his favorite son, and he took him up to the mountain.
His only son, the one that God.
It was his only son.
No.
Yes, he gave him a promise that hey, his son is gonna
He said basically, sacrifice this dude and
sacrifice the gift I gave you.
And right when he was about to sacrifice him, it was either God or an angel. I'm not so sure. Yep. It was an angel that stopped him. And
exactly.
So he didn't do it.
He didn't do it. But the point was that he trusted God so much that he was willing to do that because he trusts God that much that he knew that there was some sort of purpose behind it. I'm not that deep in my faith, but I mean, hey.
Yeah, but his faith was only
you ain't that deep in that faith too.
Yeah, but
I think most people aren't that deep in their faith that they're willing to kill their children.
I'm willing to.
Most people, I don't believe you. I don't even think you have to.
But he circumcised himself.
It's nice sometimes.
But the religion of Abraham is fortified by his understanding of God's nature. Like what defines God? Abraham had a really good understanding of that. He gave him strength to be able to do what he was going to do, right?
I don't. I think so. I think Yeah, I think so. I think you're on the money with that. Simone, hi, baby girl. You on my word?
So then that would mean that this is within God's
Answer
nature.
my question from earlier. Chaos did a horrible job.
Wait, we talking about something, Caroline. We talking about something.
Nigga, I don't need you to tell me what the fuck y'all talking about. Like,
Nathan, get her. Nathan controller.
What's up, Caroline?
yeah, honey.
Well, if I could just finish
It goes back to
quick,
the Abraham thing. I'll go after you, Samoa.
Yeah, I just want this to be like 5 seconds. I just want to point out like why Abraham isn't a good example for this here dilemma. Because what's being asked of Abraham is well within the nature of God, and that's why he was trusting and had faith to go through with the thing.
What do you mean? Think about it like this. Right?
I'm just telling you like why this type of thing. Yeah, that's
I'm saying though. I'm telling him he's wrong, but think about his perspective. Think about Abraham's perspective. Because God gave him a gift.
Yeah,
his
but
gift
God
was
never
his
said
son.
I would
and
not.
God told him to sacrifice the gift that he gave him.
Yeah, but God never told him prior, I would never ask you, nor will I ever tell you to sacrifice the gift that I gave you. That would make an analogy.
I'm confused.
How is that analogous to my hypothetical?
Because God has given us a criteria. Man, what the?
Yes. So King's been saying this for the past like 3 hours, right? So God has said, I'm not going to do this in the scripture, okay? And you're asking him, hey, well, what if God comes later and says that he's going to do this? And it's like, no, God would never just say, I'm not going to do something.
Show me what King is saying. Show me what King is saying.
Nathan interrupted.
Yeah, so for
He
example.
just told you.
No, show me in the Bible what King is talking about. Because I believe you did something.
I am not a man that I should lie. Oh my fucking! How don't you know this scripture?
Nathan,
How don't you know this?
Go ahead.
Nathan, I have a question about
How don't you know this?
Before y'all move on,
Go ahead.
It actually ties into what y'all talking
You got
about.
to do your thing, Taylor.
In your hypothetical, is God all knowing?
Yes.
Of course, yeah.
Okay, so in your hypothetical, God is all knowing, and therefore He knows what the outcome is going to be, whether King decides to entertain the hypothetical or not, right?
Okay.
So then, why even test King?
I'm testing King.
Yeah.
With the hypothetical?
Yes.
Okay, but I'm not talking about you.
Are you asking me?
In the hypothetical.
Why would God want it?
Why would God want that? If He's all knowing, why even test King to begin with?
I can give you the answer
in your hypothetical.
I can give you the answer that I heard that I think touches on it the closest, even though I don't think it fully does. If you want to hear it.
Sure.
It relates to the human experience and how that affects you when you make it to heaven, right? So you don't essentially know what you're going to do, but the experience that you do that comes over you within that, right, contributes to like your nature in the sense of how you interact. So it's not like what God knows, it's the development of like who you become through your human experience.
That's hard. That's a horrible explanation.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's separated.
I get what you're saying. I'm not attacking you.
I don't think you would. Other than that, I don't really see why the point. It's called pointless suffering, pointless everything. God already knows.
Because then what if, say for example,
like hell, for example, God knows exactly how many things are going to end up in hell already. Just put them there to begin with.
Well, He knows all the possibilities. He knows all the possibilities.
No, He knows exactly who will end up there.
Yeah, He will. But
given the possibility. We go through this all the time, Mike.
Well, listen, my thing is this, right? Going with the human experience and suffering. So, what if, God predestined, if you will, and I know that word is tricky because it goes into, Calvinism and all that bullshit. But going to, the human experience, what if, why do I have, say, for example, I get raped, right? Brutally raped at the age of 4, right? I get brutally raped by, my father at 4 years old. What is God trying to teach me at 4 years old to get brutally raped by my father?
Yeah, that would be the response would be only God knows that.
And that's you see why that's horrible?
But that's not
good for me. I mean, I don't believe this shit.
He's just telling you what he thinks. That the reality, though, Caroline, is it's funny how you can really only ask that question to the Christian. Everybody else basically is either, hey, that's part of your cycle. Hey, that's meaningless, like Mike just said. It's really only the Christian that you can ask that to, where you could get even some modicum of value out of it, because we're held to a higher moral standard where there are objective moral beliefs X, Y, and Z. So for us, God says we're in a fallen world, and the evil that is in it is due to the free will that we all have, not just some of us. But the hope is that in the end, for that horrible situation that happened, that in the end, from all of this, there will be a rectifying, right, of that situation. And so at least for us, whether you believe it or not, we can give you an answer that gives you some ultimate hope, whereas nobody else is going to give it to you.
That's all y'all got is hope. That's all y'all got is hope.
So there ain't nobody else going to give it to you. Atheist is going to tell you, well, nigga, hey, it's just atoms, bumping together, nigga. That's your fucking outcome, right? The Hindus are going to tell you, oh, you lived a past life that made you come and get that shit now, so you deserved it, right? So everybody, the secularists, they gonna give abort the baby. They're gonna tell you abort the baby, and everything's fine.
But then Christianity will tell you, hey, some fucking racially ambiguous looking dude with like bundles in his hair died on the cross for your sins, and even though
I just gave you the answer.
Even though you went through that brutal rape at Ford.
No, I gave you the historic Christian answer. I gave it to you already. That's not what you just said.
You gave a hope. You gave a hope.
Yes, hope.
That's all you gave. That's all you got. All you got.
Yes.
But I can still very much go through that horrific experience and still go to hell.
That's possible. Yes, but that is possible.
Then what is that?
You talking about what is that?
That's hopelessness.
Because you still have choices to make after that.
Yeah, you still have choices.
Right, but like, why even allow me to go through that experience anyway?
So you can have
that question. It's really the problem of good, because you're not asking a question that anybody else can answer but the Christian. Really,
I can answer.
No. Everybody else is gonna tell you, well, you're shit out of luck. That's just how things happen. That's the animal world. You are really asking a question that the only reason you're asking it is because the Christian God exists.
I'm not satisfied with that answer, but
I know you're not.
You're not satisfied with hope.
You're not satisfied with a lot, though, Caroline. You would be honest about that. Our satisfaction doesn't determine.
Who cares what I'm not? Listen, I had some horrible food earlier. I'm not satisfied with the food, but I'm just saying, like, thank God. I've never experienced no shit like that in my life, but I'm just saying, like, if somebody, like, that's 4 years old that doesn't have a concept of a lot of social things, right, gets brutally raped by the person that they love and care about, that's supposed to protect them, and then later on in life, they find this Christian God that says, hey, like, I know you had to get brutally raped in the ass by your father, but I'm your ultimate father, and once you die and make it to heaven, I'll tell you why I had to make you go through that suffering.
Well, no, we already know why, though, Caroline. I think you're kind of ignoring what I told you. At the end of the day, we all have free will, and so we are operating in that kind of world because God made us in our image, but we also are in a fallen world where we are able to make free will choices, and a lot of those choices are going to be evil, unfortunately. But that is the cost of having freedom, having the ability to know right and wrong. We can make a choice. And so within that context, yes, you're going to have possibilities where you have this egregious type of evil that you just described. The point, though, is that God is in control in a way where that unfortunate situation that happened to you will be rectified. It will. That's the hope that we have, is that we have a God that's so loving that even for the egregious shit that you're talking about, that there is a judgment for that, and it will be rectified. What other worldview can give you that? None.
I would want to take God and shoot him in the face for what into fucking.
How you gonna do that, Caroline? Can I say something? You don't want to shoot the nigga who did it. You want to shoot God, not the nigga who did it.
I want to shoot God. I straight up want to say
God did that to you?
It wasn't God, though.
How you want to hear God, but they don't use his free will to do that nasty shit? It's probably the prophet.
Because he created free will. But go ahead.
I go after this.
I'm fast. I just want to say this. Look, say it again. Y'all heard it before. I'll say it one more time. There's a lot of dudes in here. What's up? There's a lot of dudes in here. They talk that whole "I'm a Christian, I love Jesus," and when push comes to shove, they're not willing to ride for Jesus.
They're not about that.
When it comes to they ain't taking that test, right? Putting your faith on the line for Jesus.
Jesus.
Oh, that's not Jesus.
Jesus.
won't do anything like
You have to say it correctly, bro.
They don't got the spirit. They can't say it like that. They don't got the spirit. Go ahead, Nathan. Keep going.
Jesus.
Jesus.
There
you go. See, that's that spirit, Nathan.
Come on, stop right in my way. Stop right in my way, my brother. Let me take this nigga, man. King, listen, you my boy, bro. And it's been a while since I had a piece of that. But I gotta do it though. I'm sorry, bro. I'm doing this because I love you, bro. And if you man enough, bro, we can meet one-on-one. And then once I'm done with you, we can cry about it later, bro. Alright?
Can I hop in this for a second?
You know what's so crazy? Hold on.
Can I hop in for a second?
Nathan that bit he be crying. Nathan, you go nigga, if you thought you was crying with these women, you know what's gonna happen with me, nigga? You know what's gonna happen with me, nigga? Are you for real, Nathan? Oh my God.
I want a man that loves me as much as Nathan loves Monica. Go ahead.
Yo, dude, I thought Nathan, and the reason why I was about to cut him off was because I thought he was gonna say again for like the 1,000th time. He was like, I'm gonna say this. I brought Caroline back. That's how I was about to cut him off. I was like, let me let him finish before I jump the gun. Like, no, you did not bring her back. I did.
These dudes, man, they don't want that war, man. I asked them one little hypothetical about God. Put it next to the text.
That's a fact, This conversation is what turned Oleg atheist.
Listen, God can do what he wants. That's the thing what y'all gotta remember. God can do what he wants. God say, hey, in one breath, I'm giving you a son. A son that's gonna help you create a nation. And then he says, you know what? I want you to kill that son before you create a nation. How's that antithetical? That's just God doing what he wants to do. God told him to kill it before he actually fulfilled it.
I'll do this interview and they'll.
Didn't he just tell him to kill his son before his son fulfilled that? Yes,
that he gave him.
Okay,
instructions.
This is what these dudes are saying. They're saying God can't do that. If God told you to, if God gave you something to say, hey, X is supposed to happen, and God say, no, X is not supposed to happen. Well, God can't do that. That's what they're trying to tell me. And I'm saying God can do that. God can say, hey, I want you to have a kid, and with that kid is going to produce a nation. Then God say, you know what? I want you to sacrifice that kid. Y'all say, no.
A lot of people's trust in God is not that strong. Like, I don't think like I said, I think most people who are Christian, who were put in Abraham's shoes, would question, like, you get what I mean?
You know what he's saying? They say, oh yeah,
like the same.
I would do this, I would do that. But when it comes time to
because that was in the Old Testament era.
Hello?
They'll say that wasn't God. They'll say that wasn't God that was doing that.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
No.
They will say, no, that's not God. God wouldn't tell me to do something like that. He told Abraham to do something like that. Well, it's different.
You know what it is? It's real.
That don't remind you of Red?
And so what? God
when
changed
Red
his
was
mind
like,
when he told him not to do it?
Craig was like, yo, why you help me and Smokey out there in the back when he tried to jump us? Red's response was, well, that was different.
Yo, so look, this is what I hear. when King said,
Christians be doing the cha-cha slide.
This is what I hear. When King said, I will offer that person hope, I realized at that moment, that's all they have is hope. And that hope is based on, if you're in a bad situation, this is the reason it's happening to you. So they basically giving someone the opportunity to believe that this bad thing had a reason. As if they need that hope. And as if they need that uncertainty. Why don't you give someone the certainty of this bad thing? Hold on real quick. Why don't we just say...
Okay, Oleg.
Hold on real quick. Why don't we just say...
Was that Oleg?
That was Oleg that was sounding like
Come on, y'all. Why don't we Alright, hold on real quick. Look, real quick.
Okay, you are black, Oleg, my bad.
Alright, come on, y'all. As soon as y'all came in, we ruined the conversation. So all I'm saying is, how come when a bad thing happens to an individual, we just don't say this was supposed to happen? You want to give people a hope as if there was some transcendent reason so they could just have a reason to continue living. No, there was no existential reason. When you die, that's it. This bad thing happened. Now, if you want to kill yourself, just do it, because there's nothing after. So the only thing you offer people is hope. And people cherish hope. And I'm saying just take away people's hope because they don't deserve it.
Anyway, Oleg, you have a beautiful velvety voice. I didn't know you had a nice velvety voice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That conclusion was crazy, Jacob.
Would y'all ever...
Now the women go to ruin our conversation.
Hello?
We might as well...
Would y'all ever put trust into something without like a explanation?
That's blind faith. There are some cases to have blind faith, yes, but I would argue be cautious with it. A lot of women put blind faith in niggas that ain't shit, and so we see how that turns out.
Niggas do put blind faith in women too.
Yeah.
Look how Caroline caught on right away. When you cross the street, right? Like, you don't know if the driver coming towards you is gonna obey the signal, right? But you trust that they will stop. You trust that they're gonna follow, the rules, right? Mm-hmm.
You don't know that person. That, to me, that's an example of blind faith, right? We have. No, I mean, I guess you can, but that just makes you a retard. You trust flying on a plane, right? But you don't know the ins and outs of like aerodynamics. You don't know the ins and outs of the person flying the plane, right? And their intention. But you trust that it's going to be a successful fight because the majority of them are successful. You trust that the person flying the plane is not like Mr. Finley and is gonna fly the plane. I'll just fuck around. But you get that. To me, that's blind faith, right?
I'll tell you why it's not. It's very simple. So the Bible makes it clear.
Why you think it's not?
So-called manifestos.
Why you think it's not?
Okay, let's have the conversation.
I don't want to have the conversation.
Why you don't want to have the conversation? You don't want to be correct?
Because I'm right.
No, you're not.
I know I'm right. So you about to waste your time and waste your stank ass breath stinking up the house talking for no reason. Because I know I'm right.
I got a face for this.
I'm always right.
All right. So
you got a head for a brick wall.
You fucking wish.
For a brick wall for a head, whichever one.
Just listen, Shaja. I know you don't want to.
I don't want to listen.
I know you
don't want to. As a matter of fact, good night, everyone.
I know you.
No.
Why she don't want to?
Oh my God. No, my baby girl.
Oh my God.
Wait, did she leave?
You made my baby girl leave. She'll be back.
Oh, that's great. Oh,
see, I said she'll be back.
Oh,
like my baby girl.
Shasha, I'll let you live in your delusion. Go ahead.
Listen, I'm smarter than you. What's 11 times 12 right now?
Shasha, the
What's
only
11
reason
times 12? What's 11 times 12 right now?
You said what?
What's 11 times 12?
Hold up, let me take out my calculator.
You're stupid. You're dumb.
122.
You're dumb. You're dumb.
Right?
You're dumb. It's 132. You can't talk to me. You can't ever talk to me again in life. You're dumb. You're dumb. Stop talking to me. Yo, you know what's crazy? That's my favorite. That's my favorite, like, math question to ask. Because why? For some reason, the majority of people get that one wrong.
It's a hard question.
And they always say 121.
Do you think I'm a calculator? Shasha?
But it's just, you know, I just like using that because that's one of the only fucking multiplications.
I know 7 times.
That's probably the one you used to get wrong so many times.
Yo, that's my favorite shit to have. If God told y'all, if God told you as a man to fuck another man in the ass, would you do it?
I would do it.
Oh no!
I would do it. I would do anything God told me to do.
No, I would not.
But you guys gotta remember, these are responses from people who don't believe in God.
I actually do believe in God. What are you talking about?
No, what I'm saying is that, like, when people say,
me. Can anyone tell me 3?
Just damn, bro.
Yeah, like, what you got?
Just want to know. 3 times 23. Anyone knows the answer?
Yes, it's 69.
63.
Yeah, 60.
Wait, no. 69.
6. I said 66.
Yeah, the best number in the world.
69. Hey, I was right.
23 times 3? Oh, 3, not 2.
I
thought it said 2. My bad.
Yeah, like I kind of answered that like 3 minutes
before.
No, you didn't. But anyway, absolutely I did. but anyways, like, a lot of people, like, when they hear the term God, what they do is they apply this, like, generic, universal, like, all-powerful, without there being any type of, like impression or description of God. So then now it's, like, wide open. Like, why would you ever question God? But other people are working with a God that is very colored in, very descriptive, very defined.
Yep.
And then we're able to answer this question a hell of a lot more accurate because of our knowledge of God.
God told you to fuck another man in the ass.
What the hell is he talking about? He just be talking sometimes, bro.
Right, so
just be talking.
Hey, King, we're talking about the guy that asked us to do a math equation, knowing there's multiple men in here and saying the best number in the world.
The girls answered it first, though. Hey, listen, that's what it is, bro.
But wait, okay, now
Crazy, bro.
Oh,
the stipulation now is the Christian God asks you and come up to you and say, hey, I want you to fuck that man over there in the ass. Are you doing it?
Yeah, so this is what we mean, Caroline. And this is why what Simone just said is important. You have to understand, when you say the Christian God, that comes with context. The Christian God has already laid forth a bunch of rule sets and criteria for how we are to know what is from him and what is from what is not. And so when you ask that question, we already know, based on that criterion, that is not the Christian God. We know
like
that
because
hypothetical. You see how they can tell you hypothetical is wrong?
Yeah, I see it.
I see it now, but
okay.
my thing is,
so are you saying
Bro,
there's other ways to get
Hold on, let me ask Caroline a direct question. I'm not going to give no bullets to these atheists. Hold up, Caroline.
You just on the page, bro.
I have a specific question for Caroline. Caroline, if the Christian God wrote down in Scripture, followers of me, you are never to listen to anything that Caroline asks, including the crazy ass retarded questions she asks. Are you telling me, Caroline, that I read that as a follower of the Christian God and then I entertain you?
Yes.
You see how immediately you got it? That is what Oleg and others are asking us to do. They are asking us to ignore the criterion that God has laid out, and I'm telling them we're not going to do that. You guys keep trying to act like you don't understand. You guys keep trying to act like you fake. you're feigning ignorance, like you don't understand. We have a criteria that lets us know what's from God and what's not.
Was that same criteria when you asked Abraham to sacrifice his own son?
And that's what Samoa brought up.
Any different?
Oh my gosh. Because one thing is in the description of God, and the other thing's outside the description of God.
Y'all not being consistent.
What? Well, Oleg. Real quick question for you, bro.
Okay.
When you say what you say, right? Okay. It's the hypo. What do you what's God conceding when we entertain the hypo?
Excuse me. What is God conceding?
Yeah. What is God conceding?
Nothing, bro. What do you mean? I might not be understanding your question.
All right. So, if God has the ability and has the will to do the thing that is within the hypo, is not God saying that He's a contradicting God?
No.
All right. So we're pointing out that in the Christian framework, as far as it being of God's nature, God says X, and you're asking us a hypothetical about God saying Y.
Yeah, exactly. It's a test, bro. Look, that's what. Look. That's what I said this before. That's what makes makes your test as a Christian harder, right? Because you have explicit statements from God, or whatever you believe is derived from God, stating otherwise. So this hypo is harder for you.
I don't think so. I think it's easier for us.
I think it's easier.
The way that the King and I were kind of structuring the hypothetical, where a Christian no longer has the ability of saying, "Hey, I can use the context so that I could just say, hey, that's not my God," right? Then anybody could be invited.
But see, you're stepping outside the hypo because we're already telling you this is your God, bro.
No, oh my God.
No.
Do you know what the Bible says, Oleg, about what people like you just
you
said?
don't know it.
And this is your God, and it's not.
No, but this isn't like philosophy, bro. This is just like a random hypo on the clubhouse.
But you're using philosophy in your hypo.
No, not at all. Not at all. What philosophy? This is just a random I drank some fucking whiskey. Let's talk about it. There's no philosophy here.
Yeah, but when you say
there's no syllogism, there's nothing. It's just a random hypo.
But when you say the
Christian, excuse me,
it's like asking a woman questions as if she's a man. You're right. Like, what the hell?
Hello? What the fuck does that mean?
Well, no, but Samoa, let's say you're a woman, Samoa, and your vagina that you have right now. I don't have a vagina. No, but you do have a vagina. You do have a vagina, Samoa.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
why it's a hypothetical.
No, oh my goodness. Look. What we're trying to say is, like when people started laughing at the lefties when they were like,
inconsistent, and it's annoying.
Hold on,
y'all niggas will talk about fucking gorillas. Hold on, y'all niggas will sit there and talk about would you fuck a gorilla or a gay man? Y'all niggas will say stuff like, hold on, they'll say, would you suck a penis made out of a vagina or a vagina made out of a penis?
No, but that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. All right, so there's a difference between asking a hypothetical outside of a person's worldview of the Christian God, right? But then there's having knowledge of the limitations that you might perceive exist within the framework and staying within that framework. Then going outside of it, it's pretty easy for a person inside to look at the outside and be like, man, this guy's an idiot, right? Because of the knowledge that is missing from the hypothetical. You have to at least build a bridge so that people are able to engage with it, not build a firewall. The hypothetical builds a firewall.
No, oh my God, this is dumb. Okay. This is so dumb.
It just look. I get the tension, but that's the test, brother. It's like look, God on day one goes, "Thou shalt not kill." On day two, he goes, "Kill your."
There you go. But that would be an incompetent God, wouldn't it?
No, it doesn't matter what you. Hold up, look. These labels are post facto. It doesn't matter. You could call him an evil God, an incompetent God, contradictory God. But the point is, would you do it? And there is no like, oh, this isn't my God. No, this is your God. The question is why is my God? The question is why is my God contradicting scripture or whatever? But that's a different issue.
Yeah, I'm pointing out that when King says God's nature, like the entailment there is that all powerful, all knowing, and all these types of things. In your hypothetical, this is the idiot God.
No, brother. This is the God who's testing you. Look. Simone, real quick. I'll let you go. Real quick. You're characterizing God from a finite point of view, right? As a human being. I agree with you, right? It makes no sense. But the other argument is, well, a finite being has a divine plan and it's beyond your comprehension. And that's the same argument that's leveled against unnecessary pain and suffering. You might not understand why there's so much pain and suffering, but it's for a greater good.
I don't even see these things being on the same universe.
Well, don't entertain it some more, goddammit.
No, what I'm saying is like when you say X and then you say Y, we say, wow, Caroline,
I told him it's above his pay grade.
Yeah, it's like you're trying to like.
Hey, can I finish?
It's like you're trying to recreate the rules of the hypothetical.
Wait,
I gave it to you in the beginning.
What? Hold on, bro. Come on.
God gave Abraham a test.
Hold on, man.
He promised him a son.
God.
And he said that his son is gonna be the thing that gives him a great nation. That's what God said to him. And then afterward, he told him, you have to sacrifice your son.
Okay, all right. So I keep talking.
And you know what he was going to do? Sacrifice his son.
All right, so I keep telling you that the reason why this example doesn't fit with your hypo is pretty clear. And it's just your lack of knowledge, right? But I'll just address Caroline here quickly, right? I structured his hypothetical to where it would be engaging for all Christians to remove the constraints that God has placed in his description. Right? So I'm not saying that this hypothetical can't go through.
What constraints?
The constraints that God places on his plan. Like when God says this, when God says, today, Sunday, April 26th, I flood the earth, or I flood the world. And then on April 27th, I will never flood the world again. And then on April 28th, I'll flood the world again. You see how that's like a constraint that God places on himself when he explicitly says, I will not do this thing?
He just changed his mind, brother. He's changed his mind a lot of times in the Bible.
And I'll give you one. I just gave you one. I just gave you one with Abraham. I just gave you one with Abraham. Yes, I just gave you one with Abraham.
No, hold on.
I promise you a son. You know what? I promise you a son. I promise you a son.
Do you have fun riding your bike?
I promise you a son who's going to give you a nation. You know what? Kill your son before the nation happens.
All right, hold on, bro. So we know that in a test, God already knows the outcome, right? So God.
What does that have to do with? What does that have to do with my hypothetical?
Hey, brother, can you hold on real quick? The point you just said was there's a point right here. I can give you an example of God changing.
That's analogous. Yeah, that's analogous with my.
Nathan, can I finish real quick?
It's analogous with my hypothetical.
Come on, man. I'm about to eat this barbecue chicken. Can I just finish this?
Go eat the barbecue because you're not addressing my point.
You were supposed to give us an example where God changed his mind, and you gave us the test that he gave to Abraham as changing his mind.
Because it's analogous. Yes. Hey, I have a plan for you. You're going to have this son. This son is going to give you a nation. You know
what?
Forget that. No, he told him forget that. Sacrifice your son.
No, oh my.
As a test.
There's other examples, Samoa, like fucking just the golden calf.
I'm done. You guys have to take the Bible out of context.
Well, I just want to say Nathan was right. You guys are all wrong, and you should have answered the question.
I'm not wrong.
Everyone is wrong who didn't answer the question.
Yeah, I don't know. Samoa would rather engage.
Hey, you guys, come on.
Samoa would rather engage in a bunch of nothing.
You either have to say, look, guys,
answer the fucking question. That's all you had to do was answer
Caroline, I answered the question.
Caroline,
I answered the question.
I
I answered the question.
answered the question.
I answered the question. I said I would say.
I didn't say you didn't. I didn't say you didn't. I said you have to answer the question.
No, Caroline just said I didn't answer the question. I'm pointing out that I answered the question, but people that hold a worldview that I've been listening to, not only King, not only Steele, not only the lawyer guy, not only the other person, they all are from different views, and they all had the same response to the way that the hypothetical was structured. My criticism is not about the hypothetical, like in general, because it could be answered if it's actually conveyed accurately. What Oleg is saying is no.
Nigga, go eat your barbecue, nigga.
Just hold on. Just hold on. Oleg is saying, hey, the complication needs to be there. I'm saying, no, it doesn't need to be there to engage with the people that you want to engage with. The question can still be answered. It's how the hypothetical is conveyed.
I agree.
And
Samoa actually asked it correctly, and I answered it correctly.
Absolutely, but nobody heard that.
They didn't
Samoa, am I the lawyer guy?
These niggas didn't even listen to it.
No. It was that Jewish dude that was putting hands on the
God's lawyer?
Yeah.
He lucky he left.
Yo, I'm mad that
all types of Revelation 2
y'all ran that white dude Randy away. I like Randy. And y'all ran him away. I don't know, but I'm mad.
Yo, Oleg.
Yo, I don't know what the fuck you on, bro, but don't make me she-wolf your ass, nigga.
Come on, man.
Oh, shit. Who's Randy?
Do that. Like, damn. The fuck?
What's up with you and She-Wolf?
Yeah.
Nah.
Like, why they gotta be ghetto? Why they bringing up She-Wolf, man?
I can't.
So Oleg,
You keep being passive aggressive.
You brought us up when you weren't here. Cocksucking ass nigga.
So Oleg, this is what I was gonna ask.
Sasha?
I'll bring it up.
Nah, he's real. He's a real life cocksucker.
Oh my god. So Oleg, brother,
Look at his PTR.
you know what I was thinking of, brother?
What's
already late. When y'all ruined
that chicken is actually AI. He actually has something else in his mouth.
So Oleg, you know what I was
And
thinking
it was
of?
a dick.
Oh man, I know the people in the audience go to another room.
That's fine. It is. That's okay.
So Oleg,
That's him. That's low key him asking for Nathan's help because he know Nathan's kid is. It's like, Nathan, help me. She's gonna ruin the room.
Oh my god.
Oh
yeah. So Oleg,
fucking pussy. He's a bitch. Oleg, don't respond to him.
He's a
Jacobus is my
brother. He's the best.
And what am I to you? Chopped liver?
No.
Oh, no, I am. It's okay.
No.
Jacobus, go ahead.
Don't make a
That's your boyfriend.
Chill.
Nah, Oleg just pissed me off. Who matters more to you, me or him? Pick. You got no. Okay. All right, I take it back. My Argentinian baby boy. Yeah, fuck you, Jacobus.
What type of question is that?
Fuck you, Jacobus. You hear that? Oleg hates you. Oleg hates you.
He only chose you because Jacobus is a Jew and he's a Nazi.
No, that's not true. I would choose shy over any man.
Caroline.
We know you're a Nazi, bro.
Abdizzle, I'm challenging you to a duel, bro. Hold up. Point of moderation. I'm challenging Abdizzle to a duel. You get to choose whether we fight it with fists, weapons, and you get to choose a location.
Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
You have 24 hours to DM me the location and how you want to do it, bro. I'm challenging you to a duel. Yeah. Oh, fuck your emojis, bro. I'm gonna fuck you up. You send me a DM.
No credible threats of violence.
I would recommend.
For some reason, the mods are not following the rules. This is the second mod to make a credible threat of violence.
I would recommend a fist fight at the Grand Canyon, Abdizzle. But it's up to you. It's up to you.
Yeah, there was one day where there was none but New York, like all the New York people are here, and they were all going at it, like Eric, Shasha, and Jacob. It was the funniest. Oh my God.
Yo,
one of the funniest days I've ever had in
Nazis, right?
It was amazing.
Speaking of Nazis, Caroline never heard Kanye's song.
Oh, she never heard it?
She never heard it, right? Wow. So we're on FaceTime, and I play it for her. And I'm like, hello? Because it was so silent. She was so silent.
This is where we dueling,
shock.
Bro. You have 23 hours and 58 minutes, bro.
Yeah,
where
I
we
had no
dueling?
fucking words, bro. And
I'm over here loving the song, singing along, and she's just silent. She's like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, man, he actually put that song out. And that's not an AI song. That is Kanye's official song. I thought it was AI at first when I heard it, but it's not.
It's actually good for America. First Amendment. It's a test. It's a test. It's great. Kanye West is a great patriot for testing the First Amendment. Whether or not you agree with him, you should support him.
The Hail Hitler song, right?
Absolutely.
Yo, you think there's still any? My bad.
No,
I was gonna.
Would you play the Watermelon song?
And here's the thing. Earlier today, there was a foreigner Viking who said we should be able to punch Nazis, right? And you said no, and I agreed with you. Because what is a Nazi? If Gavin Newsom gets the fucking presidency, he's going to consider me and you Nazis, right? So, no.
Wait, is he Jewish or he's just a booty clapper?
No, but he's a booty clapper. But the point is,
he hates people.
Same thing with the term domestic terrorist, right? I remember people calling the protester that stood in front of the ICE vehicle domestic terrorist. I was against it because the more you broaden the word, the more likely someone will use the word against you. So we got to be careful about people saying it's okay to punch a Nazi, it's okay to run over a domestic terrorist, because they're going to just keep broadening those words.
Yeah, I have a question. So, do you guys think there's any Jews backing or behind the scenes and still being on Kanye's side? Like, do you think it is any Jew making?
Me. I'm a Jew and I'm on Kanye's side.
Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm
You're
stupid.
not a Jew.
I'm a Jew. I'm a Jew.
I feel like there is some like behind the scenes Jews like making money off of fucking Kanye's campaign, you know, like I feel like he still has like a few on his side.
Well, look at like what black people did. Look at what Jewish people did. Look at every oppressed group around the world. Like there were Irish people that sold out other Irish people. Like it happens in every group. So I mean, it's not immune. You wouldn't expect it to be immune.
Was there any Jewish Nazis?
Yes, they literally sold out their own.
The one rich guy,
the high-ranking one too.
Soros worked with the Nazis.
But wait, what you mean? Like he was an officer? Or
no. Soros was a young kid who would identify other Jews. That really doesn't count because he was in there a lot of stress. Whatever. But
wait, high-ranking
Nazi like 8 years old.
The Rothschilds.
No, they wouldn't be it, but there were other Jews that like literally sold out. Like Anne Frank talks about it in her own diary. You had other journals, like particularly
her dad's diary.
Yeah, they sold out others massively to save their own skins or to profit off of it. So yes, it happened. It's not something that's commonly talked about because it's just despicable.
Did the Nazis spare the Jews that sold other Jews out, or did they kill them in the end?
Well, mixture. Well, mixture. Some were down who were killed, but some like took the money and ran because they helped the Nazis profiteer off of turning in Jews and grabbing the gold teeth out of their mouth and taking out their possessions and that shit. So yeah.
Ed Dizzle, Ed Hart's Miller, Field Marshal of the Luftwaffe, half Jewish, Jewish father, one of the highest ranking officers, key in building the German Air Force. Hitler personally declared him an Aryan via exemption. So these situations happen, bro. They're very, very rare.
Yo, via exemption, that means Hitler just. Via exemption, that just means Hitler just snatched that fucking golden star of David off his necklace.
Yeah, he pretty much said your bad is because of me or good.
Up there, so it doesn't matter, bro. America was so like dumb as well. Like especially like luckily on the R&B, it doesn't matter who you are.
Wanted to confirm that because I've been suspecting it for quite a while. So, yeah, great.
Rob is mentioning Swiss banks. What do you call it? They're the Bank of International Settlements. Have you guys heard about them? Do some research. Look them up. The Bank of International Settlements. Well, when it comes to the deep state central banks, they're the central banks of central banks, right? But yeah, their entire system is being dismantled slowly but surely. We're going to see how far it goes. And for those of you who saw what the Bank of International Settlements put out cryptocurrencies, that should definitely pique your interest. But anyway, we talked about it last week in our crypto room. It was pretty awesome. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the deep state is panicking like never before, even over the financial system. Right? Changes are happening that they can't control. Anyway, you want to learn more, join us on Thursdays at 4:30 p.m. Central Time, right here in the Truth Seekers Tavern. I'm going to drop the mic. The floor is open. Any comments, any perspectives to share?
You ever consider recording those rooms, researcher?
They are recorded.
Yay! Thank you.
Yay! Yep, just check the replays in the tavern. You should see it. If you tap on my profile, I think if you scroll down, it shows you the replays I've done. The title of that room is called Cryptocurrency and Digital Assets 101. But if you go into the tavern replays and scroll back, you'll see them. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a weekly room, usually for 30 minutes or so. It's not a long room. I'll drop the mic. All right. Thank you, Grace. Thank you, Kareem. Who else would like to share? The floor is open. You are rocking with the Truth Seekers in the Tavern. It's Sunday night. Come and join the round table discussion. The SPLC deep state organizations getting exposed. Kevin Walsh nominated for the Federal Reserve, exposing the central bankers' financial system. So things are getting very interesting. I'll drop the mic. The floor is open.
I guess I'm having trouble connecting the ADL to the other one, the Southern whatever. I've lost all the names for it. Poverty. Yes.
Southern Poverty Law Center.
So how the hell did the ADL get involved with them? I mean, when did that happen? How did that happen? I mean, isn't it a little mind-blowing?
No. Nope. The ADL is pretty much, another targeting wing of the deep state, and the Southern Poverty Law Center was doing similar things, targeting people. You saw how they targeted Charlie Kirk, and the ADL does that all the time too. I mean, they're just targeting people for being anti-Semitic. But they're run by the same set of people, Karine. It's the same criminal syndicate that are setting up both of these organizations. And, the organizations that they don't set up, they infiltrate. Just like they did your government. Right?
Yeah, just one.
Okay, Tuesday.
Nefarious groups to come together because
Well, I actually don't know the history on when they started working together.
I know.
Is it me or is Karine in the Matrix? I thought she stopped talking. My bad.
Oh. No, go ahead.
Well, you were in the Matrix for a little bit, I think, Karine. Go ahead. You're saying something. I thought you stopped. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just speechless. I'm trying to. Did they have a party and invite everybody? We're in the dark. We're with the dark forces. Come and join us. And I just can't imagine those disparate groups finding each other and working together. It is blowing my mind a bit. That's all. What is it? Strange bedfellows. Let me put it that way. It's just such an odd pairing, which, it's time for us to call it out and figure out who is with who, how are they helping each other, and what can we do about it.
Research, you check the link, yes.
Yes, sir. I'm looking at it. It doesn't look like it's been confirmed, but it looks like some intel sources. Very interesting. This is happening in the background. Game over.
Sing like birds.
So maybe it's time we create it where we can see who's been confirmed to be connected with these dark forces. Because I never would have guessed, if you look back when these organizations were created with the highest ideals and,
Karine, I just told you that the criminal syndicate had a hand in creating these organizations. They were not created with the highest ideals. That's just what they sold to the people. Meanwhile, they're involved in subversive activities. They tell us one thing, but they do another, which is why we have to watch their actions very closely.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm just saying, when I grew up, they were held in very high esteem. That they were ethical. Were just promoted as being one thing, and I guess that's how we know what they're really doing, because you can tell what they call themselves and just go to the opposite, and then you know what they're really doing. Kind of reminds me of Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah, me too. My too, Alice in Wonderland. Everything's upside down.
Yeah, I guess we'll talk about the ADL sometime next week in more detail. I'll make a note of that. But wow, guys, things are getting very interesting. So I'll drop the mic. Let's see who else would like to share. The floor is open. Grab your coffee, grab your tea. Welcome to the Truth Seekers Tavern Lounge. And yes, I've created a thread, so I will drop a link to that up at the top in just a bit. But in the meanwhile, let's pass the mic around. Welcome to the stage, Sam. Welcome, Ben. Thank you, everyone, for sharing. Bring a few friends into the room. Share the room out.
Yeah, I would. I would push my. And they had a reputation to be these wonderful people who were, ethical. We could trust them. And look what they've done over time. Yeah, that's a good one to look into.
All right. Well, guys, we have a new X22 report that's out tonight. We're going to dive into the financial report. It's been a while since we gave that one a listen. So I think we'll do the X22 financial report and then maybe Dr. Kirk Elliott's report with LT and then the geopolitical report. What do you guys think?
That sounds good.
Perfect.
All right. Well, we're going to get that started up in just a bit. And I will add a few more links to tonight's thread. But guys, remember Sundays, I host a few rooms on Sundays at 2 p.m. Central Time. I start off in the Ancient History room. And then at 6 p.m. Central Time, I'm in the Spiritual Development room. And then usually we close out that room and head right over here. So it's been a long day for me. Sunday's news thread is usually a bit light in the interest of the time, but I'm adding some more links for you all. And for those of you who've shared links in the chat, some of them have made it into tonight's thread. So thank you all for your sharing. And this is what we do, guys. Crowdsourcing the truth, right? So remember, the Telegram group is also open for links to be shared with the community members as well. Okay, welcome to the stage, Susan. I see Susan here with us too. Anybody want to grab the mic before we start the financial report?
Just want to say hello. It's great to be here. Thank you.
All right, thank you for joining us, Susan. All right, guys, last call for comments before we start the X22 financial report. All right, if we have no further comments, producer, you're up. Let's get this started. Enjoy the stream, everyone. We'll open up the panel for a little bit right after.
gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
And welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3891, and today's date is April 26, 2026. And the title of the episode is D's using the same trick as the central bank. Trump makes a move to get his man inside the Fed. Now, you know, it's very interesting. If you're like me and you're getting to that age, clogged and overburdened from digestion to metabolism, to detoxification, 100,000 bottles sold and has received thousands of Josh put his 25 plus years of experience into ultra. Hey, it's your lucky day because Dr. Josh is running a summer sale at ultraliver.com/X22. Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, the private West Central Bank, the World Economic Forum, you can see everything that they were trying to do to shift the economic system is completely and utterly failing. And everything that they're trying to do to get back control, especially the blue states, it's now being exposed to the world. Remember going back a little bit in time, back to 1913, when the third central bank came into existence. And then a little bit later on, they told everyone, listen, to keep the system running, what we're going to do is we're going to tax only the wealthy. So you don't have to worry about it. It's only the wealthy that are going to be taxed. Nobody else. Don't worry about it. And then all of a sudden, it was the upper middle class, the middle class, lower middle class, and before you knew it, everyone was taxed. So it looks like the D's, they're doing exactly what the central bank did back then. They're creating a wealth tax in the blue states, and within the bill, without approval, it says later on, they could tax everybody. So once again, they're using the same exact strategy. And I think this time around, the people of those states, they're going to start to realize, wait a minute, were we tricked again? And I think they're going to say, yeah, we were. And this is why a lot of people are moving out of these states. And this is going to continue to happen. But every step of the way, you could see that Trump now, where you could see the central bank, the deep state players, were trying to push nations away from the Federal Reserve.
Is it just me? No, we lost producer's audio. Hi, Dr. Mitch. Welcome, welcome.
Reserve note, the U.S. dollar. Trump now is actually forcing these nations to use the Federal Reserve note and U.S. dollar. Now, is this because he wants to keep the central bank the way it is and he wants everyone to use the Federal Reserve note? No. What he's doing is he's making sure that the United States has the upper hand moving forward. He's making sure that we still are the reserve currency of the world. Now, this doesn't mean that it's still going to be linked to the Federal Reserve. What it means moving forward is that he's going to detach us from the Federal Reserve, but everyone's still going to be holding these blips. And later on, what's going to happen is that this will be transitioned into a U.S. dollar, and which means we will no longer have the Federal Reserve. And I think this is why Trump now is putting his man in place. And yes, is he going to have to make deals? Is he going to have to work with the corrupt Senate the way we have it today? Absolutely. But again, he's looking at the bigger picture. He's looking at this from this point going down the road. He knows he needs his man washed inside. He knows he needs him to start working. He knows he needs him to start restructuring and setting everything up the way he wants it, especially bringing down the interest rates. Now, we're going to be talking a lot more about this a little bit later, but first, let's just talk about how Trump now across the world is now shifting everything the deep state, the central bankers were trying to do, where they're trying to push everyone away from the Federal Reserve note. You could see at this point in time, he's pushing especially the Middle Eastern countries, even Russia now, maybe even China, back to the Federal Reserve note. Could BC Letter X put this out and said, U.S. dollar transactions are rising amid the Iran war. The U.S. dollar's share of international payment via SWIFT rose 1.9 points in March to a record 51.1%. Since 2022, this percentage has risen 13 points. By comparison, the euro represents 21% of SWIFT payments, followed by the British pound, Japanese yen, Chinese yuan, and Canadian dollar. The U.S. dollar also covers 89% of all FX trades and 61% of foreign currency debt issuance. Beyond that, it represents 57% of global currency reserves, excluding gold, and 54% of all exporting invoicing worldwide. The world is using more U.S. dollars than ever. And Trump, he had to do this because, remember, he needs to reverse everything the deep state players were trying to do. And this is what he's doing across the world. And you can see that it is definitely working. Now, what's very interesting is, like we just mentioned before, as the blue states continually push the agenda of the Green New scam and what the central bank wants, they're going to be losing businesses. They're going to be losing the people living in their states, and they're going to be moving out of those states and moving to other locations. And what's very interesting about all of this is that at least 10 blue states, they're now pushing a wealth exit tax. So basically, if you decide that you don't want to live there anymore, they're saying, well, if you're going to leave our state right now, we're going to charge you for leaving the state, which means they're in trouble. They're trying to collect the last bit of wealth from you as you exit their state. Peter Sagan, PhD, put this out and said, here come the blue state exit taxes. In case you're stuck in a blue state handing half your money to Somali learning centers, they're now coming for the other half. Wall Street Maverick responded to this and said, 10 blue states are pushing wealth tax and exit taxes to squeeze every drop from taxpayers so no learning center goes without. And that's absolutely true. Because remember, if you don't have your tax base and everyone's leaving, businesses are leaving, what do you have left? Nothing. All you have left is the money laundering. There's no one there to pick up the tab. And this is a big problem for them, especially as federal funds are being cut off. So let's say you're losing businesses, you're losing your tax base, you're losing federal funds. So if people decide to leave, this is another way just to squeeze some more out of you so they can keep their operation working. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that when we look at California, for example, and they have this billionaire tax, on page 26 in this proposal, it explains how the state legislature can convert from a billionaire tax to an everyone tax without voter approval. They can also adjust the tax to be yearly tax, not just a one-time, again, without your approval. Intelligence test for you, if this was meant to just target billionaires, why did they write this? Because again, they're using the same exact strategy as the central bank system. It's the same trick that they've used over and over and over. And you can see at this point in time, nobody is buying this whatsoever. Hopefully the people out in California actually see this. Hope people are pointing this out, saying, look, this is a trap once again. We already went through this. Did you know a popular looks maxing streamer said Gavin Newsom would beat J.D. Vance in the 2020 election because Vance was overweight and Gavin is better looking? Then Vance showed up to a recent interview looking completely transformed. Just weeks after the comment, everyone's pointing to GLP-1 type of drug, the same type of weight loss drug that 31 million Americans are on. But here's the thing. You don't need a prescription or a needle to get those results. This is why I'm obsessed with the particular GLP-1 supplement instead of a pharmaceutical override. It uses plant-based clinical studied ingredients like metabolate to help my body naturally boost its own hunger controlling signals. I get the same fullness and fewer cravings without the prescriptions, needles, or the growing list of side effects making headlines. It supports my weight management while protecting my metabolism so I can keep the results for good. To kick off spring, get 51% off only at trimwithx22.com. Every order comes with free VIB coaching for life, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and free implementing an exit tax. And that, once again, that is trimwithx22.com, or just click the link in the description. Going back to 1913. Why are you going to do this again? Look, everyone's leaving the state. Businesses are leaving. People are leaving. They're implementing an exit tax, and now you're believing that they're only going after the billionaires? Actually, isn't this what they want to do to the nation? Let's tax the wealthy. Again, this is another trick by the deep state, by the central bankers, and they keep using it over and over and over. And I don't think at this point in time anyone's really buying this. But think about it. Since Trump is decentralizing the oil across the globe and pretty much setting everything up to actually restructure the Federal Reserve and to remove the Federal Reserve in the end, and again, he has his man getting ready to get into that position. Trump, he has to mitigate what is happening out in Iran until everything's said and done. Because you have to remember, to control the oil across the world, when they set up the petrodollar system, what did they have to do? They had to make sure that we didn't drill in the United States. So there was, everyone had, they put into place sacred land. You can't drill here because we got to save, the small little fish or the turtles or the ants that are crossing the road, anything like that. Then they basically made sure that no one got oil from Venezuela. They made it into a criminal country, and they actually created the cartels, the gang members, and they use that across the globe to supply the oil to China. Why would they supply the oil to China? Because again, they needed cheap energy to actually produce the products. Because again, where was everything moving in the end? To China. Russia, they had to place sanctions on Russia. Why? To stop the oil flow. And this is what they did. To control the price out in the Middle East, they needed the fear tax. They needed to control what ships went in and out, how much they paid, and this they used to control the world's oil prices. Trump now is decentralizing all of this. And yes, it's taking a little while because, again, there are certain things that are going on in Iran where they don't want to hand over the nuclear dust because that will implicate Obama and Hillary Clinton because, again, the uranium isotopes can be traced back. But again, in the end, I do believe Trump is going to win. So what is Trump doing at this point to mitigate all this? Number one, he's putting out positive news because, again, news controls the price of oil. And yes, you could see that the deep state players, the central bankers, try to put out bad news via the Iranian proxy army, and Trump actually counters it with good news. And this is going back and forth. And this is why you see the oil prices moving up and down. But the other thing that he decided to do, and Lee Zeldin explains, he says the Trump EPA just unleashed cheaper E10 fuel, resulting in more domestic supply and up to 25 cents a gallon savings. 3,000 plus stations are ready to go, but New York, California, Maryland, Virginia are bizarrely blocking it for their residents. This makes absolutely 0 sense. Let Americans buy gas at less cost. So there's a lot of people out there saying, oh, the E10 fuel, which is 10% of ethanol, that's going to destroy your car. This is why it shouldn't be allowed. But we know why California, New York, Maryland, Virginia, we know why they're blocking this. Because, again, they don't want to show that, hey, look, Trump was able to lower the gas prices. They want to keep the gas prices high because, again, their entire mission is to do what? To bring everyone into the Green New Scam, and they want to convince everyone, look, fuel prices are high because of Trump. But again, in the end, I don't think it's going to work. But like we said before, the E10 fuel, it will not damage the vast majority of cars on the roadway. It has been the standard gasoline blend sold across most of the U.S. for over a decade, and virtually all vehicles manufactured since the early 2000s are fully compatible with it and approved by manufacturers and the EPA. So modern cars, 2000 and newer, they are safe for ethanol. They have no problems. The fuel lines, the injectors, the seals, basically they're all designed to handle this. Now, cars that are older, yes, they might have a problem. They might have a problem with rubber, plastic seals, gaskets, fuel lines, because again, they were not built for this. So once again, you could see they're going to try to use this type of narrative to make you believe that there's something wrong. Now, if you look at lawnmowers, boats, chainsaws, motorcycles, and generators, yes, they're more prone to the problems. But for everyday use in automobiles that are $2,000 or later, and I think most of the people have cars now that are $2,000 or later, this is not a problem. But again, you can see why the deep state players are going to try to push this, as hard as they possibly can. Now, does this get the best gas mileage compared to pure gasoline? No, it's a little bit less. But again, I think for most people today, because the cars are very, very energy efficient, I don't think people are going to really notice it that much. I don't think people have noticed it at this point, if you really think about it. But you can see why they're pushing back very, very hard. And it looks like Trump, he is now putting his man inside the Federal Reserve, and that is Kevin Warsh. And what's very interesting is that the Justice Department dropped its criminal investigation into Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Now everyone's going, oh my God, we're not going to find out if he's a criminal. This is ridiculous. What's going on here? Well, it looks like he made a little bit of a deal with Senator Tom Tillis because he vowed to block Trump's Fed Chair confirmation until the Justice Department dropped its investigation into Powell. Because again, why is he so concerned about the investigation into Powell? Because the deep state players, the central bankers, they have people in the Senate, people in the House to protect them. And it looks like Tillis is one of those people. Because again, if there's an investigation, people are going to find out that, hey, maybe Powell was skimming off the top. There was a lot of money laundering going on. And people are going to ask a lot of questions. So is the investigation completely halted? No. U.S. Attorney Pirro explains, this morning the Inspector General for the Federal Reserve has been asked to scrutinize the building cost overruns and the billions of dollars that have been borne by taxpayers. The IG has the authority to hold the Federal Reserve accountable to American taxpayers. I expect a comprehensive report in short order, and I'm confident the outcome will assist in resolving once and for all the question that led this office to issue subpoenas. Accordingly, I have directed my office to close our investigation as the IG undertakes this inquiry. Note, however, that I will not hesitate to restart a criminal investigation should the facts warrant doing so. And once again, instead of having the DOJ looking into this, they're having the IG. Now, the IG, yes, might manipulate, they might fake it, but I think Pirro is on top of this. And if she doesn't like what she gets, I do believe that they'll be investigating. Now, think about this. Once Warsh is confirmed and the IG releases the report, Pirro reviews it, maybe she takes a couple of weeks, a month or whatever, and says, you know something, I don't like this, I want to look into this. All of a sudden, she can go back in and really do an investigation. But we have to see what is the IG actually going to give and what's going to happen with this. But I do believe a lot of information is going to be coming out. We're going to find out where a lot of the money has gone. And I think Powell's going to be in trouble pretty much no matter what. But in the end, Trump is going to get his man inside. And I think Trump wants to get him in sooner than later because, again, the clock is ticking and he needs interest rates to come way, way down to actually push the economy into the stratosphere. And Warsh needs to start looking into the entire Federal Reserve. Remember, there's tens of thousands of PhDs within the Federal Reserve. So he has a lot of work ahead of him because you have to remember these agencies, they've been corrupt for a very, very long time. And you have to remember the Federal Reserve is a private corporation. So this is going to be very, very interesting moving forward. And Trump is letting everyone know that, listen, we need the tariff system. We need the tariff system because, once again, I'm building a parallel economic system to compete against the Federal Reserve, to compete against this system. And basically letting everyone know that the Supreme Court was completely wrong in their ruling. He put this out on Truth. He said the following: people and companies that have taken advantage of our country for decades because of the horrible and ridiculous United States Supreme Court decision on tariffs are now supposed to be given back $159 billion. All they had to do was one little half sentence, that the United States does not have to pay back monies that were already paid, and our country would be $159 billion richer. That's more than most countries are worth. Think of it. Just one half sentence, and we would have saved $159 billion. Couldn't they have done that for our nation president, DJT, and they could have. But I do believe Trump, at this point in time, he got what he needed from the Supreme Court. He got the dissent. He got the path. And yes, he's showing the people of this country, look, the Supreme Court, the deep state players, the central bankers, they are not for this country. They're actually working as hard as they possibly can against what he's trying to do. And what he's trying to do is he's trying to do what other presidents have done in the past. If you look at Andrew Jackson, if you look at McKinley, if you look at Abraham Lincoln, they all went up against the private Western central bank system. And basically, they were all attacked one way or another. Most of them had assassination attempts. Some of them were assassinated. Trump is doing the same exact thing. And you can see every single step of the way, what are they trying to do? They're trying to assassinate him because they know where all this is going. They know that his entire mission is to remove the central bank system. And think about what happens when the central bank system is removed. The entire system that they created falls apart. They know this. They lose control over the world, over this country. And this is something they don't want to give up. The entire economic system, the way we know it today, is about to change big time. And it's going to change in a way that no one could ever imagine, because you have to remember, you got to go back, way back in time, to when we had a period of time where we didn't have the central bank system. And when we didn't have a central bank system, the money held its value. And the economy in this country did very, very well. The economy and the country was very, very wealthy. And I do believe once people start to see this, once people start to experience this, they're going to understand how bad the central bank system is. You see, when you're in their system, it's very hard to see how bad it is until you're outside of their system. And once Trump gives you a glimpse of what it's like to be outside of the central bank system, where we're dependent. And when I say outside of the central bank system, I mean you're not paying income tax. I mean the tariff system is paying for those taxes, that the tariff system is paying for government. And Trump is paying back the Federal Reserve and actually giving the currency back its value. This is when people are going to start to realize how bad the central bank is, because when you're in the monkey house, you really don't see that you're in the monkey house. When you're outside of the monkey house, you can see it very, very clearly. And I do believe once people see this, and this is something the central bank doesn't want people to see, once you see it, you're going to understand it. It's almost like Neo stepping outside of the Matrix and seeing the Matrix from the outside. It was very, very easy to see. He could understand it a lot better. The same thing is going to happen with the private Western central bank system. People are going to understand it a lot better and what it was and how it kept you enslaved. And soon the central bank is going to cease to exist the way we know it today. Listen, everyone. Thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
Hello, truth seekers. So, that was the X22 financial report. Dave is hitting it out of the park as per usual. The central bankers are feeling a lot of pressure with the Federal Reserve System. Jerome Powell, his investigation, I'm just letting you guys know, it's not going away. Janine Pirro may have dropped it for now or paused it, but I can guarantee that they're going to continue forward. We'll see what happens after Kevin Warsh gets through this hurdle. It looks like some strategic moves are being made. I want to welcome to the stage. We have Lucia, Karen, Sam joining us. The floor is open, guys. Grab your coffee, grab your tea. We have Dr. Kirk Elliott coming up next with LT's report, and this is the Sunday night financial report. So we're going to be hearing from a financial expert on what's going on in the economy. That's coming up next. Testing 1, 2, 3. Nobody want to chime in? Are you guys ready for the next stream?
Yes, sir. I thought it was just me for a minute till you said something. Yes, sir. We're ready.
Yes, we are. We're here.
That was a great report, researcher. I need to start taking notes because there's so much, it would help.
Well, I usually try to leave the panel open for a little bit for post commentary after the streams in case anything stood out to you guys that you want to discuss before we move on.
Hi, researcher. I think the Fed has to go. In the last report, they mentioned swap lines, which is quite interesting. Why that's still expanding. That appears to be a way of shoring up the US dollar's use and creating more stability. The Fed is a private banking cartel that's been in place now for 113 years. Its product, which they can produce out of thin air, has been compounding that whole time. And like you said, that was the introduction of income tax. Originally for the billionaires and equivalents, and now it's a major form of slavery. In our countries, the amount of tax we pay. I'm not sure whether we can replace it all with without having a smaller government. But there's no question in my mind that the financial system is being re-engineered, and I will not cry a tear to see the Federal Reserve and its thousands of PhD economists out of work. So to bring back the creation of the currency into the control of the government and the treasury, I think that is the direct that the Trump administration is taking it, and I think that's a positive one. I was just looking up. Gold has been non-monetary gold has been quite a heavy U.S. export over the last 5-6 months, and so it appears that gold is already becoming more of a. So basically, in the global system, the two major reserves are denominated in U.S. treasuries and gold, which is really the main competitor. And that gold is becoming the BRICS, the way that they got around with US sanctions. interesting stuff. There's big moves in play. But one thing that I'm not hearing is the impacts of the loss of the energy out of the Strait of Hormuz. You know, that strait is still closed. And on Japanese TV,
well,
they were live streaming.
Just real quick on Dr. Paul, before you go to the Japanese TV, the Strait of Hormuz, I wasn't really too clear on how the blockade is being enforced. From what I'm now understanding, right, it's the U.S. blockade is on Iranian ports. So any ships going to or from Iranian ports, that's what the U.S. Navy is blocking. Now, let's shift to the IRGC. They're indiscriminately attacking any ships in the strait. So, when you say the strait is still blocked, there are still some definite issues that are preventing free transit through the strait. But there's an economic pressure that is now being put on Iran because they can't export oil. And that is the major, I think, impact of the U.S. blockade. The U.S. blockade is, they're allowing other ships that are not going to Iranian ports to pass through the strait. And that's just a little bit on that before you go to what's going on in Japan. But I wanted to just add that for the audience. But Dr. Paul, back to you, sir. Sorry for interrupting.
No problem. Yeah, look, there are two blockades, as I understand it. There's the one imposed outside the Strait of Hormuz by the U.S. military, the Navy, and the one that is effectively been created by the fear of attack by Iranian forces in the Strait. And the fact, without the only way to pass through what's happening is just to count the traffic. Is the traffic flowing? And it's still at 10% or less of what it was. The numbers are still very low. 10 ships in the last 7 weeks now, versus previously 100, 110. So the strait is effectively closed. It's not completely closed. And obviously the Iranians make it, traffic is being now interdicted in the outer straits. But ships are not moving freely because they're not feeling safe, I presume. And, the recent... look, the bottom line is that a lot of countries like Australia, like Japan, like most of Asia, rely on this ocean-borne energy. It's sort of like a floating pipeline, and that pipeline has effectively been cut by about 90% now for many weeks, and it's like if you like a floating pipeline which has was still flowing even though the source had been cut off, but the air pocket in supply is only now starting to hit, and that's why I think the Japanese, basically the US supplies from the west coast is what has saved Australia from already crumbling into a heap. And that's why the Japanese TV was live streaming a single tanker coming in from the west coast of the US. All our ocean-borne nations are stuck. All Iran has to do is survive, and maintain closure of the strait, because ordinary shipping is afraid to travel, and we will crater the global economy. We will introduce a massive global famine, the likes of which will be biblical. Michael Young's talking about big giga famine, so billion people type, multi-billion type losses coming within the next year. Because remember, again, there's still food and there's still harvest coming through from the supplies that were already here or in transit here before the interruption. Number 1, 2, 3, the coming to collapses, and they won't be able to paper over strong lines. You can't print. Although the US does produce lies, it does produce a lot of what it needs. It doesn't, so it's relatively secure, but the rest, and especially rely on shipborne energy. We're very vulnerable, and we're hanging on by a thread. Whether or not they realize it or not, and to me, that's the biggest story. And the fact that that hasn't been mentioned shows me there's this massive blind spot in play. But what I'm saying is right, and I follow people like Luke Roman, you get a very different perspective of what's going on and or what's important. I think Jamaica, that's a pipeline. And the caveat that I haven't heard anyone mention is that Iran is not water. It's not an island. It's connected by land to the European and Asian continents. So it has rail lines that go to China. It can export its oil over land in a way that which sort of has been ignored. And even if they don't export any more oil, if they can just keep the strait closed just a little bit longer, even what they've done, I think, is enough to change the total geopolitical landscape. And I haven't heard anyone talking about it. So either my analysis is wrong, but this 20% reduction in global energy, and energy is the economy, energy is food. You can't cut 20% from a debt-based monetary system and expect that it's going to survive. It won't. It's all coming down. It's all coming down, and it's coming down with extreme prejudice. But the good thing about all this is all the complexity, all the taxation, all the deep state, all the bureaucracy, that requires excess energy that we don't have and we won't have. So at the other end of this, we're going to have a different world, where a lot of the stuff that we're railing against simply won't exist because we won't be able to afford it. We'll have to have a simpler economy and simpler societies. Now, where could I be wrong? Some sort of AI miracle. But I think the real miracle is going to be just in population reduction. I think that's what the elites want. And in that process that we've come to accept in terms of the financial system is going to be rebuilt. And it will all be like Elon Musk said, AI might be able to replace it will make currency meaningless. But there will still be constraints based around energy and materials, which is so gold, silver, oil, and Bitcoin are proxies for energy and materials, if you like. They're just the liquid ones. So that's my rant. I'll drop it there and see if anyone wants to bite.
Yeah, I'll bite. I think there's plenty of energy out here. They haven't used it yet. They know about it, but it'll destroy our oil-based economy. They've got energy. That's not the point that concerns me. The point is these car companies are plugging in where your car listens to you. It decides whether you can drive or not. Anybody can sit and watch you in your car. That kind of world that we might possibly stumble into. That's what worries me. And I land.
Karen, can I ask you, where's the energy coming from? Where is this energy you're talking?
Just little things that I hear about the mineral. I can't remember it, with the anti-gravity mineral that they have. If they wanted to, they could do a lot more with solar. There's atomic energy, but then there's another kind of energy where they could put in just, it starts with a T. And they say they can make them small enough to fit inside a car. Very safe.
Foreign reactors. Yeah, none of this is going to arrive in time. And none of it will feed us. One of the differences with the US derived crude and distillates is that it doesn't replace helium and sulfur and nitrates, although the US has enough for itself, and Russia has fertilizer, nitrates, but they're already hoarding it for their own use. Solar panels is not going to drive our diesel. It's not going to drive our mining. It's not going to drive our farming, and neither will nuclear, actually. All of this will happen after the massive loss of life that I'm talking about. They'll probably reveal that anti-gravity and and free energy, thorium, and all fusion, all sorts of things. And it's not going to come in time because that's not how our current world is. That's for the future, and what I'm talking about is coming within the next year. It'll be obvious to everyone. So that's the same that our politicians, they talk about net zero and solar and windmills, and now they're beginning to realize, hang on, we've invested all this stuff in that, but it won't keep the lorries running to deliver the food from the farms. It won't keep the mining going. We will starve long before they get the thorium up and running, even if they could start building now. So, that's my rebuttal there. Sorry, Lucy.
No, it's okay. I kind of wanted to tap in. So, Dr. Paul is speaking from, Australia, guys. So, the dynamics as it relates to the Strait of Hormuz and how that is affecting energy across the world is kind of what I want to bring to the forefront, right, Dr. Paul? Because I think everybody, or most persons in the room, are kind of looking at it from the perspective of the United States, and where the U.S. is concerned with their energy policies currently at the moment, Dr. Paul, they're solid, right? And Trump just invoked the Defense Production Act last week, right? So,
I agree. I think the U.S. will be the last man standing. because you do have enough resources. But in terms of replacing the 12 million barrels a day that has been lost, and not to mention about half of Russia's refining capacity has been damaged or taken offline by attacks over the last few years. America is a net importer of crude oil, not a net exporter. It's a net exporter of distillates, which is, like I say, what was on the ships that have saved our bacon until recently, and that's what's coming into the harbour in Japan. But it's not an excess of crude oil. That's the importance of the strait. Most of the seaborne crude, those 12 million barrels a day, that's 20% of global energy. Fossil energy that's been reduced 90%. So that's what I need to hear addressed. And I know Trump is talking about how we're going to export to the world. Yes, they can export their surplus refined product, but look it up. The US still is a net importer of crude.
Yeah, that may be true. I mean, I'm not even gonna dispute that right now. From what I'm seeing is that the energy sector is going through some overhauls. Refineries are being built, stuff like that. So there's a lot of things that are going to change as it relates to the U.S. energy sector in the next few years. I mean, even recently, the start of this year, we saw Maduro got taken out. What happened? Venezuela's oil production started to go up. Deals were made between the U.S. and Venezuela, right? Now they're taking in some of Venezuela's oil, right? As you said, they're importing it, right? So, these relationships and these deals and these dynamics, all of these things that are happening right now, we kind of need to pay attention to it, definitely. But, I want to go back to something you mentioned, Dr. Paul, because it's like the global impact of, the Strait of Hormuz on the energy sector worldwide, it can't be overstated, right? So we know that the U.S. is not, quote, dependent on the oil coming through the strait, right? They're not, they don't need the oil that's passing through that particular, they can survive without it. However, what about the other countries that are being economically affected right now? Their energy sector is being affected right now. Their oil prices are going through the roof right now because of the chokehold in the strait. So, that's kind of what I want to just for persons to take into consideration as well. Dr. Paul, you had a lot of great points there. I will say that, to kind of close, I'll say this, right? We saw the negotiations kind of fall through, right? There's a tit for tat, and we're seeing, almost like the same delay strategy that happened when they were thinking about the whole nukes, right? And then we saw what happened, the operation with the B-2 bombers and Isfahan, Natanz, Fordo got taken out, right? Their nuclear enrichment facilities. Now, what happened before this craziness in the strait? Well, Trump told the Iranian regime, open up the strait. Those were the dynamics before a U.S. naval blockade was implemented. So before the U.S. went there, and this I think is key for persons to kind of look the dynamics and the players on the board. Because remember, Dr. Paul, and this is something a lot of people overlook, the British, let me rephrase, the global criminal syndicate through the British proxies and central bankers have controlled the Middle Eastern region for quite some time, and they've benefited from it, right? one of the hidden mechanisms, and some of you have have probably heard me talk about this before, is the insurance company, Lloyd's of London, that used to provide premiums on ships passing strait. Well, here's the kicker, Dr. Paul. The central bankers benefit from terror in the region. The central bankers benefit from terror in the Middle Eastern region. Okay, researcher, what are you talking about? Make this make sense. Well, we know that they installed this radical regime in Iran 47 years ago. And even before that, the CIA and the MI6 were hard at work in Iran. Right? No. The radical regime is installed. The Strait of Hormuz becomes a choke point for terrorists who can threaten the transshipments passing through this key economic waterway. So now you have a dynamic where they're funding the terror groups. Remember, Obama pallets of cash to Iran, right? This is a criminal syndicate, whether it be elements or the operatives they have in other parts of the world. And of course, Obama is one of them too, right? But I'm bringing him into the picture to show how the deep state, the global criminal syndicate, has propped up Iran. So this regime and created terror in the region. Remember how people usually talk about the destabilization of the Middle Eastern region? Well, this is what we're talking about. Why is that being done? Well, one of the reasons we're learning is because if you have terrorists in the region, then guess what? Lloyd's of London can charge higher insurance premiums. They can control the oil passing through the strait. They can control the dynamics, the geopolitical dynamics in the region by having these terrorist proxy groups that they're all funding, by the way, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, right? All Iranian proxies, right? And then we realize who is benefiting from this terror in the region. Who is benefiting? Well, if you don't have terrorists creating chaos, you don't need to charge high insurance premiums. Plant oil.
Yeah, look, I beg disagree with the researcher that the role of the British is under. I just think it's gone beyond that. Because
it has. That was kind of like
just because the energy is so vital to our economies, our way of life, and even our ability to feed ourselves. Having a damage to the Gulf infrastructure, taking Iran and so much of the oil, the seaborne component on boats, so much of that does transit through that choke point. I just think it is, I think we're talking, this is the biggest, this is the Great Reset. This is the thing that will bring the global populations to heel. I don't know who's going to come out. I think you're right that America is well insulated, and especially with the Venezuelan supplies now, and they have helped. The shipments that we've got have been a lifeline, and I think is why everything looks normal. When I look outside, I see the jet boats going around, and the shops are so full of food, and nothing yet has hit. What I'm saying is I believe that the consequences, the air pocket in Jersey, that in consequences to that, outside of America, perhaps outside of Russia, is going to be big enough. That's my concern. And I'd like to be wrong about that, but that's mine. That's how I see it at the moment. And all the actions may be true, but the point is how much is passing through the strait, and even if it restarts now, I think the financial consequences and the economic consequences are baked in the cake already from the damage that's been done and the disruption that's already happened. Now, could I be wrong? I really don't. I'm wrong because I'm speaking fairly apocalyptic stuff. Maybe I should move to the US.
You are speaking apocalyptic stuff, but look at it from this perspective, right? The only nation right now that has truly suffered unrecoverable damage, for a certain period of years is Iran. Every other nation that's been economically blackmailed by what the IRGC is doing, right? They can recover much quicker. So my takeaway point here is to reflect on what I was saying earlier. Donald Trump said to the Iranian regime in the negotiations, remember what happened? He told them, open up the strait, have it recognized as an international waterway. Let all the ships pass through freely, but the IRGC didn't want to do that. And we're seeing now that they've shown their hand. Even after the U.S. naval blockade, even after the economic damage that they're suffering right now, after the military and naval damage, right? They're still playing tough guy. Why? Delay. This is the strategy of the deep state, the criminal syndicate. What are they trying to do, Dr. Paul? They're trying to wait Trump out. Right? So, hold on. Give me one sec, right? So, in addition to that, remember, the criminal syndicate who's controlling the terrorist regime in Iran, right, and dictating to them, right? They're playing tough guy to the United States. They don't want to back off their stance, right? It looks like the hardliners are in control based off of negotiations. We have another aircraft carrier headed to the Strait of Hormuz. Yes, Dr. Paul, that's what's going on. I actually predict an escalation in military activity in the region because of what Iran is doing right now. Or let me not say Iran, but the terrorist regime in control of Iran, right? And they're jerking around with the negotiations. They are the ones that don't want to open up the strait. So
of course not. All they have to do is survive and they've won.
Yeah, but
they just have to survive and keep the strait closed, and they've won. And my point is, they've had 7-8 weeks, and the Navy hasn't been able to the forces haven't been able to. The bases have been made uninhabitable. The radar facilities have all been blown up, the key ones. They dare not bring their carriers too close to the strait for being in range of the Iranian missiles. See, to me, it's not a great victory. It appears to me that the Western America has already lost.
Dr. Paul, that's nonsense.
Yeah.
They actually got air superiority in this operation within the first 2 weeks. Complete air superiority.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter anymore.
Dr. Paul, that narrative is nonsense, I'm telling you. The Iranian Navy is no longer in the same, it doesn't exist in the same form that it does. Right?
No, I agree.
They have, let me tell you what they're doing right now. They're sending out small speedboats mining the strait. They're using guerrilla warfare tactics. Their resources have been their ballistic missiles production facilities have been dismantled. They're digging up missiles from the rubble. They literally can't produce anymore. So what's going on right now is they're working with the economic angle. Their plan is to try to delay. But let's just play this out though. Let's really play this out. Game theory style. I'll pass the mic to you, Rob, because I see you want to chime in, right? But let's play this out game theory style. If they continue in this trajectory, right? If the Iranian regime continues with this trajectory, what's going to happen for them? They're the ones suffering the most economic damage. $300+ million per day, right? They're not able to export oil. So they're shooting themselves in the foot. Meanwhile, it looks like there's more uprisings in Iran. So you have different factions now who are vying for power because there's a power vacuum. The Ayatollah who was appointed hasn't been seen in public. The narrative that the Iranian regime can win this is totally ludicrous. The only thing they're doing right now is they're being propped up by the criminal syndicate who is telling them to delay, which is why the negotiations keep stalling. Right? So I understand that point, and I understand the fear of, let's call it, the economic impact on the countries all over the world that rely on the oil passing through the strait. And the reason why I'm emphasizing this is to show you guys that the Iranian regime is up to no good. So let me tell you right now, we have another aircraft carrier headed to the strait. The U.S. military has complete air superiority, right? Their small, fast ships, that's going to be taken care of. The mines in the strait, that's going to be addressed because President Trump has now sent out the order to demine the strait. And that's another thing. We heard about the mines, and we weren't too sure about the reports of the mines in the strait. When I checked it out days ago, the only thing I could find was like there were reports of 12 mines in the strait. And I'm like, 12 mines? Are you freaking kidding me? There's got to be more than that if they're making a big deal about this. But no, we don't actually know the dynamics. So, we need intel to check that out. So, no, we're hearing about an operation to sweep the mines in the strait. And we're hearing about small, fast boats that the Iranians are using to put mines in the strait. Terrorism. So,
look, I don't disagree. I can agree with you completely that America has bombed the crap out of Iraq and taken out massive amounts of its infrastructure. But they still have missiles. They still have means to harass and stop shipping. And if America and its coalition can't get that open, every day we're marching to consequences like talking about that. I think we've already passed the threshold.
I agree.
And so even if they get another aircraft carrier there, I mean, you notice they're not in the Strait of Hormuz. They're way back because they fear the Iranian intermediate range missiles, and they've been shown to be very accurate. And I'll just flash back to Vietnam. Vietnam, America bombed the crap out of Vietnam. They used multiples of the whole World War II arsenal of that country, and they prevailed just because they prevailed. So just having air cover and having aircraft carriers, the nature of war has changed now. If you've got the capacity to make drones and to make missiles, you can hold at bay something that for 500 years was the major instrument of of imperial power. And I think that's falling. Sorry, Rob, do you want to chime in? I'll let you.
Yeah, there's a number of things going on. First off, the only way they're getting supplies right now is China is flying supply ships and they're shutting their transponders off when they get near the airspace. People can't track them. They're trying to bring military material in. So this is why the Strait of Malacca is being controlled by the U.S. as well, because we're cutting off any oil that can go in, or any supply information that can go into China as well, because China's become part of this, right? Which doesn't help. But as far as and I know this stuff deeper than a lot of people. As far as aircraft carriers, you never put your aircraft carriers in close where they're going to get shot at. Absolutely, because your superiority comes from your ability to project outward, not getting in close. The thought process that you got to bring something in close and you're going to put it in the straits, oh crap, right? What we're doing right now is mining. So we're sweeping the mines in there with drones and things. So I want to look at what you hear from the media.
Yeah, I just there's only one question: is the strait open or is it closed? And it's effectively closed. So all that force, all that air superiority, hasn't translated to the one metric that we can track that has real meaning. And until you've shown me that, everything else is just, who knows? It's the fog of war.
Well, no, I agree with that, Dr. Paul. Hold on. Well, all right, Karen, before you go, I just want to say this, right? Dr. Paul, I agree with your sentiment, but it's like, well, if it plays out this way, this is what's going to happen. And I agree with that. But I honestly don't think that that's the trajectory that we're going toward, right? You're seeing right now a display of military force, right, to put this Iranian regime into submission. It's more than just about the strait, right? It's more than just about the terror proxies. There's a lot of dynamics happening right here. There are even, you could say economic chess moves being made. You heard Rob mention the Strait of Malacca. China, right, and this is the key point, right? 80% of China's oil passes through that strait. And now the U.S. military signed a defense partnership with Indonesia, right? So what's happening right now, I'm letting you guys know that the Trump administration doesn't want to economically strangle the world's oil, but they are putting their forces in key positions to monitor what's going on with these transshipments, right? So why would they want to control the Strait of Malacca? Well, you heard what Rob just said. The news about the ship that was trying to pass through the blockade, and this is going to an Iranian port, by the way, and when they boarded the ship, what did they find? They found chemicals used in the production of ballistic missiles. Right? Now, I don't know the state of their production facilities. I think most of them have been targeted. We saw 13,000 targets got hit, right? Military targets, right? So, I don't think that they have the same capability to manufacture and produce the ballistic missiles at the same level they used to. They probably may be able to pump out a few, right? I don't know the intel is like on the ground. But you're right, Dr. Paul, they are still able to control and threaten the strait at the moment. But that dynamic is not going to be the status quo forever. Trump is not going to keep a U.S. naval blockade in the Middle East forever. At some point, the book's going to fall. We're going to see, yeah.
Can I just make a point about, in a sense, Iran is a proxy of the US and China. So the control over the other choke points, but you'll notice that the tankers that have been getting through have been largely going to China. And China is aligned with Iran. So this is, in a sense, a proxy war of America versus China. And there's a problem there because America sources its military hardware and components from China. And yes, they fucked up. And so now Trump is quite rightly bringing the defense, what is it called? The defense production to even take car factories and start getting them to make military weapons a la World War II. But basically, the American military, a lot of the components are made in China, and this is the tangled with. Iran is, in a sense, sitting in between. And once, if the Americans start to stop the oil getting to China, this is going to get bad. It's going to get very bad very fast. And I've heard that the ceasefire was because they were just running through slow to replace armaments at such a fast rate. That's why ceasefire happened. But so think of this as a proxy war with China, and look at the ships that have been getting through unmolested by both the Americans and the Iranians. I think you'll find they're largely Chinese. This scares the shit out of me, and it should disturb people in America once they have that framing, because I don't know that any of us can afford to cut China out of our supply chains.
Well, what's happening right now in the United States is that China is being cut out of the supply chain, right? And the Defense Production Act is a signal. I mean, there's even other stuff, because we've got to go to Dr. Kirk Elliott's report next. But Karen, you wanted to chime in, so let's go to Karen, and then we'll take some more comments if we have any, and then we'll get to the stream. Yeah, Karen, sorry about the hold up.
Okay, the longer we sit there, the less loss of life, although there is life lost right now in Iran, but a lot less than if we have to bomb them. The longer we sit there, the more we starve out China. So just sitting there isn't a bad thing either way. What Putin said a while back, he warned the bankers very strongly, and he says all these extra money, he didn't use that word, but all this extra money you're making off of this gas right now, you better be paying off your debts. Use the money to pay off the debt. He was very strong about that. That was Putin said, because they've been hyper inflating the gas prices on us that they don't need to do, but they make extra goods of money doing it. And another thing I want to agree with you, Doctor, I'm more concerned about what they're spraying in the air, on the ground, for our crops. Because, if they stop us from growing things, everybody's going to get hungry. And I land.
Well, there's many different ways that the deep state is targeting us. And, what I would like to add for you guys is another perspective, right? And, Dr. Paul, you mentioned proxy war with China, right? So here's how I would phrase it. Look at this war as the Trump administration, Trump taking on the global criminal syndicate directly. They enabled and funded, they propped up Maduro in Venezuela. They propped up the Cuba communist regime. They propped up Iran. They propped up China's manufacturing industry. Whew. Yeah, the criminal syndicate, the deep state, propped all that up. And when you look at the moves that Trump is making right now, you see a complete reversal and dismantle their system. Step by step, they lose power, they lose control. Now, of course, we know the Middle East is very special to the criminal syndicate. They had a lot of things going on over there, right? So when Lloyd's of London pulls the premiums for the first time ever in history. That should show you just how much they're trying to create leverage for Iran, for the Iranian regime. Right? When NATO allies aren't helping. They're in line. They're in line, or I should say the leaders of some of these NATO countries are in line with this agenda. Oh, we'll wait till Trump finishes up the strait. Bullshit. They're just delaying. They don't want to give a helping hand. They want to drag this all out. If they're working with the delay strategy of the Iranian regime, almost like they're coordinating together. Why am I pointing all of this out? You see, guys, the real war is not Trump versus China or Trump versus Iran. The real war is Trump versus the criminal syndicate. That's what's going on. We're seeing him take it to the global stage. You saw it at 2020, the start of this year. Right? So when we think about what's happening in Iran right now, yeah, there are many dimensions to it. Right? The economic aspect, the pressure on China, the pressure on the criminal syndicate's Middle Eastern charade, right? The pressure on the terrorist proxy groups. I mean, think about this. We're talking about the president of peace. And now we have a military operation going on, large-scale combat operations, right? No joke, right? But what is the end goal? The end goal is peace. Think about the Abraham Accords. Think about all of the Gulf states who have now aligned against Iran. Iran is isolated. On the world stage, they need to negotiate very fast, or else something's going to happen. And we're talking more military operations. And you know Trump is not going to play. So, to close, and I will reiterate some of Dr. Paul's points, because Dr. Paul, you have some great points, right? This is the threat of that key economic waterway being held hostage. This is the threat, right? The entire world can be put into an energy, shock. So, do we want to allow a terrorist regime to have control over that particular key waterway? No, that's not wise, especially with the current activity that's going on right now. So, I definitely hope that this, wraps up sooner rather than later. Because even though some of us are looking at this from the perspective of the United States and what's happening in America, other countries are being severely affected by what's happening. And with that point, I'll close so that everybody kind of understands the dynamics and the importance of the region and why this situation needs to be resolved as soon as possible, right? So we'll see how it plays out. But stay positive, guys, right? We know what some of the goals are and some of the objectives are, right? We have their messages on the record stating to us what they want, right? Trump told you guys that, hey, the Iranian regime just needs to recognize this as an international waterway. And they didn't want to do that. And here we are. So how can it play out? Your guess is as good as mine, right? Where we're going to see it, right? I'll keep you guys up to date with the news and stuff. As you can see, I posted an article at the top about the currency swap lines, which I kind of wanted to get into, but we were having such a good discussion about the many different aspects here, right? So I'll mention this, right? The currency swap lines essentially is going to provide somewhat of a cushion to some of the Gulf states, right? It says here, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent confirmed that many allies in the Gulf region and Asia have requested currency swap lines from the United States to manage financial instability caused by the Iran war. There is Dr. Paul, right? So this is the purpose. This is what's going on with the currency swap lines, right? And and to Dr. Paul's point again, it's not only the Gulf states that are being financially affected, right? When your energy sector is affected, it messes with the economy, right? So I'll read a little bit more here. It says, speaking before the Senate on, well, actually, let me read that part again. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent confirmed many allies in the Gulf region and Asia have requested currency swap lines from the United States to manage financial instability caused by the Iran war, including energy shocks and disrupted oil flows. Speaking before the Senate on April 22nd, 2026, Bessent stated that these swap lines are intended to, quote, maintain order in dollar funding markets and to prevent the sale of U.S. assets in a disorderly way. Now, I'm going to pause there. I'm going to just segue a little bit and remind you guys about Operation Economic Fury. Yeah. And if you haven't heard about that one, Dr. Paul, just look into that, right? Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Operation Economic Fury. Basically, a lot of tracking is happening. They're monitoring the money. And they already tracked it back to London, some of it. Can you believe that? Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has pretty much confirmed that. So we know who's propping up the Iranian regime, or at least partly where some of the funding is coming, based on the warnings that he's given. So it's going to get very interesting. The central bankers are going to come into focus. 100%. The Bank of International Settlements, they put out a report the other day warning people about, get this, Dr. Paul, stable coin yields. They're saying it's unstable. They're competing with the banks. I was having so much fun Thursday talking about it. For those of you guys who missed our crypto room. But yeah, right, the central bank of central banks, they're letting us know where they stand. And they don't like the direction of the financial options now available to the people. Wow, that says a lot. I'll leave it there. But I agree with you, Dr. There is a reset happening. The question is who is controlling the reset? This is Researcher Staff dropping the mic.
Yes, there's definitely a reset happening, and the swap lines make a lot of sense. Like the Gulf countries lost income, and they relied on their oil revenues. So rather than selling, they don't want massive sales of the treasury bonds. That will cause a spike in interest rates and yields, and that will crater the U.S. economy. So it's in the interest of the U.S. dollar to promote the currency swaps, and yes, that will help provide stability and shore up the U.S. dollar, because that's a danger now. Countries that are economically damaged, that aren't getting oil revenues or other revenues because of the disruptions, there could be large sales of U.S. treasuries, and that if the Fed then comes along and has to buy it all, that would destroy the U.S. dollar, and by extension, it will destroy all the fiat currencies. And I think we're on that path already, which is why Bitcoin has started to recover, and why gold and silver are starting to recover from its pullback in January. And we see the price of everything starting to. So the shifting of the manufacturing to the US that Trump is doing is a good thing, and we need to do it in Australia too. We don't even make sandwiches anymore. So we used to make our own cars. We used to manufacture them. So all of this is very positive. I just worry that the awareness has come a bit late. The dependence on China is still massive, and that's the bear we're poking. So keep your heads on a swivel.
Well, Dr. Paul, you made me laugh when you said they don't make sandwiches anymore. I'm like, oh my God, is it that bad? Produce something.
Oh yeah, on the economic complexity index, I think we're sort of behind Uganda or somewhere. We used to have our own refineries and be self-sufficient for oil. We used to have a manufacturing industry that we made our own cars. Now, we'd be lucky to knock out a few surfboards. So we're even further down the path. But US is in for a shock. But Spirit fought for us hapless Antipodeans, who, although we live in the arse end of the world, are totally reliant on the sea for our energy because we got rid of all our refineries. And one of the two remaining refineries caught fire the other week. And one of the stories going around is that there's been a large number of refineries, not just Australia, Romania, Myanmar. Texas got hit a couple of times in recent times. What was a lightning strike though? Just all around the world, oil refineries are blowing up, catching fire. And that feeds into the chatter that, this is a controlled demolition that's going to lead to famine. If you're not aware of that story, something awfully odd is happening. And it's not just in Iran, it's not just in the Gulf. It seems to be, just like COVID was a globally coordinated, this appears to be a globally coordinated unplugging of energy. And that's probably why I'm not mincing words anymore. I think we're in DEFCON 4. Thank you.
Well, you're right. Some of the countries that have, adopted the crazy globalist policies, it's really bad. I agree with you, right? It's just a completely different dynamic in the Americas right now because of the energy policies put in by the Trump administration. So that is kind of where I'll leave it, guys. Remember, we are dealing with a planet with many different regions that are affected by different geopolitical dynamics and economic dynamics. And, sometimes we kind of need to expand our perspective and not just kind of look at things from, whether it be a U.S. point of view. So, Dr. Paul, thank you once again for your share. It certainly was insightful, I'll add. So, I'll drop the mic.
I was surprised. I found out fertilizer. We just started a new plant in Utah or Zion Park out of ash. I didn't know they could make fertilizer out of ash, but that was new and something we hadn't done for a while.
Interesting.
Sounds cool to me.
Yeah, well, guys, we're going to actually shift gears into Dr. Kirk Elliott's report, and he's going to be talking about precious metals. I see that in the title, so this could be an interesting one. Let's see what's going on. Are you guys ready for the next stream? And I see we also have Lucia joining us on the stage. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, Lucia. Welcome, Karen. Welcome, Dr. Mitch. Welcome, everyone. Would anybody like to grab the mic before we start the next clip?
Calling Dr. Paul.
Hello, Ben. Welcome to the stage, sir. What's poppin'?
Thank you kindly. Yeah, I was just reverberating on the back of Dr. Paul because I don't understand why the refineries are burning down. But I don't know, is Australia going with Canada? Do you know? Maybe he can answer that. I'm not sure, but I don't know what on the Netherlands what the lineation is and to what perspective.
Is it me or is it Ben breaking up?
Yeah, I can't hear him at the moment either. I don't have an answer about Canada. This is happening in the US, in Romania. This is happening in Burma. Recently in Vietnam the other day. It's really global. I made some jokes, and oil is suddenly got a whole lot more combustible because it seems to be blowing up everywhere. So if it's a cabal, it's a global cabal, you know. Yeah, that's my point.
It certainly is. All right, guys, we are going to start the next report before it gets too late. We have the X-22 report coming up after this, too. So let's get a move on, shall we? Here we go. Producer, Gilbert.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
But what we do know is how do you protect yourself against it? With gold and silver, because it goes up during times of crisis and inflationary pressures, and it actually protects you. So first and foremost, look at gold and silver as your insurance policy against a collapsing currency.
Another amazing week for us. It just doesn't get any easier, but I tell you what, exposing the deep state and their evil through the Southern Poverty Law Center was the big one this week. Dr. Kirk Elliott, while this is all playing out, we continue to watch silver make moves. And man, we just appreciate it. And we know.com/gold in the description box below. And we thank you once again for joining us, Dr. Elliott.
It's so good to be with you as always. And you know, it is wild, LT. When I look at everything that's going on, it's like, all right, is this prophetic events playing themselves out? Is this a paradigm shifting moment? Yeah. Is it just noise and distraction to distract us from something that's even bigger and weirder than the things that we're seeing, right? Yeah. It's like, I don't know, but what I do know is it's all in front of us, right? Yeah. So when you look at it, you know, everyone's concerned about the price of oil, what's happening in Iran, you know, Southern Poverty Law Center, all this stuff, and really what a lot of this boils down to is I wanna not talk about any of that. Mm-hmm. I want to just talk about our money, right? Because I'm an economist, right? And I help people invest for their retirements, and everyone's always concerned. It's like, what are the three big F's, right? Faith, family, and finances, right? In that order, they should be in that order. If they're not, you've got things out of whack, right? So faith, family, finances, right? So it's one of the three big F's, and so
So when you look at what's been happening, years ago, literally years ago, you and I talked about the emergence of the BRICS nations, and was it about control? Was it about taking over the U.S. dollar? Was it about taking over the world's manufacturing? What was it, right? And really, it's a political power block to kind of unseat the United States, right? Which is why way back I was in grad school in the early 90s, and this was a little bit after the European Union had formed, right? It's like, why did Germany and France and all of these countries, Spain, converge into the European Union? Is because they needed a power block politically and economically to kind of compete against the United States.
Right.
So you look at what's happening with the BRICS nations. Why did they do it? Well, they're doing the same for the same reason that the European Union did, because India, massive population, China, massive population, right? But these economies, they were still kind of like they were just kind of like communist countries and socialist countries, and they weren't really all that powerful, although they had a ton of people. So they put together a trading bloc, an economic bloc, and started to form this economic political union to where we see it today.
Right.
It's about power and control, and it's about money, right? So when you look at what the BRICS nations have done, they're revolting against the dollar order, right? Which is, to put it in other words that you and I have said, it's the de-dollarization of the world. Nobody wants the U.S. dollar, and not even Warren Buffett wants the U.S. dollar, and he's an American. It's like, what is going on in this world, right?
Yeah.
So how did they do this? This isn't a new thing, right? So you go back to a decade ago, right? Let's go back a decade. What did they start putting together? They've already started working on electronic payment messaging systems in Iran, of all places, right? CPAM, it's SEPAM. It's their system for electronic payments messaging. Now you add that to the structured financial messaging system. You add that to CIPS, which is China's cross-border interbank payment system. What is all that to do? Just to get these countries talking electronically, economically, to get rid of SWIFT.
Right.
What is SWIFT? It's the mechanism where all money goes from bank to bank globally. Like when you send a wire, it goes through the SWIFT system. When you send a wire internationally, there's actually a SWIFT code, right? So the global transfer of money has always been dominated by the West, by Europe and the United States. China's wanting to change this, right? So this goes back to the Russia-Ukraine conflict when it started, which has really accelerated this because Biden was a buffoon, and he did something that was economically devastating when he said, hey, Russia, we're going to kick you out of the SWIFT system and we're going to starve out your population, right? So you're not going to get any money in. Well, did he really think that Putin was that stupid and not have plan B? So Putin went to China and said, China, Biden kicked us out of the SWIFT system. China says, so what? We have SIPs. Why don't we just like really tie economically together under the BRICS nations? And so it amounted to a problem for Russia for maybe 30 minutes, right? It's like, okay, not a problem, right? But what they're doing is they're taking the financial control for most of the world's population away from the West. This is how they are de-dollarizing it, right? And this is the problem that Western banks have, because when you don't control the money, you don't control people, right? So this is where it's all headed. Now, you've got central bank digital currency that we've talked about. This is the central banker's way of saying we're still going to maintain control of people, right? We're still going to basically have digital social profiles and social credit scores, and we're going to be able to tie you to how you spend your money, what your habits are, what your worldview is politically, religiously, economically. And if we don't like it, we're cutting you off. And so then comes Bitcoin and the decentralized blockchain. You know, this is a counterbalance to all of that. And what Trump wants to do with stable coins and having stable coins on the blockchain, it's pulling it away from central bank control. You see, what Trump is doing is fighting this economic battle. And everyone thinks he's just fighting this battle against Iran or against the left and the hardcore left or against China. It's like Trump is fighting a battle to save the dollar from the world who doesn't want the U.S. dollar around. And he's doing a good job at it, right? So here's where, remember Judy Shelton when she was one of Trump's economic advisors in the first administration. She was nominated, and there was a lot of people talking about her being the next Federal Reserve chair. She didn't make it, right? They actually tried to really attack and demolish her family, and it's like, you know, and so now there's somebody else, right? But what was she? What did she believe in? She believed in sound money. She believed in gold-backed currency. Right, and so if this is who Trump was talking about having control of the Fed, what does Trump believe in? Same thing. He wants sound money. He wants a strong currency, right? And away from this central bank control. So she did this interview recently that was just posted, and there's a couple sections. It's worth everybody watching the whole thing. It's actually fascinating. Well, I happen to be a self-proclaimed economic nerd, right? So I thought the whole thing was amazing, right? Right. There's a couple sections in there that I want to point out to all the envy knowers out there, because I think when you understand her heart, you actually understand Trump's heart when it comes to money.
Awesome. Yeah.
So, yeah, I would love to watch that.
Okay. Yeah, we got a couple of sections. Just tell me when to pause on this first one. Well, here we go.
Okay.
If they did see today's system, would they even recognize it?
I think they would be appalled, and probably James Madison the most, because he was so clear on that. He said a depreciating currency is just like stealing property, and therefore unconstitutional. The government cannot expropriate without due process, and instead they do it in this way where they chisel a little bit. Why? What's the justification? How is that possibly even consistent with the mandate of stable prices? At best, the Fed is seeking stable inflation, but that's an oxymoron. It's not stable prices.
So the question was, would the founding fathers even recognize our money today? And you know, when you go back to what James Madison, some of the founding fathers said, what was money back then? It was actually gold or silver, right? This is what the Constitution says, right? It's like gold and silver coinage are the only true money, right? So they warned against where America is today. They said never, ever, ever should politicians write bills that cost money that can't be paid off during that generation, because it's not fair to future generations. So what did we do? When they couldn't abide by that way back in the early 1900s, it's like, wait, we want to expand further. We want to use debt to expand. Oh, how about the Federal Reserve? Let's just start that, where we can print money without discretion, not have it gold backed anymore, not have some kind of tangible backing, which puts discretion on the printing, and they could just print willy-nilly. So then it's easy for politicians to just march over to the Fed and say, hey, you need to buy more of our U.S. treasuries, because we need U.S. treasuries to fund our expansion. And it's all debt, right, with money that's being created out of thin air. This is what happens when you get away from a tangible currency. And this is what Judy Shelton is talking about. They would not understand. They would be rolling over in their graves if they saw what we had now. Because one of the mandates, there's two mandates that the Federal Reserve has. Number one is to create full employment. Number two is to create a stable economy. the only thing that they've done, LT, is create stable or unsustainable, not stable, but constant inflation.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all that they've done.
That's right.
And there's boom and bust cycles, and they print too much, and then they have to decide, all right, we're going to have to raise interest rates to slow that down, and then the economy, just slows down too much. It's like, well, how about we lower interest rates to stimulate it again? And it's just this vicious cycle, right? Which would all go away if you never got rid of tangible backed, gold-backed money. We wouldn't have that problem, right? So the system right now is broken, right? It's absolutely broken. So something needs to change. And we talked about this 2 weeks ago. Is the change going to be going to gold-backed money, or is the change going to be going to cryptocurrency? Don't know. All we do know is it's not going to stay the same. So a lot of times people will say there's going to be this monetary reset, right? And people get all excited about that. It's like, and conspiracy, people say, well, that's a conspiracy theory. It's like, it's not a conspiracy theory. Resets happen all the time.
Right.
I can tell you probably 4 times. Okay. So we used to have Confederate dollars, right? And so, then we went to gold-backed money, and then we went to the Federal Reserve, and then we went to the Bretton Woods system, and then we took gold off of our money altogether, and then we went to the petrodollar. Every single one of those could be considered a reset.
Yeah. Right.
But nobody would say that that's actually reset. They'd say, oh, it's just a change. No, that's a reset. So she's saying right now, something needs to be reset because the system is broken. What does that mean? And so we're going to watch and see what she says.
All right.
As I neared the end of my time with Judy, I couldn't help but wonder, what's at risk if the monetary reform she spent her life advocating for, making the dollar as good as gold again, doesn't happen?
I think what's at risk is this sense of people increasingly that they are victims of monetary favoritism, that the Fed maintains policies that increase the inequality of wealth and income, that they reward people who are already wealthy enough to have financial assets. I think we need a revolution of valuing honest work, honest government, and honest money. And by that I mean celebrate people who actually make goods, who produce goods and services, not just people who arbitrage the anomalies of financial markets. I think we have to insist on honest government. I think deficit spending is unacceptable. That's immoral because you're robbing from future generations. You're putting liens on goods that have yet to be produced, and it just enhances the likelihood of ever increasing government. And I think that we need to guarantee honest money.
And with that, our conversation ended.
Wow.
Does that sound like a conspiracy theory?
Nope.
I mean, what did she say? Basically, she said, make America great again, in other words. Let's reward people for working hard.
Amen.
Let's create sound money.
Yeah.
Let's create a fabric where there's not this arbitrage, where the central banks who claim that they're out for full employment and everything, what did she say that they do? It actually creates inequality.
That's right.
Right. So when you have something as simple as gold and silver, it's the great equalizer, right? Because it protects you against the inflationary boom and bust cycles that the Federal Reserve brings, right? When you have it. So let me give you an example, right? So back in the early 1900s, 1 ounce of gold, so all of you like coin collectors, right? You'll have these old Liberties or St. Gaudens from the early 1900s, and on there it says $20. That was the face value. Now they're a collectible coin, right? Which I don't sell collectible coins. I would never do it because you don't actually get out of it. But it's what it was worth back then was $20. 1 ounce of gold or a $20 bill, equally interchangeable. So what would that buy you, right? This is the purchasing power of what we're looking at.
Right.
$20 $20 or 1 ounce of gold would buy you a finely tailored men's suit, a shirt, tie, a belt, and shoes. Right? So it's a lot. Fast forward to today. $20, you're lucky to get out of Chick-fil-A for less than $20. But 1 ounce of gold at somewhere between $4,000 and $5,000 an ounce would still buy you a finely tailored men's suit, a shirt, a tie, a belt, and shoes, right? It has, and then some, right? So it's totally maintained its purchasing power. This is why she says that going back to stable, sound money, like a gold-backed currency, is the great equalizer. It removes the inequalities that inflation brings. And so how do you protect yourself against these stupid inflationary policies of printing money without discretion? You invest in something that goes up during times of inflation, which would be a tangible asset. All things go up with inflation. I don't care if it's groceries or eggs or bicycles or gold or silver or oil or whatever. It's just happened to be an easy thing to purchase to protect yourself. First and foremost, it's your insurance against a collapsing dollar, which is why we started the show. What did the BRICS nations want to do? Destroy the dollar.
Yeah.
Comes up against a lot of political headwinds, right?
Yeah.
And ultimately, we can hope and pray how it turns out, but in the end, we don't really know how it's going to go for the dollar short, medium, and long term. But what we do know is how do you protect yourself against it? With gold and silver, because it goes up during times of crisis and inflationary pressures, and it actually protects you. So first and foremost, look at gold and silver as your insurance policy against a collapsing currency. Secondarily, it happens to grow amazingly well during times like this, but it's like you're fulfilling a dual mandate in your own portfolio, growth and safety all at the same time.
Yeah,
because I wish every policymaker would think like Judy Shelton.
Yeah, amen.
What she said was so reasonable. I can't believe that people grilled her when she was, sitting for the Fed chair. It's like, oh, you're crazy. What? Nothing that she said sounded to me like anything that was radical, even off the wall. It was just wisdom.
That's right.
It was just wisdom. That's all that it was.
Yeah. But we know that these folks that are behind the scenes that control us, they love their Federal Reserves. And I gave you that list I showed you on the cue board that we follow. Rothschild's control of all the central banks around the world. That laundry list is so long. And my favorite quote in the Q drops is gold will destroy the Fed. So how about getting on top of gold? We're being told that, and most of us do understand it. And you told us that a few weeks ago. And that's the important thing. And I think she's onto it. And my hope is that she'll be a part of this in the future. That's for sure.
I sure hope so. And when you showed me that list,
it's
shocking to see how from one family, the Rothschild family, it's about 90% of all banks in the world.
That's right.
That's a lot of accumulated hidden wealth, right? From one family, right? That's too much control concentrated in one place. So you don't have to buy into that system. Oh yeah, we all have banks, but be your own bank. Have your own gold and silver. Be out of the system. Be out of that digital system. Have something that's real and tangible. And you know what? You can have a smile on your face. And all of this noise, everything that we hear about right now, financially, economically, not going to bother you. It's not.
Amen. We're so glad we brought our IRA over to you back when it was about $20 an ounce. Now we're looking at close to 80, and it's we've been just watching changes in our own life. Many people have told us that they came over to you, Dr. Kirk Elliott, and their lives have changed. Many on the cruise ship told us, hey, thank you. Tell Dr. Kirk Elliott, thank you. He has changed our life and our future forever. And so, again, just that reminder for folks, amweknow.com/gold. Below this video, click on that, and you'll be able to have your life change forever. Thank you so much, Dr. Kirk Elliott. We appreciate you.
It's my pleasure.
All right, Truth Seekers. And that was an awesome report from LT and Dr. Kirk Elliott. Very interesting comments by Judy Shelton in the clip that they played. Well, I think we know based on what Trump's nominee for the Federal Reserve chair, I think we know the direction Trump is taking. But we'll see how it plays out. It certainly is getting very exciting. Remember, guys, Jerome Powell's investigation has been paused. We'll see how Warsh's nomination goes, and we'll see what happens after that. We have the X22 geopolitical report coming up next. Thank you all so much for joining us here in the Tavern. It's Sunday night. We're talking about the deep state, Southern Poverty Law Center, geopolitical news, Trump, White House Correspondents' Dinner. We got all that and more in some of the clips coming up next. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Welcome to the stage, Rainbow. Welcome, Diane.
Man Rising. Thanks, researcher. Loving these streams. Hello, everybody. Hope you have a wonderful week. And just enjoying listening to the truth. It's out there. It's important. Thank you.
Yeah, researcher, this is the best show on earth, and we're finding it here. Thank you for your diagnostics and sensationalism for this creation of where we're all going, and being able to put it together is piecemeal, and piecemeal will be with you. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ben. Thank you so much, Rainbow. I really appreciate that, guys. And yeah, I don't exactly know how it's gonna play out. I do have a general, idea of the direction of where we're going, but that's just based on my analysis of the actions that I see being taken. There have been a lot of roadblocks, though. The deep state continues to stall, delaying. That's been a tactic. They've been rehashing that quite a lot, right? Well, all right. It's been very interesting, but as it relates to the economy, I thought that report was very insightful as well. So yeah, I think we have some very interesting things to look forward to. Let's see what else Trump does with the global economy as we watch the realignment occur. And thank you, Ben. We have the X22 report coming up next, guys. Let's see who else would like to grab before we start.
Oh, I love gold researcher, you know that, and silver. And Judy Shelton's proposal. The only thing I disagree with Kirk earlier on is I'm no longer so convinced that it's getting rid of the US dollar. I think what we were talking about before was swap lines. US dollar, I think, is going to stay around. It will probably become stable coin. And pushing the stable because that's another way of also funding the US debt. But I think we will also have real world assets used as collateral, and gold and silver, and likely Bitcoin, which is not a stable coin, will all be part, I think, of the future. So I don't think it's the US dollar going away. I think it's going to change form at some point to a stable coin, which will benefit the debt market. But people will learn very quickly that you can't save in dollars or save in currency. That's a losing thing. And the money that they want as store of value, they will put in gold and silver, and that could be in physical form in your pocket, or it could be in a tokenized form, which will allow you to effectively pay in gold or silver with instant settlement, not like we currently do it. So and I have some evidence that that's the direction it's going. The Genius Act, the fact that the HSBC introduced a tier one bank that introduced gold tokens 2.5 years ago, and it coincided almost exactly with the uptick in the gold price. It's been on a tear ever since. So that's where I see it going. It's going to. I don't think dollars are going away, but I think this one will be used as the off ramp for purchasing short term and real world assets, particularly gold and silver, will become the premier real world assets. And they will be able to be transported anywhere instantly, instant settlement through crypto-based tokens. So that's my take.
Well, just real quick, Ben, I agree with that assessment. I think that, Judy Shelton's comments as it relates to the dollar, I can see that trajectory, but I don't see it happening in the, let's call it the immediate future, right? That may happen sometime down the line, right, after certain things have already, because, everything is a process, right? But I don't see that happening right now. I find that the dollar is going to stay around, definitely. We're going to see also the stable coins play more of a role in the economic system as it relates to another investment opportunity for persons. But I think that because of that relationship, do they really need to create another stable coin for the US dollar? This is kind of what I'm thinking right now, because there's quite a few of them, right? There's the USDC and USDT. So there may be some changes that occur with that. So, okay, I remember now. The Clarity Act, right? So you mentioned the Genius Act, Dr. Paul. There's another crypto bill that we need to pay attention to, and that's the Clarity Act. And that's going to basically address some of the classification of the different cryptocurrencies, right? And I think I don't remember the name of the regulatory bodies, whether it's the SEC or FTC, it might be both, but or CFTC, but basically there is some talk about who's going to have jurisdiction over certain securities, and they're trying to classify it so it's completely clear as what is a token versus what is a security, etc., etc. So I think because of even the Clarity Act, Dr. Paul, and the fact that they shot down CBDCs in the United States, I think it's actually a very promising dynamic that's playing out right now. So the dollar is going to stay, crypto is going to stay, these stable coins are going to get regulated in a good way, right? Where we can actually get some legitimacy in the crypto space for these particular tethered digital assets, right? So it's interesting, right? So that's my only caveat, right? Judy Shelton, I agree with the direction and what she's saying, but I don't see the dollar disappearing right now. Not with some of the dynamics that are happening. Maybe we can revisit that conversation in about a year or so. I don't know. We'll see what happens. What the dynamics are like right there. But I agree with your assessment on that, Dr. Paul. Just wanted to add my 2 cents.
thanks, researcher. Yeah, look, in general terms, I think it's the SEC what I heard regulated. But basically, I think the dollar will become digital. All our fiats will become digital, and $1 of token is the same as $1 of paper or $1 in our bank accounts now. So in that sense, it's stable, as it will be stable with whatever our current fiat currency is. And there may be different providers. I don't know if it will matter to us if it's US, which company is providing it. And the US, Trump has said he signed an executive order blocking central bank digital currency. So he doesn't want to put it in the hands of the Federal Reserve. He wants to put it in the hands of other institutions. And at the moment, like I say, Tether and certainly are the model of what I would see in the US. In Australia, other countries, it may well be a central bank digital currency. We're already piloting it in Australia. It's not on general release. They're building the infrastructure, so I think it's pretty clear that that's good. And things like futures will go away, I suspect, because this is a different world. Where your gold can be transferred in tiny fractions, and you get instant settlement. So once everything moves to the blockchain, that will be a distributed ledger technology. They've signaled it enough, so that's why I think it's going. But gold, I've mentioned here free gold, the concept of free gold, which is why I think the dollar's going to stay, and the fiat's going to stay for a while. But the prices in fiat will not remain stable. So if you want to actually preserve your wealth, you'll want it, and you can't be conjured out of thin air by bankers or and even commercial banks. They create our currency whenever they make a loan. It's a debt-based, credit-based system. So people will get religion on gold soon enough, I think.
All right, yeah. Thank you for your share, Dr. Paul. Very insightful commentary. All right, let me check in with the panel, guys, because it's getting a bit late here before we close the panel. Who else would like to grab the mic? It is 1:18 a.m. here in Kingston, Jamaica, 1:19 right now. And thank you, Dr. Paul. Yeah, it certainly was a good report, though, with Dr. Kirk Elliott. So, yeah, and, Judy Shelton's comments, I guess, in her defense, it might be a bit outdated and not, well, no, he did say she did that interview the other day. So, yeah, I guess, we'll see how that plays out. But I don't see the dollar going away for right now. Not with the other things happening. So, all right, I'll drop the mic. The floor is open. Any comments, any perspectives to share? We have the X22 geopolitical report coming up next, followed by the overnight playlist. I'm going to be getting an early night's sleep tonight, guys. So let's check in with the panel. Last call for comments before we close the panel.
Gee, I was just going to say, researcher, you sound like you got a second wind.
It's calling. Yeah, so my energy levels have been good, I must admit. I don't know what I'm doing. Doing something differently, but I don't know what it is. But anyway. But I still do need some sleep, guys. So it's been a long day for me. And I've had 3 awesome rooms here on Clubhouse today. Yeah. We'll be back here tomorrow night in the Truth Seekers Tavern to have our Monday night discussion, and we're going to be talking more about the criminal syndicate, the deep state. Look forward to that, and there may be some recorded rooms next week on Clubhouse. Aside from that, I'll keep you guys up to date. Any final comments, any perspectives to share before we close the panel? We're going to hand it over to producer. We're going to dive into the X22 report, followed by the overnight playlist. Yeah.
It's been an awesome day hanging out with you, researcher. It always is on Sundays. And
you're welcome, Grace. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
And weekdays too.
Thank you, researcher. Good night.
Thank you, Mafedia. Good night to you too, sir. Good night, everyone. And for those of you in other parts of the world, good morning. Thanks for joining us. The show isn't over yet.
Thank you so much, researcher. Good night.
Thanks, researcher. Dr. Paul, I was going to. He brought up the question HSBC, but I was wondering which lineation he was talking. Whose side are they on? Are they on the deep state, or are they running with the narrative? No, I'm all good. Yeah, I was just wondering if they might have been able to comment on whether they were running which side they were talking about.
And I think you can hear some diesel burning in the background. How wonderful. Look, HSBC is a tier 1 global bank. So 2.5 years ago, when they opened up their own gold token, it was a shot across the bow that that's the direction the global banking system is going. I don't know which. It could be used by. It's a tier 1 global bank, so I don't know where that would fit. And just to say that I just sort of was searching Judy Shelton. I got a post from her on @Gold Telegraph on X, and she's just confirmed that she says an efficient, trusted, cross-unit account not issued by a central banking entity like the Federal Reserve backing trust with a potential for abuse control. So, yeah, I can work out, I might just post it on X. The clip of her talking about it, that's backing up what I said in Judy Shelton's piece.
Okay, wow, thank you for sharing that, Dr. Paul. Very interesting. All right, I'm gonna have to see if I can find her account. Which platform was that on? Was that her on X? You found her, Dr. Paul?
Yeah, this is on X, and it was just 3 days ago. She was interviewed on KUWL show, the Cool Show. So this was a post by Rob. Anyway, I've just retweeted it on X if you want to have a look. Sort of 8,000 views. It's a recent quote of her.
To kind of circle back to Ben's question as well. Ben, what side is HSBC on? Is that the question that you had asked? I'm looking here on their wiki.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that was pretty much the basic question of it.
Well, I'm looking here on their Wikipedia page just to kind of get my bearings on what I can surmise about this banking financial shit here. What I'm seeing, my brother, is that this is a deep state bank. 100%. Just by looking on the Wikipedia page, I'm able to determine this. Maybe like, what are you seeing on their Wikipedia page, researcher?
Yeah.
You go take a look, guys. This is some interesting stuff here. All right, let me read a little bit for you. History. Here's how the history of the HSBC starts off on the Wikipedia page. After the British established Hong Kong as a crown colony in the aftermath of the First Opium War. Should I read some more?
Can you repeat that? I was over an X.
On the Wikipedia page of HSBC, in the section that says History, Foundation, it starts off with this sentence. After the British established Hong Kong as a crown colony in the aftermath of the First Opium War, merchants from other parts of the British Empire now in Hong Kong felt the need for a bank to finance the growing trade. Through Hong Kong and sometimes also through Shanghai between China and India, the rest of the British Empire and Europe of goods, produces, and merchandises of all kinds, but especially opium, cultivated in or transited through the Rash. Interesting. The founder, Thomas Sutherland of P&O. Interesting. Sutherland. Interesting. Well, there's another name. All right, I'll drop the mic. But yeah, Ben, this is a deep state bank through and through with roots and going back to the London financial empire. Specifically, it looks like they took advantage of the opioid destabilization, which we know was also created by this same network, this global criminal syndicate. So my answer to that question would be yes, deep state bank. That's it.
I agree, researcher. I agree. Thank you. That sounds spot on.
Yeah, and sometimes, I didn't really know the answer to your question, Ben, when you asked, but I was looking it up just to see what we're dealing with here, right? And guys, this is the type of mentality I'm trying to encourage, right? To cultivate here in the Truth Seekers Tower. You don't know something? Look it up. We can all find the answers to these questions. No. Sometimes it's, do you know where to look, right? So to Ben's questions, like, how do you know if a bank is a deep state bank? Well, you can't just type in HSBC deep state, or question mark and expect AI to give you the answer. That's not how it's going to work. You gotta know your stuff. You gotta know what you're looking for first, to be able to identify whether this is a globalist connected institution or not. So with our background, our prerequisite knowledge, we can connect the dots. I mean, just looking into the history of this bank here, we're seeing some very, very deep connections, right, to the criminal syndicate, specifically, and their influence in China, right? Hong Kong, right? Very interesting. HSBC. Well, yeah, they have headquarters in London. It is one of the largest domestic banks in the world. They are ranked 15 in the, what is it there? Actually, let me go back up. It's the largest Europe-based bank by total assets. Okay? And that was as of September 2024. 7th largest bank in the world by total assets, behind Bank of America. 3rd largest non-state-owned bank in the world. All right? offices, branches, subsidiaries in 57 countries and territories across Africa, Asia, Oceania, Europe, North America, South America, serving 39 million customers. Woo! Just the way the globalists like it, all around the world. All right. So, my last comment would be on this particular bank here is that they're described as a universal bank with transnational operations. Yeah. Or I guess, what is it here? A multinational footprint is what they're saying here. Yeah. It's just kind of crazy, but this is how big HSBC is. I didn't know they were that big.
And they introduced gold-backed tokens, initially for trading across border, but then they made it available to citizens of Hong Kong, and it was very well subscribed because people wanted to save in gold and have it transferable. But that's not what Judy Shelton is talking about, but that's evidence that that's the direction that gold is taking.
Interesting. Well, we're going to keep an eye on the precious metals too. Thank you so much, Dr. Paul. All right, guys, it's the time you've been waiting for. It's now time to start the X22 geopolitical report. Strap yourselves in, grab your coffee, grab your tea. It's Sunday night here in the Truth Seekers Tavern. And let's get this started, shall we? Enjoy. Producer, you're up.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
No one has ever done anything like this.
That's why it's going to work.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, this episode 3891 BN. Today's date is April 26th, 2026. The title of the episode is Deep State Attempts Another Assassination. Trump holds all the cards. Attacks will only intensify. You ever see something and it's solid bill? Even if they're not your stocks, go to the... Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters, you can see someone decided to take a shot at President Trump and his administration. And I do believe as Trump continually exposes the deep state system, the money laundering system, the SPLC, and again, this is just the beginning, and everything else, you could see the deep state players, they're going to become more and more desperate. And yes, their rhetoric is going to increase over time. And you have to remember, the deep state players, and like we've said many, many times before, it is run in different layers. And they always want plausible deniability. So they're not going to call up people and say, hey, go ahead and go assassinate President Trump. That's not how this works. What they do is they get people angry. The fake news joins in, their paid influencers join in, and they keep this up. You can see it on social media. You can see it with the fake news. You can see
Hello.
What's the link? Is there anybody out there?
No, I can't hear anybody.
In the void.
but they never come out and say, you specifically, I want you to take a gun or strap a bomb to yourself, and I want you to assassinate the president. Because again, go ahead and go assassinate SPLC, and again, this is just the beginning, and everything else. You could see the deep state players, they're going to become more and more desperate. And yes, their rhetoric is going to increase over time. And you have to remember, the deep state players, and like we've said many, many times before, it is run in different layers. And they always want plausible deniability. So they're not going to call up people and say, hey, go ahead and go assassinate President Trump. That's not how this works. What they do is they get people angry. The fake news joins in, their paid influencers join in, and they keep this up. You can see it on social media. You can see it with the fake news. You can see it with the Ds. But they never and say, you specifically, I want you to take a gun or strap a bomb to yourself, and I want you to assassinate the president. Because again, that's not how they work. Instead, they keep pushing and pushing and pushing until those people snap. That is what we are seeing. So when you see an individual go after the president, these are the people that have weak minds. They're easy to manipulate. Some of them are on medication. Maybe some of them are on the spectrum. And it's much easier to do. And like we've seen in the past, a lot of this has to do with trans people. So again, you can see how this is being done and how they're pushing this. And they're pushing it very, very hard. Because you have to remember, President Trump holds all the cards. Now, are attacks going to die down? No. They're going to increase over time. Because remember, as Trump and his administration, and remember, this individual just didn't want to go after Trump. He wanted to take down different people in the administration. Because his administration, they're now looking into the criminal syndicate. And as they expose the criminal syndicate, it gets worse and worse for the deep state players. So as Trump and his team go deeper and deeper into the system and expose the system, you can expect that attacks will only intensify. Plus, as Trump gets closer and closer into removing the Federal Reserve System, because remember, that is the source of all their funding, the attacks will only intensify. Remember, we are still at war. This has not ended. And they are fighting back with everything they have. And yes, along the way, what is Trump doing? He's dismantling their system piece by piece, making it very difficult for them to operate their system. Are we finished dismantling everything that they have? Absolutely not. And you can see they're trying to stop this before he does that. And I do believe they'll continue to do this as time goes on. Because think about what Trump has done already. Out in Venezuela, he set that country free. He arrested the criminal the deep state players put into place to control the oil, to control the drugs, to control human trafficking. out in Iran. We have the proxy army out there that is doing the bidding for the deep state, the central bankers. They're pushing back right now because what? They don't want to hand over the nuclear material. Because again, what is the nuclear material? It's the uranium. Uranium can be traced. Who's it going to lead back to? It's going to lead back to Obama. It's going to lead back to Hillary Clinton. Plus, they don't want to give up control because if they give up control, their entire economic system goes down the tubes. Remember, they established this back in the late 60s to 70s, and they took us off the gold standard. And now Trump is removing the system that they set up. He's setting Venezuela free. The oil can hit the market. He's setting the United States free. He's removing the regulations so we can drill for oil. He's removing the sanctions in Russia, and he's setting the Middle East free. So if you have the oil flowing from all these different locations, what do you get? You get very, very cheap oil. Plus, you remove the power from the deep state, the central bankers. Remember, their control is their power. And Trump is removing that control and transferring it to him and the people of this country. This is what it means by taking back this country. And yes, every step of the way, the proxy army out in Iran doesn't want to give in. But in the end, they will because they'll have no choice. You can see every step of the way, as Trump breaks down the deep state system, they're going to become more and more desperate. Why do you think Nancy Pelosi has already started the narrative of Trump switching votes during the election? Now think about it. This individual, Cole Allen, he was involved in the No Kings protests. He was getting very, very angry with Trump. He was believing the narrative that they were pushing. Think about all those people across the country who are brainwashed. And yes, there are militants, which is Antifa, the illegals, and the rest. Once they put out the narrative that Trump cheated in the election and he switched the votes via the machines, and they start calling him a king, what do you think is going to happen? The people are going to be angry. The people are going to be pissed off. Do you think they will attack? Absolutely. Go back to 2020 for a sec. Did they try to attack him in D.C.? Yes. I do believe they were testing at that point. They were testing to see what could they get away with, what can they do in these instances, and they were collecting that data. I'm talking about the deep state players because they knew later on that eventually they would have to go up against President Trump. You see, at this point, we've seen an information war. We're starting to see that it's turning into a physical war. And yes, the deep state players are going to be pushing a physical war. They've already done by basically radicalizing these individuals because, again, some of them are on medication, some are on the spectrum, some of them are deeply brainwashed, and they just believe everything that's coming out of the fake news, everything the D's are saying. And you can see this is one of those individuals. So I do believe as time goes on and as Trump and his team completely and utterly dismantle and expose their system, and then people start to realize what the system actually is, these attacks, I should say, will intensify as time goes on. Now think about it. The FBI, the DOJ, and the rest of the agencies, remember, they were developed to protect the deep state system. When you look at the Secret Service and you look at their structure and you look at them, were they developed to protect the president? Yes, in the very, very beginning. Actually, the Secret Service was actually designed and created to go after those individuals that were counterfeiting the U.S. currency. It wasn't originally designed to protect the president. That came later on, I do believe like in 1901, which we'll be getting to in just a sec in this report. But again, the Secret Service, just like all the other agencies, were they there to protect the outsider presidents? Now think about this for a second. Think about all the presidents where there was an attempted assassination or an assassination. Were these presidents, were they there to take down the deep state players? Were they there to go up against the system? Yes, they were. Why didn't, most of the time, why didn't the Secret Service actually protect the presidents in these incidences? Why were certain assassins able to remove those individuals like Kennedy, Abraham Lincoln, Andrew Jackson? That was an attempt. McKinley, one of the tariff men, he was taken out. Think about this for a second. So again, the agency itself, was it there to protect the old guard? And if there were any outsider going up against the deep state players, there to protect them. So you have to think about their training. I'm not saying people are doing this on purpose, but you have to think about their training and think about how they were trained. Because again, the FBI was not put in a place to go after criminals. I mean, that's clear as day. All you got to do is look at what Cash has been doing. He's been arresting criminals. The FBI before that, were they criminals? No. How about the DOJ? Was it put in a place to prosecute actual criminals? No, it was put in a place to protect the deep state system. So when you look at the Secret Service, you have to ask yourself a very simple question. Was it designed to allow for the assassination of the outsider presidents? Yes, they might get training. Yes, they might feel like, oh, I have the skills that I need. But were they being trained in a certain way where they actually couldn't protect the outsider president? Because remember, those presidents that are part of the system, they have nothing to worry about. It's the outsider presidents that have to worry. And were they being trained in a certain way? And maybe we need to go through the entire Secret Service system and maybe retrain all of them. That's very, very interesting. We're going to be talking a lot more about this a little bit later and what is happening with the shooter. But let's go out to Iran right now, because it looks like the proxy army out in Iran, they really don't want to make a deal. But you can see there's major, major problems within the Iranian country. Because, again, Trump and team, they've removed a lot of the leaders. There's chaos there. And I do believe you have different factions right now. You have one faction where you have like Obama, Hillary Clinton, and the deep state players telling them, stay in control, don't lose control, I don't care what it takes. You have the other factions where it's probably being driven by the people saying, I think this is our chance to remove the old guard. And you're seeing a lot of this happen right now and a lot of confusion that is going on right now. And I think Trump is pretty much waiting it out right now. And yes, he might be speaking to those individuals that are actually trying to take over the country, but I think they're not there yet. And I think Trump is just waiting that out. And he's also starving the deep state players every step of the way. Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said the following: I just canceled the trip of my representatives going to Islamabad, Pakistan to meet with the Iranians. Too much time wasted on traveling, too much work. Besides which, there is tremendous infighting and confusion within their leadership. Nobody knows who's in charge, including them. Also, we have all the cards. They have none. If they want to talk, all they have to do is call President DJT. And you can see every step of the way, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, he's putting a lot of pressure on the IRGC, the deep state players. And basically, they're basically strangling them, if you really think about it. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said, I'm amazed that the IRGC has forced the invention of a completely new type of oil trading in cooking oil. As IRGC leadership tries to funnel more and more money into their offshore accounts, the regime's colossal economic mismanagement of Iran has forced the proud Iranian people to barter to feed their families and to become dependent on their neighbors. Under Trump, the United States is committed to supporting the freedom and dignity of the Iranian people after 47 years of corruption. Absolutely. And I think Trump is waiting, and he says, listen, I have all the time in the world. Our Navy's not removed. Our leadership is not removed. Iran is the country that's in trouble. The deep state proxy army is in trouble. And you can see within the country, you can see there's different factions right now that are now moving towards removing the IRGC. Ida Turan explains, I've been scrolling through the IRGC regime channels and their social media lately, the same ones who brag about hunting down protesters on the Khamenei's jihad orders. Slowly, it's sinking in for them that they got played hard. They're getting extremely paranoid and keep accusing each other of being coup plotters, spies, or traitors. The funniest comment I read, and something I haven't even thought of myself, was this one comment. Those forces they brought in from Iraq and Afghanistan weren't for the protesters. They were for us. Otherwise, why would Israel not hit them during the war when they were right in the line of fire? It was a sharp, spot-on observation, and I think it's true. Over the past decade, the regime brought in millions of Afghans to act as a people's army defending them. The IRGC trained Afghan Shia fighters and sent them to Syria to fight for Assad. Then after Assad fell, they brought many of them back inside Iran to help suppress the protesters. Right after the 12-day war last summer, they suddenly started deporting them en masse. At least 1.5 million kicked out quickly and forcibly accused of spying for Israel. Clearly, they got scared because they know a mercenary army isn't truly loyal to them. Now, since the war started, a fresh wave of Afghan Shia militias has been coming in anyway and didn't get hit by Israel or U.S. The besieged are finally doing the math. Too bad. Get ready for a coup. One led by defectors inside the regime, coordinated with Israel and the U.S. to purge the hardliners and the besieged. It's coming, and it absolutely is. And Trump is just sitting back, and he's just waiting it out. Just waiting for the deep state proxy army to fall. And that's all he has to do, because remember, they cut off all income from them. They control the strait. No oil is being sold. They're in trouble, and they know this. And you can see Trump just has to wait it all out. And soon you're going to see that he's going to get whatever he needs. And when you look at the Strait of Hormuz, you can see Trump's strategy. James Thorne explains. Trump's new great game at sea. Donald Trump's maritime strategy is often caricatured as nostalgia. It is better read as a calculated extension of America First into the oceans. The hierarchy is explicit. China's Malacca dilemma is the main course in the new great game. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz is the opening move that exposes it. Hormuz shuts. Old Iranian tankers are now shuttled to Karg Island to buy time as storage tanks reach capacity, and markets are reminded how a few miles of water can reorder prices and politics. Yet Iran is not the prize. The strategic focus is China's dependence on a long, fragile route that runs from Hormuz across the Indian Ocean and through the Strait of Malacca into Chinese ports. The Malacca dilemma as Beijing's economic jugular. Winston Churchill understood that sea lanes and insurance markets are two sides of the same coin. In the easy years of Pax Americana, the City of London prospered by assuming that U.S. sea power was permanent, neutral backdrop, free to price maritime risk while the U.S. Navy guaranteed open arteries. In the emerging order, that role shrinks. The square mile shifts from rulemaker to price taker on decisions made in Washington. Trump's maritime action plan of rebuilding shipyards and the merchant marine, ordering new capital ships and expanding the fleet is not a spasm, but a coherent strategy to ensure that in any prolonged crisis, Washington, rather than Beijing, ultimately controls the Hormuz-Malacca valve. For Europe and the UK, the uncomfortable implication is that the green industrial strategies and political distance from Washington rest on an assumption that may no longer hold, that America will underwrite global sea lanes as a free good, whatever the new great game demands. And you can see Trump is now taking complete and utter control of everything that they put into place. And now they're being left out in the cold. And you can see all of this is, number one, yes, to remove the central bank's grip. He's decentralizing the oil system that they created, where they had it centralized, where they can control the price via fear. Now he's decentralizing all of this. Plus, all the cheap oil that was going to China for cheap manufacturing, well, now they're going to have to pay the same price as everyone else. So now he's kind of boxed them in. Plus, he can also then use Iran to hand over the nuclear dust, which is the uranium that Obama and Hillary Clinton actually sold to Russia, and that was then put into Iran and North Korea. He could use that against them. So all of this has multiple agendas attached to this. And remember, he's going to be visiting Xi Jinping very, very soon. I think it's in May. And you can see what he's doing right now. He's squeezing China, because you have to remember, the deep state players, the central bankers, everything was being created to shift everything into China. This is why Europe gave up their energy infrastructure. This is why Australia, New Zealand gave up their energy infrastructure. This is why Biden/Obama was pushing the United States to give up the energy infrastructure, because everything was supposed to be moving to China. Manufacturing, the financial industry, you name it. And they were trying to basically shut down Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and the United States. Canada, yes, Canada too. And they were going to make these countries third world nations. Why, China controlled pretty much everything. Now, Trump is reversing all of this. Zeneb Rabua put this out and said, Trump is squeezing Xi Jinping. This is a major development. Every president said no to this because they were afraid that Beijing would retaliate. It means Washington holds all the cards right now. And that's absolutely true. So Trump now is reordering everything the deep state players have put into place. And now they're losing control. And as soon as Iran breaks and Trump gains control of this entire region, he'll have all the leverage against the deep state players, against China. And they will be bowing to him. And think about how this is all playing out. And he's not even finished. Because think about it, he's going to be setting Cuba free. And then the last, I do believe, is going to be Ukraine. And as he dismantles the deep state system across the globe, the deep state system gets what? Weaker and weaker and weaker. As he dismantles the central bank system across the globe, they get weaker and weaker and weaker. Who gets stronger? Trump does. That's what this is all about. Because remember, the entire system in this country and across the world is being exposed. And if you think like the SPLC is the only organization that was pushing hate across the country, well, it's not the only one. There are thousands of them that were in line with all of this. Remember, the deep state players, they set up a system with backup systems. Remember, it's done in many, many layers to make sure that they are always protected, to make sure that they always can push out their agenda. And Trump now is shutting it all down step by step. And this is why they want Trump and his administration removed. This is why they tried to stop Trump every step of the way. And they're still doing it. Remember, the only course of action they have right now is with the judiciary to delay. The other to get those brainwashed people, those people that are on medication, those people that are on the spectrum, to get them to go out because they're full of anger to do their dirty work. And they're depending on these people to do this. And this way they can say, we have no knowledge of these people. We have no idea that these people are doing this. Remember, it's plausible deniability. They're never going to say, hey, we're the ones who are involved. Here's the paper trail. That's not going to happen. So, yes, they're going to use violent rhetoric. They're going to keep repeating it over and over. The fake news is going to keep repeating it over and over. The protests, they're going to keep calling Trump Nazi. They're going to keep putting out the idea that we should 86-47. That's why Comey put this out there. They were sending signals to all the organizations. It's time. Keep repeating it. Keep repeating it. Let people get angry. Let some of them go after Trump. And we've seen these people actually do this. Let's go back a little bit in time. Go back to, and one bad dude put this out, go back to Nancy Pelosi. Go back to all the people from the very, very beginning. They haven't stopped. Take a listen.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
People need to start taking to the streets. This is a dictator.
You know, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
Enemies of the state.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
Do something about your dad's immigration practices, you feckless.
When they go low, we kick.
How do you resist the temptation to run up and wring her neck?
The biggest terror threat in this country is white men, most of them radicalized, running up to the right.
I thought you should have punched him in the face. I said, even if you lost, he insulted your wife.
Yes.
He's on the escalator and called Mexicans rapists and murderers. He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should have punched him in the face and then gotten out of the race. You would have been a hero.
I'd like to punch you in the face. I said, if we were in high school, I'd take you behind the gym and beat the hell out of him. Punch some people in the face.
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump, and that's a fact.
Look, as his character is stabbed to death.
Where is John Wilkes Booth when you need him?
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
A Missouri state senator is under investigation by the Secret Service after...
Then, fast forward past that to Comey saying 86-47. Remember, he found the shells in the sand? It was just a coincidence. Well, it wasn't, because they're increasing the rhetoric. They're building it so the brainwashed people, the people on medication, the people that are on the spectrum, snap. That's what they're hoping for. And when you look at the No Kings protests, when you look at all these people protesting around the country, and they hold up signs saying 86-47, kill President Trump, they have no problem with it whatsoever. And then you have Hassan Piker. Will Chamberlain put this out and said, reminder that Hassan Piker publicly advocated for President Trump's assassination. Perhaps one of the lunatic followers decided to give it a shot. Savannah Hernandez replied to this and said, never forget how immediately after Charlie Kirk's assassination, Destiny stated that we need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events. The left consistently calls for us to be killed, hurt, and then cheer when we're killed. Wake up to where we're at. Absolutely. And think about it, just outside of the Correspondents' Dinner in D.C., what do we have? Well, Katie Pavlich put this out. They're holding up signs that says, death to tyrants. Death to all of them. Think about what they're saying right now. Think about what they're pushing. Absolutely unbelievable. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that people are looking at this saying, oh, this is a psyop, it's a false flag. No, I think what this is that, yes, the deep state players, they're putting out the messages and they're hoping that some of these people go along with it. Now, are they getting some assistance? Maybe, maybe not. I do believe some of them are in the background. Does this mean the FBI is doing it? No. The FBI has completely changed. It means the deep state operatives might be assisting them. Some of them might be working on their own. It all depends. But what's very interesting is that CNN on April 23rd of this year decided to put out an article saying, how would an assassination attempt be staged? Now, the whole article goes into the conspiracy that these assassination attempts are being staged. They're being, these people are being helped. Now, I do that, yes, some of them are. But I also believe that the deep state players, they are pushing their agenda very, very hard. And when you look around, and we just mentioned a couple, like 86-47, yes, Comey has sent a signal out. Yes, with the No Kings protests, they're getting people very, very angry. With Nancy Pelosi mentioning the elections and how Trump is going to manipulate the elections via the machines, they're actually driving the people to do all of this. You ever seen something and instantly know it's going to turn heads? That's exactly what happened when I saw the Trump Never Surrender gold sneakers. These aren't subtle, and they're not supposed to be. Gold finish, red, white, blue details, Never Surrender right on the shoe. You put these on, people notice, period. What surprised me most, they're actually comfortable. Solid build, lightweight, and wearable. Not just something you buy and leave in the box. These are made to be worn, not hidden. And the message hits, Never Surrender, isn't just branding, it's an attitude. Whether you're out running errands or showing up somewhere you want to make a statement, these do exactly that without saying a word. Even if they're not your style, I bet there's someone in your life that would support these in a minute, and they make a great gift. If you got a Trump supporter, a collector, or someone with an unapologetic style, this is a win. They're unique, they're different, and they're bold. If you want to grab a pair, our amazing audience will get a 30% discount while inventories last. Go to themagaoffers.com/X22. That's themagaoffers.com/X22. Don't wait on this. Inventory is moving fast, and once these sell out, that's it. Grab your pair, make the statement, and wear something that actually stands for something, or just click the link in the description. And when anyone looks into it, they really don't want it coming back to them in any way, shape, or form. And they want the brainwashed lunatics to take out the political opponent without people looking into saying, hey, they did this because of what you were doing and what you were saying. Now, there might be others that, are helped along in doing all of this, but you could see what's happening. I mean, look at the poll right now that Kennicott the Great put out. A September 2025 YouGov poll found that 26% of liberals under 45 say political violence is acceptable. 7% of conservatives under 45 said the same thing. The U.S. has a growing problem with violent left-wing extremism that corporate media largely ignores. Recent examples include the assassination attempts on Donald Trump, attacks on Tesla facilities, and the murder of Charlie Kirk. It needs to stop, but it's only getting worse. So think about it. The deep state players, they keep pushing this, and the left gets more and more violent. Now, are there organizations that assist in this? Yes. Antifa assists in this. The illegals assist in this. Those people that are pushing the No Kings rallies and other protests, they're assisting in all this because they want their base to become very, very angry. They want certain individuals to take the next step. And you can see that some of these people, they do it. They basically go after those individuals that are either on some type of medication because they have mental problems. Maybe they're on the spectrum. But they get to these people in a certain way to push them down a certain path. And I do believe that's what we're seeing right now. Now, could this person have assistance from someone? Maybe, maybe not. But you can see that the security within the White House Correspondents' Dinner was actually not that great. Tony Saruga put this out and said, Copink was allowed to breach the ballroom before the bullets flew. The Hinckley-Hilton 2026 edition, when ideological allies get a pass and real threats get in. Before the gunman, armed with a shotgun, handgun, and knives, charged the Secret Service checkpoint in the Washington Hilton lobby last night, sending President Trump and senior officials into evacuation, Code Pink had already infiltrated the White House Correspondents' Dinner ballroom itself. Medea Benjamin, her pink-clad cadre, weren't stopped at the red carpet or the metal detectors. They protested inside, live, decrying war crimes, while the press corps dined with the very administration they claimed to scrutinize. Not the first time. These same activists have crashed Trump events before, from cabinet dinners to this year's War Crimes Correspondent Dinner rebrand. History repeats at the very hotel where John Hinckley tried to assassinate Reagan in 1981, except this time the radicals were inside first. This isn't mere protest theater. Copick's funding trails lead to Neville Roy Singham, the billionaire, bankrolling far-left networks with not just documented ties to CCP-aligned causes, but he gets his marching orders from Xi Jinping himself and adversarial narratives on Iran, Palestine, and U.S. foreign policy. They've disrupted military events, cheered selective peace, and now waltz into the most high-profile presidential gathering of the year. Meanwhile, a lone gunman, Cole Thomas Allen, 31 from California, nearly reached the ballroom. One officer took a round to the vest. Chaos in the halls. And you can see, again, look at the security. Look what they've done here. Look at the training. Does it make sense? Actually, Trump put out a very, very interesting video showing the Secret Service standing around because everyone was in the ballroom already. And you had the metal detectors. You had the place where you put your belongings on the belt. Now, upstanding citizens, they will follow the rules. They will go through the metal detectors. They will show all the objects that they have. Criminals don't work that way. Criminals will sneak in. Criminals will run through. Criminals do this because they're criminals. So the metal detectors, the X-ray belt system, that is made for everyday upstanding citizens. Those aren't the people you have to worry about. It's the people that go around all of this. And you could see it as clear as day. Why was the Secret Service on the sidelines, talking to each other, looking at their phones? They should have been standing in front of the metal detectors, standing in front of the X-ray machines. And they should have been on the ready. Nobody passes. You stop, we look at you. Now, put all your objects on the belt. They should always be in ready position. But this video shows they were not. And they were caught by surprise. Why were they caught by surprise? Because they were standing on the sidelines. And this brings me back to my initial question. Going back in time, was the Secret Service trained in a way that they weren't actually protecting the outsider president. Think about it for a second. So this is very, very interesting. Even Kerry Lake says President Trump was going to deliver an incredible, humorous speech tonight, and I'm sure it was going to be a huge victory. Unfortunately, that was not how the night played out. A deranged lunatic showed up with a gun. I was there. Security was terrible at the event. It was the easiest event I have ever gained access to that the president was at. It was so bad, we talked about it at our table before the shots rang out. Remember, 90% of the people in the room were part of the fake news who spread abject and despicable lies of President Trump. They have sowed so much division in our country. I am so grateful to God that President Trump is safe tonight. I am so grateful that nobody in the room was killed. My kids, who knew I was in the room tonight, were frantically calling me, and I could not reach them until much later to tell them I was okay. Mainstream media must take responsibility for the discord they have sown across this great country. So think about this for a second. The security was absolutely terrible. And again, many people have said this, that Secret Service is really not up to the task. So think about it. The agency is pretty big. Does this have to be restructured, just like the FBI? Remember, the FBI was designed to protect the deep state system. Does it have to be restructured like the DOJ? The DOJ was not prosecuting the actual criminals. So now we're at the Secret Service point. Yes, I know Trump brought in Sean to restructure it, but I think this has to be accelerated right now. And no Secret Service person should be on the sidelines, even when everyone is in the room, because this is when the actual danger happens. When you look at Mar-a-Lago, the person that came with the gas can and the gun didn't enter Mar-a-Lago during the day when everyone was going through the metal detectors. The person came in at 1, 2 o'clock, realizing security was going to be a lot lighter at that point. Yes, the Secret Service, they did their job. They stopped the intruder. But again, they wait for those moments. This individual waited for everyone to go in. This person waited for everyone to become relaxed and then ran through it. And if you noticed what happened when you watched the video, everyone was caught by surprise. So the shooter knew exactly what he was going to do. He knew exactly how he was going to do this. He knew exactly where to run. Because again, he knew exactly what his plan was. He planned this from the very, very beginning. Trump, he put out a photo of the individual. He's laying on the floor. He's alive. And he was handcuffed. It looks like his shirt is off, and maybe they were looking for other objects or bombs or things like that. Paul Sperry put this out and said, shooting suspect Cole Thomas Allen was a guest of the Washington Hilton and assembled his weapon on site and was not struck by Secret Service gunfire, even though he shot a Secret Service agent, which is very, very interesting. So who is this individual? Well, it looks like he was an engineer, a game developer, a scientist, a teacher. He worked at Caltech. He was the teacher. He has pronouns in his bio on X, he, him. So that is very, very interesting. He was also a Kamala Harris supporter. He donated $25 to Act Blue. So he's definitely a Democrat. So what stations has he been listening to? Most likely CNN, MSNBC. He's listening to the influencers that are going up against Trump. He's taking that side. He's talking to other people that are pushing violence on social media. Andrew Kitover put this out and said, Cole Allen, the gunman from last night's White House correspondent dinner, maintained an active online presence, especially on the left-wing social media platform Blue Sky, where he went by the handle Cold Force with multiple references, violence, and guns. In one post, he calls President Trump the Antichrist. In another, he recommends buying guns in reaction to Trump's DOJ exploring ways to ban firearms purchases from transgenders. In one post, he calls Trump a sociopathic mob boss, and another referred to him as a traitor with known connections to Putin, repeating a favorite left-wing Russian hoax talking point. He also attacks J.D. Vance for advocating an end to America's funding the war in Ukraine and for his criticism of the Pope. He seems pretty fixated on Ukraine more generally. He also frequently interacts with Will Stansel's Blue Sky account, among others. This is very, very interesting. So basically, he was taking in the narrative that the deep state players were putting out there. And he was getting angrier and angrier as time went on. Jackie Henrik put this out and said, New info on the HCD shooter suspect, Cole Allen, from the White House. Talking with the President Trump about all of this in 30 minutes. The suspect written manifesto clearly stated he wanted to target administration officials. He also had a ton of anti-Trump and anti-Christian rhetoric on his social media accounts. Allen's brother had notified New London PD of Allen's alleged manifesto he had sent to his family members prior to the incident. Secret Service and Montgomery County Police interviewed Avriana Allen, Allen's sister, at their residence in Rockville, Maryland. The following highlights from the interview. Allen said her brother had a tendency to make radical statements, and his rhetoric constantly referenced a plan to do something to fix the issues with today's world. Confirmed Allen purchased 2 handguns and a shotgun from Cap Tactical Firearms and kept them stored at their parents' home, and that their parents were unaware that Allen was keeping the firearms in the home. Allen would regularly go to the shooting range to train with his firearms. Allen was part of a group called the Wide Awakes. Allen attended No Kings protests in California at some point. So think about this for a second. And think about what we talked about a little while ago. That Antifa and many of these individuals, they've been training with their weapons. Now think about, as we approach the midterms, what Nancy Pelosi said, that Trump is going to manipulate the elections via the machines. Now, think about the No Kings protests. Think about what the deep state players are planning for. I think it's becoming clearer and clearer that they're planning for riots, and yes, they're going to want to push a civil war. And I do believe on top of that, they'll probably use some type of cyber attack to actually shut power. Because again, when you have fear driving something and there's an invisible attack, remember the virus was invisible, people are afraid. When you hear gunfire, when you hear these people on the streets, you're afraid. And you can see that they are going to try to push some type of civil war. Now, is this going to work? Absolutely not. Does Trump and the Patriots know the playbook? Absolutely. They know that this is coming. So let's unpack what's going on here. And Eric Schwalm put this out. He left California and was in D.C. at the hotel where the White House correspondent dinner was being held. So he took an Amtrak train. He didn't fly. He took an Amtrak train from LA to Chicago to DC. He packed his weapons in his suitcase, according to the law, and it was stored in baggage. Number 2, imagine the intent he had to have in order to travel that distance, all the while thinking about what he was going to do. He either moved several weapons or procured them in and around DC and figured out a way to get them in proximity. No, he brought them with him. Very simple. He brought them with him, put them into baggage. You can do this with your weapons. You can fly with your weapons. You can bring them on trains as long as you follow the rules and the law. That's what he did. So he brought them to DC. He took the time to load the weapons onto his body, and nobody noticed. Well, he assembled the weapons in the hotel. He was a guest of the hotel. So he walked into the hotel with the weapons because they were in his luggage, and he was able to keep them there. Not hard to do. Now, again, if the White House correspondent dinner was going to be held at the hotel, I do believe, since the president was going to be there should have been metal detectors, there should have been security, and everyone should have been checked coming into the hotel, right? Because how do you know what people are bringing in there? Maybe they had a bomb in their suitcase, and maybe they were going to blow up the entire building with the president in there. I mean, just think about this for a second. Number 5, now here's the kicker. In his hidden location, he was somehow aware the president was in the room and was seated. How, when was he aware of this part? Well, this was televised. This was televised to the entire country. He could be watching the broadcast. Okay, I see Trump. He's there. The administration's there. Everyone's sitting down. Now is the time. Number 6, if he wasn't a guest at the WHCD and he couldn't see the president from where he was, how did he know? Again, the television. Number 7, it's not like he could go look into the room. He didn't have to. So basically, he already cased the joint. He was the guest there. He knew how to get into that area. He knew what direction to run. Very simple. And he knew when he looked at the Secret Service, oh, look, they're on the sidelines. Everyone's in there. I'm watching the broadcast. I see President Trump there. I see Melania sitting there. I see the Secret Service, they're a little bit more relaxed because everyone's inside now. We've done our job. We scanned everyone. Everyone's clean. So we don't have to do that much more. So we can go on our phones. We can sit on the side and we don't have to pay attention anymore. This was his chance. He ran in there at full speed, ran right past them. They were caught by surprise. They didn't know what the hell was going on. Yes, they drew their weapons, but if you notice, they were hesitant to run. And then all of a sudden, they started to run. So this individual was able to do this with no problem whatsoever. Now, if they were standing in front of the metal detectors, in front of all this, 4 of them, 3 of them, standing there, ready, stopping anyone. No, it's already started. You cannot enter. It would have been a very different outcome. So this goes back to the training once again. Now, the other thing that's really, really weird is that this account, Henry Martinez, it was created back in 2023. There's only one post on it. And check with AI. Grok said there is no manipulation whatsoever. It has the name Cole Allen. That's it. December 21st, 2023, Cole Allen. Now, on top of this account, the header is a very interesting piece of art. It's Distinct Mind. It was created going all the way back to, I think, 2021, which is very, very interesting. Now, certain individuals took this and said, wait a minute, look at that. Look at the art very carefully. Is that Trump holding up his fist? Is this when he got shot in Butler? MJ Truth Ultra says, the events last night just got even weirder. That Pepe account that posted the shooter's name a few years ago, his header background, I found the source of that image. Besides being later linked to a Time Machine website, the image looks like a superimposed image of President Trump at the Butler assassination attempt. Do you see it? This is the wild part. That original image even predates the Butler assassination attempt. So this image was created on October 28, 2021. The Butler assassination attempt occurred on July 13, 2024. So what's very interesting is that when you look at it, it really looks like it's Trump. And when you take the image and you remove the painting, the outline is very, very precise. The other thing that's very interesting is that one of the individuals, the woman, looks like she's still on duty, and it looks like she was also the woman at Butler. Maybe that's not true, but she looks very, very similar. So that is very, very interesting. So is this a coincidence? Maybe, maybe not, but it's kind of strange, don't you think? Now, again, they have this guy in custody. We have Jeanine Pirro. She announced that there's going to be charges. 2 counts of using a firearm during a crime of violence, assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon, and there's going to be many, many other charges. And once again, this individual had a manifesto. Open source intel put this out and said, the manifesto said he wanted to target administration officials. Investigators also found extensive anti-Trump and anti-Christian rhetoric across his social media accounts. And this is very, very interesting that once again, we have an individual with a manifesto. So here's some key excerpts from the manifesto. Targets, prioritize Trump administration officials. Highest to lowest ranking, excluding FBI Director Kash Patel. Secret Service only if necessary. Avoided hotel staff, guests, and most law enforcement unless they interfered. Justification, frame the attack as a moral Christian duty against alleged administration crimes, rape, murder, detention camps. Address objections like turn the other cheek by saying it doesn't apply to complicity in others' oppression. Apologies. Express regret to family, student, colleagues, and bystanders for betraying trust and endangering them. Closing rant, criticized insane security lapses at the event and ended with stay in school, kids. So that is very, very interesting. So he was a guest. He traveled by train. He brought his weapons. He hid them from his parents. He listened to the fake news. He talked about violence. And look what happened here. Now, once again, we need to start to look at the Secret Service. We need to look at security. And once again, I think this has to be ramped up because, again, the attacks are only going to intensify as time goes on. Because as Trump continually breaks down the entire deep state system, they're going to become more and more panicked because, again, they lose leverage when they're exposed. When everything's made transparent and the truth is shown, they lose control. But let's go back a little bit in time. Let's go back to the Secret Service and how this all began. So it was established as a division within the Department of Treasury, with William P. Wood sworn in as its first chief. Its sole initial mission was to suppress counterfeiting of U.S. currency after the Civil War. Counterfeiting was rampant. Nearly 1/3 of all currency in circulation was fake, which threatened the stability of the young nation's financial system. Of course, after the Civil War, we had a lot of, the South and the North, they're creating currency. I do believe the central bank was also involved in this because, again, Abraham Lincoln didn't want to borrow the currency from the central bank system and created the greenback. And you can see at this point in time, what were they trying to do? They were trying to infiltrate the system once again. So Abraham Lincoln signed legislation authorizing the Secret Service on April 14, 1865. The same day he was assassinated, but officially began operation under the Treasury Secretary Hugh McCulloch a few months later. So basically it was created, the Secret Service was created to control the counterfeiting. And once again, this had nothing to do with protecting the President of the United States at that time. But in 1901, after the assassination of President William McKinley, that's interesting. William McKinley, he was all for tariffs. 1901 was right before 1913. They removed William McKinley. And then all of a sudden, the Secret Service was brought in to protect the presidents, to make them feel like they're secure. That's interesting. Why did they want to remove McKinley? Because they wanted to set up a central bank system. What did McKinley do? He had a tariff system. There was no central bank system. The country was very, very wealthy. I think Trump mentioned this many, many times before. So that is very, very interesting. So think about what they did here. And remember, the Washington Hilton is the site of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And this is the same hotel where Reagan was shot in 1981. So let's go back a little bit in time. Abraham Lincoln pretty much went against the central bank system. Then you have Andrew Jackson, got rid of the central bank system, the second one. Then you had McKinley, who there was no central bank system, but he was using tariffs and the country was very, very wealthy. They removed him, and all of a sudden the tariff system, slowly but surely, was being removed as the central bank was pushing to come in. Then if you fast forward to Kennedy, you can see he was going up against the deep state players, going up against the central bank system. Reagan, the same thing. Now, here we are with President Trump. So when you start to look at this, you start to see some type of pattern that's going on right now. And as Trump continually goes after the central bank system, because you have to remember, the central bank system, this is where they get their funding. Without the central bank system, this system that you see out there today, it doesn't work because you need the money to fund it. Now, think about this. Since this happened, we can see there are many people out there trying to convince everyone that Trump did this. This is his psyop. He set it all up. Now, I don't believe that whatsoever. Again, Trump is not going to stoop to the level of the deep state players. And people are saying, well, he's doing this because he wants the ballroom to be built, so he needed an event to push this. No, he didn't need an event. The ballroom's already being built. And every step of the way, no matter how much the deep state players try to stop him, he's going to win. He doesn't need the event. Can he use the event to push the ballroom? Yeah, he can convince the people that's why we need it. Matt Walsh put this out and said, just to be clear, the theory that leftists are running with is that the Trump administration somehow convinced a registered Democrat to volunteer to go to prison for the rest of his life so that they could use him as a patsy for a third-stage assassination attempt, one that they apparently believe was concocted mostly to justify building a White House ballroom that's already being built anyway. That's their theory of the case here. And it's absolutely ridiculous because Trump, he already got approval to build it. Yeah, the fake judge, the fake news, the activist judges, the corrupt judges, yeah, they're going to try to delay it. But again, they're going to fail every step of the way because they don't have the rule of law on their side. But is Trump going to use this to say, listen, this is why we should never have this in these hotels. This is why we need a bulletproof area. This is why we need a bomb-proof area. This is why we need security set up all the time in the location where we don't have to come in and set it up. He put this out and said, what happened last night is exactly the reason that our great military, Secret Service, law enforcement, and for different reasons, every president for the last 150 years have been demanding that a large, safe, and secure ballroom be built on the grounds of the White House. This event would have never happened with the military top secret ballroom currently under construction at the White House. It cannot be built fast enough. While beautiful, it has every highest level security feature there is, plus there are no rooms sitting on top for unsecured people to pour in, and is inside the gates of the most secure building in the world, the White House. The ridiculous ballroom lawsuit brought by a woman walking her dog, who has absolutely no standing to bring such a suit, must be dropped immediately. Nothing should be allowed to interfere with this construction, which is on budget and substantially ahead of schedule. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President DJT. And he's absolutely right. Again, they don't want these things because it makes it a lot easier for what? For the deep state players to go after the presidents they don't want, the outsiders. And I think this is becoming apparently clear. Elon Musk says, if they're willing to die to assassinate, imagine what they will do if they gain political power. Absolutely. Now, once again, the D's and the fake news and everyone else, they're all trying to just defend themselves. Oh, no, we need safety. Oh, no, we need to protect. But again, they're saying one thing while their actions are doing another. And you can see they're going to be pushing and pushing and pushing. And they're going to continually push against Trump. And yes, the fake news, the D's, certain influencers, they're all going to be pushing violence against Trump. Because the name of the game is what? To take back control. Trump is trying to take back control of this country, and they're trying to take back control from Trump. So you can see there's a definite war going on. Now, Trump said something that was very, very interesting. He says that he has studied assassinations, and the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. So Trump is saying, historically, those presidents that go up against the deep state players, those presidents that push against everything that they have in place, they're the ones that are being assassinated, or there's attempt assassination on them. Now, why is he saying that? Because he's letting everyone know that he's the outsider and the deep state players are coming for him. Because what is he doing? He's reversing everything that they did. He's exposing their entire system. He's dismantling their entire system. And they are trying to stop him every step of the way. That is what he's saying. Now, so if you go back a little bit in time, what do you see? You see Kennedy trying to shut down the deep state system. You see Reagan trying to shut down the deep state system. Now we have Trump trying to shut down the deep state system. And Trump is succeeding. And this is why they keep making hit after hit after hit. This is why they tried everything to get rid of him. So we can see at this point in time, the deep state players are going to become more and more desperate as time goes on. And when you look at the SPLC and USAID, this is all part of their system. And who runs all of these different organizations? Well, if you go back a little bit in time, it was the CIA. Think about it. But now Trump has control over these agencies. He's taking the control away from them. He's taking USAID away from them. He's taking the SPLC away from them. Last refuge put this out and said, this is the point everyone misses when they discuss USAID. It is factually accurate that USAID is the CIA influence operation. So if SPLC was being funded by USAID, then who was ultimately funding the SPLC operation? All roads lead to Langley. Yes, it was all these individuals, and Trump is completely and utterly shutting it down. But listen to what Trump says about the Southern Poverty Law Center. He says it's one of the greatest political scams in American history, has been charged with fraud. This is another Democrat hoax, along with Act Blue and many others. If it is true, the 2020 presidential election should be permanently wiped from the books and be of no further force or effect. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So basically, what happened in 2020 should be removed because the SPLC, USAID, and the rest, were involved in rigging that election, which means Biden was never president. Now, think about it. Like we said from the very, very beginning, the deep state system is much deeper and wider than anyone can imagine. And they built their system up in layers. So think about this for a second. Just because you see USAID being dismantled and as PLC being dismantled and brought up on charges, do you think that's it? Well, it isn't. C3 put this out and said, the SPLC is only one of 16,551 civil rights, social actions, and advocacy nonprofits, NGOs in America. Think about what they did. They built all these systems to do what? To protect their system. So they built layers of protection, and they used the protection to divide the people, to send them in the wrong direction. So you never know where the enemy is. This is why Trump at this point in time is exposing their system, dismantling their system, because if you're going to go after the king, what do? You got to remove all the pawns. You got to remove the pieces on the board, the pieces that are protecting the king. Who's the king right now? I think it's going to be Obama. All roads lead to Obama. Is this going to lead to other people above him? Absolutely. But you can see at this point in time, he's dismantling it, so there is no problem once we go after these individuals. Because, again, if you remove all the pieces, what are you going to use? There's no false flags. There's no ammunition. There's nothing. They got nothing. And think about this. Since it came out that the SPLC was indicted, isn't it weird that Candace Owens fled the country? Nick Fuentes fled the country? Ian Carroll claims he's scared and a victim? Sneeko has paused his streams? What's going on here? Joe Lane says, what are the odds that the SPLC was paying these podcasters to sow division? That's interesting. He's pointing to dropped 4943, October 30th. Fact checkers created an effort to reinforce propaganda digestion. The battle to prevent truth from reaching the people. The battle to maintain and push division. Divided you're weak. Divided you fight each other. Divided you pose no threat. System of control. Information warfare. Groups like the SPLC exist for two reasons. To foment hate and division. And also to raise money off that same hate and division. So do these podcasters. Same playbook. Information warfare. And this is what Trump has been doing. They've been following the money every step of the way. And you can see the deep state players, they are in trouble. But Trump, he put this out about Candace Owens. He says, Candace Owens' stock, which was never very high, has fallen a long way. Her attack on the First Lady of France is despicable. I believe, in this case, without verification, she is an extremely low IQ individual. Very, very interesting. So look at all the organizations, look at the podcasters, look what they've been doing. And now they're fleeing. I don't know why they're going to different locations, why they stopped. But again, it's very, very odd. And you're going to see other organizations that have been pushing the same exact thing. And very interestingly, Stephen Miller put this out and said, speaking as a Jew, ADL is not a Jewish organization. It is an ultra-left activist org that pushes radical transgenderism, border erasure, police dismantlement, and the abolition of free speech, deploying rank, slander, bullying, and character assassination to achieve its aims. Elon Musk says exactly. So when you look at all these different organizations, everything that they set up, I think it's becoming very, very clear that the deep state system set all of this up to protect their system, to keep everyone divided, to make everyone believe there was hate everywhere. And think about it. These organizations became much, much larger when Obama came into office. Basically, he set up everything to begin dividing the country on a scale that we have never seen before. Think about that for a second. And think about how Trump now is setting it up so he can go after all the deep state players. Think about what's happening out in Iran. Think about how he's removing the protection of the deep state players by removing their system. This is all to get to Hillary, all to get to Obama. So this way, all the pieces are gone. They have no protection whatsoever. And once we have all the leverage, actually, when Trump has all the leverage, the House and Senate We replaced the judges in the judiciary. Iran's gone. Venezuela's gone. All the organizations, all the NGOs stripped down. They got nothing. The money shut off. At that point, Trump has all the leverage to go after these people. Trump, he put this out. He's pointing to Juliet Schwartz, and it says the skiff. Hillary Clinton funded, approved, and created the Steele dossier. Barack Obama called the shots, and Brennan's CIA did the dirty work. The evidence is clear. Treason was committed, and now they must pay, or they will do it again. Americans demand it. Trump is continually putting this out, letting everyone know this is our direction. And remember, we need to dismantle the system first so they can't do us harm. They can't confuse the narrative. And we must remove the activist, corrupt judges out of the judiciary. Everything must be set up so Trump has the leverage. Now, a lot of people are making a really big deal that the D.C. subpoenas for Brennan grand jury testimony are withdrawn, and they were replaced by requests for voluntary interviews. So people are like, oh, see, nothing's going to happen. No, that is not the case whatsoever. The issue around the CIA targeting President Trump are extensive, attached to numerous individuals and entities, and generally complex. Normally, in an investigation of this scope, it would begin with questions to the outer perimeter individuals who are carrying out the instructions of those above them. It is from those types of lower-level interviews that material is gathered for use in examining the truthfulness of those who organized and directed the operations. In the example of John Brennan's false statement to Congress surrounding the ICA, the Intelligence Community Assessment, or the inclusion of the Steele dossier in the analytical material, there are key people within the Directorate of Analysis, National Security Agency, and National Intelligence Council who can give firsthand statements about Brennan's instructions. Those types of interviews are just as important as questioning John Brennan himself. And for obvious reasons, those interviews should come first. Absolutely. So this is exactly what they're doing to go after the deep state players. And it looks like now they're using the interviews to build the case. And yes, we only have one chance to do this right, and it must be done correctly, because it must hold weight, it must follow the rule of law, and it must be airtight. Now, the other thing that's really interesting is that the DOJ, they have reinstated the firing squad as official federal execution methods. So that's very, very interesting, because if you go back a little bit in time, if you go back to Biden-Garland, they actually went ahead and they removed this and said there will no longer be federal executions. So the department has rescinded the Biden-Garland moratorium on federal execution and has authorized seeking death sentences against 44 defendants. So now the firing squads are back. And his administration, are they getting prepared for when we have trials? I do believe so. Now, think about what else Trump is doing right now in D.C. And I think he's making it a point to let everyone know that Obama and the deep state players, they were there to destroy this country, destroy everything about it. When you look at D.C., for example, you could see they just let it go. They didn't care. And if you look at the reflecting pool, you can see it was a complete and utter disaster. Fountains didn't work in D.C. The White House is a disaster because, again, they were in the process of destroying the country. Trump is in the process of taking the power back and restoring the country. And he put out a very interesting post. It's on Truth, and it says, Hussein Obama. It shows the reflecting pool. It's dirty, disgusting. He did nothing about it. Why? Because he didn't care. He was destroying the country. Trump shows the new reflecting pool. It's all cleaned up, and it looks absolutely amazing. And he writes, coming soon. So Trump, he put this out and said, this is the reflecting pool at the Lincoln Memorial, 2,500 feet, the length of the tallest building in the world, starting the final phase of renovation that was supposed to cost $301 million and take 3 years, and was instead done with the help of Secretary of the Interior Doug Burgum and the entire department, and a much better final result. $2 million in 1 week. I do many such things for government, and as president, it is my honor to do so. This is just one of them. Another, and one far more exciting, is most favored nations for prescription drugs, where the United States pay the highest price in the world, and now they're paying the lowest, with a drop of 50 to 60, 70, and even 80%. President DJT. And then he was able to get fountains working. He put this out on Truth. The first time Lafayette Park fountains opposite the White House have worked in decades. My great honor to have funded this project and many others and helped President DJT. So let's see. He got rid of the crime. He's restoring DC, restoring our capital, because again, what was Obama doing? What was the deep state players doing? They were destroying this country. And he's letting you know he's reversing everything that they have done. And he's letting everyone know that we must pass the Save America Act and we must terminate the filibuster. I think the filibuster is much more important than the Save America Act because, again, Trump has the ability to use the executive order to show that it's a national security threat to make everyone use voter ID, one-day voting, and paper ballots. But he did put this out. He said, not passing the Save America Act will lead to the worst results for a political party in the history of the United States Senate. An unrecoverable death wish. Likewise, the filibuster. Terminate it now, President DJT. At this point in time, we could see the deep state players, the rhinos, they're not going to pass the Save America Act. Because again, if they do, they're never going to be elected again. If they do, the uniparty is going to be exposed. It's going to show that the rhinos and the D's, they have nobody that's going to vote for them. People are going to see a very, very low turnout for them. And this is going to destroy everything that they've done. So do I believe they're going to push back every step of the way to make sure that the Save America Act is not passed? I do believe so. Trump keeps pushing them to do this because he wants the people to understand who they are. Now, maybe they will pass it, but at this point in time, I don't think so. And Trump is letting everyone know if we don't get rid of the filibuster, the D's are going to do it no matter what. And they're going to take complete and utter control. This is why he has the executive order in his back pocket, because he knows what he's up against. He knows the deep state players are going to try to stop him every step of the way. He's going to keep pushing because he wants them to do the right thing. But in the end, if they don't do the right thing, he will do the right thing. Because once again, he knows how important it is for us to get control of the House and Senate. Because once again, without the House and Senate, the plan can't move forward. We need the House, we need the Senate to push certain laws forward. We need to remove a lot of the judges. And in the end, we need to remove the Federal Reserve and most of the laws that they put in place. So once again, we could see how important this is. And Trump didn't leave it up to chance. He didn't leave it up to the rhinos. He didn't leave it up to the D's. He always makes sure that he has another plan to make sure that no matter what happens, he can stop them. Why? Because the Patriots are in control. Listen, everyone. Thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
Good night, everyone. Researcher staff here tapping in. It is 2:49 a.m. We're about to start the overnight playlist. So before we start, Robert, I saw your messages in the chat, and just to give you some clarity, the assassination attempts, right? These events are contrived by the criminal syndicate. So the criminal syndicate is not going to find these people. We have to do the investigations. We have to expose it. There are some good people in the government right now working on that. At the time when one of those events took place, specifically at Butler, Pennsylvania, the dynamics of who control these agencies were much different. A lot has changed. So if you have any questions about the deep state, let me know. Type it in the chat. I'll see if I can help you out before I fall asleep. But for now, we're going to start the overnight playlist. Hope you guys enjoyed the report. This is Researcher Staff signing out. Good night, everyone.
want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill, the story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
All right, welcome along, everybody. Thank you so much to everyone who's come here tonight. And this has been Keir Starmer's week from hell. It began with him hauled into Parliament so he could be laughed at for serving up a load of tripe about Mandelson.
I know many members across the House will find these facts to be incredible.
Then he was called a liar twice.
So does the Prime Minister agree with me? He's been lying.
He is gaslighting the nation, so let's call this out for what it is. The Prime Minister is a barefaced liar.
Yeah, then he was humiliated by Diane Abbott.
It's one thing to say, as he insists on saying, nobody told me. Nobody told me anything. Nobody told me. The question is, why didn't the Prime Minister ask?
And the best he could come up with as a response was this. It's like the Roadrunner, wasn't it? It's ridiculous, isn't it? Then the civil servant he sacked got stuck into him and revealed that Downing Street did try to find another job for another paedophile's friend.
I walked into a situation in which there was already a very, very strong expectation coming from Number 10 that he needed to be in post and in America as quickly as humanly possible.
Then one of his own MPs called for him to go.
It's got to the point now where I genuinely think that, you know, as far as the Prime Minister's concerned, it's not a case of if, it's when.
Then another MP called for him to go.
He needs to make plans for him to go in as dignified a way as possible. Dignified for the sake of the country, for the sake of the Labour Party.
Then he faced allegations that he may have misled Parliament by saying this.
He said, I can say with certainty, it was never put to me in that way. No pressure existed whatsoever in relation to this case.
Actually what Ollie Robbins said was this.
Throughout January, honestly, my office, the Foreign Secretary's office, were under constant pressure. They are clever people. They would have been very aware of the pressure. I also have complete confidence that their recommendations to me and the discussion we had and the decision we made was rigorously independent of that pressure.
Constant pressure was the actual word there, wasn't it? Now there's talk of a cabinet mutiny. Rayner and Streeting are talking of a pact. Andy Burnham might emerge as the chosen one. Then it emerged his great friend, the man he appointed as Attorney General, Lord Hermer, is now accused of helping to prosecute British war heroes, despite being told the claims against them were probably bogus. And then today it emerged that Lord Hermer reportedly charged double his hourly rate to try to prosecute our own war heroes. Shocking stuff, really, isn't it? And to top it all off,
Before your wedding day, everyone says it's going to be the best day of your life. And yeah, you think, well, I'm not sure. What about when Arsenal won the double?
Oh, gosh, it just makes you feel sick, doesn't it? Anyway, now his beloved are absolutely bottling the Premier League again. So fantastic. Hey! Fantastic. Look, he's discredited. He's a lame duck. His time as Prime Minister officially died this week. Nobody backs him. He's totally isolated. But it's a terrible week. Couldn't have happened to a nicer bloke, could it?
Hello, I'm Bev Turner. Now, it can feel like the money in our bank accounts at the moment does not keep up with the cost of living. And maybe there's a solution. I'm here today with the CEO of Tally Money, Cameron Parry. Cameron, what is Tally Money?
Well, Bev, with Tally Money, you get a current account and a debit card, but instead of pounds, you use milligrams of gold as your everyday money.
So why gold?
Gold traditionally is a great store of value. It has, on average, gone up at over 11% per annum for the last 25 years against the pound. It's tripled in value in the last decade. And in the last 2 years alone, it's increased by 50% against the pound. Banks' savings products just can't compete with that level of growth.
But this isn't just about gold. This is about a currency that you guys have created at Tally Money. Explain it to me as though I'm an idiot.
So, look, people need to be able to hold their earnings and build their savings in a money that retains its value and remains in their legal control and remains theirs to access, away from government control.
Great. You had me at not exposed to government control.
You should feel safe and happy with your money. You should have peace of mind. The more money you see in your bank balance, and that's the type of thing we're trying to deliver, and give people choice in the type of money they get to use every day.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Cameron. Thank you.
All right, let's get the views of my panel. So, yes, well, go on, Adam, I'll start with you on this, mate. How much longer do you think you can cling on?
He's not got long at all. Now the Cabinet's mobilising against him. We've got his own MPs coming out against him. He's lost the confidence of his party. Look, the Labour Party are going to be decimated in the May elections, in my opinion, and he's going to be the face of it. And everyone I speak to, whether it be in the street, in the pub, or online, absolutely despises this man. He's almost become the face of this country's demise over the last 2 years. And even though I know and everyone knows what comes next could be worse, we just want to see this man gone, because I can't even bear to see his face or hear his voice. And I think that reflects many people's opinions as well, and experiences with the man.
He's here tonight.
Yeah. Do I think he can survive? No. From the people I'm speaking to, and I've got a few Labour sources, they want him gone. And so once that starts, the herd starts to move, he's a goner.
Well, Barry, tough week for your gaffer.
Yeah. It was a tough week for him. Look, let me just correct some of the stuff there, okay? Because at the start of the week, Kemi Badenoch and Nigel Farage both said he must have known, he did know, and he's lied to Parliament, right? And that's capital offence. So they agreed with him that he ought to have known. And the next day, what happened was Ollie Robbins went into the Select Committee and said, no, I didn't tell him. He didn't know. So actually, Reform and the Conservatives agreed with the Prime Minister on the central charge that they made against him, that he must have known, which he didn't, and they also agreed that he ought to have known.
It's about Mandelson's battle, right?
Yeah. So, in that sense, Tuesday was a relief for him. Now, it came out with a whole load of other stuff about Matthew Doyle and all the rest of it, which was unspeakable. You asked a question, how long has he got?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want a quantitative or a qualitative answer?
It's not the truth, really, but
Downing Street are now living from day to day. Their constant concern is Keir Starmer. Their constant concern should be the country.
Yeah.
And that's the problem that Keir Starmer has. At the moment, instead of being focused on everything else, and, I'm sure the guy is trying to focus on the Iran war, the King's visit to America, the cost of living crisis, I'm sure he's trying to focus on all of that. But if you have that sword hanging over you that is saying, people are muttering in your cabinet, there's rumblings on the back benches, everybody else, even Adam Brooke doesn't like you, he's got a head that only has so much capacity.
Remember when Boris Johnson said, when the Prime Minister becomes a distraction, they've got to go. Well, he's become the distraction.
Well, but the interesting thing on that, Adam, I was thinking exactly about this earlier in the comparison with Boris. Boris made himself the centre of attention all the time. When he stopped being the centre of attention, when there were other things off, that's when he collapsed. With Starmer, I think it's the other way. Starmer was not always the centre of attention. Now he's become the centre of attention. He has a huge problem.
I just want to pick up on what you said about Kerry Badenoch and Nigel Farage being wrong about thinking Starmer must have known. I think what came about after Ollie Robbins spoke to the Foreign Affairs Committee was that pretty much everybody of all parties did not properly understand how this process works. In fact, one thing that came out of that is that Ollie Robbins pointed out that you don't fail security vetting. There's a recommendation made and then you're offered to put in place mitigation factors, which they apparently did. But what did come out of it?
You can fail UKSV. You can fail it. And he didn't say that he hadn't failed it. So he said, what I did was Ollie Robbins basically had the right, it's the only department that does have that right, to when somebody does not pass UKSV, they have the right to grant clearance. And that's what Ollie Robbins did. But at that point, everybody, Kemi Badenoch, Starmer and Nigel Farage were all in agreement. At that point, he should have told the Prime Minister, because the Prime Minister had already been out there on the airwaves saying, yeah, Mandelson's the man.
All right. I'll go to Christian. There's a lady here who wants to make a
It
point.
comes to something when Zara Sultana, Diane Abbott, and even Ed Davey appear to be talking sense. I mean, that is a universe that I don't understand and I want to have no part of. And Diane Abbott, again, I can't believe I'm going to say this, it's always sticking in my throat, but Diane Abbott actually made a really good point this week, which is, why didn't he ask the question? It would be like Keir Starmer going to the doctor and the doctor saying, we need to do some tests on you because you could have a very, very serious life-threatening illness. And they do the tests and then going back to the doctor and the doctor says, well, would you like to know the results? No, I just want to know the process was followed. And that's it, because he doesn't ask the question. It's ridiculous he didn't ask the question. Now, the bigger point here, just really quickly, is that I think that this government are an absolute shambles and that we've had the highest tax rates in history. I could list the things that are terrible about the country since they came in and that they've made worse. But actually, I don't want that to be the case. Although Labour isn't my natural home for voting, I actually want them to do well. I do. I want good government. And all of this is distracting from that. These self-induced crises all means that the country is suffering even more. It's time to put a stop to it, and it's time to put someone competent, I don't know who that would be, in his place.
Okay. All right. And there's a lady who'd like to make a point here. What would you like to say? You've covered all of Cardiff, I believe, haven't you? So thank you very much for that. Let's get that microphone close to your face. There you go.
Does the panel think that the Prime Minister has deliberately misled Parliament? And if that is proved to be the case, what would be the consequences for him? Could he be compelled to resign? Okay. What is the punishment for that as such?
Okay, good point. Well, so I suppose it's, do we think he deliberately misled Parliament? I mean, I think the thing that maybe did from a bit this week was about him saying that, you know, Ollie Robbins has said that there was no pressure, there was no civil service pressure, there was no pressure on the civil service, and that seems to be untrue.
Sorry, let me answer the technical point that you asked, which is what would be, if he had, what would be the consequences? If he had, he would have broken the ministerial code, and I think everybody in Parliament, he would be obliged to come back to Parliament at the very least and say, I'm sorry, I misled Parliament, here's my correction to the record. That's the normal process. If he willfully, deliberately misled Parliament, that's even worse. And you could then see a situation in which he would be moved against. But sorry, Patrick, the point that you were making, which I've now forgotten.
So that was about when he said there was no pressure. There was no.
Oh yeah, no, that's a really important point. And I think the issue is this. I think there was a culture in Number 10, I'm not saying it was the Prime Minister, but certainly in Number 10 with Morgan McSweeney, to get Mandelson appointed at all costs, right? And that was totally wrong. But there's also a culture in the civil service. And that culture is, don't give ministers uncomfortable truths. Don't give them information that they don't need to know if it's going to gum up the works. And knowing that number 10 wanted this to happen. When the DV was failed, right, or as Chloe would put it, would only be passed with workarounds. At that point, Ollie Robbins had a choice, in my view, and that choice was either I tell the Prime Minister, look, you're going to have to row back here because you've already announced this, and he thought, I'm new in the post, why would I want to do that? Sweep it under the carpet. And it would never have come out unless there had been this humble address.
But it was on the front page of The Independent last year, Barry.
Yeah.
Why didn't he ask the question?
Even if Barry...
Those were things that were going on in the background. They were not believed.
Even if Ollie Robbins made the wrong decision, what is clear, or at least from what he has said, is that number 10, whether that was from Starmer, McSweeney or other people, is that they were essentially bullying the Foreign Office. And what Ollie Robbins said is even if Starmer knew that Mandelson had failed his vetting, he probably wouldn't have cared. They didn't seem to care whether he was vetted or not.
He didn't actually say that.
Okay. All right. Well, there we go. Well, obviously the jury's out on exactly how long he can claim for, but I think reading between the lines, it looks as though the herd has moved, doesn't it, when it comes to Keir Starmer? So there we go. But in a statement by an ally of Lord Hermer, who I mentioned earlier, is in a little bit of trouble. The Daily Telegraph, he said the Daily Telegraph has deliberately misrepresented different legal claims and key facts in an attempt to improve their story, and they were warned of this pre-publication. Their investigation simply shows the attorney's minimal involvement in the Al-Swedi claims, limited to a small number of hours between 2008 and 2013, and there is no suggestion of any wrongdoing on his part. Right, okay, well, that clears that up, doesn't it? Anyway, right, we've got loads more coming your way.
He only charged 450 quid an hour. I mean, you know, that's why you absolutely
no,
not.
exactly.
I used to do that 30 years ago when I was charging clients.
Yes, I mean, the problem was he's charging that, the allegation being, of course, for the willful prosecution.
And you've never outlined what you were charging them for, Barry.
Okay. All right. Well, look, here we go now. It's...
But first, it's the assassination attempt that has rocked the world. Again, President Trump was expected to speak at the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner when he was hurried out of the room following a gunman's attempt to break a checkpoint. Footage released by the president shows the suspect, Cole Allen, charging past officers at around 8:36 p.m. before being tackled to the ground. According to police, the shooter was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. There are a lot of questions arising from this. What implications will this have for the King's security on his visit to Washington? We're going to go live to Washington, D.C., where GB News royal correspondent Cameron Walker is there for us and has some breaking news from Buckingham Palace. Hello. What is this news?
Hi, George. Yes, I've received a statement from Buckingham Palace in the last couple of minutes. It says, following discussions on both sides of the Atlantic through the day and acting on advice of government, we can confirm the state visit by their majesties will proceed as planned. The King and Queen are most grateful to all those who have worked at pace to ensure this remains the case and are looking forward to the visit getting underway tomorrow. Now, I understand that although the vast majority of the state visit is going to be going ahead, there are going to be a few minor, what they describe as kind of operational changes to the visit. The problem is we're not quite sure what that means. Does that mean less contact time with ordinary members of the public? We know that the King and Queen and other members of the royal family like doing walkabouts. Does that mean a change in location to some of the engagements? We simply don't know. We are trying to get more details on that. But of course, there have been discussions well over through the night following on from the assassination attempt on President Trump and senior members of the Trump administration. The British government said this morning that they take the security of King Charles incredibly seriously, as does Buckingham Palace, of course. And I think it was probably a situation where Secret Service were talking to the Royal Protection Officers here in London, the Metropolitan Police who deal with royal protection for the King and Queen, and basically trying to seek some kind of reassurances that when the King and Queen are on American soil, both here in Washington, where I am, also in New York and Virginia, that they are going to be as safe as possible. I suppose clearly with this gunman, Cole Thomas Allen, who's in police custody at the moment being questioned, 31-year-old, he was targeting Trump, wasn't he? He was targeting the Trump administration. He was not targeting as far as we're aware, King Charles and Queen Camilla. So therefore, the level of threat against the royal family is not more than it was 24 hours ago, if that makes sense. So let's wait and see. The King and Queen clearly keen, or at least the government clearly keen, to try and use the King's soft power to repair that relationship between President Trump and Sir Keir Starmer, Downing Street and the White House, of course. This runs far deeper than whoever occupies the White House or who is occupying 10 Downing Street. This is about two nations celebrating 250 years of the Confederation of the United States, and the constant in all of those 250 years is the British monarchy, and that's what's going to be celebrated this week.
That's it. You don't think there's, as you say, I mean, it's vitally important to our government for the King to go out there and the King and Queen to repair this relationship that arguably the government has damaged. Do you think there was really ever any question of the King and Queen not going out there?
It's really hard to say. I think it would have been incredibly embarrassing for President Trump if the state visit was pulled at such quite so last minute. I think he probably would get on Truth Social straight away and start criticising the UK government, because remember, it's the UK government that is sending the King on a state visit. So if the government says you're not going, the King is not going to be going. President Trump always describes the King as a friend, so I think he would have done everything within his power to make sure that the King and the Queen was going to be safe while they're here in Washington. And in fact, in his press conference yesterday, President Trump said he was battling with the Secret Service, wanting this White House Correspondents' Dinner to continue once that gunman has been apprehended. But due to protocol, the Secret Service said, no, sir, you've got to go back to the White House, you've got to stay safe. And he has already pledged that he's going to redo that White House Correspondents' Dinner within the next 30 days. So Trump is absolutely determined, clearly, to make sure that people like this gunman who targeted Trump and targeted the Trump administration are not going to stop their way of life and stop celebrations such as this.
Using the internet without a VPN, a virtual private network, is a bit like taking to the road without car insurance. All it takes is one unlucky moment to cost you a lot of cash. This video's sponsor is Private Internet Access. They are the VPN to help keep you safe. Click the link in the description below to find out why over 30 million people have downloaded PIA to protect themselves online. A virtual private network is an app that hides your IP address and helps keep your data private. When you're browsing the internet at home, you give up a large amount of data to businesses, to shops, and indeed to social media giants too. Hackers have the ability to steal your personal data with ease, including sensitive information such as passwords, keystrokes, and even your personal photos. Private internet access helps protect your personal data by encrypting your internet connection to keep your data out of the hands of cyber criminals. And it's not just hackers either to be concerned about. Information can be censored too. When Canada passed their C-18 bill, social media giants decided to ban news content on their platforms. But PIA can protect your ability to consume the news and content you love. Private internet access is available for Windows users, Mac OS, Android, Linux, iOS, and you can use one PIA subscription to protect an unlimited amount of devices. And we've got a huge GB News discount for you too. Click the link in this video's description and you'll get a massive 83% off PIA. That's under £2 a month, the price of a coffee. And you'll get an extra 4 months completely free on top. Also, there's a 30-day money-back guarantee too. Visit piavpn.com/GB News for protecting yourself digitally today.
Okay, well, thank you very much. GB News Royal correspondent Cameron Walker. We're going to get our take now from my guests, who this evening are Aideen McQueen and Cresta Wetton. Let's give them a round of applause. It's a bit weird applauding as we're talking about an assassination attempt. Cresta, another assassination attempt, and seemingly someone from the left again.
I think if you're trying to attack the entire right administration, that kind of counts as a leftist, doesn't it? I think. And this guy.
He had him. In his
well, there you go.
Which for me is about as big a red flag as a Palestinian flag, actually.
I don't know if he had one. I don't think he had one on the day. Yeah, I mean, he's a teacher, isn't he? He's a celebrated teacher, somebody who'd won.
Wait a minute, I know a teacher. I know a former teacher.
Really?
Have you been frisked? Are you safe?
Well, I relate, because sometimes sometimes when those kids are getting to you, you just wish you had a, you know, I can see why it happened. I'm shocked by how he managed to get into the Hilton Hotel with so many weapons on him. I mean, I remember when Prince Charles, as he was then, visited my hometown, a small, quiet town in Ireland, not an IRA town by any means, and like we all had to leave shops. Everywhere that was in shooting range was cleared out. The forensic amount of detail that they went into was incredible. So he has to have somebody on the inside. It's really strange.
Cresta, this is America, and I'm sure that if he had a bazooka, they'd be like, well, is it for personal use?
And also, so I am completely with you. He should have been. What is anybody doing going into that hotel, staying? I mean, he mocked this in his manifesto. He's got a manifesto, which we'll find out what he's thinking. And
it's funny how we're calling it a manifesto when essentially it's an email. He sent an email to his parents.
It's not like we don't know anything about this guy at this point. We know he was a celebrated teacher. He's from the left. His manifesto has this attitude of like, I'm doing the world a favour. He talks about Jesus wouldn't have turned the other cheek if other people were being oppressed. So he's turning himself into this kind of hero of the oppressed.
I remember Jesus rocking up with a shotgun.
Well, I tend to agree with you, Josh. But my point is he's done that thing that we see more and more. He's turned it into, okay, it looks like violence to some people, but really I'm a good guy. And here's why he's dehumanized the other side. So it's all justifiable to him. And that's a huge worry, isn't it? And that's why in his speech earlier, Trump said that people should be resolving things with discussion. I mean, you think that would be obvious, but it isn't at this point. So this guy, I guess he'll become another hero of the left.
He definitely will become a hero of the left.
There's a lot of people who say in bars around the country, if I could have a gun and shoot Trump. And he's done what is so many people's fantasies.
But why are they coming to this conclusion? And that's, I think, what you were touching upon there, is a lot of this narrative about Trump is coming from the mainstream media, certainly in America, that he's this Nazi and this evil human being and he's taking everyone's rights. And so that by not dealing in sort of reality, you don't have to agree with every policy that he does, but it doesn't make him the worst human being on the planet. Where you've got someone like, in this country, you've got Polanski sort of saying, well, I choose Trump. Isn't that what he said the other day? I choose Trump over Putin or something. It's just like, really? Really? That's the level that we're at now, is you think that Trump is worse than Putin. That's not a good state of affairs. And it's that kind of rhetoric, of course, that leads people to violence, isn't it?
It is, but I don't think that the mainstream media are still not responsible. It's everything that's outside the mainstream media, and almost the continuous consumption of social media that we have that's completely brainwashing us. I mean, this guy could have been psychotic for all we know. It would be interesting to find out more about his mental state.
He had him in his bio. If he uses pronouns, he doesn't know what sex he is.
So clearly psychotic then. I don't think the media can be blamed for this. I think it might be a slightly natural reaction to how people feel they are being oppressed by the Trump regime.
That's it, but why do they
they're not
feel
discussing
that they're
the
being
policies.
oppressed?
They're just saying, no debate, I'm going to use violence.
That's the final question then, Cresta, is this violence that we're seeing does seem to be coming mostly from the left now.
Absolutely, and it's this thing we've said a million times on this show, when you start conflating words with actual violence, it's only so long before you think those things are interchangeable, and rather than have a debate, I appreciate what you're saying. Of course, he's not well. He's a very unusual, anomalous individual. But I'm starting to feel like he speaks for a section of...
What about the assassin? It was a joke.
Lol.
Yeah, very funny.
Well, let's just hope that King Charles and Camilla are frisked as they go in, and that there's no more guns brought in anywhere near President
Charles got those hands. Right, next on Free Speech Nation, have there been a split in the gender critical movement? We're going to find out what's been happening and why the ultras, who they are, and why they're upset with J.K. Rowling. See you in 2 minutes.
He's now talking about social murder to justify assassination culture. Like, I'm as huge of a defender of the First Amendment as anybody. It's what Charlie stood for. But at what point do we get it? Like, you are inciting people to do crazy stuff. You're inciting people. And by the way, we've got the SPLC news this week, which I'd love to have you opine on as well. Without further ado, Harmeet Dillon, she's the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights at the Department of Justice. We're honored to have her. Welcome back to the show, Harmeet.
Thanks for having me again.
It's great to see you. You're doing a phenomenal job in a very tough environment. I mean, if anybody is unaware, the DOJ, you guys got a lot coming at you. There's a lot of people demanding things of you all the time, and you have been, in spite of that, able to continue to play offense, Harmeet, and so you deserve a lot of credit for that. We've got this. We just had Savannah Hernandez on before you. She had to take kind of a break from media. I had been asking her, hey, can you come on and give your story? And she's like, I just need a little bit more time. Today, she said she was ready to tell kind of where she's at. And, one of the things when you talk to her is she's pretty upset that Hennepin County has not been more aggressive. It's basically misdemeanor, slap on the wrist, kind of we'll update you when we know more kind of thing. What can you tell me about maybe the federal level, about maybe the DOJ pursuing an investigation there?
Well, thanks for asking. And what happened to Savannah is really outrageous and should never be permitted in any American city. But we have been seeing this kind of thing happening for years. And as you know, Andrew, before I joined the DOJ, I was a lawyer for many conservative journalists, including Andy Ngo and others who were attacked in this manner by Antifa and other sort of these so-called black box and anti-fascist groups. So this recent thing that we're seeing with regard to ICE is just an outgrowth of all of that. It's funded from abroad. Neville Singham and others are part of shadowy networks that fund these types of protests in the United States that are really designed to disrupt our government. And I think it's very concerning. What I can tell you is, as you know, we already have investigations going on in Minnesota regarding some of the characters there who were attacking our ICE and who were doing protests, so-called protests. We indicted 39 people for invading the city's church in St. Paul. One of the individuals in this mob who was egging on the attacks on Savannah appears to be one of the individuals involved in that matter. But, there's a line between speech and action. We saw at least 3 people appear to attack Savannah there. And so what I can tell you is that we do have lawyers and investigators on the ground there who are looking into attacks on journalists and attacks on ICE. I can't say more until there may be a development in court, but please rest assured that protecting First Amendment is incredibly important in this Department of Justice, and also protecting our law-abiding and patriotic ICE officers in doing their jobs is very important to us. And mob action like this is designed to intimidate both our law enforcement and also the journalists who seek to document these attacks. And it's important to America that we shut it down, not only in Minnesota, but everywhere we find it. We're committed to that at the Department of Justice.
So, Harmeet, I'm assured, because I know you, kind of the subtext of what you're saying there. So you mentioned this, you didn't say his name, but it's William Scott, I think it was Kelly. William Scott Kelly, yeah. So he's the city's church guy that was storming in there. He was also, according to Savannah Hernandez, the one that I identified her to this mob and then kind of egged people on. At what point does that type of behavior become incitement? Because I have another incitement question for you after you answer this.
Well, it's very fact specific. I'm not the investigator, so we do have I know people are frustrated by this in our online world. I know you're more sophisticated, but we have investigators who go and do interviews. We interviewed, I will say, we interviewed and preserved Savannah's input early on in this case, the very weekend that it happened. I made sure prosecutors and our law enforcement were out there to take her statement. That's been done. And then you have to take statements of other people, witnesses, look at the camera angles and all of that. And then there's case law that tells us, there's a Brandenburg and there are other cases that tell us sort of the dividing line between protected speech and incitement. So I'm not going to prejudge that. We have to take cases either to a judge or a grand jury.
Right.
And I don't want to get ahead of that.
When you talk about incitement, so I'm gonna throw up a theoretical here. Hassan Piker has made a lot of news this week because he's talking about social murder and he's justifying the assassination of Brian Thompson. Yes, the CEO of United Healthcare. Sorry, I just blanked on his name. But then, so people are starting to dig up his clips, right? Hassan Piker. And there's a clip here. It's like, he says, if you cared about Medicare fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. Satem.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott.
So this is just him kind of off the cuff, but then you see other things that he said. He's talked about like stabbing people. He's now talking about social murder to justify assassination culture. Like, I'm as huge of a defender of the First Amendment as anybody. It's what Charlie stood for. But at what point do we get into, like, you are inciting people to do crazy stuff. You're inciting people, and by the way, we've got the SPLC news this week, which I'd love to have you opine on as well.
Well, so this is not that hard of a question, actually. The standard requires that it be an incitement to imminent violence. And so the crowd situation, that we are just describing vis-a-vis Savannah is much closer to incitement, if, the facts pan out, than Hassan Piker spewing his garbage on the internet, because I don't think a court would find there to be, unless there's a circumstance where he's talking directly to an individual with a knife poised above a person's body, that would be an imminent incitement to an imminent violence. And so I know that's unsatisfactory for people, but that's kind of what the Supreme Court has ruled. And, it's over-inclusive of speech and under-inclusive of, criminal activity.
So
but
you're just saying the standard is imminent.
Yeah, so if Hassan Piker is standing in a mob and saying that's, fill in the blank law enforcement official, get them, and someone is standing next to them with a rock or a gun or a knife, that could be considered incitement to imminent violence.
All right. Well, we brought up the SPLC, and we have to recall that they have no great love affair with you either. So here's a headline when you were nominated for Assistant Attorney General. SPLC expresses concern over Harmeet Dillon's nomination. So with all the news, I figured it was appropriate, Harmeet, to give you an opportunity to reflect on the indictments that were delivered this week.
Well, their history with me, I've commented on them going back to 2017. And when Jeff Sessions was the Attorney General here, he talked about their conduct, and I went on Fox News and talked about it as well. So I've known about their shenanigans for years, and I've had many clients over the years, nonprofit organizations. Andy No is another one, who got onto their hate map and were characterized as hateful agents and entities. And at the end of the story, where they're tagging me as being a horrible thing for civil rights because I'm not sufficiently good for Black and brown people, I'm not the right kind of brown person apparently. They say that their purpose in life is to get rid of white supremacy and that kind of social constructs. When in fact we now know they were creating the very thing that they claim to be fighting against, which is very good for business if you're in the hate-mongering business against conservatives. And there was apparently an insufficient supply of hatred in our country on the right, so they had to manufacture it. It is a truly shocking story, and I tend to believe that this is only the tip of the iceberg. SPLC gets money laundered through various different channels. So, you might see an Obama foundation give money to some intermediary, Tides, Ford, some others, and then they launder that into SPLC. And I believe there are probably plenty of others, much less prominent than SPLC, and who are getting this kind of money. SPLC has a huge amount of money offshore, by the way, as well. So I'm sure my colleagues who are looking into money laundering and financial crimes are very interested in that. And I think we're just scratching the tip of the iceberg here. I feel vindicated in this regard.
Yeah, so we have one minute before the break. Could there be additional things just against SPLC? I know they've had complaints against them for decades. People on the left have said the organization is a con. Morris Dees left under a cloud, and they said this will totally be investigated and nothing was ever heard again. Is this maybe just the beginning of what we have against the SPLC? Could more be forthcoming in that case?
Look, again, we never tried to tip our hand about what we're doing, but we've started with the type of crimes that eventually took down the mob in the United States. Elliot Ness kind of started out with tax fraud, and then it went from there. And so sometimes things start out with what looks like a less sexy approach, but I think you start unraveling the thread and you're going to see a lot there. A lot of us on the right knew that there was shady stuff happening there. Nobody had the will until this DOJ, starting under Pam Bondi and now continuing under Todd Blanche's great leadership, to actually do something about it.
Harmeet, can you stay one more segment? I want to ask you about this DEI in Colorado that just broke right before you came on the air. So hang right there. Okay, perfect. That's a big one. DEI and AI. It's a lot of acronyms that can mean a lot of bad things if it's not handled correctly. I want to say that All Family Pharmacy, the good folks at All Family Pharmacy have flipped the entire pharmaceutical industry on its head. So if you need medications, if you need your daily maintenance meds or antiviral, you can go straight to allfamilypharmacy.com. All Family Pharmacy lets you be proactive in your healthcare. So don't get sick and wait in line and ask a doctor for permission. You don't have to do that. You get prepared ahead in advance, and then you have them ready if and when you do get sick. I have just started using them myself, and I will tell you I am impressed. They're an amazing company. Allfamilypharmacy.com. Use promo code KIRK10 for 10% off your first order. That's allfamilypharmacy.com. Promo code KIRK10 for 10% off. Check them out. We'll be right back.
Hello, all you freedom-loving people. The SPLC is in the spotlight with a case alleging that the SPLC funneled donations to informants who are affiliated with the same extremist groups that they were founded to oppose. And the U.S. team is headed to Pakistan while the Iranian government's team is shaken from Golubov walking out. But why? Okay, let's get into it. Major legal fight around the Southern Poverty Law Center, known as the SPLC, is growing. The SPLC is one of America's most well-known civil rights organizations. Yesterday, House Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan ordered the SPLC to hand over their documents by April 30th. The request is about the SPLC's ties to the Department of Justice and the FBI under the Biden administration. Jordan wrote a letter to Brian Fair, who is the SPLC interim president and chief executive. In that letter, Jordan said that public records show that the DOJ under the Biden administration worked closely with the group during the Biden-Harris years. This included regular meetings along with early sharing of federal law enforcement data and allowing SPL staff to train prosecutors. Lawmakers now want to know how much influence the organization may have had on federal policy. Jordan is also asking for the communications that the SPLC made with informants. The informants were called field sources, or Fs, and Jordan wants the field source records that date back to 2017. These records were tied to fake business names and were allegedly used to move the money. The committee also wants communications between the SPLC and federal agencies that date back to 2021. The committee is investigating whether the SPLC helped shape federal policy during the Biden-Harris years. The committee pointed to the now withdrawn 2023 FBI Richmond memo, which dates back to when Christopher Wray led the FBI. That memo describes some radical traditionalist Catholics as being prone to violent threats, and it cited the SPLC as a source of the description.
The House Judiciary Committee has sent a letter to the Southern Poverty Law Center requesting documents on any communication and coordination between the group and the Biden administration. Now, in that letter, the committee claims the FBI had at least 13 documents, including a memo that labeled traditional Catholics as violent extremists. That memo, according to the committee, cited material from the SPLC. This after a 2023 report from that same House committee found that the SPLC identified Christian identity as a hate group.
And the memo caused major backlash after its publication. This new congressional move comes after a grand jury issued an 11-count indictment against the SPLC.
In the Middle District of Alabama, a grand jury returned an 11-count indictment charging the Southern Poverty Law Center with 6 counts of wire fraud, 4 counts of bank fraud, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit money laundering. According to the charges in the indictment, the SPLC is a nonprofit entity that purports to fight white supremacy and racial hatred by reporting on extremist groups and conducting research to inform law enforcement groups with the goal of dismantling these groups. As the indictment describes, the SPLC was not dismantling these groups. It was instead manufacturing the extremism it purports to oppose by paying sources to stoke racial hatred.
The indictment describes the SPLC's conduct in detail. In one case, they paid a member of a leadership group that planned the 2017 Unite the Right rally in Virginia.
A member of the leadership group that planned the Unite the Right protest in Charlottesville, Virginia in 2017 that resulted in the death of one person and injured dozens more. This particular person being paid by the SPLC allegedly received approximately $270,000 over the course of 8 years.
The SPLC is also alleged to have paid a separate informant more than $1 million between 2014 and 2023 to leak information about the neo-Nazi organization that is called the National Alliance. Federal prosecutors say that in total, the SPLC secretly sent more than $3 million between 2014 and 2023 to leaders and organizers of racist groups.
In total, according to the indictment, between 2014 and 2023, SPLC paid at least $3 million to 8 individuals at least. These individuals were affiliated with the Ku Klux Klan, United Klans of America, National Socialist Movement, Aryan Nations Affiliated Sadistic Souls Motorcycle Club, the Nationalist Socialist Party of America, Nazis, and the American Front.
The Southern Poverty Law Center themselves advertise to raise money to dismantle violent extremist groups for a period of at least a decade. They use their donor network to raise money to purportedly dismantle violent extremist groups. However, the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, used the money they raised from their donor network to actually pay the leadership of these very groups. I just want to say that again. They used the fraudulently raised money by lying to their donor network, thousands of Americans, to go ahead and actually pay the leadership of these supposed violent extremist groups. The groups, as the general laid out, include the Ku Klux Klan, the United Klans of America, Unite to Right, National Alliance, the National Socialist Movement, the Aryan Nation Motorcycle Club, and the National Socialist Party of America, and also the American Front.
And Kash Patel outlined how the SPLC used shell companies to hide their criminal activity.
In at least one of these matters, our investigation revealed that funds were used to facilitate the commission of further state and federal offenses, totaling over $3 million. Further, our investigation revealed that the Southern Poverty Law Center, on top of perpetuating this widespread, decade-long, multi-million-dollar fraud, conducted more criminal activity. They attempted to hide their criminal activity from our financial banking network. They set up shell companies and entities around America so that the financial institutions that we rely on, everyday Americans, were deceived in believing that money was not coming from the Southern Poverty Law Center in the perpetration of this scheme and fraud, but rather fictitious entities they stood up to perpetuate this ongoing fraud. This is a serious and egregious violation of a group that purported to dismantle violent extremist groups, but in turn actually only fueled the hatred.
The SPLC has long been known in media and politics for tracking extremist organizations through its hate map and research reports. And now that they are facing these charges, there have been many reactions to the case against the SPLC. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries called the indictment baseless. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer accused the administration of weaponizing the DOJ against watchdog groups. Brian Fair also rejected the charges. He said that the organization is outraged by the false accusations, and the organization will vigorously defend itself, its staff, and its work. Fair acknowledged that the group had used paid confidential informants in the past, but he said that the practice had ended. He also maintained that the payments were for confidential informants to gather credible intelligence on extremely violent groups. And Fair argued that infiltrating violent organizations was dangerous but necessary work that saved lives. But critics of the SPLC say that the SPLC labeled opponents too broadly and they held too much influence over public institutions. In an interview with the New York Post, America First legal president Gene Hamilton, who is a former DOJ official, likened the SPLC scandal to paying the proverbial arsonist to help put out a fire. Hamilton said that it would be like if his own MAGA-tied group was secretly giving money to DEI officials to set up more DEI programs while raising money to fight against DEI. Leora Rez, the founder of Stop Anti-Semitism, said that it's unimaginable to us that a civil rights group would gin up fake bigotry in order to solicit donations from concerned Americans. If this is what the SPLC did, it is shameful and outrageous. And the SPLC even labeled Turning Point USA as a hate group on May 27th, 2025, and Charlie Kirk reacted to the move at the time.
They're literally putting high school chapters of ours on a hate group next to the KKK and next to neo-Nazi groups. And I mean, we can laugh this off. There's an element to this. Remember that there was a shooter that went to the Family Research Council years ago, inspired by the SPLC list. This is them trying to make us basically surrender at Turning Point USA. We're going to do the opposite, and our students are only going to lean in even more. But they can't debate us on our ideas. They cannot have dialogue. They cannot actually go onto the merits of why they are right or why we might be wrong. Instead, they must smear us with the age-old one-liner that you are a racist or that you are a hater. And they're finally realizing the power of Turning Point USA, which is why they put us on
Well, when you're effective, you're a threat.
And the SPLC case has drawn a sharp response from President Trump. In a post on True Social, President Trump wrote that if the allegations against the SPCL are true, then the 2020 presidential election should be permanently wiped from the books and be of no force or effect. And President Trump questioned, how do you defend the SPLC when they are giving money to the KKK while pretending to fight hate groups? A few days ago, we reported that Kash Patel said that there would be news coming out about the 2020 election. Then today in our research, we noticed that the SPLC was funding ballot boxes in Fulton County. Back in October of 2020, the SPLC announced on their website Georgia-based actions to fund ballot drop boxes in Fulton County and mail 1 million absentee ballot requests to meet voter needs in a historic election. So could this be what Kash was talking about? The temporary ceasefire entered its 17th day today. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt announced that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner will be sent to Pakistan tomorrow morning to participate in talks related to the Iranian government.
As you know, and I spoke about it earlier this week, the president was flexible in granting an extension of the ceasefire throughout this time. The president has decided to dispatch Special Envoy Witkoff and Jared Kushner back to Islamabad. The Iranians want to talk. They want to talk in person. And so the president is, as I've said many, many times to all of you, always willing to give diplomacy a chance. So Steve and Jared will be heading to Pakistan tomorrow to hear the Iranians out. We hope progress will be made, and we hope that positive developments will come from this meeting, and we will see. And the president, the vice president, the secretary of state will be waiting here in the United States for updates, and the vice president, I understand, is on standby and will be willing to dispatch to Pakistan if we feel it's a necessary use of his time. We've certainly seen some progress from the Iranian side in the last couple of days. Again, the president has made the decision to send Steve and Jared to hear the Iranians out. And so we'll see what they have to say this weekend.
And today, President Trump said in an interview with Reuters that the Iranian government wants peace talks, and President Trump intends to see whether reaching an agreement with Iran is possible. He also said that the Iranian government is preparing a proposal that is aimed at responding to U.S. demands and at resolving disputes. Two Pakistani government sources told Reuters that a delegation from the Iranian government, including Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of the Iranian government, has already arrived in Pakistan today. Earlier today, Araghchi said on X that he is also traveling to Moscow, but Mohammad Ghalibaf, will not be attending. Israel's Channel 12 claimed that Golubov stepped away from the Iranian government's negotiating team. This apparently was because of interference from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. The report said that Golubov had been handling secret contacts with the United States and managing negotiations in Pakistan, but he has now left those roles. Channel 12 said that Golubov opposed the growing influence of IRGC commanders, including the head of the IRGC. Apparently, their involvement limited Golubov's ability to move talks forward. The report also said that the dispute between Golubov and an IRGC head came to a turning point after a Qatari proposal failed. Under that plan, the United States would allow 20 Iranian ships to pass through Iranian ports, while the Iranian government would guarantee safe passage for 20 ships from Arab Gulf countries through the Strait of Hormuz. But according to the report, Arachi sided with the IRGC hardliners and blocked the Qatari proposal. Meanwhile, there's a major development regarding Israel and Lebanon. Representatives from Israel and Lebanon held a second round of talks at the White House yesterday. The United States served as a mediator, and President Trump also attended the talks. Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, U.S. Ambassador to Israel Huckabee, and U.S. Ambassador to Lebanon Michael Issa accompanied President Trump. After the talks, President Trump said that the meeting went very well and it is a great start. President Trump wrote on True Social on Thursday night, "The United States is going to work with Lebanon in order to help it protect itself from Hezbollah. Hezbollah is the Iran-backed militia that operates in the country's south. It holds seats in Lebanon's parliament, and it operates as an armed wing that works independently of the national military. The U.S. State Department has designated the group as a foreign terrorist organization since 1997. One day before the talks, Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar called on Lebanon to work with Israel to disarm Hezbollah. Sa'ar said, "We don't have any serious disagreements with Lebanon. There are a few minor border disputes that can be solved. The obstacle to peace and normalization between the countries is one, Hezbollah." He also said that Lebanon could have a future of sovereignty, independence, and freedom from the Iranian occupation. President Trump wrote, "The ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon will be extended by 3 weeks. I look forward in the near future to hosting the Prime Minister of Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, and the President of Lebanon, Joseph Aoun. It was a great honor to be a participant in this historic meeting." He also clarified that the ceasefire does not bar Israel from launching strikes in self-defense. The Lebanese ambassador thanked President Trump for his efforts to help and support Lebanon, and the Israeli ambassador said, "We hope that together, under your leadership, we can formalize peace between Israel and Lebanon in the very near future." Since the Iranian government backs Hezbollah, President Trump said that any deal the U.S. signs with Iran must include a provision barring the Iranian government from continuing to fund Hezbollah. Hezbollah dragged Lebanon into the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran after it began targeting Israel on March 2nd. After the U.S. and the Iranian government agreed to a ceasefire on April 7th, the Iranian government insisted that it cover Lebanon as well. Due to the anti-Hezbollah stance of the current government of Lebanon, the Trump administration saw a unique opportunity for a peace deal through a separate channel, direct talks between Israel and Lebanon. Rubio said that the ceasefire extension gives time for Israel and Lebanon to work toward a permanent peace. President Trump told reporters in the Oval Office after the meeting, "It'll be a wonderful thing to get this worked out simultaneously with what we're doing in Iran." The White House has recently dealt a series of heavy blows to the CCP. Yesterday, the White House said that the CCP is carrying out industrial-scale campaigns to extract advanced U.S. artificial intelligence technology. In a memo that was addressed to federal agencies, Michael Kratkios, the director of the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, stated that American officials have evidence that foreign entities, primarily based in China, are systematically targeting U.S. frontier AI systems. These efforts involve tens of thousands of proxy accounts and the use of jailbreaking techniques that are designed to bypass safeguards and extract proprietary information. The memo states that although Chinese companies cannot fully replicate the performance of the original model through such covert unauthorized theft, they enable foreign actors to develop comparable products at significantly lower cost. The memo reads, these distillation campaigns also allow those actors to deliberately strip away security protocols from the resulting models and undo mechanisms that ensure those AI models are ideologically neutral and truth-seeking. To address this threat, the Trump administration has vowed to hold foreign actors accountable for industrial-scale theft. At the same time, the NASA Office of the Inspector General, the OIG, has, in a rare move, disclosed an old case involving espionage by a Chinese citizen. This person posed as a U.S. researcher as part of a spearphishing campaign to obtain sensitive information from the space agency, as well as from government entities, universities, and private companies. The OIG said in a release on Thursday, for years, NASA employees and research collaborators thought they were simply sharing software with colleagues. Instead, they were emailing sensitive defense technology to a Chinese national who was impersonating U.S. engineers. Some of the victims of the campaign were employed at NASA, the Air Force, the Navy, the Army, and the Federal Aviation Administration, while the others worked at major universities and private sector firms. With the assistance of the NASA Office of the Inspector General and federal partners, this long-running scheme was uncovered, thereby preventing further leaks of classified information to hostile foreign entities. The individual linked to the campaign was outed as Chinese national Song Wu. Between January 2017 and December 2021, this individual repeatedly targeted American professors, researchers, and engineers. According to the 2024 indictment, Song was formerly an engineer at a state-owned aerospace and defense conglomerate in China that manufactured both civilian and military aircraft. He and an unidentified accomplice attempted to obtain modeling software that is used in aerospace design and weapons development. They conducted extensive research on their targets, posing as their genuine friends and colleagues to request copies of the software or its source code. The scheme was successful in a handful of cases where victims shared the sensitive information with the imposter accounts that were managed by Song. So the FBI has added Song to the most wanted list of America. In 2019, then FBI Director Christopher Wray stated at a public event that was hosted by the Council on Foreign Relations, which is a U.S. think tank, that the Chinese Communist Party had taken the lead in mobilizing the entire society to engage in theft in order to climb the economic ladder. And the OIG said, as phishing campaigns continue to become more sophisticated, there are common clues that can betray scammers and expose their export fraud schemes. In Song's case, he repeatedly requested to purchase the same software without specifying his requirements. And fraudsters often suggest using unusual payment methods, such as suspicious wire transfers, or they suddenly change payment terms or sources, and they also use non-standard transfer methods to conceal their identities or circumvent shipping restrictions, among other tactics. Cybersecurity agencies in Western countries also issued a joint security advisory on Thursday, warning that CCP hackers are extensively exploiting everyday connected devices, such as home Wi-Fi routers and smart home devices, to build covert networks in order to conceal their malicious cyber operations. Led by the National Cybersecurity Center, this operation involved 15 international partner agencies from 9 countries, including the United States, Australia, Canada, Germany, Japan, the Netherlands, New Zealand, and Spain. And they jointly issued an urgent cybersecurity advisory warning regarding a significant shift in the tactics employed by hacking groups that are linked to the CCP. The announcement states that these attacks exploit so-called covert networks or botnets, which operate by relaying malicious traffic through thousands, even hundreds of thousands of compromised home devices around the world to conceal the source of the attack. And home Wi-Fi routers are the most commonly hijacked devices, while printers and network cameras are also highly vulnerable to intrusion. Security officials explain that a typical home Wi-Fi router could be used as a relay point to attack a large corporation without the homeowner's knowledge. One case study shows a Chinese private company established a vast hidden network by infecting more than 200,000 devices worldwide. The case urges companies and organizations to take a number of steps, such as mapping out their IT systems, including connections to consumer broadband networks. The political scene in the UK has also been turbulent recently, as controversy over the appointment of the ambassador to the US continues to escalate. A war of words has erupted over who should ultimately take the blame for appointing Labour veteran Peter Mandelson as envoy to the US. Previously, media coverage of Mandelson's case focused on his relationship with Epstein. However, newly revealed information shows that Mandelson has had business dealings with CCP-affiliated companies and Chinese capital in the past. According to investigative reports and disclosures by think tanks, Global Counsel, the consulting firm founded by Mandelson, has been involved in transactions and lobbying activities related to CCP-funded enterprises, including assisting with investments by CCP capital in the UK's technology sector. Keir Starmer has faced questions these days at Prime Minister's questions from MPs regarding Mandelson's appointment 7 months after his sacking from the top job in Washington. On Tuesday, Starmer defended himself in strong terms. He stated that full due process was observed during Mandelson's appointment. Starmer told MPs the problem was, I was unaware that the UK security vetting recommended against clearance of Mandelson. And Starmer criticized foreign ministry officials for failing to promptly inform the Prime Minister of the security screening risks. And he alleged that relevant information had been missing on multiple occasions. The Prime Minister called the withholding of information a deliberate decision. He described the entire information processing process as incredible and astonishing. He said that he would have canceled the appointment of Mandelson had he known about the vetting concerns. On the other hand, Ollie Robbins, a former top civil servant in the Foreign Office, described someone that he called number 10. Apparently, number 10 was so determined to press ahead with the appointment of Mandelson that he thought that there should be no vetting at all. But Robbins still insisted that his department follow the process rigorously. However, Robbins was sacked last week, and now number 10 denies that they put pressure on the Foreign Office to appoint Mandelson. And Pat McFadden, the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, also denied such pressure was made to appoint Mandelson. He said that Ollie Robbins made the judgment that he did, so he did not have to tell Keir Starmer about Lord Mandelson not clearing security vetting. So McFadden said that Starmer has acted fairly in these circumstances. But politicians from opposition parties have repeatedly criticized the Prime Minister over the appointment. Many have called for Starmer to resign or for a vote of no confidence in his leadership to take place. Conservative Party leader Kemi Badenoch directly accused the Prime Minister of shifting the blame onto officials and charged him with misleading Parliament. Several opposition parties, including the Liberal Democrats and the Scottish National Party, have also joined in the criticism, questioning whether the appointment process has been seriously compromised. The atmosphere in the House was tense. 2 members of Parliament were kicked out of the chamber for flatly accusing him of lying, which is against the rules of the House of Commons. Far-left MP Zara Sultana accused Starmer of gaslighting the nation, telling the chamber, let's call this out for what it is. The Prime Minister is a bare-faced liar, and if he had any decency, he would resign. On Wednesday in the Commons, Tory leader Kemi Badenoch repeatedly pressed Starmer on whether the full due process was observed. But Starmer says that he stands by his statement. He admitted that the appointment was a mistake. But he again says that the Foreign Office officials granted security clearance to Mandelson against the recommendation of UK security vetting. And Badenoch even claims that Mandelson was given access to classified briefings before he'd received clearance. But Starmer explained that as a member of the House of Lords and as a Privy Councillor, Mandelson was permitted to have access to certain material before developed vetting. And on Tuesday, Pat McFadden claimed that Mandelson was appointed because he was a political operator and someone with trade experience. So since the Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, wanted to take full responsibility for advising the Prime Minister to appoint Mandelson, he resigned from his job in February due to his role in the Mandelson case. The British government has now launched a new round of security vetting to determine whether Mandelson's tenure posed any national security risks. The assessment will be conducted by a unit under the Cabinet Office, but some members of Britain's Parliament are still demanding that Starmer resign. The Prime Minister's future is on the minds of some of his MPs, but President Trump believes that Starmer will recover from the scandal. President Trump wrote, Prime Minister Keir Starmer of the United Kingdom acknowledged that he exercised wrong judgment when he chose his ambassador to Washington. I agree, he was a really bad pick. Plenty of time to recover, however. But this has raised questions about his suitability for a sensitive diplomatic position. And that's a wrap for this episode. Thank you so much for your support of Front Page. Please remember to leave a comment below the video. This is really helping us to be seen all around the world. The more people who watch Front Page, the more freedom-loving people the world will have. And please hit the like button and hit the notification bell after subscribing. And please share this video with your friends and family because everybody deserves to know the truth.
Right, time for the papers at 7:47 with Suzanne Evans and Kevin Schofield. Morning, both. Morning. To be expressed, Suzanne, Keir Starmer is being told by the Tories must give a public apology to grooming gang victims.
Yes, that's right. So the Express has done an investigation into Keir Starmer's prosecution when he was head of the CPS of the Rochdale grooming gangs and have found him severely lacking. And now Chris Philp, the Shadow Home Secretary, is saying that there needs to be an investigation into this as part of the current inquiry into the scandal. So this is much more pressure on this time from the Tories and from regarding a case that, of course, has got huge emotions around it. So basically, you might remember Maggie Oliver, the police officer who blew the whistle on the whole scandal. She resigned because of the way the Crown Prosecution Service handled the cases at the time, saying that the victims deserved much, much better. She's long been critical about how it was handled. So, for example, there was one perpetrator called Adil Khan who was charged with a lesser crime of conspiracy to commit sexual activity with a child, a 13-year-old, whereas in fact he raped her, made her pregnant. Is what apparently, and so they got the DNA they from the baby. That's how they caught him. So basically, the idea is that Starmer was finding lesser charges to convict these men, but his leadership rival, Mayor Andy Burnham of Greater Manchester in 2024, did a report into this and talked about the CPS's behaviour basically amounted to deplorable further abuse of these children because their appalling suffering was basically dumbed down. So, much more pressure on Keir Starmer now. And arguably, if the CPS didn't prosecute to the full extent of the law, and we know there are other perpetrators who are still out there who have evaded justice, then I can quite see why the Shadow Home Secretary is calling for him to be grilled as part of the inquiry.
Well, and who knows, he may not be Prime Minister by then, if that ever was to come to pass.
I don't know, can we move on to something I'm feeling a little bit schadenfreude about today? I had to say I did have a little bit of a giggle when I saw this headline about EU chiefs investigating Peter Mandelson over Epstein corruption. Here we have
Mandelstein, that's a Freudian slip.
Yeah, arch Remainer, EU lover Mandelson is being pursued by the very thing that he loves. So I have to say, as an arch Brexiteer, I did have a little bit of a giggle about that this morning. Basically, what happened is earlier this year, Sir David Davis, the former Tory cabinet minister, used parliamentary privilege to claim that Lord Epstein, Lord, I've done it again. Lord Epstein, Lord, no, I'm taking, you put it in my head now. I got it out of my head. Mandelson's relationship with a Russian oligarch called Oleg Deripaska could be as bad as the one he had with Epstein. Because when
George Osborne was on the board as well, wasn't
That's right. So when he was EU Trade Commissioner, he put basically contracts worth £148 million in his pocket. So David Davis wants this investigated, as does Nigel Farage. So I did have a laugh. Shout out for it again.
All right, you two. Thank you.
Here's what most people don't realise. Your personal data isn't just floating around. It's being bought and sold every single day by data brokers. That means employers, strangers, scammers, and even criminals can access it. And that's how identity theft, fraud, and harassment starts. Now, sure, you could try removing it yourself, but it takes hours of forms and emails, and even then, it usually pops right back up. That's why this video is brought to you by Incogni. Incogni contacts data brokers on your behalf and demands your information is deleted from their databases, and they keep on doing it to make sure it stays gone. And they've just launched an unlimited plan with custom removals. So if your info appears on some random website, you can paste the link and their privacy team will personally work to get it taken down. It's simple. Click the link in the description, create your account, give permission, and they handle the rest. Head to incogni.com/GB News. And with the code GB News, you can get a huge 6% off an annual plan. Click the link in the description or scan the QR code now. It works out at less than a coffee a month. It's also totally risk-free for 30 days. Take back control of your personal data today with Incogni. And a big thanks to them for supporting the channel.
Our main story this morning is about the minister. Is he heading into another week of turmoil?
Well, reports suggest that members of the cabinet are holding private talks over who should ask him to step down, following, of course, the Peter Mandelson and other scandals.
Yeah, what does that remind you of back in the 90s? Well, it comes ahead of Morgan McSweeney, his former chief of staff, appearing before the Foreign Affairs Select Committee next week, where he'll give evidence on his dealings with Peter Mandelson and this whole job in the United States.
He lost his phone and nobody can find it. In other developments, the Home Secretary is considering whether to open talks with the Taliban on returning failed asylum seekers.
Let's talk to political commentator Duncan Barks, who's here. I mean, it's interesting. I saw some analysis this morning saying actually this coming week could be far worse from the Prime Minister than the week that's just gone.
Yeah, it could be. I think it's in a very critical period. I suspect there are conversations going on behind closed doors and will be continuing over the weekend regarding what do we do with a problem like Keir Starmer. I think if there was an obvious successor to take his place, someone who was able to strike, he would be in a lot of danger. But at the moment, the only obvious person is probably Ed Miliband. And it's whether or not he would actually want the job, because some of the other people who potentially could replace him, Angela Rayner, there's a challenge there until her Texas investigation has been completed. Wes Streeting seems to be off the board a little bit, and Andy Burnham, the King of the North, is often cited as the future leader of the Labour Party. He's not even an MP, he's the Mayor for Greater Manchester. So the forthcoming week will be interesting. If he can survive it, I think he's all right for a good few weeks. There was an interesting story last night in the Independent newspaper by David Maddox, their political editor, saying that the Speaker of the House of Commons, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, looks set to give MPs a say on whether the Prime Minister is referred to what's known as the Commons Privilege Committee regarding whether or not he misled Parliament over the appointment of Mandelson. Now, if that were to happen, that would put Starmer in such a dangerous position, because GB News viewers and listeners will recall it was that Privileges Committee that basically did for Boris Johnson.
So Mr. Speaker's going to put it to a vote?
Not yet. MPs apparently have written to him saying, we would like you to consider having a vote about whether or not the Prime Minister should go in front of the Commons.
Well, because that's going to be fascinating with such a big majority.
Yeah.
Would it get? It depends how. It would absolutely depend on how many backbenchers vote against him,
and how desperate they are to get rid of Keir Starmer. I mean, you take a step back from this. You know, the optics of this for a Labour Party who I think got a sizable amount of their vote back in 2024 by effectively saying, look at the Tories and how chaotic they were, and how how grubby they were in certain areas, and have this lack of probity. You know, for a party that actually got into government in July 2024, Labour saying we're not like that. Look at where we are now with this
straight into it. Really.
Yeah, I mean, it would basically be a vote of no confidence.
It would be. So it comes back to whether or not those Labour MPs are that desperate to get rid of Keir Starmer. But then you go full circle. Who is the obvious replacement? Do you want a summer of chaos where there's some kind of leadership contest? And then you've also got to consider the impact it has on our economy and the markets, because for all of Starmer and Rees's faults, stability does make people who lend this country a lot of money feel relatively secure about handing over the dosh.
Can we talk about the Taliban?
Yes.
This is a very odd situation. I mean, one of the biggest groups of people crossing the channel on small boats are Afghans.
Yep.
And there's an issue sending them back because obviously the Taliban is now in charge. The Home Secretary says she's considering talking to the Taliban. To give her a due, it's been announced that EU countries and Sweden are talking to the Taliban about returning people. It's a difficult one, though.
It is, because ultimately for this to happen, you have to recognise officially the Taliban as a government that you're prepared to deal with.
And we don't.
And we don't up until now. So, Stephen, you're absolutely right. Because Sweden, the EU Commission, are holding talks, or want to hold talks with the Taliban government, our Home Secretary is thinking, well, maybe we should do the same to thrash out some kind of returns deal. 10% of all arrivals crossing the channel are Afghans. The figures here are quite staggering. 36,000 Afghans claimed asylum since 2020 in the United Kingdom, most of those arriving on small boats. And we have this almost perverse situation where we might have our Home Secretary acknowledging this regime. And, just a bit of background here, the Taliban, I think, took control of Afghanistan back in 2021, because American forces withdrew, we withdrew. Some people say we just left, a lot of people in Afghanistan literally hanging. So we could end up in a situation where we have some kind of returns deal with the Taliban.
I can't quite see it happening, can you? Because there's no way the Taliban are going to accept kindly people who have tried to escape the country.
Yeah, and I mean, the people that they're looking to return effectively are either those who have got criminal convictions in this country or are failed asylum seekers. And then it gets us into this awful area. What kind of deal would it look like? And is it going to be a case of us paying the Taliban to take these people back? Now, that's not being suggested because those negotiations have not happened. But there is a prospect there, because what would be the incentive for the Taliban to take back a load of people?
All right, let's bring this guy in. You know this guy. He's probably one of the most connected people I know. He gets scoops everything. He's got just a pipeline into the administration, because everything that comes out is just, if it hasn't happened yet, let's bring in a good friend of mine, CEO and editor-in-chief of Just News, John Solomon. John, around 11:30 p.m. last night, Just News posted a story entitled The Art of No Deal. Tell us what you mean by that and where we headed.
Yeah, so it's important to understand that what's going on right now is that the president has a clear proposal to the Iranians, but the Iranians don't have a clear negotiating team. Something you and I talked about a couple of weeks ago. There's a division between the IRGC, which are the most radical of the fanatics in the Iranian regime, the Revolutionary Guard. They would like to fight to death. Trump could deliver that wish if he would. I would like to. And then some of the civilian leadership, which vacillates between a partial to full deal. I do think what has happened in the last 48 hours is that the Iranians have agreed on a potential strategy, and they've identified the foreign minister as the sole voice for speaking for all the different factions that are left behind in the sort of splintered Iranian leadership. And that allows for clear negotiations. And the only question will be, will the Iranians accept the president's terms? the Iranians don't have much to leverage. They are the losing, defeated party. Yeah, they can cause a little mischief here and there in the Hormuz Strait. Probably not as much as we think, but they are the defeated party.
You said the Hormuz Strait. Trump said that the other day, and he backed up with, this. Some would call it the Strait of Hormuz, a much more beautiful word.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, it is the Strait of Hormuz. I always I shorten it when I'm talking about it fasthand, but.
Well, we can meet with a guy. Maybe he picked it up from. Anyway, I digress.
Yeah, no, I don't think I can blame him for that one. That's my own brain on that one. I do think that this is the last round of negotiations. A little while ago, Senator Roger Wicker said that the time for negotiating is over. The Iranians are never going to make a deal, and I think that's a general assessment inside the Intelligence Committee right now. That said, I think the president wants to exhaust every possible option here. And there are some inklings that Iran wants to move towards a deal. The parliament speaker has been pushed aside, so it's just the foreign minister now. And the foreign minister's job is to go to all the different factions and get consensus and come back. And if there's no consensus, then there's no deal, and then we're going to resume bombing Iran. And it's probably going to be pretty ugly for Iran. It's not going to be ugly for us, but the next round of this will be tough. I wouldn't be surprised if we unleash some laser weapons to instill some shock and awe, and really focus on eradicating the IRGC and some of the radical leaders that are still left or who have risen up from mid-level positions to lessen the number of people that have to get consensus to. But I do think that if this war resumes, we will have full control of the Strait of Hormuz pretty quickly, and that'll be an objective, and the objective of taking out more and more of the leadership. So there's fewer and fewer people to object to a peace deal. I think that's the next piece of it.
So Fox is reporting in the last 2 hours, I believe, that Kushner and Witkoff are going to head to Islamabad over the weekend.
Sunday. Yep.
The question is this: it's not JD Vance. Do Kushner and Witkoff have signing capability to actually cut the deal?
Well, they have direct access to the president. So, look at the deals they have cut all around the world, right? They've been quite a tandem. I think pulling the vice president back is a statement to the Iranians that it's not worth our time to send our vice president given the charade that you've had. But if you establish at this meeting that you can speak with one voice and that when you say you agree to something, you can back it up, then we might bring the vice president back to close the deal. So, there are all these little nuances in diplomacy. Pulling the vice president isn't because it's a failure. It's because it's not worth his time if you guys are going to play cat and mouse. And quite frankly, if this is another cat and mouse, we're unleashing another round of fury on you. So I do think that there's what's interesting is that the Iranian negotiating team has shrunk. And I think that creates a more quick path to getting answers. And we're going to know pretty quickly who's in charge and whether they agree with what we want. And if they don't want what we want, we're not going to bend to them. We're the winners. We're the ones who just took out all their capabilities, blockaded their blockade. The losing party doesn't get to dictate. I know that's been the past behavior of Iran, not with this president. So I think by Monday or Tuesday, we'll know whether we're resuming the war for a little bit or whether we have a deal. And it will be the last round of negotiations.
Yeah. John, so Abbas Sarachi, I hope I'm pronouncing it right. If I'm not, please correct me. He's the foreign minister who will be meeting with Witkoff and Kushner. You say they've narrowed it down to him, but who does he speak for? Does he speak for little mini Ayatollah with one leg hobbling around, or the IRGC?
Listen, I think he speaks for 5 factions, and his job is to go back to the 5 factions. We so decimated their leadership that they're factionalized, and they can't get together because every time they get together, we kill them, right? So it is sort of a pigeon carrier exercise of 5, what I've been told are 5 different factions. So you got the IRGC. You've got the Ayatollah, who's very close to the IRGC, but has his own sort of insights, and who's also medically very severely wounded. Then you've got the parliament, and then you've got the leftover original leadership, and then you've got some of these leaders in the foreign ministry that have popped up since all the other leaders were taken out. The foreign minister's job is to get to those 5 people and say, can we speak with one voice? And if not, get your helmets on because we're about to get our butts whooped again. And I think that is what's going to happen this weekend. Witkoff and Jared Kushner are going to be able to just sit there and say, This is the last thing. The president's not going beyond this. If it's not good enough for you, just tell us and we'll resume bombing. No problem.
All right, let's switch gears a little bit for the last few minutes of the segment. You talk about election vulnerabilities. Explain what you mean, please.
Yeah. So about 3 weeks ago, we got declassified at our request from Tulsi Gabbard documents showing that China had penetrated, contrary to what we've been told for the last 6 years, multiple states' voter registration databases. This is a major breach. It was kept from us for 6 years. These breaches occurred in 2020. We were told after 2020, most secure election, perfect election. Those statements were not true. Iran and China infiltrated and penetrated, and in some cases hacked into voter registration data, creating a major vulnerability. Last week, we showed that before those penetrations occurred, so the penetrations occurred in the spring of 2020, in January and February of 2020, the intelligence community unanimously assessed that America's election infrastructure was significantly vulnerable and could be compromised by a foreign power. That's very different than what the Chris Krebs and the Chris Wrays of the world told us. Everything's fine, secure election. That's not what our intelligence agencies actually believe. We were given a sugar pill to hide those very difficult vulnerabilities. The sad part about that is that we went from knowing there were vulnerabilities and that the voter registration database was the most vulnerable to allowing it to be compromised to then keeping it quiet so that nobody could solidify or fortify our election system. I think in the next few weeks we're going to find out that the number of vulnerabilities have only increased since 2020, that the number of penetrations have only increased. I would not be surprised if we learned from Tulsi Gabbard sometime in mid-May that 18 to 20 states' voter election databases were penetrated. That would be a national scandal because it would have been kept from us. And by the way, when it happened in Great Britain in 2024, it was a national scandal. There was a moment of shame, and it led to recrimination and some very significant security improvements. I think this is the moment the president has one more shot to go back to the Senate. Say, hey, Senator X and Senator Y, you're currently not voting for the Save America Act, but this is what just happened in your state. You were kept in the dark by Joe Biden on this. We're telling you the truth about what happened. Here's the data. Here's what happened. Now's the time for you to get on board with the Save America Act. I think there'll be a moment where senators will be confronted with parochial revelations that their state was penetrated by China, and they'll have to make a hard decision. I stay with my party line or I stay with my rhino line. I won't support this, or I'm going to do what's in the best interest of my state because my state constituents are very concerned, and we'll go forward. I think the other thing we're going to start to learn is that the government has multiple projects going on, Eric, to identify how many illegal non-citizens and illegal aliens got on the voter rolls. It's not in the thousands. It's going to be north of 100,000 in the numbers I'm hearing. That too should come out in May. Those are two big revelations. These aren't small little things like the left keeps making them out to be. These are major vulnerabilities and major failures of our election system. I think the president has a chance to ride these new disclosures to put new pressure on a lazy Senate that hasn't gotten around to the Save America Act.
John, let me do this very quick. We're really tough on time, so we'll kind of rapid fire because I'm going to put you in a spot to ask you what you know. I'm going to ask you what you think because the left loves to spread rumors. And the left is spreading rumors that this one's out, this one's out, this one's out. Yeah. Tulsi, you think she's safe for the near term?
I do. Yeah, I do.
Okay. All right. How about Kash Patel?
Definitely safe.
Okay. And Howard Lutnick?
To be determined. I do think there's a fondness for the president for him, but I think there's also a question of just what sort of success he's had. And at the end of the day, the president could like you, but he's a bottom line guy, and if he doesn't like the bottom line, sometimes he makes a chance. In Donald Trump's world, making changes isn't a failure. It's just an effort to get improved, right? It's like what you do in the football training camp, right? You may have a good athlete, but maybe there's a guy a little bit better. You move to the better guy before you get to the regular season.
Yeah, the quarterback's not winning games. You bring your backup, see how it goes. Yeah, of course.
That's right. That's how it works. And
that's in business, John. That's why I've been a Trump supporter since 2015. Completely altered. I've never varied because the business guy in him says if it's not selling, let's get another one. Let's find someone who can sell.
I agree. I think it's nothing more profound than that. He looks at things analytically and he just wants to keep getting better. And most people in politics today will see an iceberg coming and they'll say, oh my God, we're going to crash in the iceberg. Donald Trump sees an iceberg. He's like, who's going to be the captain? If he can't do it, get a new captain. And so it's just it's interesting to watch how politics is so inert and Donald Trump isn't. That's what drives, I think, most politicians.
That guy right there, John Solomon, runs Just the News. We're at 6 o'clock, and make sure you check out the website as well. John, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
2.5 minutes, folks. We'll be right back.
That's right. So, as I said earlier, there are rooms basically where there's lots of socialising, lots of networking, lots of celebrating, actually, of the journalists who work very hard in this town. And so I was at the top of the escalators. The pictures we've been seeing, just to explain a little bit of the geography of the building, is the lobby level anyone could walk into. I think Thomas Corbett Dillon was just saying. Anybody could walk into that level. Guests, of course, people who work in the hotel, anybody. And there was no security at that point whatsoever. And you walk in and there's a table with two ladies with a piece of paper and they basically tick your name off. I mean, it is incredibly informal. That's part of the charm of this city. A lot of the events are like that. But obviously, on occasion, that backfires somewhat, you might say. And so lots of people walking around, having drinks, socialising, and then the main event started to happen. People made their way down the escalator. So the pictures we're seeing here, this is the lobby area in the basement. So there's a lobby area on the first floor, there's a lobby area in the basement. So this is the area where the metal detectors were. This is the area where you'd have to put your bags through the machine. They're going to search your bags. They're going to pat people down. They have the metal detectors in their hands, etc. So it was at this point, obviously, where the gunman realised that he wasn't going to get through the metal detectors, and that is why he's made a run for it. See, he's come right through, but you can see how relaxed everybody is. Nobody's on high alert. The body language of the people there, it was a very convivial atmosphere because it was a social occasion. It wasn't like going into a conference. It wasn't like walking into the White House on any particular day. It was a social occasion. And so I think they had their guard down, is the best way I can describe it. I mean, I spoke to a couple of guests. In fact, you might play that this morning, but there were two women who were just guests in the hotel. I got chatting to them in one of the bars actually beforehand. And they were sort of baffled by the event because they just booked for a weekend. They live in Phoenix. They booked for a weekend in Washington. They didn't know it was the Washington Correspondents' Dinner tonight when they booked into the hotel. It's a vast hotel. This room that we're looking at here holds about 2,500 people for this sort of event. And so there were lots of people walking around. And I guess this guy, we now know he was a guest at the hotel. The question is, I suppose, how long had he been down in the basement? Because there was a level of security he had to get through to descend the escalators. But it was literally a case of saying, do you have a ticket? Can I see your ticket? And if you showed a ticket, you went down the escalators. And when I say a ticket, guys, it was a tiny little white piece of paper. Easily replicable, nothing distinguishing about it. There's no QR code, there was no ticket on a phone. Again, it's part of the charm of Washington. It isn't quite so technologically advanced that maybe these events would be, and a lot of us rather like that, but it does mean that on occasions like this, if you've replicated a little white ticket, I guess you can get down the escalators and you can get down to the lobby area. We're seeing the gunman here, obviously once he was apprehended. And we know a little bit more about him. I've got Ben Leo sat here with me as well, if you want me to hand it to Ben.
Hello, guys. So this chap here on your screen, he is called Cole Allen. He's a 31-year-old from California. He's been identified as a teacher. Unbelievably, not so recently, he was crowned Teacher of the Month. So it does beg the question how you go from being Teacher of the Month, educating the future generations of Americans, to travelling all the way across the country, from the west coast to the east coast, armed with not only just a pistol, as we first thought was the case when this story first broke in the early hours this morning. I think it was around 1 a.m. UK time, armed with a shotgun, a pistol, and multiple knives as well. as Bev said, he was staying at the Hilton Hotel, which again raises more serious concerns and questions about security for the president and indeed his cabinet. Because how can you have a massive event like this, the White House Correspondents Association dinner? It's an annual event. It's advertised well in advance. Everybody knows who attends. Everybody knows who's coming, and the severity and the top level of security needed to keep attendees safe, not least the president. How was this guy, Carl Allen, a 31-year-old teacher, able to check into the Hilton Hotel at some point during the week, perhaps, armed to the nines with an arsenal, and indeed stay there until this dinner this evening? And the footage of him literally sprinting, and the president was describing it in some detail, sprinting towards the front door of the ballroom at some speed. Here it is now on your screen. Just extraordinary when this dropped. And actually, it was the president who shared this initially on his Truth Social page. The Secret Service detail you can see here, the guy runs in, the Secret Service en masse. I describe them as, and I mean this with no disrespect, it's a compliment, just like ants, the way they convene together, they all move forward together with their pistols out. They did fire 4 and 5 shots towards the chap. He wasn't hit. Unbelievably, he was unscathed, so he was arrested and taken into custody unharmed. But just how this happens, how he's able to check into the hotel with all those weapons, and you would have thought at least that if there were going to be guests staying at the Hilton Hotel, that at least everybody was searched before this event took place and the president made his way onto site.
There's nothing more important than keeping your money and your identity safe online. And with so many VPN options available, choosing the right one can be pretty daunting. But this video's sponsor, ExpressVPN, is making the choice easier for GB News viewers. ExpressVPN is offering up to 75% off, plus 4 extra months free. That's top-level security from just £2.49 a month, and you're covered by their 30-day money-back guarantee. So just click the link in this video's description or scan the QR code now. Remember, when you're online, you are often sharing personal data, so hackers can steal your information, your passwords, your photos, and your bank details in just seconds. But ExpressVPN encrypts your connection, making it virtually impossible for hackers to access your personal information. So why choose ExpressVPN? Well, it couldn't be easier to use. With just one click, you are protected. And ExpressVPN uses military-grade AES 256 encryption, which is the same standard trusted by the US government to guard their classified information. With their new tiered plans, you can protect up to 14 devices at once and manage passwords securely. Live chat support is available 24/7, and it typically connects you in under a minute with a real person. Click the link in this video's description or scan the QR code to get up to 75% off ExpressVPN, plus 4 months extra for free. Start protecting yourself today with ExpressVPN.
Yeah, I was just, if I could just step in there, actually, the point that President Trump has been making, and of course, often politicians, if they've got a point they want to make, it's in the aftermath of something like this that they make it. As we know, he's been desperate to get this ballroom built at the White House. And on a night like this, it is quite clear, being in this town, how desperately the White House does need its own social space. The fact that it doesn't have one is amazing, because it means that the president and all of the cabinet have had to travel across town. It isn't far, it's only a couple of miles between the White House and this hotel, but they've had to travel there, and then they are so vulnerable. And what President Trump has been calling for is to have a ballroom at the White House where he could host this many people in the most secure setting imaginable. And that's obviously the point that he will be making in the next few days. Now, some would say that's in some ways a happy coincidence, actually, that it's worked out like that, because he's even had issues with the planning permission for the ballroom. Part of it got rejected recently, didn't it, Ben, if I remembered that correctly?
Yeah, there's been a back and forth, legal challenges as well, and it's worth reminding viewers and listeners that the president is funding the ballroom himself. It's the East Wing. I guess it's a moot point in light of what's happened tonight, but he wants that ballroom, and he said in his press briefing this evening, this is the reason we need the ballroom. We cannot keep having events such as this in public spaces where we can't fully trust the security. He pretty much had a dig at the Hilton Hotel for saying their security, or the building, apologies, was not secure. He said this is why we need the ballroom and why the military at the White House are asking for it. Bev, I just wanted to get your thoughts on other comments made by the president in that press briefing. He was very quick to get to the podium. I guess one of the most poignant comments he said was, in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts to resolving their differences peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. What did you make of his tone?
Unexpected. I genuinely found that really surprising. We don't hear that rhetoric of unity very often from the president. As we know, he likes to come out swinging. He's on the front foot most of the time when he talks to the media. He's on the front foot when he gets onto Truth Social, let's be honest, when he posts online. And I would hope also that he would heed some of his own advice, because he doesn't help with the temperature. I understand why he does it. I understand his frustrations, having been in those briefing rooms. You know how it has been. We've been in that room. We've seen the information be given firsthand to the media, and then we've seen how it's been misinterpreted sometimes by some elements of the left-wing press here in America and in the UK as well. And so I do understand the frustration of the way that he, particularly as an individual, is demonized repeatedly and cast as evil. We've heard people say that he's evil. In fact, there was footage online this weekend, just a couple of days ago, of a preacher in a church praying to God, please take President Trump, to ripples of laughter from the congregation. And when you've got church leaders, I think it was a Christian, maybe it was a Catholic church, asking for him to die, don't be surprised when vulnerable onlookers take that advice literally. One of the things I think is probably worth reflecting on, actually, on this occasion, is the fact that the shooter, the guy that had the gun, as Anne said, quite rightly, we don't know precisely why he was there. We can hazard a guess. But he hasn't been killed. So it's one of those rare occasions where actually we might get some understanding about what his motive was.
Yeah, it could have been the president himself who was after, or it could have been just talking about the rhetoric and the kind of political toxicity we see both sides of the pond. It could have been, we've heard about what the left tend to say, the pictures outside, placards, death to all of them, death to tyrants were some of the placards. But on the flip side as well, Bev, President Trump, he will say things such as the media, enemies of the people, so on and so on. So it could be, it's not been struck out yet, that possibly maybe this man was heading towards journalists. Who knows? Maybe he was after journalists or broadcasters. Maybe he was a right-winger. Maybe he was a left-winger.
Yeah, it's a very good point, because in fact, I'm glad you've reminded me, Ben, some of the heckling when I was walking into the building this evening was directed at the press. No doubt about it. And they were saying, how can you support him? How can you report on him? They were shouting. And so clearly in their mind, there were several targets in that room tonight, not just the president or members of his cabinet, but also the media. It was a group of individuals who will just find somebody to hate and find somebody to yell at. Some of the pictures, Ben and I just sat here now with the laptop open here, but actually some of the pictures of the protesters, and that was what I saw very much, masked up, all of them with their faces covered. Almost none of the protesters there tonight would show their faces. We see it all the time, in particularly the Antifa, particularly the left-wing protesters and political agitators. They always have their faces covered up. They will never freely stand there and show you who they are. And sure enough, it was the same thing today.
Stephen and Anne, just before I throw back to you, Christian Turner, the new ambassador here, the UK ambassador to the United States, has posted on X not so long ago. He says the UK embassy team attending tonight's White House Correspondents' Dinner are grateful for the swift and professional response of the Secret Service. We're thankful that the President and all those in attendance were unharmed, and our best wishes are with the injured officer. Bev, just finally, they'll have some questions to answer, some I argue, sort of heightened security detail to consider ahead of the King's visit on, well, he's here on Monday, isn't he, ahead of Tuesday. They will be thinking about this now.
Well, we are both at the Ambassadors tomorrow. There is a huge event in town tomorrow at the British Ambassador's residence. It was meant to be the morning after the night before. Hundreds of people will be there on soil at the embassy with Christian Turner and his wife Claire tomorrow morning, having a brunch, and it will be a very different mood in the air now tomorrow. Now, of course, as you say, Ben, the state visit starts on Monday. We have the biggest 3 days, on the 4 days probably, on the calendar this year in Washington, D.C. The 4 days which will unite our two countries happen in just over 24 hours or so, and 48 hours. And so the security will be extremely heightened now, of course. I hope it doesn't change the plan of the state visit. I hope it doesn't change what they were going to do. As Thomas said, King Charles, is due to take a trip up to Shenandoah, one of the national parks just outside of Washington, on Thursday, and to Virginia. There are several occasions welcoming. There's an afternoon tea, there's a dinner. We'll be covering every single second of it on GB News for you from Monday morning onwards, and this will certainly add a level of tension to proceedings, there's no doubt.
Well, thank you very much. That was very unexpected, but incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement. And this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now. Put out on Truth and put out on many of the platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, it's not a particularly secure building, and I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's got drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different, because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the DC police. And we just spoke with the mayor, and when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to, and you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a wood assassin who sought to kill. In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story. And in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, came close. We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts and resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, independents, conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in the room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record-setting group of people. And there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that. But we were, First Lady and I were taken very well care of, very quickly rushed off the stage. Vice President J.D. Vance was here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help him. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The man has been captured. They're going to his apartment. I guess he lives in California, and he's a sick person, a very sick person. And we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job with such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all about, not just White House correspondence. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it bigger and better and even nicer. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the press, the media. You've been very responsible in your coverage. I will say I've been seeing what's been out. You've been very responsible. So Todd Blanche, I'd like to say a few words. I know we're going to have cash, and then you're going to go on. We could ask. I guess we could take a couple of questions. I want to thank the First Lady for. That was a rather traumatic experience for her. There was a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay. But it was protocol. They said, please, sir. Because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know could there be probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out. We'll find out very quickly. They have it very well under control. So I want to thank everybody very much. And Todd Blanche, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Tonight you saw the very worst and the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the president just talked about. But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do. And you'll see the videos come out, I expect, very shortly, and you'll see law enforcement do exactly what we want them to do. And so I echo what President Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that did their jobs tonight, including one who was injured. This investigation is ongoing. I expect you will see charges filed shortly. The charges should be self-evident given the conduct, but as you'll hear, there will be multiple charges surrounding the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and anything else that we can get on this guy. The investigation is obviously ongoing and just started. There is federal law enforcement already working on search warrants and doing their job, and I don't want to get ahead of them and don't want to get ahead of the work that they're doing even as we speak. Director Patel and I were just on the crime scene a short while ago, and everybody in this room should rest assured that the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job. I know that the police chief is going to give an update from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will lead the details of what they have learned to him. But in the meantime, I just want to thank everybody in this room for the courage. And I want to thank President Trump for his words, and I promise you, justice will be served. Thank you, Dr. Patel.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. President. The President's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene to include the long gun and the shell casings. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said rings no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us at a time of uncertainty because we have leadership here with the President, the Vice President that backs law enforcement, and the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any information whatsoever related to this event, 1-800-CALL-FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI. No piece of information is too small. No piece of information is inadequate. We will evaluate it all. We will also be conducting interviews of those that were there. And if any of those individuals have information, please come forward to law enforcement or the FBI or the Metropolitan Police Department. We will be examining this individual's background thoroughly. That process has already started, and we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership. Attorney General, Homeland Secretary Mullen, thank you for your partnership in law enforcement.
Thank you. Okay, we'll do a couple and then we go to the chair. Madam Chairman, I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule. Then it's very tough for her to ask a killer question, right? But you have done a fantastic job. Please.
Mr. President, I appreciate it. As you mentioned, it all happened so quickly.
Yeah.
And I wonder, especially because fortunately you have experience with these sorts of threats. In that moment, when you realized there was a threat and service agents were telling us down, can you describe what was going through your mind, how you were feeling in that moment?
That's a very good question, actually. It's always shocking when something like this happens. Happened to me. And that never changes. The fact we're sitting right next to each other, First Lady, am I right? And I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a tray. I thought it was a tray going down. I've heard that many times, and it was a pretty loud noise. And it was from quite far away. He hadn't reached the area at all. They really got him. But so it was quite far away, but it was a gun. And some people really understood that pretty quickly. Other people didn't. I was watching to see what was happening. Probably should have gone down even faster. Melania was very cognizant, I think, of what happened. I think she knew immediately what happened. She was saying, "That's a bad noise," and we were whisked away along with other people, but we were really whisked away. And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police, all of the law enforcement, I thought was really good. So it was very quick. There wasn't a lot of time to be thinking, because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and gone into an area. We very much, and you wanted to too, we very much wanted to continue it, because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible, horrible people change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do. So we held out. You were there. We held out right till the end, but they didn't want to take a chance, and I understand it was protocol. But we're going to be doing one hopefully within the next 30 days or sooner, and I am ready, willing, and able. And I was all set to really rip it. And I said to my people, this would be the most inappropriate speech ever made if I said one. So I'll have to save it. I don't know if I could ever be as rough as I was going to be tonight. I think I'm going to be probably very nice. I'll be very boring the next time, but we're going to have a great event. And you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. There's a report in the New York Post that this assailant assembled his weapon somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you know, I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this, where they got them. But the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names here, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughing stock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country. And there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
After Butler, your team for a while rethought outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink indoor?
Well, but then you just don't do events. No, I can't do that. I have to. It is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. He charged from 50 yards away, so he was very far away from the room.
And what do you think when you saw the video of how fast he was?
He was moving. He was really moving. And the reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn. Literally, by the time he was there, they were shooting. I thought they were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know. I'm not going to be. I would not stand for that. No, I thought they were very impressive.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you for updating us on the suspect earlier. Were you aware of any threats? Was your team aware of any threats beforehand? And do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people, they're crazy. And, you never know. He was very far away from me. I had to go through a lot. We had resources all over. We had resources sitting at tables, literally in disguise, sitting maybe at your table, who knows? But we had people all over the room, so he had a long way to go. That was really first line of defense, and they got him. And they really, they acted incredibly. No, there was no notification. We had no idea. Go ahead.
Do you have any political motivations from this?
Well, you never know. Now, we'll be able to tell you that maybe by tomorrow or the next day. He's in custody, and they're asking him a lot of questions. I guess they're going over Todd, and they're already at his apartment. He lives in California, and they're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you, Kate.
Did the suspect say anything, or was he wearing anything that would allege some type of motive here?
No, I mean, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. They had him down. He was fighting hard. He was in my opinion, a sick person. Who would do that but a sick person? But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now. But tomorrow at this time, long before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. They seem to think he was a lone wolf, and I feel that too.
Are you concerned about U.S. Secret Service protection ability? We saw several of the detainees take minutes to be escorted out of the room.
No, they acted very quickly. No, I was very impressed by Secret Service. I mean, I'm the one, and Mark Wayne, you would agree with that, I think. I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do their job. Oh, believe me, because, it's my life. And I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone. Okay, a couple of more. Oh, go ahead, please.
Is there any indication that this shooting could have been linked to war in Iraq?
I don't think so, but you never know. We're going to know a lot. We have the best people in the world working on it, and we're going to know a lot. Please.
Mr. President, there's a lot. You, as well as some of us who have covered Butler, experienced another horrific day 2 years ago.
Yeah.
What felt similar? You had the First Lady with you today. What felt different? And you have another 2+ years in office. Are you concerned about something like this happening?
Well, I can't be concerned. I can only get great people. They did the job. In my opinion, a much better job than Butler. Butler had one weak spot. Somebody should have been up there. But even Butler, we had our sniper on our side within 4.2 seconds, a distance of about 400 yards, one shot, and he was gone. And if he didn't do it now, he's David. His name was David. I say, hello, David, every time I see him. David, I like you very much, David. But think of that. Now, if he doesn't hit him, and he hit him right between the eyes from 400 yards without any notice, nobody knew. He heard a sound. He looked over, and there was actually a tree that was somewhat in his way. You know the story very well. And he aimed, he fired, and if he didn't do that, beyond me, he would have had a lot more people killed. We lost one great person and 2 people very badly hurt. They're okay now. But no, that was so. In a sense, it was pretty amazing the job they did. But they did have that one weak spot, as you know. They should have had that covered. Tonight they had everything covered very quickly, and he was fast. He was running full blast, and they got him before they got any further. I was very far away. You know, he hadn't anywhere close to breach the doors of the ballroom. The ballroom was sealed, and everybody in there. That's why once those doors opened, they didn't want to do tonight. If the doors weren't opened, we could have probably done it tonight. But I think we're much better off rescheduling. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, for you and perhaps law enforcement as well, what is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor? And has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
Yeah, I think I've just look. It's not my profession. We have great professionals up here and outside that have been working with us. My impression is he was a lone wolf, whack job. These are crazy people. And they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know. He's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, you know, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know, I think very shortly, you're going to know, Todd, a lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. Yeah, a couple of more. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? This could be politically motivated.
All violence. Concerned about everything. Look, but I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. You know, I tell the story. Race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous. So if you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily, they die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%. I think bull riding is very dangerous. If you take about the same 10% of 1%, much less than 1%. But if you take presidents, it's 5.8%. And about 8% are shot at. So nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession. But I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job. As part of the job, it is a dangerous. I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. But I love the country, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happening. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened over a period of just a year, and we're going to do great things. But with that come risks. There's no question about it. Yeah.
There's been so much political violence, not just aimed at yourself, but at other members of Congress, state house speakers, you name it. Is that just the cost of doing business?
Yeah.
To do politics in America anymore?
Yeah. Well,
what does that say about our country?
Yeah, we're not the only country. You look at this great violence with all countries. I was talking to somebody from another country today, and they have numerous assassinations of political figures all over the world. You look at South America. It's like some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. Whether it's here or someplace else. No country is immune. No country. Good question.
At this point?
Well, probably if I decided to just not do much, if I let everybody rip us off and take advantage of us. Look, we're leading the world in trade now. We're leading the world in the military. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it in my first term, and now we use it because we have no choice. We can't let, as an example, Iran, we can't let them get a nuclear weapon. Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon, and they'd use it too. Marco and I were talking about it today. They would use it without even hesitation. We can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, 5 years, 4 years. They were saying maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year. And I called everybody together. I called all of these people and others and said, we have to take a little journey. I say to do this. We just had the great number. We just broke 50,000. Wasn't supposed to happen during my term. Wasn't reachable. Did it in 1 year. And I said, we're going to have to make a journey to Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers take them out. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have used it. They would have used it 100%. So, you know, when you do things like that, you become a target. If I wasn't doing that, I guess I'd be a lot less of a target. But I'm honored to be. Okay, one more question. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. Did you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also, how does this event impact you as the leader of our country? Do you think it will change?
I like not to think about it. I lead a pretty normal life, considering, you know, it's a dangerous life. I think I handle it as well as it can be handled. I think a lot of other people, you know, you read stories where they become basket cases. To be honest with you, I'm not a basket case. I really take it as it is. I do it for the country. I'm not doing it for any other reason. I have a first lady who's doing a terrific job. She loves the country, and she recognizes it better than anybody. She's told me numerous times. She said, "You are in a dangerous job," but that goes along with her too. I mean, it's dangerous for her too. We sat there tonight. We heard that noise, and it was either a tray or a bullet. I was hoping it was a tray, but it wasn't. And again, we had some very brave people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy with them. I just want to thank everybody. They will be able to give you all that information as to the names and everything else. I think we released the names already. Most of you would have it, but his name. We appreciate it. I see so many tuxedos and beautiful dresses. It was a little different evening than we thought, but we're going to do it again, and we have a great chairman who we're so proud of, and we have to make it better. We'll make it safer, I guess, right? But we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Well, honey, would you want to say something?
Many of the people across the globe, in fact, are watching you. You demonstrated courageous leadership, and thank God you're alive, all of us are alive today. What is the message that you want to give to the world that this should change? What corrective measures can we take from here on?
Well, all you can do, look, I don't care how many people have, how good they are. They can be the greatest people. You can have the greatest security in history. If you have a whack job who's got a brain, but it's a little bit distorted or a lot distorted, they can make trouble. I would say, Pete, right? You know, they can make trouble. Some of these people are of genius level IQ, and they're nuts. So it can be trouble. So you do absolutely the best. You get the best. We have the best people. Well, look, it was proven tonight. He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. It was like a blur on tape. He was moving. They turned. It was very impressive the way they got him. Because a lot of people would be looking and saying, you know, it's like a weird feeling, and they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They drew those guns so fast. They looked like Matt Dillon. They looked like somebody that knew what they were doing, and we really do. But it comes with the territory, and if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. And you take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents, and it doesn't happen to people that don't do anything. And it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. I really don't think so, based on what we know. But we're going to continue to do a great job. That's all I can do. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
continue with your topic, Lizzie, now that you're on your soapbox.
Well, where do I begin? What do you mean? Yes, we're giving more money to our French allies. We are indeed. Pourquoi? No, pour us. It's 662 million, that's what. In fact, the total amount that we have given to the French so far is going to be 1.3 billion. That's right, folks. And what for? They haven't even got their feet wet. And who's paying for this? Shall I tell you? Yep, it's you and me and the panel that, it's all our taxpayers' money that is paying for the French. And I don't understand. Because remember, Starmer said in the Rose Garden that we've got troubling times. They're really tough times ahead. Yet he seems to find the money to pay the French police. Even Trump has waded in to Starmer saying, you know what, you've got to get on top of those immigration policies or else you're toast. Well, I tell you, Starmer, you are toast. And if you give more to the French, well, I tell you what will happen. Rien, which means nothing.
Using the internet without a VPN, a virtual private network, is a bit like taking to the road without car insurance. All it takes is one unlucky moment to cost you a lot of cash. This video's sponsor is Private Internet Access. They are the VPN to help keep you safe. Click the link in the description below to find out why over 30 million people have downloaded PIA to protect themselves online. A virtual private network is an app that hides your IP address and helps keep your data private. When you're browsing the internet at home, you give up a large amount of data to businesses, to shops, and indeed to social media giants too. Hackers have the ability to steal your personal data with ease, including sensitive information such as passwords, keystrokes, and even your personal photos. Private internet access helps protect your personal data by encrypting your internet connection to keep your data out of the hands of cyber criminals. And it's not just hackers either to be concerned about. Information can be censored too. When Canada passed their C-18 bill, social media giants decided to ban news content on their platforms. But PIA can protect your ability to consume the news and content you love. Private internet access is available for Windows users, Mac OS, Android, Linux, iOS, and you can use one PIA subscription to protect an unlimited amount of devices. And we've got a huge GB News discount for you too. Click the link in this video's description and you'll get a massive 83% off PIA. That's under £2 a month, the price of a coffee, and you'll get an extra 4 months completely free on top. Also, there's a 30-day money-back guarantee too. Visit piavpn.com/GB News to start protecting yourself digitally today.
You just have a round of applause. That was amazing.
I did do French at school.
It's one of the ironclad rules of television that frog bashing is always good for ratings, and I think that was no exception. And they deserve a good bashing, the French, because in the money we've given them so far, it hasn't been anywhere near worth it. And no matter how much you give them, the fundamental problem remains that it is not in their interest to carry out this job. In other words, it's not in their interest to actually go the extra mile to stop these migrants crossing the channel, because they don't want to keep them in their own country. They're very happy for the UK to deal with it. That's why there isn't change.
And just another thing, since Starmer's been in power, the boats crossing has gone up 45%. And that's a huge amount. So what are the French doing with this money?
Well, we're hitting summertime now, so it's calmer waters, so it means more boats crossing. Yeah. The one in, one out deal, which is related to this, that's been a total disaster, and people within government privately say so. People who work in the Home Office have said to me, this does not work. Funnily enough, there are people in the Home Office who say, draw it back to the conversation we had about Herma, there are people in the Home Office who say, you know what, the Refugee Convention, ECHR, we've actually got our hands tied here, and we're never going to be able to solve this properly unless we tackle those problems.
But what about
that's people in the Home Office?
the gimmicks? What happened to one in, one out? I mean, they're just a joke. Smash the gangs. He couldn't even smash the top of his boiled egg.
Under the one in, one out deal, under these deals with the French, they have stopped 42,000 migrants from crossing. That's better than the alternative, isn't it, Adam?
No, they haven't stopped 42,000 with a one in, one out.
They have.
42,000?
Yeah, over the lifetime of the deal. That's interesting seeing that.
Yeah,
They're up, hugely up.
Those numbers are very debatable, but the fact of the matter is, even if this was successful, and it obviously hasn't been, people will find different ways to get into the country. So we heard the other day that people are coming from the Netherlands, for example, as opposed to coming from France. If you don't change the ECHR or the Human Rights Convention or the Refugee Act, fundamental barriers to solving this problem, then these people smugglers will just find new ways to get in.
Look, under his watch, over 70,093 have come over. We're only a small island. We're bursting at the seams. We can't keep going on like this.
But look, shall we look into the actual detail of this deal, right? 100 million quid can be rejected or withdrawn if they actually don't succeed in journey stops. They're getting a removal centre finally in Dunkirk, focusing on the top 10 migrants of the top 10 origins for where illegal migrants are coming. Of drones, camera systems, helicopters, police officers on the beaches trained in riot control. I mean, this has to be, I think, Shabana Mahmood, as we've been covering on this channel, has been taking her time with this. She's been trying to get the best deal for this country. I think we give her a good crack at it.
She's stitching us up. And the French can see a weak government. Let me tell you, the French know their onions.
The French coastline is somewhere between 3,000 to 4,000 miles long. Do you think if they monitor those top 10 spots, the people smugglers aren't smart enough to go, oh, you know what, we'll find an 11th spot?
I should clarify top 10 origin countries, i.e. people from Eritrea, Somalia.
The broader point remains that you're not going to solve this problem by tinkering around the edges with policies like that.
This is exactly what I've been saying, right? That you need a whole system approach. That's what this government has been committed to. And these ideas that you come up with, these silver bullets.
You mean the silver bullet that worked in Australia?
Beware of politicians who tell you that there's an easy solution, and if only they tried the easy solution.
It's an easy principle which is moderately difficult to implement, which is if you make it so unappealing to this country, people will stop coming. It is that simple in terms of the principle. How you do that, moderately difficult, but start with getting rid of accommodation, start with getting rid of benefits, and make sure that you have offshore detention and processing, and you tell them that if you try and get to this country by a dinghy, you will never ever stay in the United Kingdom.
Well said, and Will is completely right. It happened in Australia. It worked. Why can't it work here? We have to do something.
The reason it worked.
They have to go back. They're coming over illegally.
The reason research recently showed the reason it worked in Australia was the repulsion of the small boats, not any other policy. Anyway, Trey, you haven't said anything. It was surprisingly quiet. Do you want to come in?
Do you know what I think? You're right. If we ever do have a reform government, I think we're going to be sat here having the same conversation. That's exactly what's going to happen.
Nigel will
I think most of the country want
difference.
something done about the boats, but I don't think it's easy to do. And I think Shabana Mahmood is trying to do something, at least something.
She's all talk.
Well,
she's
trying
all
to do
talk.
something, at least.
No action again.
Well,
my God.
We are going to talk about that after the break, aren't we, Adam? What do you have?
We sure.
Blood and soil, bought and paid for. Thank you, Patriots.
A good friend of yours, the dearly departed Scott Adams, he talked about two things almost incessantly. One was the Southern Poverty Law Center, and the other was Charlottesville. Now, I don't know if Scott ever came out and said that the SPLC was behind Charlottesville, but he seemed to be able to intuit that Charlottesville was what he always called it, the tentpole hoax of the anti-Trump era. And he always said that if you can knock down Charlottesville, then you can knock down this entire idea that Donald Trump is a racist and all the rest, that they're all lying. Well, here we are, just a few months after Scott left us, and we find out that not only was there a lie about what Donald Trump said about Charlottesville, that the entire thing was a setup to begin with. And Joshua, how is it, do you think, and this, I want to go a little bit on a meta level here, how did Scott know this? How did he figure that all out without any evidence? He just looked at it and could figure it out.
One of the books that Scott released in 2019 was a book called Loser Think, which are ideas that impoverish our own thinking, our own reasoning, but we think are actually really smart. Well, if we think that way, we end up losering a lot in our lives. And one of the models, one of the frameworks that Scott Adams used in Loser Think allows you to think about following the money. And that's a simple phrase that we've all heard before. But it more so gets to this idea of incentive structures. And Scott had pointed out in a number of videos that have resurfaced since then, and since his untimely passing, Scott would point out that if you fundraise off the existence of, let's say, racism and racist activities, then your ability to make more money is therefore related directly to the existence of there being more racism, which will often result in the, let's say, demand for racism far outpacing the existence of actual racism, the supply of actual racism. So when you're incentivized for there to be racism, what do you need to do in order to keep making money? You need to fan the flames. You need to exaggerate. You need to do whatever you possibly can to make the problem seem as large as possible. And this, frankly, is the trap of every charitable organization. If you're dedicated to fighting a specific cause, your ability to make money is directly related to the existence and the perceived trouble that cause is. In the case of the Southern Poverty Law Center, and by the way, their 501c4 sister organization, the SPLC Action Fund, which does do the political work that a nonprofit charitable organization otherwise has a wall preventing that, but they can work kind of in tandem unofficially.
Well, and
so to speak. I think the SPLC
just before we go down that road, we have the tweet. We have the tweet here from Scott Adams, where someone said, you're disregarding this guy, Andy Brohard, who says you're disregarding the formation of racist groups and uptick in hate crimes since the election. Of course, he's referring to this data set that the SPLC in the narrative that it puts out. Maybe the public is less racist, but giving rise to dangerous extremism completely outweighs that. Scott says, politely, both can be true, but also consider that when you pay someone to identify racist organizations, they find more than if you don't pay them. And that is what happens with the SPLC. So it might be a measurement incentive issue too. That was 7 years ago. Scott Adams called it all out, and Elon Musk had tweeted this out. A bunch of us were quote tweeting it, where this is just how far ahead Scott was. And it's really simple. He followed the incentives, he followed the money, and when incentives and money align, that is when you're going to find hoaxes. Now, I don't know if he ever tied directly the SPLC to Charlottesville, but my goodness, I think he knew. I think on some level he just knew.
I think he also knew with regard to all the claims that were being made. Look at the extent to which Democratic candidates fundraise off of the Charlottesville Fine People hoax. Scott Adams was also one of the first to call out the explicit, but at first barely made attention in the mainstream. But remember candidate Joe Biden, when he was asked in 2020 why he was running for president, what did he say? It was because of Charlottesville, the Fine People hoax. So we had for 4 years a hoaxocracy. We had a hoaxer in chief because of this one event that, if you added it all up, collectively billions of dollars likely changed hands as a result of this lie, the Charlottesville Fine People hoax. And now that the SPLC's funding of it, partial, whole, still figuring all of that out yet, but what the SPLC has done to basically increase the supply of racism so that their services can meet the demand, so to speak, it does look like a bit of a racket, but it follows the incentive structure description that Scott Adams laid out in Loser Think, in the book, and elsewhere.
Joshua, where can people go and remind people the name of the book again?
Yes, I'm at Joshua Lysick on X, and you can get the book by me and Cliff Maloney at runrightbook.com.
And the guy who represented Kerry Lake in Arizona, he sent a formal criminal referral to the DOJ before Che Alexander even filed her motion to dismiss. So if your whole hang-up is about, well, they were going to dismiss the case, that's why you initiated the criminal matter. No, we didn't, idiots. We said explicitly to you that it happened before that was even filed. So they then filed the motion to compel. They say, Judge, this is ridiculous. Rule 41G, it's a civil case. It's not a discovery tool. And that for that reason, courts have repeatedly denied discovery requests. They call it being tantamount to extraordinary pre-indictment discovery of the government's investigation. Before someone is charged, you can go get the case file. That's not how it works. And that was dictated back from the District of Arizona in 2006. So petitioners cannot circumvent those limitations. They cannot say, well, we're not cooperating, and so therefore you have to force them. They can't file a motion to compel for additional discovery under the guise of TUI. And in any event, these TUI regulations are governed under the arbitrary and capricious standard, which we are well beyond. Nothing that we've done is arbitrary. Nothing that we've done is capricious at all. And moreover, the information they seek is irrelevant to their claim. When we are receiving their complaints, we will consider it. To establish our equitable jurisdiction to grant pre-indictment relief, they must show a callous disregard of their constitutional rights. That comes from a Trump case in 2022. They say that the information they want would be relevant to whether the search warrant was a pretext to acquire records that they couldn't get in the civil court. As we've already explained here, Judge, this theory could not possibly establish callous disregard. They have not even tried to identify what constitutional right is at stake. They cite no authority, no case law that suggests that obtaining a search warrant from a judge violates a constitutional right. We went and got one twice. To the contrary, civil and criminal investigations regularly happen in parallel. And it would stifle law enforcement if they only had to pick one. They're not alleging any due process problems. They're not alleging any bad faith collusion. They're not alleging any affirmative misrepresentations or trickery or deceit. Nothing. Instead, they can't. The United States used a criminal process, okay? In a civil case, there's a civil standard, but we actually imposed upon ourselves a higher burden, went and got a search warrant, and then seized the records. So the information they seek is also irrelevant. They don't even need it. The county director said literally during the seizure, in italics, that the United States could make paper airplanes with the records for all she cared. We don't need them. Now they need them because they're being investigated. So they desperately need that murder weapon back, or else the forensics might come back and show, oh, their fingerprints are all over this. In this case, it's not a murder weapon, it's the ballots, and the fingerprints are on the election. All petitioners muster in response to this is they said, well, it came up during the hearing, but all sorts of topics came up during the day-long hearing. That doesn't make them relevant and then give them permission for intrusive quasi-discovery. And so at the post-hearing, the United States has cited a bunch of case law to show none of this is relevant at all. Because the department's conclusion that the information that they seek is irrelevant, it's not arbitrary and capricious, and so, Judge, you should deny their request. Similarly, their motion fails because they want confidential information about an ongoing criminal investigation, one that is clearly privileged. Under the TUI regulations, we need to review these things. Whether or not, if we give them info, it would disclose investigative techniques or interfere with a criminal matter. And so that's another reason we denied these. There are two reasons why. Law enforcement investigatory privilege, which we need to safeguard to prevent the disclosure of law enforcement techniques and other matters. And also executive privilege, called the deliberative process privilege. We're allowed to talk about these things and have debates about who should be charged. What should they be charged with? When should they be charged? How does it work? We can have those conversations without having to splay them all out for you to read. Now, this is all quantified in case law. There's a balancing test, and we've explained this in our TUI denial over and over, that this would interfere with our proceedings. It would disclose sensitive techniques, but they continue to seek information about this. They want the date of the referral, the formal opening of the investigation. They want to know when an FBI agent began drafting the affidavit. That is in addition to their demands for meetings and communications about the search warrant and all of the other things. They literally said whether there were DOJ officials discussing using a search warrant. That is knowing the knowledge of the criminal case. Now, regardless, any information about criminal referrals, meetings, or communications, to the extent it does exist, would plainly bear on our enforcement techniques, our procedures, internal deliberations. All of that would chill executive branch officials from discussing these things, parallel or not. And so we're not giving them to them. Petitioner's contrary argument also falls flat. They say that the United States declined to even identify what privilege they were invoking. But their arguments fail. They primarily rely on a case discussing the indefinite application of a privilege, but they go through Swanner and they say that case is not even relevant to this matter. They also do not support their statement that the need for the document outweighs the government's interest with any argument. As discussed above, the information is not relevant, so there is no need for it. If it doesn't matter and apply to this case, then they don't need it. They also wrongly claimed that the government needed to satisfy 3 procedural requirements in order to establish privilege. They say they resort ultimately, because they can't invoke those procedural rules, they then talk about a waiver. They say, oh, you waived your privilege when you gave them this little nugget of information. But that's not true at all. First of all, we said we're not waiving anything. And the United States could not have waived privilege when it declined to give them evidence. For one thing, the court did not ask the United States the same questions that they did. So they're trying to kind of bring the court into the conflict. And the United States could not have revealed any privilege to either side. Furthermore, as demonstrated next, the United States made a limited disclosure, and that limited disclosure is showing how illogical they ultimately are. Now, since this happened, since the hearing, they've been arguing the courts should then inquire. In other words, the judge should go in and force the government to release this information. We sought to avoid further resource-intensive briefing on this issue. We confirmed the criminal referral occurred. The judge may have been concerned about it. So, Judge, here we're telling you too, saying we started it before the civil case was in the motion to dismiss stage. That disclosure, while limited, leaves no doubt that their central theory is completely false. And the disclosure is entirely consistent with otherwise asserting privilege over the details over an ongoing investigation. And so what we're seeing here is their arguments. This is for you, Abby Lowell, and for you, Norm Eisen. Your theory is not only legally frivolous, but it's also unmoored from reality. It's true. We explained the denial. We read that yesterday. And they don't dispute that. Instead, they argue that this impact is nonsensical and totally unsupportable. But they overlook the 11th Circuit case and the precedent, saying that the cumulative impact of allowing their request is relevant. So, in other words, if we give it to you, if you can sue to get your evidence of your criminality back into your possession, every single prospective criminal defendant who's under investigation will do the same. And we're allowed to look at this on a cumulative basis, and that's what we're doing here. And so here it is dispositive. And so, Judge, you should deny their motion to supplement this record, and you should dismiss this entire case and tell the Fulton fraudsters that their pallets full of ballots will stay in FBI possession. Here's the TUI request, and they articulate all of the things that they wanted. Here's the response to the TUI request. We read both of those yesterday. And so now, as we've seen, this case is going to, we have one more reply that will come in from the Abby Lowell Fulton fraudsters that will come in no later than April 27th at 5 p.m. So that's on Monday evening. We also saw that's where evidence will close. Okay, so the court also said they may submit any final evidence no later than April 27th. At that time, the period for submitting evidence will come to a close. The court will take all record evidence into consideration before issuing a decision. Then we'll know, finally, once and for all, whether the Fulton fraudsters will get their ballots back or whether they can remain in possession of the FBI and the DOJ. So we are getting close to the finish line on this one. We'll see what the judge does very soon. Thank you for subscribing and joining as we do. All right. And friends, we got time, I think, for one more segment on the day, and then we'll hear from you and see what you say about all of this and more. A United States soldier now charged with using classified information to profit from those prediction markets that you heard oh so much about. This was a gratuitous post from both the DOJ and from Kash Patel saying, that this involved a U.S. soldier who allegedly took advantage of his position to profit off of a righteous military operation. Bill Malugin reporting, the DOJ announced it arrested a U.S. Special Forces soldier who took part in the raid of the captured Venezuelan dictator called Nicolas Maduro, after the soldier allegedly pocketed 400 G's, bet $30,000 on Maduro's removal on Polymarket, and did a little inside betting, had some of that classified information, and made a wager on it. So the DOJ said, you're not a congressman, you're a special forces operator. If you were a congressman, then, whatever. Or if you were a stock trader and you were placing shorts on the opening and the closing of the Strait of Hormuz, or you're in the crypto markets, and you're kind of getting some inside knowledge that the Trump family is going to launch a new coin or something, and you place some bets on that because you're on the inside, no problems for any of you. But since you're a special forces soldier, straight to jail. So the DOJ was gratuitous, as I said, about this, and they said he made more than $400,000 trading on Polymarket on the basis of classified information about the timing of a U.S. military operation, and they posted a whole press release about it. And went down, identified him. His name is Gannon Ken Van Dyke. He's a U.S. Army soldier. Charged him with a bunch of different offenses. I've got the indictment queued up. And there's some backlash to this. It kind of feels like it's going after the little guy. Not to endorse insider trading if you're a soldier or a congressperson or a stockbroker or a crypto bro. But it's weird how only some people get hit with charges for this, while other people, for them, it's an entire business model, and they operate with impunity throughout the entire United States government. Feels a little bit off, but they wrote a whole thing, lots of statements from Todd Blanche, lots of statements from Kash Patel, all of them celebrating this. Active duty soldier in the U.S. Army stationed in Fort Bragg, and Polymarket, we know all about it. We got the indictment queued up, but now people are calling for this man to be pardoned, and maybe for a little bit of leniency and a new resetting of the standards, right, the baselines. And I understand the risks here, obviously, right? If you have inside information and you make a big bet and your adversaries are monitoring the markets and they say, whoa, there's a weird bet going on. Maybe somebody knows something that we don't. In fact, there are bots and things set up for those purposes explicitly. But here, feels interesting that this guy gets taken out when there's probably at least 100 other people in close proximity to Congress, to the White House, to all of the other agencies who all just kind of sneak away without any repercussions for them at all. So here's the indictment that dropped. Came out of the Southern District of New York. They're infamous for all of their charges. They say Gannon Ken Van Dyke misappropriated classified non-public information when they went to go capture Nicolas Maduro and Sicilia. He made more than $400,000 in illegal profits, which, compared to those oil shorters or in the oil longers when the Strait of Hormuz opens and closes and opens and closes, that's like tit money, man. That's there are hundreds of millions of dollars in the swings that are absolutely being placed based on insider information. But 400,000, that's not enough. If he would have gotten 400 million, then he might, I don't know, get a raise. Maybe put him in the Treasury Department or something. It's just not enough. You got to add 3 zeros to that, and then all of a sudden you're you go to work for Goldman Sachs or something. Now, at the time, Van Dyke was an active duty member of the U.S. Army. He had sensitive access to non-public classified info. Rather than safeguard that information, he used it on a prediction market. And then after he thought he was going to get caught, concealed his unlawful use of classified information. Wow. Amazing. So they'd say, since this, he's been an active duty soldier since 2008. Since 2023, he's been a master sergeant at the top of the U.S. Army Special Forces. He was stationed in Fort Bragg. He housed, they housed the 82nd Airborne, and dude's a badass, okay? It's a unified command assigned to Special Operations Command and more. In September 2018, he signed sensitive compartmented information documents, non-disclosure agreements, and they placed the government special confidence and trust in him. but apparently not Nancy Pelosi or Ro Khanna. Have you seen Ro Khanna's portfolio? It's incredible. Van Dyke also promised to never divulge anything, and he said he wouldn't do stuff like this. We got it. So on or about December 8, 2025, he signed a non-disclosure agreement about the Western Hemisphere. I'm not going to say anything about any of this stuff, okay? From then, at least about December 8th, he was involved in the planning and execution of Operation Absolute Resolve. So you get the point. He's not going to disclose anything, never publish, reveal, writing, or anything else. And I guess legally it's important or otherwise, right? So, or otherwise, because it doesn't specifically say, like, if you're a defense attorney, as I am, attacking this, you say never divulge, publish, or reveal by writing, words, conduct, or anything, any classified information related to our operations. Well, is a bet on Polymarket divulging information? It's divulging maybe his analysis of the odds of this happening, like he knows it will happen, but he doesn't know if it's going to be successful. Let's see what the bet says. Publish, reveal by writing, words, or conduct. Okay, so maybe that's the one, conduct. He made a bet on his site that he's intending to win. So the conduct is not divulging words. He didn't tell anybody this was happening. He just did something and moved some numbers around on a market. So then he further agreed that this information would remain the property of the government. So we got it. So then he was aware of his association, gave him access to his classified materials. Then in 2025, he uploaded to his Google account a screenshot displaying the results of an AI query. The results said that the military special operation divisions have numerous classified files, records that are not available to the public. Even when some information is released, many sensitive details are withheld. So he goes into AI, he asks it, like, what is released with classified info, does a Google search. Then Polymarket, we know who they are. They operate these markets. You can go bet on a bunch of things, some interesting, some not so much. Yes, no questions. Will X happen? When you can vote yes or no. When the correct side pays, you get $1. The other side pays $0, right? So you buy shares of yes, you buy shares of no. Shares trade between $0 and $1. Then if it's a yes, it goes up to $1. If it goes down to no, you take $0. And supply and demand shifts. We've covered it before here in the Kalshi markets, which is the Polymarket analog. And this operates throughout the world. Polymarket operates markets. They trade in cryptocurrencies, USDC, and other things. They began offering binary events back in 2025. Yes, no's. One was U.S. forces in Venezuela. One was Maduro being out. One was offering about the likelihood of invading Venezuela, and some other ones. Polymarket also said Trump invoking war powers against Venezuela. So then, on December 26, Van Dyke, the defendant, created a Polymarket account. He used a VPN service connected to Polymarket through an exit node to hide his internet traffic. And Polymarket, my understanding is that you can't create an account if you're in the United States because it's not regulated by the United States. You need to go onto Kalshi if you want to do that, which is regulated here, which is geolocated to a foreign country. Then between December 27 and January 2nd at 9:58, he purchased 33 grand worth of yes shares on Maduro and Venezuela related markets. Let's see what they were. He specifically got 13 separate contracts, a couple of them. December 27, he purchased 637 yes shares of U.S. forces in Venezuela by J3126. 15 cents a share, buys them at 15. Then that will go up to $1. So he buys them at 15. He'll sell them for $1, and he'll make the difference. Then he also purchased 13,000. So he gives a little test buy at 634. A little test buy. Then he goes up to 13,700 yes shares. Maduro out by January 31 at 9 cents a share, and about $1,200. Then 850 additional shares at about 10 cents on another bet. Then it goes up. So on J1, 17,800 yes shares. Will the U.S. invade Venezuela? On the yes market, will Trump invoke the War Powers Act? 73,000 yes shares. All those were low, like very low. Okay, 06, 06, 007. So the market is saying it's not going to happen. On or about the morning of J2, boom, buy some more. 3,600 yes shares of the Trump invokes the War Powers Act. 90,000 yes shares of Maduro out. 6,100 That evening, another 82,000 yes shares of the market Maduro out, and you get the gist of it. So 564, 87,000 yes, and they're all low prices. He's buying in super low, 0.07, 0.08. Then 45 minutes later, he goes and buys another 88,000 shares, and they're not $88,000, right? So whatever that 7,200 shares is like $7,000. So he starts adding those up. Boom, he gets up to about 33 grand. So then Gannon was involved in planning and the execution, and he possessed material, non-public information about this. He received that information as part of his employment. We trusted him not to use this classified information for personal gain. He misappropriated this and executed the trades and violated his duty. Then in the pre-dawn hours of J3, 2026, he's dropping bets like right up to it. Special forces apprehended him, Maduro, and his wife in Caracas, Venezuela. Trump announced the operation, and just hours after this, they put him on the USS Iwo Jima. There's a photograph of Van Dyke, the defendant, was taken and uploaded to his Google account. He's in there in the operation. That photograph depicts him on the deck of the ship at sea, wearing U.S. military fatigues, carrying a rifle and more. Following the announcement, Polymarket resolves a bunch of those to yes. So his 7 cents, 8 cent shares all get bumped up to $1 a share, and he wins the contract. So he won the wagers on those contracts. Then on January 3rd, he sold his position for a profit on the other markets, like the War Powers Act and will U.S. invade Venezuela. So Maduro gets picked up. Those other ones don't close and resolve to yes. They don't go all the way up to $1, but they go up dramatically because everybody goes, oh, crap, we're going in there. So then he sells those, and ultimately, will the U.S. invade by January 31? That resolved to no, but he sold when they were up. So in total, he made $409,000. So following these trades, he then transferred and disguised the profits. He withdrew his funds, including his unlawful proceeds from Polymarket. It was in crypto. So he sent them to a cryptocurrency vault, which advertises that it generates interest by lending cryptocurrency out. Transferred all of his USDCE from the vault into his cryptocurrency account, then withdrew $444,000 to a newly created brokerage account. Then, now that's got a balance of $415,000, all traceable back to the trades. Shortly after the announcement of the capture, reports of unusual trading circulated on the press. Okay, we remember reading that. It's like, oh dang, who knew that? The defendant then took steps to conceal his identity. He goes, oh crap, I'm in trouble. So then asked Polymarket, can you delete my account? Why would we do that? Well, I lost access to the email address. Like, okay. Same day he changed his email registered to his cryptocurrency exchange to an account that was not subscribed into in his name, and so starts swapping out the email addresses. From at least in or about December 2025 up until the latest, he was an agent of the federal government. He used illegal information to get personal benefits, knowingly and willfully doing all these things. And so we're charging him in count 1 of this case. Count 2 is theft of non-public government information. And we'll continue. It says, the allegations contained herein, same thing, misappropriations. Obtain material, non-public government info, count 3, commodities fraud, bunch of the same stuff, making or attempting to make misleading statements of fact, wire fraud, schemes or artifices, monetary transactions to conceal the property, count 5, forfeiture allegations. They say, we want to seize all of that money, $50,000 held in the USAA bank account as a result of committing the alleged offense. He shall forfeit all of those ill-gotten gains, and we're going to take it now. Signed by Jay Clayton and the foreperson of the grand jury. So, again, we're not endorsing this. Like, it's not good. Obviously, you don't want your servicemen and women to be doing this, but you obviously don't want this happening anywhere in our country. And it feels a little bit strange that rather than seeing some congresspeople who have a lot of legislative immunity, essentially they are allowed to trade on stocks with insider information. You can't prosecute them for that. So they can do it openly. We've seen with the price of oil going up and down, you see major longs and shorts on the stock market that know stuff that the rest of us definitely do not know. Nobody gets charged for that. Tons of weird crypto stuff going on. Right before Trump and his family were announcing these things, a bunch of people knew about it, and they bought in early. Then boom, that goes up. So it feels a little bit interesting that they're coming out and targeting just a special forces guy who is, one of America's finest, truly, and making an example out of him. Whereas by the way, if he's going to get charged, maybe all of the rest of them should. And then we could all just say, okay, well, the law's the law. No one's above the law. But that's not how it is. This guy gets caught for doing something that was, maybe he didn't even expect it to happen. You can kind of just call it a kind of a dumb mistake. Oh, this would be crazy. Let's see what happens. And then it happens. He goes, oh, crap, what have I gotten myself into? But for some reason, when I saw this story come across last night, I felt some sympathy for the man and some outrage that it's him that's going to jail versus all of the other people. This guy at least put his life on the line. This guy went out and got on the boat. This guy went down in the helicopter and actually took care of the business. Like, he's betting on himself. And so you can't say that for the same Congress people or for the same stock people who are making millions, hundreds of millions off the oil swings. So we'll ultimately see how hard they come after him out of the Southern District of New York. But the post from Cash and the post from the DOJ, they don't do this for everybody. They're celebrating this pretty big time. And we're very happy with themselves for this arrest, while everybody else can just continue to trade on inside information throughout the government with no consequences at all. And so Trump was asked about this. Here's a picture of the man. And Trump didn't seem too perturbed about it. Here's what he had to say when asked about this from the Oval Office.
Involved in the capture of Venezuela's President Maduro, who was arrested by federal authorities today on suspicion of insider trading and betting on the power market. Are you concerned that federal
See that little flinch?
potentially getting rich?
Well, I don't know about it, but was he betting that they would get him or they wouldn't get him?
It sounds like he was betting on his removal from office that Maduro would be removed.
That's
It sounds like he was involved in the operation.
That's like Pete Rose betting on his own team. It's a little like Pete Rose. Pete Rose, they kept him out of the Hall of Fame because he bet on his own team. Now, if he bet against his team, that would be no good, but he bet on his own team. I'll look into it.
I'll look into it. And I don't know if you noticed it, but there's that little right there. See that little jolt right there? See that little body language? So what? See it? One more time. And let me zoom in on this so you can just see it nice and clear. He goes, he bet inside it. He goes, whatever, who cares?
Suspicion of insider trading and betting on the power market. Are you
Nah.
concerned that federal employees are betting on these prediction markets?
No, not really. I'll look into it. He bet to win, and that's what we do. We win. So here was Luna. She was banging on this drum last night. She said, so many members of Congress are engaging in insider trading every day. For the DOJ to throw the book and be gratuitous about it, like excited, like we got this guy, like we're criminal prosecutor masterminds. Ed Gannon, Ken Van Dyke is a ridiculous double standard. There is no fair justice when members are exempt from crimes that everyone else would go to jail from. And it's not just the Congress people. I think there's a lot of people inside the executive branch and elsewhere who are in the kind of extended executive branch and the interfaces with all the banks and hedge funds. Like who are making these shorts and longs on these oil trades? Wild, hundreds of millions of dollars swings like this. Trump makes a tweet. Couple hours before the tweet goes live, boom, major trades are being made. Hundreds of millions of dollars being shifted up and down. Anyways, here's Luna.
A story just came out before the show came on about one of the guys.
Can you hear this? can't hear that? All right, so sorry about that. Let me just see if I can hit a refresh. I'm not sure why it's not coming through. You can hear the Trump, right? All right, well, I don't know why that's not coming through, but you can't hear it. She says, this is ridiculous. There should not be double standards. You should go to jail if you're in Congress and not escape liability for your insider trading activities. You can hear Trump, though, right? Maybe not. All right, so anyways, I don't know if my sound driver just crapped or whatever, but that's the story. So Van Dyke now been arrested for some insider trading. We'll see how hard the DOJ goes after him, whether he gets a plea deal or what comes next, but we'll keep our eye on this one. Thank you for joining and subscribing as we do. All right, friends, it's been a beautiful stream. Happy Friday. Hopefully your week was outstanding and you accomplished every single thing you set your mind to. And it was enjoyable as well. We talked about, if you just got here, a couple of good stories. Virginia update redistricting battle, which is underway. We got minds around the latest arguments and filings that will be making their way up to the Virginia Supreme Court coming back on Monday. I think we'll do an early stream on Monday and cover that live to see exactly what's going on that one. Then we talked about Fulton County. We got the latest filings that dropped in courtesy of the DOJ. They said that we're not required to give you anything at all, and we're not going to. And so they submitted their final argument to the judge. The judge will be closing evidence on Monday, and then we'll get a decision about whether or not the Fulton pallets full of ballots can remain in DOJ and FBI possession, or whether they have to be returned over to the Fulton County fraudsters. And then lastly, we talked about Van Dyke, who has been now charged, 38 years old, out of North Carolina, in the Southern District of New York. And some people, like Luna, are calling out the double standard, and rightfully so. And our sound's not working, just died on us. But now, my friends, it is time to hear from you. Let's see what you say about this. Thank you for joining us as we close out the week. And see if we got any comments here. We do. Hey, John. Yes, what do you guys think about the Van Dyke story? I kind of don't like the feel, you know. I don't like the conduct, but I also don't like the singling out. It feels like singling out of a Special Forces American hero, bro. I don't appreciate that, but we'll see what happens ultimately. You do also have to kind of send a message, but it's like, okay, just can they handle that in the military? Can they lower his rank or dock his pay or go through some internal process? Like, why does he have to be paraded around the whole country in the civilian courts when he's a member of the military? Can they do that, or will they do that? Will they go after the other insider traders? I don't think so. Anyways, hey, it's Nicolas Cage from Con Air. Feel that? It's Friday. What's the good line from that movie? Put the baby down, something like that. Great film. Need to remember something. Hey, Tim Jake, what's going on? Thank you, Tim, for bringing in new members. We'll do a short after party with our members today, so stick around, new members. Bob Jones in the house. Jonathan Marcus, good to see you. Wild in Dinah for life. Sabin Putzig, Walt Kowalski in the house. And so if you're on YouTube when the show ends, don't go anywhere if you're a member. It will auto-magically transfer you over to our new stream, and we'll see you soon. Hey, Mach Schnell. Good to see you, Mach Schnell. And thank you, Mach Schnell. Look at this, 50 new members coming in. Hey, good to hear you live, Rob. I'm slowly recovering the loss of my mom in 5 weeks. Man, Mach Schnell, I'm sorry, brother. We love our mamas here. May your mother rest in peace. She's up in heaven with our other family members, having a great time, looking down upon you, taking good care of you from up in heaven. And we're very sorry for your loss. There's nothing that can even possibly explain that. But Mach Schnell, thank you for at least sharing that with us. I know there will be other people out there praying for you, as will we, and for your mama up in heaven and for your family. But need to do something good for myself, so giving out some membos, and you're an amazing person. Your mama would really appreciate this. Friends coming in, courtesy of Mock Schnell and his amazing mother. Isdilla GAF is here. Chris Tingani. We got Spitz MJ. What's up? Johnny Average. Edward LB. HPG. Michael Barrientos. We got Stephanie Hawkins. John Smott. What's up? Wednesday Snow. Scott Girl. X Bench. Nick N. What's up? Laced Up Souls. Packden. Richard Leach. We got Store My Shores. Alpha Squirrel. 1G1L1S. Totally Organics. What's up, Bonnie Swenson? C. Grace Happens. Lie Can It. Sebastian Chose in the house. Kimberly Carroll. What's up, Brian? Major Johnson. David Campbell. Torgal. Mia Vita. The PX Ranger. Chipper. Damn, Deb is here. Skevos Mavros. What's up? The Odor E. McSee. We got Nancy Buys, That HR Guy, Michelle MD, Sphinx Acoustic, Stephanie Pearson, JR Numero Uno, Dom N, Gordon Schroeder. What's up, DJ KD? Woa, it's Dustin. We got Lee Van Spleefs. We got Hugh, last name Jazz, Amy Blondell, and Mal Horror 01 in the house. Mock Schnell, thank you for bringing in 50 new Membo friends. And we hope you have a peaceful, graceful weekend. And we're going to be sending some love and good energy your way. Thanks for telling us about your mama. And we hope you're doing well. Relantel, Virginia will hinge on whether, quote, general election means election day or the entire 45-day voting window. Oh, that's interesting. Hey, just like the Supreme Court is going to be debating soon. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Yeah, because election day would have been 90 days out, but the general election started with early voting, which was within the 45-day window. It was actually earlier, right? So it was way before the 90-day deadline expired. It's a good comment, Relantel. Too bad they don't have any Supreme Court precedent to rely on for their decision. Hey, Rob, what's up? Virginia Supreme Court will make it fair. Virginia Supreme Court will make it fair. We hope so, Rob. We sure hope so. Sounds like there's 4 constitutional major problems. And hopefully they get the right outcome on that one. Off-label pod. Hey, good to see you, off-label. It's Friday, slow news. It's been slow in our jurisdiction yesterday and today. Pretty dang slow. Been waiting for some good stories, but, it's okay. However, we got to talk about these missing scientists. I live close to Huntsville, and the 2 stories from there make no sense. Man, I saw another one, right? I saw they found, another guy who was, dead, burned up in his Tesla or something. Very strange, man. Yeah, very strange. Hopefully you're doing a full audit on that. There's, so many, I can't even keep track of them now. Off-label podcast right next door. Check it out. Hey, Gauntlet KI, what's up? Bet DC residents claim Virginia's second house as primary to ballots. Claim the Virginia second house as primary to. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, maybe there's some overlap between the two. Interesting, Gauntlet. Well, if DC takes back over Northern Virginia, then we just don't have a real problem anymore. Virginia becomes a lot more red. E. Texley. The redistricting project is Eric Holder in action. He started the National Democratic Redistricting Committee a few months before Obama left office. The wingman has a plan that goes state by state. The website presents his current priorities, very informative. Democratic redistricting. Yeah, and I saw that other dork, what's his name? Bill Kristol, I think. He was saying that now redistricting should also go into the Supreme Court. And so they want to add a bunch of Supreme Court justices because it's to save democracy, just like these are. Founded by Holder, wingmen to Obama, and they never said that was political retribution at all. Remember that? Interesting. Thank you for the heads up on that. I did not know that. Holder behind the Democratic redistricting. They're all just power-seeking maniacs. Hey, who's that? Who's that knocking on the door? Oh, man, you guys can't even see my... Oh, look who it is. It's Joey in the house. What's going on? What do you have to say to all your fans out there?
Well, I just thinking
What do you think about this right here?
Oh, cool. I love it.
All right, so let me see if I can fix. For some reason, I think my OBS is kind of crapping out on this. Think that's pretty cool?
I am.
You think? Yeah, you are the Terminator. Sometimes. All right, let me fix this. Now, let me show you what Joey's seeing. As soon as I can fix this, let's go to whatever this is. Let's go back to this. So this froze, and then let me show you what Joey's seeing right now. Let's pull this over here. What do you think of that?
That's cool.
It's pretty cool, huh? So this is it here. Come in the frame so they can see you. It's pretty cool, huh?
Yeah.
Where'd that one go?
Yeah, you got it.
It's pretty cool, huh? I think that's from John. John McGarvey made that.
I think it's on. I love it, man.
He loves it, man. That's awesome. Yeah, he made that.
Make more like T7 and T6.
Yeah? T7, T6?
Yeah.
Those are good ones. Pretty cool. Thank you, John.
That's funny.
Pretty amazing. Well, what else? What else is going on? Any other updates? Did you have a good day today?
Oh, yes, very good.
What we do? Beach day? Got some sun? You got some ice cream?
Yes.
Fun stuff?
Yes, I do.
Having a good time?
Yeah, I'm on with you.
All right. I think what are we having for dinner tonight?
Ketchup inside.
Pizza and wings with some ketchup on the side.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, I'll save that. I'll send that to you when we're done.
I just sent it my voice.
All right. Love you, man.
Always, I'll be back.
He'll be back. All right. John, amazing. Thank you for that. As you can see, he loved it. Here's another one. He just laughed about, hey, Joe. All right, he's gone. We'll see if he comes back. Jigam just made another one. Super cool. You guys rock. He loves those. How cool is that? So awesome. Thank you for that. That's my brother. He loves those face swaps. And he loves being Terminator. Arnold in the house. All right. And so, friends, thank you for doing that. Shout out to my brother. Thank you for saying hello and sending some love over to him. He loves his fans out there. Hey, Lenny Malley, don't do it for me. Do it for Lenny. Like, share, and subscribe. Share on all social media platforms. God bless you all. Please and thank you. Thank you, Lenny. And it's for Lenny. It's not for me. But thank you, Lenny, very much. Hey, King of Biltong, are you craving a snack that's bold, authentic, and packed with protein? Biltong boasts over 50% protein, B vitamins, creatine, iron, zinc, and more. Check out BiltongUSA.com. Use code Robert for 10% off. Amazing. King of Biltong, thank you for the dono. Hopefully that Biltong's flying off the shelves over there. Firebox Guy, what's up? Welcome aboard. Our newest supporter, Membos on YouTube, stick around to the very end. It will forward you in to our new members-only after party happening today. What's going on? John, I am pissed at the overcharging of this Patriot. I think a lot of people feel that way. Yeah, it feels a little gratuitous. It feels like you got to do all these social media, like, if you're going to indict him, can you just do it kind of like, under the radar? Like, we got him. Like, all right, come on. Everybody sees this happening all over the country, everywhere. But you're going to go get this guy? All right. NC November Girl. Yeah, Schiff can divulge secrets with no consequence at all. They can make up. You can lie about insider information and create an entire hoax that the whole nation has to suffer through for multiple years on end. And there are no consequences for that at all. But one special forces dude makes, a couple hundred G's for doing maybe one of the most incredible military maneuvers in history, like right to jail. Like, all right. Like, I get that it's not good, but can you just, if you're going to apply the standard, apply it across the board. Why can't they do that? Thank you, NC November Girl. Thank you for being here for 15 months, almost 2 full babies coming up. King of Biltong. Did you hear about NATO giving Iran intel against the U.S., possibly in trade for better oil prices once everything is over? No, I did not hear that. That's not funny. The U.S. needs to leave NATO ASAP. Yeah, we've been wondering what that even does for the longest time ever. Even before Iran, even with Ukraine and all these, like, what are we doing over there? Why are we paying for all of their military, essentially, when they don't even like us and they threaten our social media companies? Now they're betraying us by stabbing us in the back. Wild. King of Biltong, I did not see that story. Hey, Nancy, NTX Nancy. Hey, regarding Van Dyke, leave him alone. Hey, Rob. Good to see you, Nancy. Yeah, I have that same kind of instinct. I know it's not right, but it's kind of just like, all right, you just give him a little bit of a slap on the wrist. And don't do that, Special Forces. You're not supposed to do that. Make a little bit of an example out of him, but this was just like over the top. It felt like, what are you guys doing? There's a lot of other really, really, really problematic people. This guy at least had some skin in the game. He's like, we're gonna do this. We're gonna go get him, 100%. And they did. Judith, what's up? Judas Jam. Hey, God bless you, Joey. Thank you, Judith. God bless you back. Thank you for that. Joey is a blessing. I think he is absolutely blessed. We're all blessed to have Joey in our lives. Thank you, Judith, for the dono on Rumble. We appreciate you. Hey, it's the Munkets in the house. Hey, could you all please, Anne Marie, shout out, says, could you all please pray for Sweden? We are going towards an election in September. Yeah, prayers up for Sweden. Hopefully it's a good outcome. We need other strong allies with good governance in Europe and elsewhere. America is, the solo ship, it feels like sometimes. So we want other strong nations, including a strong England. Hey, Ray Mengel, what's up? Luke Profansic in the house. Torque Wrench, Eulogy for a Nange, and Gata Politica in the house. All gifted members, courtesy of Tony Hay Munkets. Hey, it's the Munkets. Thank you, Tony Hay. Great to have you in. Welcome, new Membo friends. We're going to hang out for a little bit before we go indulge on some pizza and wings and some ketchup on the side for Joey. Not for me, but for Joey. And so hopefully you can stick around. We'll say what's up. We'll have our after party on YouTube for Membos, on Locals, and on the Substack. Links are all in the description below. Neuro D, thank you for sharing our Locals over on X if you're watching over there. Click that link, come up and join us, and we'll see you here in just a moment. And Sharpie Guy. No, we did not get a metal detector for Joey. No, we just, I don't know that we're going to do it. But by the way, I miss your morning stream, but everybody needs a vacation, brother, and I appreciate you giving us something daily. Blessings, y'all, and watchers. Thank you, Sharpie Guy. I miss you guys too. But it has been good. A lot of good family time in, and a lot of sun. Your boy's getting a little crispy out there. So thank you, Sharpie Guy. We stopped at Lowe's to go get a metal detector, and they didn't have one. So I think that idea is kind of over. But it was a very good idea. Thank you, Sharpie Guy. Thanks for asking about it. John N. My fingers crossed on the Virginia Supreme Court ruling this redistricting map is as illegal according to Article 12. Thank you, John. Yeah, I'm with you. If they follow the rules and everything's on the up and up and the voters want it and they, wait the appropriate period of time, it's still a scummy, scammy thing to do, to dispossess half your state of any representation. But at least you can say, they followed the procedures. In this case, they didn't do it. So hopefully the Supreme Court agrees. Look at this Joey right here. Man, that's pretty cool. Joey on the Harley going to stop Skynet. Shout out. Man, that's super cool. I don't know who made that one, but that's a good one. He looks good. He looks pretty good. He looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Share that with him. Thank you for sending that one in, man. He's going to love these. That's a great one. So thanks again, friends. Thank you for saying what's up to my brother and showing him some love. He really appreciates it. He gets so excited. And Gigum, this is another great one. There's Joey, Terminator 2, Judgment Day. Dun, 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 dun. And did I tell you guys I made him glasses like this? So I went and bought like a single LED, like these red LEDs, and I got the Terminator glasses from he has it. He probably has it here. For like the Terminator glasses from the movie. And then I wired the LED just like some electrical tape in there, and it like is right at the eyeball on this one eye. And then it goes back to like a 9-volt battery with a switch on it. And he puts it on and he's Terminator. He loves it. He walks into the room. I also got him the shotgun. It looks exactly like that. I found a Chinese company that makes these. They're actually really good. It's like his shotgun. So he can click it and it shoots these Nerf guns. And so he walks in the room and he goes like this with his red eye. He loves it. So we have a lot of fun with that over here. Anyways, thank you, Jigan, for that. I'm going to send him all of these as soon as we're done here. But my friends, it has been a beautiful stream. And we're grateful to have you here. Hopefully your week is amazing and you accomplished all the things you set your mind to. I think on Monday we'll come back early and we'll do the stream in the morning to cover the Virginia oral arguments. And it should be good. So hopefully you're back here. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for hitting the notification bell because we'll get that scheduled Monday morning. And then we'll get into it live together and see exactly what is going on. But we'll pause here for the evening and for the weekend. We, of course, are happy to have you here. Shout out to our amazing mods and meme smiths who mod the fort down for us and keep things nice and orderly. We got Muffin Rando in the house. Donut Mind Me. Thank you, John. We got K-Bean, Carrie B, Neuro D, Janek, Dog Digger, Gigum Gigum, Meme Smith Extraordinaire, Just Rhonda, and Doc Master Elliott. all keeping things nice and beautiful around here. Thank you, amazing mods. And friends, thank you for joining us. Thank you for subscribing. Thanks for sharing the show with a friend or family member. Thanks for inviting them to come over here and join us when we go live 5 days a week, because we got business to attend to here and we can't do it without you. So we'll pause here for the evening. We'll come back on Monday. We'll get into it again. And in order to do that appropriately, we are going to need to see you right back here so that together, with your help, we can shine that big, beautiful spotlight of accountability and transparency down upon our system with the hope of finding justice. Hopefully the outro song works. We're going to see if it does. But we'll be back here on Monday, my friends. Until then, make it a great weekend. Do something fun. Get outside. Get some fresh air. Spend time with friends and family, all the people that we love. And we'll see you right back here on Monday. Bye-bye.
Thanks for watching, my beautiful friends. Now it's that time for the stream must end. We brought the heat with every chat and line. Together we expose corruption. One more time we go and the truth where the media hides. Lit up the lies, the seats on all sides. The fight isn't over, but we made them sweat. We ain't done yet, not just yet. Cause together we are watching the watchers. Truth on our side. Watching the watchers. We won't be denied. Watching the watchers. Eyes open wide. Fight for freedom. Nothing to hide. So drop a like and don't forget to share. Bring a friend who's ready to care. Tomorrow's lies are just today's news. Here we see through the scripted rules. Together we are watching the watchers shining the light. Watching the watchers defending what's right. Watching the watchers stay night. Together liberty, holding the line. See you next time. Stay vigilant, stay free, and always keep watching the watchers.
Your sister paper, the Sunday Times, has interviewed Keir Starmer, and in that interview, the top line, the headline, is that Keir Starmer thinks that he is going to be in place and still Prime Minister to fight the next general election. And I'm going to be asking one of his Labour MPs, indeed the Labour MP for Camborne and Redruth, Perrin Moon, whether he seriously believes that's going to be the case. He's coming now. I think you're here with me this morning, Mr. Moon. Thank you very much indeed for your time on GB News this morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
there you are. Thank you so much. And can I just thank you for coming on in the absence of Darren Jones, the second cabinet minister in a row, 2 weeks now, of not hearing from the government, not sure why they're running scared. But you aren't, Mr. Moon, so I'm going to ask you this question, following on from that Sunday Times front page headline. The Prime Minister seriously thinks he's going to be fighting the next general election for Labour. Your constituents can't think that, can they?
I was with a lot of them yesterday. Look, what you've got to remember is that there are 400 Labour MPs. In any group of 400 Labour MPs, regardless of their political persuasion, you will always have noises off. The issue that we have is that it seems to me that it's always the noises off that get invited onto the press. So here am I, a lowly backbencher, no particular aspirations. Do I want Keir Starmer? Do I think Keir Starmer will fight the next general election? Absolutely 100%. And I'll tell you what, I am not alone.
Okay, but Mr. Moon, let me just quote some of your colleagues. One backbencher, the game is already up. Another, I think people will now start going over the top of May the 8th after the local elections. A senior Labour MP, I think if there's going to be a process for replacing the Prime Minister, it needs to be as quick as it can be. Another backbencher, dead man walking. Is it simply that you are backing the Prime Minister because you don't think there's anyone better in the Labour Party to replace him?
I back him because since he took over as Prime Minister, we've had 6 interest rate cuts. I back him because the economy grew far greater than anyone expected it to in February. I back him because NHS waiting lists are falling rapidly. I back him because we're getting investment into schools and nursery places. I back him because he's taking, in my area, 10,000 Cornish children out of poverty by lifting the 2-child benefit cap. I back him and Rachel Reeves to rebuild the economy and to get the investment we desperately need into our public services.
All right, I mean, he doesn't back Rachel Reeves. According to reports this morning, he's planning a reshuffle and he's going to turf the Chancellor out.
Well, you know, you're always going to get noises off. It's a febrile time. We're heading up to the local elections. Every single government in the local elections gets us shellacking because it's a free hit and you will always hear noises off. We're focused on the job in hand.
Mr. Moon, do you back the Prime Minister's 16 U-turns and him throwing successive staff under the bus over the Peter Mandelson scandal rather than taking responsibility himself?
So let's just take some of those in turn. In terms of the winter fuel allowance and the inheritance tax for farmers, we got the threshold wrong. The policy I 100% support, both not funding winter fuel allowance to millionaire pensioners and also not incentivising the likes of Jeremy Clarkson to buy up agricultural land without a proper focus on farming. We got the threshold wrong on both of those. We fixed them. When it comes to kind of other matters, we're absolutely focused on the job in hand. In terms of the Mandelson affair, Ollie Robinson did not pass on a vital piece of information to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister appointed Peter Mandelson. He deeply regrets it. He apologised. He didn't know. He wasn't told. He would have made a different decision had he known.
Mr. Moon, we can't say that now, can we? Because he did know that Peter Mandelson had very close relationships with figures including Jeffrey Epstein and indeed those linked to both China and Russia. He knew that because we've been given paperwork that was released by the Cabinet Office showing that all of those reputational risks came out and were flagged to the Prime Minister and indeed the former Cabinet Secretary, Simon Case, before the appointment said, Prime Minister, do not appoint this man before you've done the vetting. He ignored that advice from the most senior civil servant of the time and yet still claims with a straight face that due process was followed. How can it have been followed if he didn't follow the advice of his top civil servant?
He was not told that Mandelson had failed the UKSV vetting. He was not given that vital piece of information. It was not passed on by Sir Ollie Robbins. It should have been passed on. Had it been passed on, the Prime Minister would have made a different decision. That's kind of where we're at. Had he had this vital piece of information, it would have been a different story.
Hello, I'm Bev Turner. Now, it can feel like the money in our bank accounts at the moment does not keep up with the cost of living, and maybe there's a solution. I'm here today with the CEO of Tally Money, Cameron Parry. Cameron, what is Tally Money?
Well, Bev, with Tally Money, you get a current account and a debit card, but instead of pounds, you use milligrams of gold as your everyday money.
So why gold?
Gold traditionally is a great store of value. It has, on average, gone up at over 11% per annum for the last 25 years against the pound. It's tripled in value in the last decade, and in the last 2 years alone, it's increased by 50% against the pound. Banks' savings products just can't compete with that level of growth.
But this isn't just about gold. This is about a currency that you guys have created, a tally money. Explain it to me as though I'm an idiot.
So, look, people need to be able to hold their earnings and build their savings in a money that retains its value and remains in their legal control and remains theirs to access, away from government control.
Great. You had me at not exposed to government control.
You should feel safe and happy with your money. You should have peace of mind the more money you see in your bank balance, and that's the type of thing we're trying to deliver, and give people choice in the type of money they get to use every day.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Cameron. Thank you.
Well, but no, hang on a minute. So Ollie has spoken to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee and said, actually, the appointment of Peter Mandelson was rushed. That somebody said, or at least it was heard by the committee, that somebody had said, just effing get it done. There was an urgent need to install Peter Mandelson as the US ambassador because they wanted to beat the deadline of Trump's inauguration. Therefore, due process wasn't followed, regardless of what he knew or didn't know about the vetting. And I go back to my original point, Mr. Moon. He was told by his top civil servant, Simon Case, in November 2024, do not appoint this very controversial man, nicknamed the Prince of Darkness. Do not appoint him before the vetting's completed. He ignored that because he was in too much of a rush to get Mandelson out to Washington. He must have to admit that due process wasn't followed, simply because it clearly wasn't, Mr. Moon. You can't argue it was. I've just cited the evidence to the contrary.
You've cited somebody quoting something that may or may not have been said at number 10. It was very clear, even from Sir Ollie Robbins himself, that in terms of the overall decision, no pressure was placed on the Foreign Office. He made that absolutely plain. It'll be interesting to see what Morgan McSweeney says when he comes to the panel.
It will be.
But as far as I'm concerned, I've got to tell you, Camilla, I'll just tell you something. That this is a really important issue, and I'm not trying to belittle it. But all of yesterday, I've been talking to dozens and dozens of residents across my Campbell, Reduce and Hale constituency. The issue that they wanted to talk about was the cost of living crisis, NHS waiting times. It was the minimum wage.
The Prime Minister.
All of these issues really, really important. That the Mandelson affair is not what the vast majority of people are thinking about at the moment.
No, but they might be worried that the Prime Minister, because he's caught up in a scandal and because his own members of his own cabinet and his own party think that he's, quote, a dead man walking, that he hasn't actually got his eye on these priorities. If he's got nothing to hide, why doesn't he appear before the Privileges Committee? He repeatedly called for Boris Johnson to face investigation after investigation. As you say, his former right-hand man, Morgan McSweeney, is appearing on Tuesday. If the Prime Minister is so-called whiter than white, why doesn't he face his own grilling?
The fundamental difference between Boris Johnson, who claimed he wasn't at any of the parties.
Why won't he face his own grilling, Mr. Moon?
And was photographed at 5 of them. And Keir Starmer, who now know, because we know from the evidence, he didn't know, he wasn't told.
So why doesn't he appear?
Kemi Badenoch and Nigel Farage are pulling
Why
back
doesn't
from
he
calling
appear?
him a liar because they know it's not true.
Why doesn't he agree to go before the committee and be grilled? If he has nothing to hide, he's nothing to worry about. He should be volunteering himself because he's a man of decency.
I would rather he were focusing on the priorities of the people, which are bringing down our heating bills, bringing down our NHS waiting list. I don't want him to be wasting time going through a committee that is completely unnecessary, because it's been very, very clear for all to see that he wasn't told, he didn't know, and had he known, he wouldn't have appointed Mandelson. He did appoint Mandelson, and he's apologised for it. As far as I'm concerned, we need to get on with the priorities of the people.
Okay. Do you think that your constituents agree with the appointment and indeed the continuation in office of Lord Hermer after the The Telegraph last week exclusively revealed that he had been instrumental in a completely unnecessary witch hunt of British soldiers who were given medals for gallantry, and that he continued to represent their Iraqi accusers, even though he had his own concerns that they weren't telling the truth. And the Al-Swedi inquiry later revealed them to have deliberately lied.
I'm aware of this report, Camilla, but frankly, I haven't had the opportunity to get more deeply into the story. As with everything, there are all sorts of other priorities going on at the moment, not least what's happening in the US.
Yes.
I'm not going to try and speculate on that story, Camilla. I don't know enough about it.
All right, fair enough. Mr. Moon, what is your reaction to what's gone on overnight with the US President and the First Lady escorted from the Hilton Hotel at the White House Correspondents' Dinner as a result of a gunman breaching the premises?
It's really, really worrying, and I believe that there was somebody, a Secret Service agent, who was injured in this, and what immediately jumped into my mind were, I hate to say it, but the horrific attacks on Joe Cox and David Amos, and how we treat our kind of elected politicians. Whatever anybody thinks about Donald Trump, he was democratically elected by the people of the United States of America, and to see any democratically elected individual come under attack in this way is shocking, frankly, and it's an affront to democracy internationally.
Karen Moon, the Labour MP for Camborne and Redruth, you've done a great job this morning. You've given a great account of your defence of the Prime Minister in the absence of Darren Jones. I congratulate you and I thank you, and I salute your bravery for coming on. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks, Camilla.
Thank you. You see, it's not that hard, is it? It's not that hard. If only we had a cabinet minister to defend this government. Instead, they leave it to backbenchers to do the heavy lifting. Consider the contempt in which the GB News audience is treated to not have the official minister on the official round 2 weeks in a row. Just lock that in your brains. Let's go back to Labour now, because joining me is the suspended Labour MP, Carl Turner. Mr. Turner, great to see you this morning.
Good morning, Camilla.
Morning. First of all, your reaction to the attempted shooting, we believe, of President Trump and the scenes out of Washington, D.C. overnight.
Well, I don't agree with the politics of President Trump or the Republicans, but I don't appreciate any attack on what is essentially a democracy and diplomacy. So, I've heard what the Prime Minister has said, and I agree with him. Anybody who attempts to attack democracy, it's the second serious attempt at an assassination of the president, and frankly, we need to take that incredibly seriously. I worry a little bit about the security for our King's visit, which is coming up any time, and I do hope there's a review of the security and we can be absolutely assured that the King and Queen Camilla are safe on that trip.
Should the visit go ahead, Mr. Turner, there's probably just about time to turn around to the King and Queen and say, look, there's a massive security event that's gone on in America. You're both in your 70s. Perhaps we should pull the plug.
I think it's a matter for the King, but look, I think when you pull such things, you are effectively giving these terrorists, because that's what they are, what they want. And I think we should do everything we could possibly do to avoid giving in to these people.
Let's bring it back to the Prime Minister, if we may, Mr. Turner. Sunday Times interview, headline, Keir Starmer, : I will fight next general election. Now, Mr. Turner, I know, like the Prime Minister, you are a legal eagle. Does that claim sound credible to you?
Well, not at the current polling, Camilla, because if there was a general election next week, my seat in Hull East, which has been forever held by Labour, my predecessor John Prescott was the MP for 40 years. People around here have only ever voted Labour. If it was next week or any time soon after, I'd be gone. My P45 is already waiting to be dispatched to me, and I'm afraid to tell you, we'd lose, and we'd lose badly.
Hello, I'm Bev Turner. Now, it can feel like the money in our bank accounts at the moment does not keep up with the cost of living, and maybe there's a solution. I'm here today with the CEO of Tally Money, Cameron Parry. Cameron, what is Tally Money?
Well, Bev, with Tally Money, you get a current account and a debit card, but instead of pounds, you use milligrams of gold as your everyday money.
So why gold?
Gold traditionally is a great store of value. It has, on average, gone up at over 11% per annum for the last 25 years against the pound. It's tripled in value in the last decade, and in the last 2 years alone, it's increased by 50% against the pound. Banks' savings products just can't compete with that level of growth.
But this isn't just about gold. This is about a currency that you guys have created at Tally Money. Explain it to me as though I'm an idiot.
So, look, people need to be able to hold their earnings and build their savings in a money that retains its value and remains in their legal control and remains theirs to access, away from government control.
Great. You had me at not exposed to government control.
You should feel safe and happy with your money. You should have peace of mind the more money you see in your bank balance, and that's the type of thing we're trying to deliver, and give people choice in the type of money they get to use every day.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Cameron. Thank you.
And is that Keir Starmer's fault?
To a degree, I'm afraid it is. He's the leader of the Labour Party and the Prime Minister. It's a matter for him to take responsibility when we're doing badly in the opinion polls. But I don't think it's entirely his fault, if I'm being honest with you. I think politics has changed to a degree. People expect instant happiness. We came in 18 months, just over 18 months ago. We messed around with this policy and that policy. Daft stuff of the daftest daftness. We didn't need to be doing that stuff. We should have been sticking to what we said in the manifesto. We've delivered a lot of it, I hasten to add. But actually, we've got involved with stuff we should have been avoiding like the plague. That's down to the leader of the Labour Party, plain and simple.
He's being described as a dead man walking, Mr. Turner. He doesn't seem to be minded to go anywhere other than to cling on to power. Do you think that he's going to survive beyond the local elections?
Look, the truth is this. It's looking incredibly difficult for the Prime Minister, if I'm being honest. I'm not happy about that, Kimmer. I promise you, I'm a supporter of the leader of the Labour Party and the Prime Minister. The reality is, we did win a mandate in July 2024, but this idea that it was an overwhelming, enthusiastic support for a Labour government led by Keir Starmer is for the birds. People wanted to kick the Tories out. That was the truth of what was happening. I was on the doors, and they were saying to me, we'll give you a chance, but don't blow it. We'll give you the opportunity to govern, but don't let us down. And I'm afraid to say people feel a little bit let down. And we're not being able to speak, Camilla, about the policies that we have enacted that are actually about to start to make a difference to people's lives. I can reel them off. I'm not going to bore you or your listeners with that spiel. It's parliamentary Labour Party stuff. But the reality is, we've let the side down by the shenanigans that's unfolded in recent weeks and months. The Prime Minister should have took responsibility from the very second. He should have said, in my view, I appointed Mandelson in the interests of the British public, in the nation's interest. It may have been a mistake, but it's a decision I made because I thought he'd go to the US and do a job for the country. And when it became apparent following the Bloomsburg emails, I did the right thing again by dismissing him. He shouldn't have been looking around the room to say who was to blame for this. It was the Prime Minister who appointed him. It's always the Prime Minister to blame. That's the reality of politics. I'm sorry to have to tell the Prime Minister that, but it does happen to be a fact.
Keir Starmer says that due process was followed and that he hasn't misled Parliament either knowingly or unknowingly. Mr. Turner, you'll be familiar with the phrase, recklessness is not a defence. You can't claim ignorance in such a misdemeanour and attempt to get away with it. Do you think he has misled Parliament?
I don't think he's deliberately misled Parliament, because I know the bloke. I'm not just trying to sort of cover for him. I've got an axe to grind, by the way. You know, I've lost the whip. I shouldn't have done, frankly. It's an outrage that I'm suspended from the Labour Party for talking about a policy which is a daft policy, which is unworkable, but I'm not going to get into that. So I have got an axe.
This is about abandonment of trial by jury, isn't it, Carl?
It is. But I've got an axe to grind, Camilla. But I don't think, knowing him as I do, he would go into the House of Commons chamber and deliberately mislead. But I'll tell you what I think he did do. I think he misspoke. And I think when he was in Prime Minister's questions last week, he read some of what was said in the evidence from Ollie Robbins to the Select Committee of Foreign Affairs and chaired by Emily Thornberry, some of what was said, and then went off-piste a little bit and added stuff. Now, as a reality of that happening, there are a consequence. I don't say that he'll be found guilty of misleading deliberately or otherwise the House, but I say, why shouldn't he have an inquiry? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Boris Johnson was a different thing, Camilla, by the way, because it had cut through. It had cut through on the doorstep. This hasn't yet.
Oh, I don't know about that, Mr. Taylor. I think it's got cut through. I tell you where there is the parallel. There's the parallel here because he, as opposition leader, was repeatedly calling for the Prime Minister, then Mr. Johnson, to face inquiry after inquiry. It therefore begs the question, just to conclude, Mr. Turner, if the Prime Minister has got nothing to hide, why doesn't he face the Privileges Committee?
I can't disagree. I'm going to be speaking in that debate on Tuesday, and I'm going to be saying if he's got nothing to hide, and I don't think he has anything to hide, frankly. I don't. Truly, I do not. If he's got nothing to hide, get on with it. Let's have the inquiry. Let's get it out of the way. Let's put it to bed, and let's move on. Please, let's move on to something better, something optimistic, something new. Let's govern the country in the interests of the national interest, not in the interests of a few people in a room, looking where the next job might come from. I'll tell you what has cut through in this terrible, sorry saga. The idea that people are trying to pull strings for the pals when the jobs are at stake. Listen, when I'm going to lose my job, if in fact I lose my job, it's going to be me who finds myself some way of employment, not me pals, not pulling strings, not somebody having a word with somebody in a corridor somewhere and saying, can you get him a job? That's the stuff that will cut through on the doorstep. But when it was Boris Johnson, it was a different thing because people, frankly, couldn't see the grandmothers. That's the truth.
Carl Turner, thank you as ever for your clarity on these recent political matters. Great to speak to you this morning.
All right. Good to be here. We're at a jumping off point, 250 years into our nation's history. We're jumping off. We're rebuilding. It is the beginning of a new golden era. I'm going to present that. If you go to the second slide, the question is, are you being gaslighted? Is your neighbor being blackpilled? Do you know what actually is occurring right now under our nose? Let's cut through the spreading mind viruses. Let's get people out of their little holes that they've been shoved into, because the American system is back, and that's the name of our latest pamphlet. The American system is back. Bye globalism. You can take that slide down, Tony. The U.S. manufacturing is expanding, and we're going to be taking this message this coming week to Capitol Hill. Our delegation, self-chosen Promethean action activists, are arriving right now in Washington, D.C., and they're going to be up on Capitol Hill next week with this picture and this big picture, and with the pamphlet as well. Durable goods orders in 2025 in the United States were up 8.2%. Durable goods are everything from refrigerators to big gas turbines and electric motors and so on and so forth. And I'm going to be taking you through here more or less in succession here, a quick set of slices, if you will, of what's going on in terms of the U.S. economy. Put up the next slide, if you will, Tony. Industrial production. Industrial production. This is a Federal Reserve graph. Here is from January 2025, when Trump took office, on upward, the expansion of the economy. Forget the jigs and jags. That's partly statistical. It's partly, just the flux of the economy, shifts going on in the economy. But note the overall upward trajectory. This is the expansion of industrial production, the manufacturing in the broad sense, and that's the improvement being shown consistently, and that isn't acknowledged, in the mainstream media. That's for sure. Go to the next slide. I want to give a broader perspective on this real quickly. This goes back through to the beginning of the Biden administration. And you see the jigs and the jags and the so on and so forth. But and you see that after COVID, Trump had already launched it. There was the recovery of the U.S. economy out of the COVID shutdowns. But what happened? And this is a lesson in terms of not believing statistics right off the bat. That expansion of the economy upward in 21 and 22. And then, of course, plateauing in early 22. That was financial. That was pumping money, cash into the system. This is what Kevin Warsh, the nominee to be the new head of the Federal Reserve, was identifying. President Trump, Bessent, and others have also spoken to it very directly. This was the cause of inflation. This was not real growth. This was, you say, industrial production? Well, what kind of industrial production was this? This was the Green New Deal. This was throwing real industrial capacity and manpower, labor, into a burn pit, using it for nothing of advantage, really, to the U.S. economy overall. So there's a limit to the way these graphs, what they look like, and how they can be used and what they can hide. But going back to that last slide, Tony, this is the picture of what has occurred so far. A little over a year into the Trump administration, a solid building of the U.S. industrial production out of the hole. We're digging ourselves out of the hole. It's underway. I want to bring forward, then, you can take that down, the announcement this last week by the White House of the presidential determinations, 5 of them, directed to the Department of Energy, ordering under the Defense Production Act of the United States, that's 1950 legislation, the Defense Production Act, ordering a massive deployment of resources, whatever, and all the federal government has in terms of tools at its disposal, to expand oil, natural gas, coal, and particularly large-scale energy projects. This is going to take the lid off of restraints still operating on the U.S. economy. I think we're going to see some major developments coming out over the next few months, playing out I hope, I expect, to a degree at least, before the November 2026 mid-elections. This brings into play the Energy Dominance Council, the National Energy Dominance Council, the NDEC, which is it's chaired by Doug Burgum of the Interior Department. Number 2, Vice Chairman is Chris Wright, Secretary of Energy. And they're going to be playing a major role, along with other cabinet members, in overseeing this process. So I really would suggest looking at these presidential determinations, utilizing the Defense Production Act. That is, the the government is going to say, which is true, we're in an emergency. We're in a energy economic emergency. The president declared that in January when he came into office in January of 2024. And now we're taking off the gloves. We're going to move mountains. So I'll leave it there for right now. But that's going to be coming into play. But returning now to this question, well, let me move on to manufacturing starts. Construction starts. This is construction of new manufacturing facilities, factories in the United States. In the last 12 months, manufacturing starts were up 20%, 20.2% to be exact. And these are not, building solar panels, wind turbines. We're now going to big gas turbines for combined cycle natural gas plants and nuclear power plants and the rest. So coal plants perhaps comes into play again. The electric power utility starts in construction of factories, utility electric power related, grew 68.6% in the year to date through March of this year. 68.6% in 1 year. There's, one could rattle through a bunch of the projects. They include chemical projects, plutonium processing, natural gas plants in the panhandle of Texas, a new port terminal in Alaska, rebuilding of Terminal 1 in Anchorage, Alaska, to be exact. These are some of the projects underway. In January, industrial sales leads, which is utilized by contractors, identified 407 new planned industrial projects. These are planned projects. They haven't broken ground yet. Planned projects. Some of them have, but most of them are not. In March, they identified another 165. So this process is going to continue. Next, let me move to the Purchase Managers Index. You hear about it all the time in the financial media. You may not pay much attention to it. But the purchase managers, of course, they're purchasing for manufacturing companies. That Purchase Managers Index for manufacturing. They're purchasing for manufacturers in the United States. And they're polled, the most consequential and realistic such PMI is S&P Global, their manufacturing index. And it's shown again in March up to 52.3. That is, 50 is break even. 52.3 is solid growth. This is the 8th consecutive month of growth in the PMI for manufacturing. This is orders coming through from purchase managers, orders going out for equipment and the rest. Each straight consecutive month of growth. Machine tools going to machine. Now this is maybe should be more visceral. Machine tools is what you use to make machines. This is exactly what Tony mentioned at the very start. We'll get into it a little bit more in a few minutes. But the machine tool orders were up in 2025, 22.5% as a whole. And that's continued in January of this year, up 24.4% over a year ago. It's and likewise up over 2024, and similar figures in February, up 10.7%. So this is this is a tremendous expansion. Let me just correct those figures. A 24% increase over January 2025, and then February 2026 was a 10%, 10.5%, 10.7% increase over January, the month before, but a 27.4% increase over February of the year before. So you get the gist. This is expansion. This is real expansion of the physical economy. Machine tools build everything else. And then we have a finer tuned reading, cutting tools. Machine tools actually don't cut anything. They need tools. Think of drill bits, abrasive instruments, and so forth. They're attached to machine tools, and they're used up very rapidly. And so a very important measurement of actual production levels right now is the rate at which we're consuming cutting tools, which are being used by machine tools, CNC machine tools, and the rest. Well, in 2026, orders so far are 445.8 million orders for more new machine for cutting tools, right, to replace other ones. That's up 11.3% just so far in the year, just through March. So these are all types, carbide tipped inserts, drills, milling cutters, etc., etc. Very important. And I'll just note there that one of the biggest machine tool companies and robotics companies, FANUC, based in Michigan here in the United States. It's a Japanese firm, but based in Michigan. I believe it's Highland, Michigan. FANUC has announced a new robot manufacturing plant that they're constructing. It will invest $90 million, 840,000 square feet. That's just the money for the building. And so they're going to target completion by 2027. This is part of the expansion that's going on in the U.S. economy. And we're growing productive jobs. I think this is important to look at. The goods producing, which is a BLS, Bureau of Labor Statistics category, broad category. Goods producing, that's machinery. It's also construction and a broad area beyond manufacturing. Goods producing employment increased by 43,000 in March. We had a total increase in the payroll of 178,000 in March, which is really quite extraordinary. It kind of averages out, but there's a steady buildup in terms of employment as well. I'll come to another aspect of that in a second. Construction added 26,000 jobs in March. They've upturned very significant numbers since November of last year, to the tune of 100,000 construction jobs. And the Association of General Contractors reports that their members would be hiring more construction workers if they were available. This is largely for non-residential construction, factories, infrastructure, and so forth. Wages simultaneously are going up. Production and non-supervisory goods producing employees, again, BLS category, have seen an average of a raise of $1.40 an hour in wages and benefits over the last several months. This adds, if you calculate it, this adds to about $3,000 in a year in wages and benefits without including overtime. And of course, in terms of overtime, there's no tax on overtime now because of the one big beautiful bill. And further, there's no inflation. If we set aside the temporary inflation caused by the Iran conflict, which is here today, gone tomorrow, these geopolitical events, set that aside. That's not inflation. That's caused by those geopolitical events. Inflation is caused by monetary expansion, printing presses, and no correlated actual physical expansion of the economy. That's what we saw under Biden and the auto ban. This is real expansion going on, and therefore, the inflation, the nominal inflation, is around 3% thereabouts. Then I want to just bring in another feature. This is a little deeper, but I think it's very relevant, something to keep in mind. We're in a new demographic reality. 2.5 million illegal immigrants, that's an approximation, have left the country. 600,000 of those left as a result of action by the government directly. The others did it voluntarily on their own. But the total figure is around 2.5 million. I'm not dwelling on that here at this moment, but that changes the layout, the topography, if you will, of the U.S. labor force significantly. Until recently, and this is only being begrudgingly admitted now by Brookings, by the Federal Reserve, and others. But up until now, it's assumed that you have to add 100,000 jobs a month to keep up with the growth in the labor force, potential labor force. That is, who's out there looking for a job. You need at least 100,000 new jobs a month being added to the labor force. We had in February we had minus 133,000. I mean, these are surveys; they're statistical, they're approximations. But we supposedly lost 133,000 workers in February. Employment hardly moved in terms of the numbers. And then we gained 178,000 in March. Well, that's a total. If you combine the two together, that means that the actual addition over those 2 months was 40,000 new jobs, 20,000 a month. Well, that's actually the new reality. It's now admitted by the Fed, Brookings, and so forth, that because of the removal of illegal immigrants, which obviously we're also suppressing job availability, wages, and also driving up rents and other factors, including expenditures by state and federal agencies and local government. That flight means that now, under current conditions, that a near zero growth in new jobs is not necessarily a negative factor. I'm not proposing, and no one's proposing, that no growth is what you aim for. It's that we're in a new demographic reality. I'll quote here the Dallas Federal Reserve. Incorporating these updated estimates of net unauthorized immigration into our full model, allowing the labor force participation rate to vary over time, yields substantially lower break-even employment growth. That's what we're talking about. What's the break-even employment growth that we need to have jobs for everybody entering the workforce? And it continues. The break-even rate peaked at about 250,000 jobs per month in 2023. That would be that break-even point. Roughly fell to 10,000 jobs in July of 2025 and declined to near zero thereafter. Anyway, so you get the drift. This is a new demographic reality that we're in, and it's going to be a feature of the economy going forward. It's also a demographic reality we want to address by growing families, by creating growing wages, continually growing higher wages, as the Trump administration is emphasizing, and home building, and all the rest, so that we're promoting the development of stable family homes, stable neighborhoods, and changing the demographic in the United States itself, including illegal immigration, of course. So moving on, the trade deficit is falling. The trade deficit is falling. All right, we're getting outside of this box where we're printing money and shipping it abroad to buy goods that other people produced. Basically on the lam, freeloading, if you will. The economy as a whole, basically, of the United States, having been outsourced. This is being reversed. The goods trade deficit fell 24% from April 2025. That was April 2nd was Liberation Day, as you recall, when President Trump announced the first big wave of tariffs, through February of 2026. That is between April of 2025 and February 2026. So, 11 months. A 24% reduction in the goods trade deficit. That is physical goods deficit. And it's not growing since either. Just in the last couple of months. I'll quickly move past that. But the tariffs have reduced the trade deficit with China by 32% and by nearly 40% with the European Union. They've also generated 4.9% increase in the federal receipts. That is, revenue to the federal government has increased by basically 5% just from the tariff revenues brought in to date. And these tariffs are not going away. I want to emphasize this because people get nagged. They're nagged by this. Your neighbor's nagged by this. The tariffs are not going away. The revenue is going to continue. Let me just state some results. The United States is now the third largest steel producing nation in the world. We just passed Japan. We haven't been there in a long, long time. We're now producing steel at a substantial rate. And we have more steel capacity coming online because of the 232 tariffs, Section 232, that's of the 1962 Trade Expansion Act. The 50% tariffs on imported steel, copper, and aluminum. So as a result, there's now 4 million tons of new crude steelmaking capacity that's expected to become operational in the next 2 years. These are plants I'm talking about here just in terms of steel. West Virginia, Arkansas, and South Carolina. And there's additional investments underway. And we've spoken in the past of the new aluminum plant that's now getting built will be built in Oklahoma, the first one in decades. That's Century Aluminum and in partnership with Emirates Global Aluminum. Emirates is in the United Arab Emirates. It's a joint venture. But additionally, Highland Copper, Ivanhoe Electric, Rio Tinto, and Wayland are expanding copper mining, smelting, and fabrication facilities. So all of this is going on. All of this is building out as a result of the tariffs that are making it possible to again invest productively, profitably in growing the real U.S. economy. There's 3 different tariffs now. We can come back to this in the Q&A if it's significant for people. But there's the 62 Tariff Expansion Act. That's the Section 232s. Those are on specific commodities. That's going to be applied to pharmaceuticals. That's already in the works. That's being negotiated right now. It's already been ordered by the president. He's already received a report back from the Secretary of Commerce, and we're proceeding with that. In conjunction with the 232s, there's then the 301s and the 122 sections, which are from the Trade Act of 1974, Kennedy era legislation. And that's the across-the-board 10 to 15% tariff that's in place now across all imports, with exceptions for like with the U.S., Mexico, Canada agreement and so forth. There's other ones enforced there as well, but these all are playing the role of replacing the tariffs, the IEEPA-based tariffs that the Supreme Court overturned. So this is going to continue. Tariffs are going to continue. It's part of the American system. It's been there since Alexander Hamilton and George Washington. All right, so it's continuing. And I want to just say on Section 232s, forget the numbers. I mean, it's not that important that you memorize them or something. But under the tariffs on specific commodities like steel, copper, aluminum, pharmaceuticals, could be chips and so forth, continuing. That's also now being applied to what are called derivative products. That is products that come in with steel content, and those tariffs are on the full value of the product. So if there's steel in a product, well, then the tariff is to the value of the entire product, not just trying to measure the aspect of steel that's in that product. So these tariffs are now being implemented. Before we had a situation, I mean, there's still something going on, where steel produced, it could be in China or Japan or whatever, for example, or Europe. It wouldn't come in directly. To avoid the tariffs, it would be sold to some secondary to a user of that steel, who would then utilize that foreign steel in products and then import it to the United States, therefore skirting the tariff on importing the steel directly into the United States, but taking away a market for U.S. steel, and likewise with copper and so on. All right. So the expansion of Section 232s to all the derivative products, immediately, essentially you've got a worldwide cup of coffee here. The utilization of these basic essential minerals, resources, in all sorts of fields, means that these new tariffs become virtually a new IEEPA tariff in terms of its reach. So again, we can come back to that, and I'll just say, in terms of settling up on the IEEPA tariffs, who's going to get paid back, who's not going to get paid back, who really paid the tariffs? This is not straightforward. The way the media makes it out, who pays the customs? Well, that could be, it's the importer that pays it at the door. But in exchange for paying that increased tariff, the exporter may have given concessions. Basically paying for the tariff under the table, and so on and so forth. So this is going to have to be worked out, and there's all kinds of ins and outs in it. It's going to be very messy, but obviously the Trump administration and the U.S. economy is rolling forward. Okay, so next slide, Tony. I mean, what else is it going to take? Energy we'll come back to if we have time. But what else is it going to take to make the U.S. a manufacturing superpower? What is it going to take to make the United States, again, a full-set economy? That is where we essentially produce everything. And that means we have the skill sets to produce everything, not just today, but the advancing skills, the creativity to generate the new technologies, the new capabilities tomorrow. We achieved that. By the time of the period of Lincoln through McKinley, we were a full-set economy. We imported, we exported, but we were largely self-reliant as a growing industrial economy. That was revived with the arsenal of democracy mobilization of World War II. under Roosevelt, and Trump is calling for, as he calls it, a Republican New Deal. We're going to deliver the same kind of expansion today. So what else is required to make that happen? And this comes to the merger, an ongoing merger now. I want to single this out, of advanced machine tools with robotics and AI, artificial intelligence. Next slide. My Substack, Physical Economics, it's free. You can go there. My latest article there featured Servant Not Master, the merger of advanced machine tools, robotics, and AI is available, and it goes into this in a much deeper way than we can here right now. It's about 8 pages, so it's not a tome, but it's some serious reading. That's Brian Lantz. Brian with an I, Lantz is LANTZ, .substack.com. Just put that into a search engine. You'll go right there. You can either subscribe or not, and then it opens up. So what are we talking about here? We're talking about real world production, utilizing AI as a tool. That's what's called physical AI. I didn't invent that term. Physical AI. And I'll just say right now that there's an entire chapter in my book. Next slide, please, Tony, which is on Amazon. Rebuild the USA, the Trump presidency book. There's an entire chapter 6, on machine tools and its importance, and on Lyndon LaRouche's machine tool principle, which is this question of revolutions in breakthroughs in science, discovery of scientific principle, and the application of those discoveries through the machine tools, through the elaboration of new machine tools into the entire economy as a whole. So that's another place to look. What we have here is go to the next slide. I think first of all, let's just make sure we're grounded here. Everyone's grounded. What is a machine tool? First of all, just a machine tool. Well, it's the elaboration of what we know of as hand tools. In the shop, your dad's shop, your shop, hand tools, drills, hand drills, saws, and so on and so on, cutting tools, all the rest. Here's a picture from the Houston City College Innovation Center. And you see here manual power tools. They're power tools now, not just hand tools. Drills here in the foreground of this picture. Just an example. That's powered tools, machine tools of a manual sort. Go on to the next slide quickly. What we have now and have had since the 1980s is the development of CAD, computer-aided design, and then with 3D modeling. You can see it a little bit in the background on the computer screen that this engineer is working on, which allows engineers and designers to build realistic computer models of parts and assemblies for complex simulations and digital manufacturing. That's a mouthful. But this development of CAD and CAM, this and this the utilization of computers and computer screens and 3D capabilities and so on, is then plugged into CNC machine tools. CNC machine tools are computer numerically controlled machine tools. That is, they're programmable. They're automated versions of the manual machine tools, which are still in use today, of course, as well. They're directed through the use of computer software. They're programmable. I want to just emphasize that. And so they can automate production. But they also increase precision, speed, and capability in the process. Go on to the next slide. And then as a feature of CNC machine tools, we have automatic tool changers. This is a rack, a rotating rack of tools, an automatic tool changer, a chain type they call it. Each one of those you see, vertically there is a tool, and that thing rotates, and each of those tools can be pulled out as required. The programming of the CNC machine tool now involves these automatic tool changers almost completely. And so this is what we're utilizing now. The Trump administration now is investing heavily in the development of this merger with robotics and with AI. The Genesis mission was launched by executive order in November of last year. The Department of Energy is leading that initiative. Commerce Secretary Lutnick has been out and about the country, meeting with all of the major big tech companies and so on, to basically advance, the physical expression of AI, the utilization of AI to improve further these revolutions in machine technology, bringing it to the factory floor. Next slide. Here's a layout of a set of cells of each one of these. You can basically see where each one of these robotic arms are. Not exactly. Some cells have 2 or even more robotic arms in them. But a machinist, a skilled machinist, high-wage machinist, is overseeing the use of robotic arms, which it's programmed. They pick up parts or materials. They load them into the CNC machine tools that have otherwise been programmed, who then work that material, that block of metal, for example, and fashion out a product or a step in producing a product that's required by that shop. They then unload, robotic arms then unload those products, but the sensors on the arms also are capable because they use digital cameras, and the sensors have measuring capability, digital measuring capability, to determine whether that product meets specifications. And that information is fed back into the computer program. And so here you have, obviously a layout of such a set of robotic cells. Common, what we used to call workplaces. Move on to the next slide. Here is a different kind of robotic cell. And you see that it's enclosed, and it generally, besides coal robots, the use of AI in directing robots and machine tools as a self-enclosed circuit, if you will, are fenced in. Literally with metal fences, or it could be with lasers acting as essentially a signaling guard to protect the operation and keep people at a distance. AI is not, can hallucinate, right? I mean, there's problems with AI. So you don't want to give it, you don't let it take over. This is a particular important aspect of physical AI. You're fencing in AI to very specific projects, specific applications, and so you're continually testing that AI program, retuning it, if you will, reprogramming it as you go along under the direction of skilled workers. Here, this is a a robotic arm moving, as it says here, in the National Institute for Standards and Technology biological foundry, the Living Measurement Systems Foundry. The NIST is extremely important, federal agency based in Maryland. The NIST is extremely important because it determines the standards for machinery, weights and measures, you name it. And so they not only do that in some kind of, with a measuring tape, they build out facilities and test facilities. And so this is ferrying samples. This robotic arm is moving along this conveyor belt, if you will, ferrying samples, as it says, between different instruments for testing and analysis. And the next slide shows the arm of that robot or a similar robot picking up a box of samples. And you see that mass of wiring and so forth. That's inclusive of the sensors that are being used to ensure the pressure is right on the box, that it has it held correctly, and the same kind of device otherwise could include capabilities for measuring the actual item as it's produced in a CNC machine tool, for example. So that's some examples. There's now MTM, machine-to-machine platforms. These use two-way communications. They're often autonomous. This is what AI steps in to allow. The build-up of a great deal of pattern data through and use of algorithms allows a machine to infer solutions to problems that pop up within a very limited range, not profound problems that require human creativity, but problem solving in a more inferential sort. And data is fed back into the central computer or computer system, and that information is then shared with other machines, other programmable machines, as a database, and so forth. So these machine-to-machine platforms or Internet of Things platforms is an important feature of machine tools today. So I'd like to get into energy, but we're running short of time. I just want to quickly emphasize the next slide, please, Tony. This coming week is Apprentice Week in the United States, National Apprenticeship Week, April 26th through May 2nd. Apprenticeships are just one aspect of mentoring, which is the broader category of what's required, and that is being addressed. The bigger question now really is, where's the workforce going to come from to utilize the advances in machine tools, robotics, and AI in manufacturing and related industrial processes? Here's an example of the training of San Francisco Bay students, in conjunction with Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. The next slide. Here's technologists being trained at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory there in California. But it's much broader than this. Just you can take that down. Just to give examples of this, community colleges, vocational public 2-year programs increased 11.7%. That was as of the spring of 2025. We don't have figures yet on 2026, but we know the expansion is continuing. Trade-focused institutions have increased almost 20% since the spring of 2020. And now what's being reported by the National Student Clearinghouse Research Center is that almost a third of students graduating with associate degrees, a lot of them are in the trades, are from the age of 18 to 20. They're graduating with the equivalent of community college degrees, many of them with certs in the trades. That's now a new phenomenon. The increase in the number of 18 to 20-year-olds who are receiving associate degrees has jumped 50%. This is 2026 figures. And then finally, don't forget the U.S. Armed Services. Most, if not all, men and women who enlist end up being trained in the trades or in related skills, whether it's nursing or mechanics. I mean, you got to keep a tank running, right? You can't just drive it. And so on, the Air Force, and so on and so forth. This is a huge training ground for the workforce going forward as well. And so the recruitment that's going on, that the armed services are meeting their recruitment quotas in record times, bodes well for the nation as well. It's very encouraging. So, again, on energy, the Defense Production Act has been activated by the president. More will be coming out. The governors of New England on March 31st issued a joint statement, all 6 New England governors, calling for the advance of a regional energy strategy focused on nuclear power plants and advanced nuclear technologies. They don't want to be an energy island cut off from the rest of the world. They need energy. So these realities are sinking in. There's a lot of developments on nuclear power. I'll just mention a few really quickly here. There's nuclear power in space. As of April 14th of this year, just a week ago, the White House established the National Initiative for American Space Nuclear Power to bring nuclear reactors into orbit by 2028 and to the moon by 2030. So this is another integrated aspect of the U.S. nuclear program. Air Force nuclear reactors, micro reactors for bases, bases have now been selected. That's moving forward. Buckley Air Force Base in Colorado, Malmstrom Air Force Base in Montana are the first ones. New Jersey has lifted its de facto nuclear moratorium as of April 8th, just 2 weeks ago. Diablo Canyon's license in California just was officially extended. That was April 2nd. 20-year operational extension by the NRC. The Palisades plant in Michigan is moving forward, the restart of that facility. And there's a number of projects in Oak Ridge and the Tennessee Valley Authority area in Tennessee, including Caros Power's Hermes plant that's broken ground on April 17th. There's GE Vernova Hitachi's BWR's 300 plants that are being built at the Clinch River site of the Tennessee Valley Authority. Triso Fuel and other fuel projects are also underway. So I'll end there, and I hope I haven't overloaded you, but I hope that gives you a sense of what is in motion. What is in motion with our economy, with our nation, here on our 250th anniversary. If I can find it, I'll use it. If I can't, I won't. But I recall President Abraham Lincoln's statement that the whole world, you could say, the universe is a mind, and every man is a miner. So thanks for your attention. I look forward to questions and answers, questions and discussion, and so let's move to that.
Yes. Hello, my beautiful friends. What a day it is. We are back. We've got yet another assassination attempt on our president, and this one was also, like the others, way too close for comfort. We'll talk about it. We've got a lot of reaction, bunch of clips out there, a lot of people hitting the media. Of course, Todd Blanche was out, Kash Patel, President Trump himself. We've got Jeanine Pirro queued up and a bunch of people who are reacting to this, as well as some information about who this guy was. Cole Thomas Allen is the name of the shooter who has now been arrested and detained. He's going to be facing charges tomorrow. We've got an update from Jeanine Pirro on that one. And we're starting to notice a pattern here that is very problematic. We've covered many of these here, unfortunately, on the channel. And we've seen Trump almost killed in Butler when the bullet whizzed past and hit him in the head, in the ear, almost killing him, killing another man behind him and injuring many other people. We then saw after that Ryan Ruth tried to kill him at a golf club, and the Secret Service just barely saw his gun poking out and warned the president before that occurred. Then we saw they killed Charlie Kirk, shooting him in the neck. Then we turn around and we see an entire organized Antifa insurgency that is texting each other, forming databases of federal agents, organizing themselves in a way that many other federal officials said was shocking when we covered that story. And here we go, yet again. Another man breaks through the outer perimeter at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and bullets flying all over the place in a very harrowing situation. So we'll talk about it all. Thank you for joining us on this Sunday, and we appreciate you being here. Hopefully you are processing the news well and understanding what time it is, like the rest of us have been screaming about for a long time here. This is a problem with the murderous left, and they want to make it about both sides, but only one side is shooting at people and killing them repeatedly, end on end. So we'll get into it. We're making sure that the tubes are working appropriately before we unpack all the latest news. Thank you for also, if you catch anything as we're going through this, if you alert me to it, we'll make sure that we incorporate it here today, because a lot of information is still breaking about who this guy was. And we have the manifesto, so we can see explicitly what he wrote down and why he did this thing, even though the media, many of them, are still wondering, what's his motive? What could it possibly be? Well, we know what it is. It's because there's an indoctrination afoot to smear this administration and this president and our side of the aisle as being certain PDF file protectors and other horrific things, of course, which are not true at all, but they just keep hammering that so that they can instigate these types of attacks. And every one of these is a shot on goal. I think Gretzky or somebody said, you miss the shots that you don't take. They're just continuing to take these attempts. And God forbid, their hope is, I think, that one of them will be successful. And there's some really disgusting comments out there from people saying, maybe next time. But we'll get into it all. Looks like we're connected, hopefully on the YouTubes and elsewhere. Thank you for joining us and for being here with us as we kick this off. All right, so believe it's all working, and we're coming across live. Let me just check this one other location. Boom. All right, we're ready to go. So here's how it went down. President Trump survives yet another assassination attempt. You see, this is the shooter who was arrested by the Secret Service and FBI and other security personnel there at the White House Correspondents' Association dinner outside of the Washington White House area, just a little bit north. We'll take a look at a map. We also know his name. He is named Cole Thomas Allen, and we're learning more about the guy, including the fact that he was Teacher of the Year, apparently, and not a dumb person. Apparently was over at Caltech, which is a very prestigious, very influential location where intelligent people go. And Trump even commented on that coming up. But his manifesto has been released. We'll read through some of it and then see what you have to say about all of this and more. But the president himself posted this arrest photo of him down on the ground, locked down while the investigation was still continuing. We saw Trump posted two photos. Here's another more frontal angle of Cole Thomas Allen there on the ground. Looks like they covered him in a bit of a space blanket there and stripped him down to make sure he wasn't having any incendiary devices that would be exploding and killing more people. We also saw the president posted this video footage of what looks to be a person with a cell phone or some other camera that is recording the security screen. So it's very blurry and very pixelated, hard to see exactly what's going on, but Cole Allen comes racing through the outer perimeter of these Secret Service agents, as you can see in this footage right here. These are security agents, Secret Service, and other personnel. And then Cole Allen is going to just run right through it. Right there. Comes racing through. Catches everybody off guard. Guns are drawn. And it's pretty amazing that he's not Swiss cheese. Okay, then they all continue to follow him. Shots are going off. We've got a bunch of video queued up here, courtesy of CBS. But it's pretty shocking how quickly this guy is moving and kind of catches them all off guard. One more time. Turns the corner right there. Boom, races around the corner. Racing right through. And one little leg out, one little leg trip right there from this fella would have been enough to probably stop him right there. But he motors on past and presumably was racing in there to get inside the building and start firing at the president and or cabinet members. So that's one scene. CBS News also shared this, got some details on it. So the White House Correspondent Association, I mean, we saw that. That's the one where Obama was ripping on President Trump. And then turns out President Trump ran for office and beat the crap out of Hillary Clinton, which was Obama's main person to be his replacement. But this is where it all started a long time ago. Trump sat there and he took a lot of the daggers from the mainstream press. Now he's there to kind of return the favor. And this happens. So 8:34, 29 seconds, surveillance video that was shared by Trump shows a person barreling at full tilt through a Secret Service metal detector, stunning a half dozen officers. A swarm of officers chase after, just down a staircase. 2,600 guests were dining on a salad appetizer in the Washington Hilton Ballroom. And they give us some more here. Then at 8:33 p.m., a series of gunshots can be heard in the ballroom. You start to see they evacuate people right there. On the dais where Trump is seated, the gunshots are muted, if audible at all, and I think you can hear them if you listen closely. So this is the mentalist guy, and he's doing his little mentalist shtick, and just like he did with Joe Rogan and others, saying, I can guess your PIN number or something. And everyone's laughing, having a good time. You've got Melania right next to the president. And if you listen closely, I do think you can hear these gunshots in the background. Let's see if we got it captured on this video. Right there. Okay, then you hear the shuffling about of the silverware and the plates. Guess is a word. Melania is shocked as can be. Gunshots are over at this point. And so then they start to remove people on out of there. You can see we got a different angle on this. So they pull J.D. Vance out, I think, before they get the president up out of the chair. They drag him over this way. He kind of drops down a little bit. They cover him. And you can see the photograph that's really capturing a lot of attention is this shocked look of Melania. And Melania, I saw a great meme about this, not to make light of the situation, but Trump's kind of smirking. And there's a comment, you know, because he's kind of looking at her. I saw a comment with like a info bubble right above his head that says, first time, because this has happened to him multiple times. Okay, just a little gallows humor there. Looking over at Melania, he's like, oh gosh, it's your first time here. It's my third time. Okay, they tried to kill me in Butler, shot me in the head. Then they tried to kill me on the golf course, and fortunately, Secret Service fired back when they saw a barrel poking out of the bushes. Ryan Root, that crazed maniac who was over in Ukraine a bunch. Then Trump now is the third time. Charlie Kirk's already been killed, and there's a horrific video of Erica Kirk, running out of there, very upset about hearing gunshots there. So Melania's shocked, and the mentalist and everybody realizes kind of what's going on. So then we fast forward a little bit. JD gets pulled out. He's over on the other side of the podium. Then they come to the president, and they grab him. He's kind of ducking and turning. A lot of other people drop under the table. And it's just ridiculous, right, that we have crazed lunatics who are trying to kill our president. So then at 8:34:35, some guests at the back of the ballroom are taking cover. A lot of video coming out from people. Here are some women underneath the table. Some shooting video on their phone of the unfolding scenes. And it's mostly bedlam in there. There's also some photos. I mean, everybody's recording right there. So there's also some photos of some journalists grabbing bottles of wine. There's another photo that's video going around of a guy who's just finishing his salad. Like, all right, this is a good salad, though. Love that Caesar. And then security officers at 8:34:40 are rushing up the center aisle, climbing over chairs, fanning out across the ballroom to their protectees. We saw Pete Hegseth pop up. We saw Stephen Miller pop up, rush his pregnant wife out of the room. And it's bedlam as it's going on. Then, of course, some other guys are just down here just kind of recording like, wow, this is crazy. Dana White was also out, the UFC guy. And he was saying that was effing awesome. Dudes just popped in there and had firearms coming out of their jackets like Rambo, ready to protect everybody in the building. And so he wasn't too perturbed on it. But then just seconds later, 8:34, Secret Service agents run on the stage 12 seconds after shots are fired, so they're up there quick. Vance is quickly escorted out of there. An agent blocks Trump with his body, but it takes several seconds for POTUS and the First Lady to take cover. POTUS is then escorted off stage 20 seconds after the VP, and here's how this looked. JD's getting dragged on out of there, back over, then they go to the president. Guy runs in there. Now, this guy was already jumping in front. Then they grab Trump, and then he's on the ground. They kind of are picking him up to help him get escorted on out of there. Every agent surrounding him to make sure no errant bullets are coming through. And other people just crawling out. So it's, just ridiculous. So JD gets thrown out first, the president thereafter. Then armed law enforcement agents at 8:35:47 occupy a stairwell at the rear of the ballroom. An agent shouts, "Is anyone in the kitchen?" Behind swinging doors, kitchen staff are lined up with arms raised as agent with guns drawn clear the area. So they pop in there. Everybody's getting, okay, no guns here. We're just cooking the meals. So behind the scenes, nobody knows what's really going on, right? It's total chaos. So you don't know, are there multiple shooters? Was that one guy just a distraction so that somebody else could make entry through some other area? That's behind the stage and behind the scenes. Then at 8:37, security details start removing other administration officials, and there were a bunch of people there. Hegseth was there and many others. Rubio was there. Kash Patel was there. Todd Blanche was there. Looks like Scott Bessent is right there. From the ballroom, as dinner attendees continue to take cover under their tables. Among those escorted out are Scott Bessent, you see there, Secretary Hegseth, Blanche, and even House Majority Leader called Steve Scalise, all being pulled on out of there. And many people are noting, there's Hegseth, this is why we need a ballroom, so that we're not all corralled into a hotel at the Hilton, and you can actually have some security there without having to worry about getting killed or murdered. So here's more from CBS. Trump said at 9:17, called the all clear. He said, quite an evening in the D.C. Secret Service. And what they did a fantastic job. They acted quickly and bravely. The shooter has been apprehended, and I have recommended that we let the show go on, Mr. President, saying, let's just fight, continue on. But we'll entirely be guided by law enforcement. They will make a decision shortly. Regardless of that decision, the evening will be much different than planned, and we'll just plain have to do it again from the president. And then at 9:39, they did come out. The president, Weijia Jiang, she returned to the podium, and she said, well, it's canceled. Okay, the president said we're going to come back in the next 30 days and we'll do this whole thing again. Apparently, the president had some burners that he was just going to unfurl along and against the media. And there's also a clip of Caroline Leavitt saying, oh, don't worry about it. There will be shots fired that are coming soon. And I don't think she meant this. Okay, that's just kind of a common phrase there. So the whole thing unfolded pretty quickly. And moment by moment account, we went through most of it and saw what CBS had to say. But now they're trying to reschedule this whole thing, and a bunch of video, of course, being shared. We covered all of that. Leavitt was also up there. At the same moment that Vance exited the stage, the First Lady starts to lower herself to the floor. 4 seconds later, Trump starts to get out of his chair after agents yell, stay down. Caroline Leavitt, who's pregnant and about to go on maternity leave, and others seated at the head of the table get on the ground. 2 Secret Service agents pull Mr. Trump up, start to escort him off stage. After taking several steps, Trump is lowered to the ground and covered by 4 agents. Then Caroline exits the stage at a crouch. Trump then stands back up. He and the First Lady are escorted off by the Secret Service. He's out of there 20 seconds after J.D. Vance. And I don't know, exactly why that is, or if it was just different details in different positions. Trump posted on social media, then they canceled the event, and that's what we've got from the event itself, the attack on the president's administration. And we do have the manifesto, because now everybody wants to say, well, we don't really even know what the motive is. It's very complicated to figure this out. Here's the dumb New York Times with their recap. And still at the top, they say, let me see if they just changed this. All right, they may have just changed this like literally a minute ago. But up until very recently, they said, we don't know what the motive is, even though the manifesto has now been out for some time. Said, a manifesto has been written. We'll take a look at it. Investigators continue to examine his writings and other evidence to piece together a motive for the attack that appeared to be aimed at the president and his top aides. So it's always very confusing for them. They really don't know, why did this happen? Maybe he just got cut off on the way into work one day. And that's why he decided to go and just start blasting people at a White House event. Shortly before the attack, the suspect did send messages to his relatives denouncing Trump. Trump commented on this. The police knew about this before it went down. And pretty quickly, like 10 minutes, I don't know if they made any effort to convey the threat over to anybody in the Secret Service or in the FBI or what. Trump didn't offer any details about the manifesto, but he doesn't need to, because we've already got it. The New York Post got their hands on it. But before we get there, I wanted to share some concerns about the security. Okay, this is from Bill Malugin. Bill Malugin is, of course, a reporter over at Fox News. A lot of people were talking about bad security last night. And I think there's some people, I don't really recognize. So for me, from them, it's just kind of anecdotal. But Bill Malugin has been a reporter here that we've covered a lot, and we think he's a pretty reliable guy. He said, here are my thoughts on the security at the White House Correspondents' Dinner last night. The first exterior security for me was on the street outside of the hotel. I flashed my ticket, and I was waved through in 1 second. Just walks up, here's my ticket, come on in, Bill. My name was not checked against any list. I showed no ID. I was not patted down, and I did not go through a metal detector. I probably could have shown a ticket from a prior year or a fake one, as they barely even looked at it. I don't know what the exterior security was. They were guys in suits, so I don't know if that was Secret Service or what. From that point, I walked into the hotel with no further security check, and I walked down to the Fox pre-party, where there were multiple ballrooms that were absolutely packed with attendees. Still did not go through any security at that point either. Hypothetically, if I had hidden an explosive in my shoe or in my jacket, I would have had no problem getting into one of those ballrooms with a bomb. Only once it was time to get into the main ballroom for dinner did we pass through magnetometers, empty our pockets, and get a pat down. And even that checkpoint was just outside the dinner room. So 2 things can be true at the same time. Secret Service did react quickly to an active armed threat and prevented that threat from getting into the ballroom where the president was. But the security leading up to that point, in my opinion, appeared to be lacking severely. And he's not alone. Even Democrat Senator Fetterman, John, he said, we were there front and center. And Mediaite shared this story. I was inside the Washington Hilton tonight. The security was downright awful from Mediaite. And that's not a right-leaning organization at all. And the Senator Fetterman was also explaining, he said, yeah, we were there front and center. That venue wasn't built to accommodate an event with the line of succession for the U.S. government, Treasury Secretary, Department of War, Secretary of State, FBI Director, Attorney General acting, Todd Blanche, the whole government. After witnessing last night, Fetterman says, drop the TDS, okay, and build the White House ballroom for events exactly like these. Seems like it makes sense. So that you don't have murderers trying to breach the perimeter because it's on the White House property, not at a hotel. And the hotel is very problematic because you've got rooms, you've got ballrooms, you've got parking, you've got all these other things that are points of possibility of entry. So that's from Fetterman. And we're learning as well that this guy also is a pretty bona fide Democrat. Okay, so it's always, how come they did it? We don't really know. It's all confusing to them. And both sides are doing it. Yeah. So I see a lot of people, says Brent Scher. He says, they say the suspected shooter gave money to Act Blue. But that's just who processes the donations, who are also under investigation, Regina Wallace-Jones and others, for their criminality, taking money from foreigners and funneling it through their systems without checking anything. Ken Paxton is also suing Act Blue, but that's a tangent. This guy gave money to Kamala Harris. Oh, here you go. Alan, last name, first name Cole. Coming out of California, 90501. Occupation, teacher. In fact, he was Teacher of the Year. C2 education, and he made a $25 donation earmarked for Harris for president. Wow. So I think that is a pretty good indicator of his political leanings if he's donating to Kamala. It was reported back on October 13th, 2024, just months before the presidential election was about to kick off, and documented here from the FEC forums. Brent Scher is editor-in-chief for The Real Daily Wire, sharing that with us, and I'm sure more will be revealed on his political leanings as well. But we also saw that the Post-Millennial shared some of his Blue Sky posts. And Blue Sky, of course, as we know, is the alternative to X. It's a bunch of very feral, angry leftists who don't like Elon because he's too powerful for their liking. And they think X is now a smorgasbord of conservative ideology. It's really not. This thing is pretty neutral. Previous to this, it was a communist hellscape. But now they explain the White House correspondent dinner shooter's Blue Sky posts have been revealed. He's aggressively anti-Trump, anti-JD Vance, and pro-Ukraine, which is a very interesting coincidence. Same sentimentality as Ryan Ruth, the golf course shooter who was hiding in the bushes, who also seems like a crazy person, who went over to Ukraine and was very upset about any anti-Ukrainian sentiment, saying that they were basically all being killed and they needed all of our money, and you know the story. So here we now learn more about this person, Libby Emmons, Jack Posobiec, shout out to both of them for posting and reporting on this. They say in post shared with the Post-Millennial from a senior government official, the Blue Sky account of Cole Thomas Allen reveals that he was aggressively opposed to President Donald Trump and may have believed that violence may be the only answer. We'll take a look at his manifesto and we'll see the details inside. His account is called Cold Force, with eye emojis instead of the zeros, made many posts espousing violent feelings about Trump. The profile description reads, I'm a random Californian guy with posts in American politics, support for Ukraine, and many observations of small creatures. He said, I choose my own battlefields, not through my blood, but with my heart. I stand on the battlefield to protect what I want, he wrote in quotes. Allen was arrested at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. It's incredible that he's not dead. All those agents firing at him, at least pointing in his direction. I think we'll get a full post-mortem of the shots. But Trump said to be the keynote speaker, but he and his wife were rushed out after gunshots rang out. We also know Todd Blanche revealed that he brought weapons with him. He traveled all the way from California to Chicago and on to D.C., all via train, presumably because he didn't want to bring his firearms onto an airline. He checked into the Washington Hilton a few days before the dinner, was staying there in the very hotel. So to one post, a reply to one in which another user said that every single one of these effing charlatans, talking about CNN pundits, would support the Antichrist himself. If he spouted enough anti-immigrant and anti-trans stuff, probably trans stuff, as he rode through the town. So it's interesting. You see these patterns brewing. Just like the anti-ICE insurgency, which was creating organized chaos and attacking federal agents. They did it, walked right up to the line of criminality, playing the I'm just a dumb tourist routine, just like Preddy did, Alex Preddy, when he was shot after constantly obstructing federal agents. They push him aside. He waltzes right back in. I'm just going to stand here. Oh, what's going on? What's going on? He kicked the crap out of the back of a ICE vehicle, breaking the taillight off, spitting at cops, attacking them repeatedly. Anti-immigrant is what they say. So they organize. They get the license plate numbers of all these federal agents. They blow whistles in their ears to deafen them. They want to instigate chaos, and then once something bad happens, they say, oh, we're victims. How dare you attack us? We're just peaceful protesters. We're so innocent. So again, you see the pattern with that. Then you see the anti-trans stuff. That's why they say Charlie Kirk was killed. Tyler Robinson said, "Oh, I have to protect my gay lover." And Charlie says, maybe this is not a good idea to have our society trans itself up into oblivion. So they shoot and kill him for that. So it's the same type of content and comments as he rode through town. Allen said that it would be better stated every single one of these effing charlatans supports the Antichrist. So here's just one post. Hi, no thanks. Shares that one. That's the original post. Cold Force responds. Apparently this is the guy, Cole Allen, saying delete everything after himself, add an S directly after support. So revising the statement like he's redlining a document. Now, in response to a clip of Trump saying, I ask questions from very intelligent lunatics, you people. I give the right answers. There's never a scandal. There's never a problem. I give you answers that solve your little problems. Allen shared a GIF and or GIF of an animated criminal thug character delivering a violent slap. Okay, so Aaron Rupar, who is an anti-Trump leftist, shared this one. Trump, he's commenting, is Trump in good health? You know, I sit here, said the president, I do 4 news conferences a day. I ask questions from very intelligent lunatics, you people. I give the right answers. There's never a scandal. There's never a problem. I give you answers that solve your little problems. And then he says, right here, okay, this is a guy doing the old backhand, I guess, to the president. In another post, responding to Trump calling out the failures of Democrat leadership in California, Chicago, and New York, he simply also shared a GIF of a man pumping a long rifle, getting ready to shoot. So another post from Cole Allen, a.k.a. Cold Force at Blue Sky, sharing this guy pumping a shotgun, saying shame. In response to this comment, Trump's talking about the radical left Democrats running the Democrat left communist hellscapes. San Francisco, Chicago, New York, and LA, all sanctuary cities. And Allen then advocated for buying guns in response to a report that Trump may be considering ways to ban trans persons from owning guns. Because if you have a mental disorder and you're unstable, hopped up on hormones and testosterone, maybe you become a little bit unstable. So he says best time to buy a gun was in parentheticals, or essentially greater than or equal to your state's waiting period days ago. Second best time is today. Trump DOJ looking at ways to ban the T's from owning guns according to sources. So he says go get some guns. Maybe he's also trans-aligned, just like the Charlie Kirk alleged assassin was. Another post shows him complaining about the perceived lack of coverage of the war in Ukraine. Yeah, Margot on Blue Sky says, have your mainstream media reported about Russian missile and drone attack on Kyiv this night? Cold Force, a.k.a. Cole Allen, says, founded on one ABC but barely noticeable. A literal propane tank blowing up a mall has more visible entry than the coverage over Ukraine. It was every day under Joe Biden's administration. Now it shifted a bit because we've got other conflicts to worry about, and so they just want to go back to Ukraine, just like Ryan Ruth did. And lambasting J.D. Vance for saying he's proud that the U.S. has stopped funding for Ukraine. J.D. Vance said this one, stopping funding for Ukraine is one of the things I'm proudest that we've done as an administration. It's a very good thing. J.D. Vance was at a Turning Point event answering a question from this nice young woman. He says he's proud that we don't uphold our commitments. What a piece of crap, says Cole Allen. Another post from Allen shows him trying to hold Vance to account for opposing some of the commentary from the Vatican. Here is this one. The Pope is incorrect of matters of theology. J.D. Vance responds and drops this quote about the Pope. Then Cold Force says, why TF, the F, did this moron convert to Catholicism if he wanted to protest this much? Okay, from Cole Allen. Now, he also believed that Trump was in some way culpable in the Epstein files, saying, quote, I mean, from the Epstein files that have been released, it's public knowledge that he likely is basically a sociopathic mob boss. Like, that's just literally who he is. People got to stop treating him like someone who honors agreements. And we're going to read the manifesto, and it's going to corroborate a lot of this. That post was in response to another post that read, Trump is now totally fine with Iran. as long as they cut him in on the tolls they charge. The guy has the moral fiber of a sociopathic mob boss. He's a walking atrocity. Somebody shared that on Blue Sky. They're all basically feral over there. Then we got the post from Cold Force. Trump's a sociopath. People got to stop treating him like he honors his agreement. Then another post dropped, and you can read it here. Will Stancil says, I'm telling you, the best way to understand the ceasefire is that Trump, faithless and feckless, saw Iran winning the war and wanted to be on the winning side. He surrendered to them. Then he said, Trump is literally one of those villains that if you beat his hard enough, he'll join your team. Don't really have any other insights into this. It's not really actionable because no way Schumer just canes him into acting his age, but like it would probably literally work on him. So he talks like, I guess like a high school girl, like, and we're going to see how apparently he's very intelligent, went to Caltech and others. Now, Allen called U.S. officials in D.C. effing idiots who don't know how Shahed missiles work and more Ukrainian stuff. So here, Ukrainians had to make a PowerPoint presentation for U.S. officials to articulate the threat of Iranian drones. Americans dismissed it as just Ukrainian things, but then their two collective neurons finally connected after a Shahed above a U.S. military base. This is what's going on over there in Blue Sky. Wild. So he says, how the effing idiots in D.C. think these missiles work. If it's America, not a target. If it's Ukraine, it's a target. Responded to another post about the Pentagon's plan to automatically register men 18 and over for selective service, saying, that's a great idea. You should definitely present the armed, depressed, and lonely young men of this country with the choice to go die in the Middle East, to distract from a PDF file's incessant crimes. And every day the leftist media does this. Trump's a PDF file constantly. And do J6 but better. What could possibly go wrong for you here? Then he called Trump a known traitor, said he ran his campaign on revenge, that he effed up COVID, and that he has known connections to a murderous effer in the Kremlin, Putin. So he says here, we put a known traitor in office who explicitly ran on revenge, effed up COVID, who with known connections to murderous effers in the Kremlin, that's Putin. And it's like, we lived the whole first term of people being brainwashed that Trump was a stooge of Putin because of the Russia collusion hoax. Nonstop. Russia collusion. Trump, remember Colbert said Trump is Putin's whatever holster. Disgusting language and rhetoric, and it seeps into the brain and it permeates across ages. I'm mostly surprised by this administration's incompetence in fascism, and I was expecting actual fighting to have started much earlier. Here's another one from him. Someone's talking about the Ukrainians, and again, 4 years of Joe Biden, Ukraine, really, 2 years through 2022, right? Ukraine. They brought the flag out, unfurled it right in our halls of Congress. Nancy Pelosi. Keep your hands off Naboo. Ukrainians say, shut the F up. Then he responds, current impression of the Ukrainian public, these hands rated E for everyone. And I guess he's going to go do some fighting. So it's also been revealed that he left behind writings in a hotel room where he was staying in D.C., just upstairs at the Hilton. In those writings, he said, I am no longer willing to permit, this is in the manifesto that we'll look at next, a PDF file, a rapist, okay, which is, again, is another made-up hoax, courtesy of E. Jean Carroll and her lawyer, Roberta Kaplan. He was actually acquitted on that. Right? It was a civil lawsuit, by the way. And the jury found that E. Jean Carroll was not truthful, was not accurate, when she said that Trump ordered her in the dressing room at Bergdorf's, for which there was no witness, no police report, happened 20, 30 years ago, and they couldn't even put a clear date on it. And the witnesses, who she allegedly called thereafter, didn't believe her at all at the time. And she now paints her trees blue. So she's kind of a crazy lady. And a traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. So in order to minimize casualties, we'll read the rest of this over in his manifesto. But that's what he's posting on the internet. And of course, you start to wonder, just like with Tyler Robinson and with the Butler shooter, were there other people who knew about this? Was he communicating with anybody about this? Or was just another lone individual who was just kind of going nuts? Was he in Telegram groups? Was he in Discord chats like Tyler Robinson was? Did he have questions about who he was going to a gun range with, like Thomas Matthew Crooks was at the Butler shooting? Ryan Ruth, of course, we know was interfacing with all sorts of people, had multiple charges that should have precluded him from getting the ability to travel in and out of the country because he had warrants out for his arrest, and then he just comes right back in. Very strange. So now we've got the manifesto. that has been released. And, ordinarily we don't even like to read these things, but I think it's important because it shows us just how delusional the TDS has caused a person to become and how deeply it seeps into their brains. And so the New York Post got this in an exclusive. They say the gunman Cole Allen sent an anti-Trump manifesto and said that he wanted to take out Trump officials. The friendly federal assassin. And so the New York Times is still, I wonder what the motive is. It's hard to really gauge. He sent an anti-President Trump manifesto to family members about 10 minutes before opening fire at Saturday night's White House Correspondents' Dinner. Called himself the friendly federal assassin and revealed he was trying to eliminate Trump administration officials. He wrote a bunch in the document. Here's another photograph of him. That is not him on the ground. That is Cole Thomas Allen. And the manifesto went out before this all went down. And we'll take a look at it. They quote a lot from it, but they have the full thing that is now posted for us. There's people on the ground taking cover. He was also a part of a group called the Wide Awakes. Oh, wonder if they knew about this. And is believed to have attended a No Kings protest in California. Interesting. Where he attended college and worked as a teacher. And this is why we were pounding the table and screaming from the rooftops about the anti-ICE insurgency in Minnesota. They are all part of these groups. And these groups are highly organized, okay? They unleashed hell on the J6ers, on the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers. The Proud Boys themselves testified. They couldn't organize a hot dog stand or a hamburger stand. They testified to that, not me. They were just out there, basically having a good time, having beers and kind of defending, wanting to be where the action is, really. Not organizing a seditious conspiracy. These groups are. We've seen it in Minneapolis. They've got signal chats where government officials are presumably inside of those. They're cataloging everybody's license plates. They have rapid response teams that show up to the scene, and they all communicate their objectives and then deploy on those objectives. And the fact that there has not been a massive sledgehammer of justice coming down on these groups means they're going to continue to perpetuate. They're going to continue to grow and metastasize all around the country. So he releases this manifesto, now published here for us. It is a big one, and let's take a look at it. We'll hit the highlights and do the best we can with it. Saying here, Cole Allen sent a sprawling, crazed manifesto to family members 10 minutes before Saturday's attack. It's a 1,052-word missive that was obtained by the Post this morning, signed Cole Cold Force, who's on Blue Sky, because we just saw all of his posts there, friendly federal assassin Allen, and outlined his rules of engagement for the shooting and stated that he believed that it was his righteous duty to target administration officials. So here's the full document. Cole Allen, the leftist shooter. He says, "Hello, everybody. So I may have given a lot of people a surprise today. Let me start off by apologizing to everyone who I trusted, whose trust I abused. I apologize to my parents for saying I had an interview without specifying it was for Most Wanted. Like, I guess that's a joke. I apologize to colleagues and students for saying I had a personal emergency. By the time anyone reads this, I probably most certainly do need to go to the ER, but can hardly call that not a self-inflicted status. And I don't know if he was even shot, to be honest with you. You don't see a lot of bleeding out going on in these photographs from the president. And I know shots were absolutely fired. You could hear them on camera, but maybe he wasn't hit. I apologize to all the people I traveled next to, all the workers who handled my luggage, all the other non-target people at the hotel who I put in danger simply by being near. I apologize to everyone who was abused and or murdered before this, to all those who suffered before I was able to attempt this, to all who may still suffer after, regardless of my success or failure. I don't expect forgiveness, but if I could have seen any other way to get this close, I would have taken it. Again, my sincere apologies. On to the why I did any of this. I'm a citizen of the United States. What my representatives do rests on me. And I am no longer willing to permit a PDF file, a rapist, and a traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. It's insane. And this pedophile thing comes from Jeffrey Epstein. And you may have various opinions on that. We certainly do. We have a lot of conflicting beliefs on that. But what evidence in the files or in the absence of files points to President Trump. Nothing at all. You may have problems. You may say Pam Bondi covered it up, or the CIA covered it up, or the Mossad covered it, whatever. You can pick one. But in the files, what ties it back to the president? There's like not even women who are making those accusations. And the women who are out are not even making complaints about who victimized them and whether they were underage. Just like any other victim of any criminal case would need to do. We made this point repeatedly. They have a complaint to make. Every other woman who has been victimized by a man or a woman or anybody needs to go report it and identify the person who did the harm to them. The defendant, the criminal. That has not happened. And the DOJ has also now, the rapid response team has said, just come make a complaint if you have something to say. They don't want to do that. So the rapist thing, also a joke. Okay, you can tie that back to the grab by the purse thing, in which there's a lot of additional context to that, saying they let you do that when you're a famous person. And simultaneously, it goes back to E. Jean Carroll, who in my opinion, made the whole story up. And they extended the statute of limitations in New York. They enabled her to bring a new claim, and they put it in front of a very democratic jury panel that convicted him on not the actual R, to be clear. They split the verdict on that. Did he R E. Jean Carroll? Jury said no. We don't believe E. Jean Carroll about that. It was the DJ Diddle, the error with the fingers. They said, okay, maybe he grabbed her by the thing because of what he said in the Hollywood Access Hollywood tape. So again, no evidence for any of that at all. But these are the words and the phrases that the mainstream media has been just hammering repeatedly for years, all because they just want to smear this man. And a traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. Okay. So, well, to be completely honest, I was no longer willing a long time ago, but this is the first real opportunity I've had to do something about it. While I'm discussing this, I'll go over my expected rules of engagement, probably in a terrible format, but I'm not military, so too bad. Okay. Administration officials, not including Mr. Patel, which is interesting. Why not Kash Patel? They are targets prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. Secret Service, they are targets only if necessary and to be incapacitated non-lethally if possible. AKA, I hope they're wearing body armor because center mass with shotgun messes up people who aren't, and somebody was shot. And is fine. It did hit the bulletproof vest. Hotel security, not targets if at all possible, aka unless they shoot at me. Capitol Police, same as hotel security. National Guard, same as hotel security. Hotel employees, not targets at all. Yes, not targets at all. So in order to minimize casualties, I will also be using buckshot rather than slugs, less penetration through walls, and also less likely to kill someone. I would still go through most everyone here to get to the targets if it were absolutely necessary on the basis that most people choose to attend a speech by a PDF file, R and traitor, and are thus complicit, but I hope it doesn't come to that. Now, he has rebuttals to objections. So you say, well, listen, man, maybe you shouldn't go shoot people because you have a political disagreement. Even if you think that they are PDF files and Rs and all these other things, maybe you should just go, voice your opinion at the polls or go join a PAC or something. But he continues. Now, if you have an objection, he says, as a Christian, you should turn the other cheek. My rebuttal. So he says, okay, you're a Christian man. You're saying, the objection is, hey, Cole, you're a Christian. Turn the other cheek. He says, I can't. Turning the other cheek is for when you yourself are oppressed. I'm not the person R'd in a detention camp. I guess illegals are getting R'd down there. Or maybe the women who are being trafficked into the country under Joe Biden are being R'd. I'm not the fisherman executed without a trial. Fishermen, you mean the drug smugglers? I'm not a school kid blown up or a child starved or a teenage girl abused by the many criminals in this administration. Turning the other cheek when someone else is oppressed is not Christian. It's the complicity of the oppressor's crimes. Saying, okay, number two, this is not a convenient time for you to do this. He says, rebuttal. I need whoever thinks this way to take a couple of minutes and realize the world isn't about them. Do you think that when I see someone R'd or murdered or abused, I should walk on by because it would be inconvenient for people who aren't the victim? This was the best timing and chance of success I could come up with. Objection 3, you didn't get them all. You didn't get anybody. Thank God. Got to start somewhere, okay? Objection 4, as a half black, half white person, you shouldn't be the one doing this. I don't see anyone else picking up the slack, okay? Yield unto Caesar what is Caesar's. He says the United States of America are ruled by the law, not by anyone or several people. Insofar as representatives and judges do not follow the law, no one is required to yield to them anything so unlawfully ordered. I would also like to extend my appreciation to a great many people, since I will not be likely to be able to talk to them again unless the Secret Service is astoundingly incompetent. And I don't know if he means that this was a suicide mission, right? Like they were going to kill him, which I'm surprised they didn't. Thank you to my family, both personal and church, for your love over 31 years. Thank you, friends, for your companionship. Thank you to my colleagues for your positivity. Thank you to my students for your enthusiasm. I'd like to be one of his students waking up today. Oh, wait, teacher, what? Teacher Cole? Thank you to my many acquaintances I've met in person and online for short interactions, long-term relationships. Thank you for everything. Sincerely, Cole Force, friendly federal assassin, Alan. Okay, so P.S. Okay, now that all that sappy stuff is done, what the hell is the Secret Service doing? Sorry, I'm going to rant a bit here and drop the formal tone. I expected security cameras at every bend, bugged hotel rooms, armed agents every 10 feet, metal detectors out the wazoo. What I got, who knows, maybe they're pranking me, is nothing. No damn security, not in transport, not in the hotel, not in the event. So you might be typing this like from outside the building. Like the one thing I immediately noticed walking into the hotel is the sense of arrogance. I walk in with multiple weapons and not a single person there considers the possibility that I could be a threat. The security of the event is all outside, focused on protesters and current arrivals, because apparently no one thought about what happens if someone checks in the day before. Like, this level of incompetence is insane, and I very sincerely hope it's corrected by the time this country gets actually competent leadership again. Like, if I was an Iranian agent instead of an American citizen, I could have brought a damn Madus in there, and no one would have noticed anything. Actually insane. Oh, and if anyone is curious is how doing something like this feels, it's awful. I want to throw up. I want to cry for all the things I wanted to do and never will. For all the people whose trust this betrays, I experience rage thinking about everything this administration has done. Can't really recommend it. Stay in school, kids. Okay, so it's like kind of half jokey, but serious, and he's going in and out of his TDS delusion. And there's, some truth, I think, to this security thing. Bill Malugin was saying more or less the same thing. He just walked right in there. And he got pretty close, right, to the outside of the ballroom before they stopped him. Way too close for comfort. He shouldn't have been anywhere near even inside the building. But that's his manifesto, and it is pretty clear what his motivation is. And you can just see it in the language. He calls Trump's a rapist. He calls Trump's a PDF file, and many other things, which are part of the brainwashing operation that's been going on since 2015 when Trump came down the escalator. It's been smear after smear after smear, and it is rotting people's brains, evidently. So that's what he wrote out there, and Trump was commenting about this because that manifesto was apparently left in a hotel room that his brother had notified the New London police about prior to this incident. Trump commented on this when he was on a phone call with Fox News last night. Here's what he had to say.
But I want to ask you about this news that we heard from the White House about Cole Allen, the suspected shooter, and his motive. I'm being told that he had a manifesto saying he wanted to target Trump administration officials. He had a lot of anti-Trump and anti-Christian rhetoric on his social media accounts, and left a manifesto in his hotel room that his brother had notified New London police about prior to this incident. I know Secret Service agents have been talking to his family members, his sister, at their residence, and said that this individual apparently attended a No Kings protest in California at some point, and that there was some concern that he might carry something out like this. What is your reaction to being the target of so much violence and hearing these new details just as they're breaking?
Well, I heard about the London situation, and I wish they would have told us about it a little bit, but it is what it is. You know, we had a great group of people there last night. We had both inside in terms of the people, the audience, and also because they were all, they were strong, relatively speaking, compared to what the potential threat was. And the Secret Service and all law enforcement I thought they were outstanding. You know, you can always, they can nitpick and everything else, but they were outstanding. They stopped them cold. And there was no games being played, that I can tell you. You just look at them, these were strong, solid people who've got to get paid. You know, this is a group that is not being paid. If you think about it, the Democrats are holding up their pay, and I think maybe they'll loosen up a little bit now because I thought great talent was displayed last night. Bravery, but talent. He came in running like he was an NFL running back. Frankly, he was very fast, and they just stopped him cold. And there was no question. He never even came close to getting by the doors or getting through the doors. And if he did, there were so many people in there too, also security, and you have to go through a lot of layers. They did really a good job. I was very satisfied with it. And so were most other people.
Yeah, and it looked like actually that guy kind of jumped out of the way. He like sees this guy barreling through right here and jumps right out of the way.
Getting by the doors or getting through the doors.
Whoa!
And
right, like whoa, kind of like a bull, kind of coming down the line. All right, so that's the president. We also now see that he did have multiple weapons. The D.C. police chief confirmed that the White House correspondent's shooter was armed with multiple weapons, including a shotgun, handgun, and several knives. And here's what they said during a press briefing last night. You can see here's the chief of police. We also got Mayor Muriel Bowser. And to his right, we've got Janine Pirro.
Detail for the Correspondence Center. As the mayor mentioned, at approximately 8:36 tonight, an individual charged a U.S. Secret Service checkpoint here in the lobby area of the hotel. He was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. As he ran through that checkpoint, members of law enforcement from the United States Secret Service intercepted that individual. This is a very preliminary investigation at this point. We do know that law enforcement exchanged gunfire with the individual. We do know that a U.S. Secret Service uniformed division officer was struck in his vest. He was transported to a local hospital for treatment. He seems to be in good spirits at this time. The suspect in this case, he was not struck by gunfire. However, he was transported to a local hospital to be evaluated.
All right, so to be evaluated, was not shot. And we are learning more about this guy. National Chronicle on X resurfaced a video from several years ago. This is the guy, Cole Allen. He's over at Caltech. I don't know much about Caltech, but people are saying that a lot of very smart people go there, hard to get into. Kind of like an MIT, like one of these places where you got to be like a genius, very high IQ, got to be doing something interesting and innovative. And this is curious because I do believe in this video you see Usha Vance. Pretty sure that's her. Not positive, but certainly looks like her. People are commenting on this. Looks like J.D. Vance's wife is also at this event with Cole Allen, the shooter.
College student Cole Allen developed a prototype for a wheelchair emergency brake.
The wheelchair brakes tend to lock the wheels, but don't actually lock the chair to the ground. The idea with this is to...
Let me correct that. I just got to confirm she was not there. She was clerking for the Supreme Court. That is not Usha Vance. Let me correct that right now. I just did a double check on that.
Prevent it from moving at all.
Recent Aging into the Future conference held by St. Barnabas Senior Services and the Eisner Foundation offered a test run on products that have the potential to enrich the lives of seniors. 14 different tech startups got to present to over 350 people in the hopes of getting their projects into some sort of senior health facilities.
All right, so yeah, people were rumoring that was Usha, but apparently somebody else just confirmed that she was clerking for the Supreme Court at that time, so she could not have been there, presumably. But it doesn't take away from this video. You know, the guy's there. He's doing some interesting things at a tech startup facility, and then apparently just gets brainwashed. Like a normal dude wants to start a company, and then starts listening to MS Now and Rachel Maddow and Jake Tapper, a pedophile and rapist, and he's a fascist, and he's raping kids and all these. It's like nonstop, protecting the Epstein class, like nonstop from them. And then he just goes nuts and writes a manifesto, and then is basically on a suicide mission, who is hell-bent on killing the president because it's his time and his opportunity to do so. So Trump commented on that. He said, these seem to be pretty high IQ people, but they're crazy. Secret Service, they are doing a great job protecting us. Here's the president a little bit more.
That's right. And other agencies, too. Other great agencies that, you know, brave patriots, they're great people that have a rough job, not an easy job. You know, when you have to stop murderers and get them out of our country, when you have to take people out of the country who murdered 7 people or 5 people or 1 person that was released from a jail in, you know, a country someplace. A lot of them came from Venezuela. A lot of them came from other countries. They came in from the Congo. This was under Biden's open door policy. It was terrible. I mean, we could try and make it nice and all, but there's nothing nice about it. So we have people that are doing an incredible job of removing these people and just getting them out of the country or putting them in jail where they have to be. These are violent people, drug dealers, drug lords, were allowed without checking, without anything, but murders. Over 11,888 murders were let into our country with Joe Biden's open door policy. And, you know, these are the people that are getting them out. This is a tough job. These are nasty people that were let in, rough, tough people. And by the way, in many cases, very smart. You know, these assassins, they seem to be high IQ people, but they're crazy. And so, you know, Secret Service and all of the different groups. You look at Border Patrol, you look at ICE. I mean, ICE is so incredible. Border Patrol is so incredible. And, you know, they have a hard time being recognized for the job they do. I'm very proud to recognize them. I mean, I think I had 100% of the vote of law enforcement.
Yeah, and apparently Thomas Matthew Crooks, the Butler shooter, was also a pretty intelligent dude. Based on other anecdotes and other reporting, we really don't know much about that guy at all. But interesting, he's over at Caltech. He's at one of these events where they're apparently launching startups or coming up with startup ideas. And he was also, according to Susan Crabtree, Teacher of the Year, saying the shooting suspect is Cole Thomas Allen of Torrance, California. Susan Crabtree, as we know, is the Secret Service whisperer. More from her in a minute. Saying this guy came from Torrance, California. Allen is a no-party preference, according to R. Pyers, somebody else who's reporting on this, so not an official Democrat, even though he donated to Kamala Harris $25 in the 2024 election. Cole Allen was named Teacher of the Year in LA, where the Teachers Union has become a vocal mouthpiece for anti-Semitism and pro-Palestinian sentiment, as she's reported above before. And here is a screenshot of this, December 2024, Cole Allen, C2 of Torrance, and he is Teacher of the Month. And then he just goes nuts and decides he's going to go on a suicide mission. So Todd Blanche was out last night and this morning, and he said, you know, there was something unique about the threats to the president and more. Here's what the new acting AG had to say about this.
It's a great question. There have been threats against leadership for a very long time, years and years and years. That's not new. There is something unique about the threats against President Trump and his cabinet that is disgusting and it shouldn't be happening. On the other hand, that's why we have great law enforcement. That's why we have DHS and our intelligence community and the FBI and all of our other partners that are working every day to stop those threats before they happen. And we've seen that exposed publicly a lot, like you just said. But you also have a lot of times when we foil attempts at whether it's terrorists or whether it's domestic terrorists or Iran or other nation states that are threatening us. And so it's a fight. It's something that has kept all of us busy for a long time. And we are at a crunch time right now with security and keeping all of us safe, and we will continue to do that and to work hard and identify threats and stop them. And the rhetoric that is out there on social media is one of the reasons for it, and so we monitor that very carefully, as you would expect us to, and we'll keep doing that.
Yeah, and on mainstream media, on ABC this week, they've had George Stephanopoulos and many others make claims that are not supported by fact at all. They just keep regurgitating the same talking points over and over and over in order to create an environment like this where people think that they have no choice but to go take out the president. So he said they've executed a number of search warrants last night. Charges will be coming soon, and we should see an arraignment tomorrow. Here is more Todd Blanche.
What has law enforcement learned so far from the gunman? Have you been able to determine a motive?
Good morning. So we executed a number of search warrants last night. FBI worked through the night along with state and local law enforcement at both coasts in Los Angeles and here in DC. We executed search warrants on devices, electronic devices that we found that we believe belong to the suspect, and we're still looking to try to understand a motive. From our preliminary investigation, it does appear the suspect was targeting members of the administration. I don't want to go beyond that because we don't have specifics yet about particular members of the administration, except that we do understand that that was his goal and his target. We know that he traveled from Los Angeles to Chicago and then Chicago to DC. It appears he traveled by train during both those legs of his trip and checked into the Washington Hilton a couple days ago on the 24th. And then obviously attempted to breach the perimeter last night and was quickly subdued.
All right, so they'll continue to create their prosecution, and that prosecution will involve a deep background check. This is Kash Patel, FBI Director, explaining more.
The President's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene to include the long gun and the shell casings. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said rings no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us at a time of uncertainty, because we have leadership here with the President, the Vice President, that backs law enforcement, and the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any information whatsoever related to this event, 1-800-CALL-FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI. No piece of information is too small. No piece of information is inadequate. We will evaluate it all. We will also be conducting interviews of those that were there. And if any of those individuals have information, please come forward to law enforcement of the FBI or the Metropolitan Police Department. We will be examining this individual's background thoroughly. That process has already started. And we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership. Attorney General, Homeland Secretary Merlin, thank you for your partnership in law enforcement.
All right, that's Kash. We also got Janine Pirro. She said, the defendant, Cole Allen, will be arraigned on Monday. It is clear that this individual was intent on doing as much harm as he could. Thank God for our law enforcement who acted so quickly to prevent what could have been a horrific event. Here is Janine, the D.C. U.S. attorney, who will be bringing the charges in federal court, presumably tomorrow.
Right now, the defendant is being charged with 2 counts, 924C, using a firearm during a crime of violence, and a second crime under 111, which is assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon. Now, as you all know, there was an individual, a uniformed Secret Service officer, who was shot, and fortunately, he is doing all right and he will be fine. But it is clear, based upon what we know so far, that this individual was intent on doing as much harm and as much damage as he could. And thankfully, because of the checkpoint right outside the ballroom, where thousands of people were situated to hear the President of the United States, because that checkpoint worked, there was no one who was injured when it was clear where this defendant was going. Now, I want to make one comment. As a participant, someone who was in the ballroom, who came this evening to be part of a very lovely event at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, I, for the first time, was in a situation where there were shots fired, shots heard, and a whole room went silent. When I lifted my head and when I looked up, every law enforcement officer was out there as we all had our heads down, thousands of them. These are the men and women every day who do what they do silently, and they do it with courage and with dignity. Thank God for our partners, the FBI, the Secret Service, the Metropolitan Police, all of them tonight acted so quickly that they prevented what could have been a horrific event where we were all sitting there in one room. The defendant will be arraigned on Monday in federal district court.
All right, we'll see what the charging document looks like. Should be a criminal complaint. I'm sure they'll indict him by grand jury later, but they'll get that filed in soon, and we'll see what judge it gets assigned to. We know there are many very wonderful judges there in D.C. So we'll come back on that one, of course, tomorrow. Hopefully you can join us as we do. We also saw the president with a couple of questions from the press on this last night. Here's what he had to say.
The people across the globe, in fact, are watching you. You demonstrated courageous leadership, and thank God you're alive, all of us are alive today. What is the message that you want to give to the world that this should change? What corrective measures can we take from here on?
Well, all you can do, look, I don't care how many people you have, how good they are. They can be the greatest people. You have the greatest security in history. If you have a whack job who's got a brain, but it's a little bit distorted or a lot distorted, they can make trouble. I would say, Pete, right? You know, they can make trouble. Some of these people are of genius level IQ, and they're nuts. So it can be trouble. So you do absolutely the best. You get the best. We have the best people. Well, look, it was proven tonight. He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. He was like a blur on tape. He was moving. They turned. It was very impressive the way they got him. Because a lot of people would be looking and saying, you know, it's like a weird feeling, and they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They drew those guns so fast. They looked like Matt Dillon. They looked like somebody that knew what they were doing. And what do we do? But it comes with the territory. And if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. And you take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents, and it doesn't happen to people that don't do anything. And it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. I really don't think so, based on what we know. But we're going to continue to do a great job. That's all I can do.
A little bit more from the president. He says they come after the people that make the biggest impact, and that's why they're coming after him.
There's a report in the New York Post that this assailant assembled his weapon somewhere on site. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening?
Well, you know, I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this, where they got them. But the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names here, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughing stock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country, and there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
All right, so that's the president in good spirits, and the rest of the administration, of course, safe. We're happy for that. We're hopeful that the Secret Service agent who got shot, it was just a little bit of a bruising there, and he'll be back on his feet in no time. And then, of course, we'll see what these charges look like when they hit the D.C. federal court docket and continue to cover this case. So thank you for joining us as we do. We're glad that this was not much worse than it was, but the problem remains. We've got a propaganda brainwashing machine that is in perpetual cycles all across America that is indoctrinating people to leave their jobs as teachers, to abandon their hopes to create a new technology startup, and becoming unhinged psychopaths who are willing to go on suicide missions to go kill somebody who is not anything that they claim that he is. And so hopefully now the pattern is becoming crystal clear. We've got Butler. We had Ryan Ruth, the golf course shooting. We had Charlie Kirk shot and killed in the neck by a trans activist lunatic. We also then saw this one today, along with the anti-ICE insurgencies that have been brewing all throughout the country. We're facing a real serious threat. The last FBI made up threats. They said, oh, the Catholics, or oh, the pro-lifers, or oh, if you believe in the First Amendment, the free speechers. They came up with every new quarter a new domestic, homegrown, violent extremist threat. This is a real one. This doesn't need to be made up. We've seen it in effect. We've seen it actually result in multiple deaths. And so hopefully the two guys right behind the president on the stage are realizing what time it is. And we see some good action soon to protect America for the future. And we're going to be here to continue to cover it. So thank you for joining us and subscribing as we do. All right, friends. Thank you for joining us on this Sunday. I wish it was under better news, but we're glad that we got to go through some of the latest and learn more about this person and what exactly happened. I saw some great comments and donos come in. Thank you for sending these in. Let's take a look at who's joining us and see if we missed anything and what else you happen to see that is going on out there. Hey, Viva rated us. Shout out to our friends over from Viva's house. Right next door. Good friend. We love Viva. Here you go. Make America great, wealthy, strong, proud, safe, great, wealthy, strong. Again, that's what we're doing, baby. That's why we're here. Hey, Relantel. I know, man. This is the second time, and we had nothing to do with this, okay? Relantel. Rob goes on vacation. Shots happen. Coincidence? Yeah, the last time we went on vacation, Butler happened. And then we went on vacation again, and then the White House dinner happened. We were not on a vacation with Ryan when Ryan Ruth happened, so that breaks the chain of causality. But it is not really good. It is really not a good coincidence. I was telling that to Alexis last night. I'm like, this is just perfect. Joke, it's not perfect. I'm like, this is just okay. So Relantel, we noticed that too. Yeah, I think John sent me a message. He's like, you need to stop going on vacation. John sent me a message. Stop going on vacation, okay? This is what happens. So thank you, Relantel. We had nothing to do with it, I swear. Serrano Gordius. Hey, thanks for being here. Happy anniversary. For his efforts, 12 months here, Serrano in the house. Thank you for joining us for 12 months. For his efforts, he got stripped on national TV. Yeah, and he wrote a weird manifesto, and he ruined his whole life. And he's probably, on way too much Blue Sky, on way too much Reddit, on way too much MS Now, and just starts to believe these things. Indoctrination. He just snaps, goes mentally insane. And it might be exactly what they want to happen. And they need to keep that energy up, that pressure up, so that their little insurgencies and their insurrections can continue to metastasize all across America. Thank you, Serrano. Thanks for being here for 12 months. We appreciate you. Hey, Voice of the People. Good to see you. Also right next door, Voice of the People. Check out their podcast, Off-Label Podcast. I think this was a message. That message is we can still get you whenever we want. From this assassin, well, it was a failed message, right? I mean, he really caused a lot of panic, but not a lot of damage. Thank God. I'm not saying that. But I think, the point is that they're out there. Like, there's a lot of them out there. And if they just keep taking shots on goal, eventually, it's the law of averages and the law of odds. Like, something bad is going to happen. We saw what they did to Charlie. We saw what they did to Corey Comparator, the fireman who was shot and killed. They almost got Trump with that one. And, shot in the head. It's like, oh, my gosh, man. Like, how close can we get? How can we make sure that the people who are perpetuating this insanity no longer do that, right? We have free speech here, so we have to balance that out, but maybe they should be a little bit more responsible with their words. And people like Jake Tapper and people like Rachel Maddow continually put these false narratives out.
At that point, in fact, you can see the expression on the First Lady's face, and your president of the evening, chairman or president or both, who is doing a great job, by the way. Your associate
car out late last night. Don't test
and she had this big smile. I mean, they were talking. They were asking the name of Caroline's child, and he didn't know, I guess.
Your press secretary is expecting, and he was trying to guess the baby's name.
That's right, and that was the question. That was what he was actually able to get it. I'm not sure I'm a believer in this, but he was able to get it. And the First Lady and your associate want to say, and people don't like having it said that they were scared, but certainly, I mean, who wouldn't be when you have a situation like that? By that time, I think she realized ahead of time that that was more of a bullet than it was a trade. And she was, I looked at her face just a little while ago before I came. I saw the slip on me, and you're pretty good close up. And she looked very upset about what just took place. Yeah. Why not?
You see the security moving quickly, within seconds, grabbing the vice president by his coat, lifting him up, bringing him out. Then the counter assault comes in. Took 10 seconds for them to flank you, Mr. President, and then 20 seconds to get you out. It looked chaotic. At one point, you were down. What was happening?
Well, what happened is it was a little bit me. I wanted to see what was happening, and I wasn't making it that easy for him. I wanted to see what was going on. And by that time, we started to realize maybe it was a bad problem, different kind of a problem, bad one. And different than what we normal noise from a ballroom, which you hear all the time. And
did you know a new heating and AC system in the greater Atlanta metro area could cost you just $110 per month? Auto Heating and Air is making heating and AC system installations easier than ever across the greater Atlanta metro area. You can.
I was surrounded by great people, and I probably made them act a little bit more slow. I said, wait a minute, let me see, wait a minute. So, you know, I'm telling you.
Just at that moment where it looks like you go sort of down with the service, you were telling them to wait.
Well, I know what happened is then I started walking with them. I started walking, and they said, please go down on the floor. So I went down, and First Lady went down also. But we were asked to go down by the agents as I was walking. In other words,
they wanted you almost to crawl.
Any comments, y'all? While he's describing where.
The event, if possible.
You wanted to go back in.
I did. I really did, because I don't like to have a criminal or a sick person or somebody, whoever he is, you'll figure it out. I mean, I think we're already figuring out he's a man with a lot of problems. But you don't want to have somebody like this, you know, essentially attacking our Constitution, attacking our country, changing events that are, you know, it's an important event.
And night celebrating First Amendment and freedom of the press.
Exactly, and this was a record setter. I mean, this was a very big, you know, the dinner had some problems for the last 9 years, and now, and I didn't help them. And this time I went, and I felt really good being there. There was a great camaraderie. I wasn't sure what the response was. You know, a lot of press, a lot of media. And when I walked in, I got a very nice applause. I wasn't sure. I said, you know, told my wife, I said, you know, I may walk in and they may give me a hard time, or I may walk in, let's see what happens. And I walked in, they got very nice, I think they were happy to see me there, actually. And I can tell you, there's the biggest impact that I saw in the entire evening was, and I say this being somebody that's had a lot of, well, let's say we've argued a little bit to get things that I want done. I fight for a border, and they fight for an open border, and you know we have a lot of differences.
You've had some tough words to the press in that.
There was trouble. By this time, the event had taken place. People were starting to say there was a tremendous camaraderie. I saw Democrats, I saw senators, I saw congressmen and women. I saw people that weren't necessarily on my side from the other party. Most of pretty much the Republicans are on my side, so I'm not that, you know, surprised. And they were going, way to go, there was spirit in them. I mean, it was like the whole country was together. It was pretty amazing. It made a big impact. It was very nice to see.
Do you think this will change your relationship with the press?
Well, look, for whatever reason, we disagree on a lot of subjects. We talk about crime. I'm very strong on crime. It seems like the press isn't. It's not so much the press, it's the press plus the Democrats, because they're almost one and the same. It's like the greatest thing. I have the strongest border we've ever had in the country, where, as you know, it said 0 people for 9 months came into our country through our southern border. We have a very tough border. Before me, 25 million people came in. I
can't use White House property.
It's able to be used by certainly the White House. It says the White House corresponds with the White House press. I'm sure that it's available. It's up to the president, but that would be made available. And this has bulletproof glass. This has, this is the high level of security. Also, very importantly, I could have built suites on top of a lot of things that I said, no. This has to be pure. This has to be where people stay off the property and they go through one very impactful, very strong entrance, one very powerful entrance. There's no games with this. This is the best high-end. This has all sorts of security equipment at levels that you could never have in a regular ballroom. And we're ahead of schedule. We're right on budget, ahead of schedule. You could be even sooner, but we're months ahead of schedule. But it doesn't open till 28. So, another season and a half to go.
Right.
But this is exactly why the military, and this is exactly why Secret Service and all law enforcement want it, because you have maybe 1,000 hotel rooms above the ballroom we were in last night. And I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying in terms of maximum security, it's not the best thing. You can do it, but you can have problems like this. They have an elevator that comes down from the rooms. It's very close to the ballroom. Yeah. Which makes sense. So we're doing something that's going to have
Hold on. I don't know why it stopped.
a tremendous impact on solving this problem.
Were you recently injured in that video? You can see the gunman running through the metal detectors, and he fired off 1 or 2 rounds.
The speed was rather incredible. Actually, it was like a blur.
How did he get that close with the place swarming with security?
I will say, look, I say it because I'm a big fan of the people of law enforcement. And, some of these people, they may be crazy, but they're not stupid, and they figure things out. He ran 45 yards, they say, and he just went to it, and then boom, he popped through it. A thing like that could happen. I would say this, having the equipment on the outside of the building maybe is better than having it on the inside of the building. Sometimes that's tough. Sometimes it's horrendous weather. Sometimes it's pouring, it's raining. Lots of things happen. But maybe last night was actually quite nice. The weather was beautiful. So maybe something like that has to take place. I can only say that from the moment they realized that he ran like, I think the NFL should sign him up. He was fast. When you look at it on tape, it's almost like a blur, right? But it was amazing because as soon as they saw that, you could see them drawing their guns. They were so professional. Aimed their guns, and then they took them down immediately. The doors were sealed, the room was sealed, all of the stuff where the people were. And they really, I think they did a great job.
Put on mute. Any comments, y'all? Just talking about what happened. I just want to get to the good part. Me too. Cause this is like,
I was in the room, not far from you, Mr. President. Could hear what sounded like gunshots or commotion. People nearby could smell the gunpowder. Everybody hit the floor. There were a number of people who were very, very scared. How worried were you that there were going to be injuries?
I wasn't worried. I understand life. We live in a crazy world. You can really enhance your chances of having a perfect situation, but sometimes things will happen. I didn't want to see what was happening because of, the president. In one way, I guess I should be hiding, and another way, I want to see if I can be helpful. But I did watch because I could see what was going on at the door. I also saw a lot of very strong, physically strong, really attractive law enforcement people come through those doors. And frankly, it made me feel very safe. Very, very safe. There was nobody going to get by them. And this was at the very back of the ball, looking at the back of the ball.
The counter-assault team that comes in.
They were very impressive. I think they were very impressive. I think the whole operation was very impressive. The only thing you could say is maybe they could move that counterpoint out deeper. In other words, move it to the outside of the building.
Let's talk about that. Mr. President, I wonder how much has the Secret Service and the FBI briefed you about this suspect, Cole Thomas Allen? Have you read what a senior U.S. official is describing to us as a manifesto? Yeah. Did you know that he emailed it to family members?
We found all of that out this morning.
Right before the attack.
Yeah, we found that out this morning, and the family members were concerned. I think the brother called up the police. I think the sister may have called the police. The parents were rather devastated. He lived with the parents. I saw the parents last night on television opening the door. I assume that was his parents. Look, you have sick people, and you have to mitigate the risk. But some of these sick people, it's amazing. They're very sick, but they're also, in some cases, very, very smart. He went to grade school. I can tell you the person in Butler, I don't know if you ever looked at his academic credentials. He had almost 1,600 of his college boards. 1,600. Nobody has. I mean, it's the upper 99.9% something, and he was a crazy person, but a smart, crazy person. I think the law enforcement did a great job last night.
Let me ask you.
I guess if they didn't, I wouldn't be here. But I think they really did a great job. Now, can you make adjustments? We're also learning. Can you make adjustments? I think the only adjustment would be you move your security equipment further away. But it was about 50 yards away. 50 yards is a lot of yards. Now, when a guy's running at that speed, he was a very fast person. And he got it by a little bit by surprise, but that didn't matter because he was totally subdued very shortly after he passed that one point.
The so-called manifesto is a stunning thing to read, Mr. President. He appears to reference a motive in it. He writes this quote, "Administration officials, they are targets." And he also wrote this, "I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes." What's your reaction to that?
Well, I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're horrible people. I'm not a rapist. Rape anybody.
Oh, you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person. I get associated with all the stuff that has nothing to do with me. I was totally exonerated. Your friends on the other side of the plate are the ones that were involved with, let's say, Epstein or other things. But I said to myself, I'll do this interview and they'll probably, I read the manifesto. Yeah, he's a sick person. But you should be ashamed of yourself reading that because.
All right, yeah.
Are you the parent of a high school student? If so, you've got to check out my free live webinar that's coming.
I'm not any of those things.
Mr. President,
I was never, excuse me. You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace. But go ahead, let's finish the interview.
The other thing that he wrote the other thing in the manifesto that I think
that's it. That's disgraceful. You don't want you to report the news, bro. Ooh, he said you're disgraceful. You shouldn't read that. That was my favorite part of the interview. Because you got the hottest country. Why would you read that?
Good morning, Patty. Good morning, First Lady. Can I pose the question before this goes too far?
Mm-hmm.
For a man who just went through, let's say, a traumatic experience, didn't he seem extremely on message and not rattled at all? Like I've been in places where shit got hectic extremely fast. For a man in his age to know every detail, not alone with the acts of everybody in the room, scanning the whole room, knowing what facial features look like, to the fact that he even understood and knew everything about the assailant, like the man already, like the day after, and was able to ramble it off in the front of an interview. Isn't that a little outrageous to anybody else?
I don't think so.
I mean, I'm not going to say, I don't want to be I'm going to say that I don't believe that it was a true attempt on his life. I feel like all this was staged for not only ratings, but as he stated, for the need of his ballroom, which he kept getting stalemated. But I mean, if anybody else wants to believe it, I mean, I give everybody their own agency to believe what they want to believe. But just coming from a traumatic space the night before, literally the night before, and actually the interview the night before also, he seemed extremely calm for a person who he says has had 3 attempts on his life.
So I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you. What we see on TV is the actual attempts, but there's other attempts that are reported that we may not know as the public. After a while, if you're put in a situation, I think you might have your blinders on, and because it didn't happen, I don't know. I'm not gonna say.
I'm from Baltimore. People get attempts on their life all the time and talk about it like that. The boy didn't even get in.
Right.
What's going on? What the hell was that?
It doesn't seem normal for you, maybe.
Exactly.
Like, even for, like, if I talk about, like, and it's not funny for the civilian population, but, like, if you've been in certain situations where you're constantly getting incoming or mortars, you're like, fuck, it's another day in life. For him, it may be another day in life. He's been the president twice, and he's done controversial things. And those briefs that he get, his intel briefs, probably says, oh, there's someone. We don't even know how many attempts on his life have been someone. Right, like they've stopped. So like it becomes like your life after a while. You don't care. Like you care if something happens. The moments things happen, you may have a raced heart, but after it's done, you're like, fuck, I survived. You know. So who cares? Like it sounds stupid, and it sounds like something else. But I'm just taking from my own anecdotal experience. I don't care. Like, if it would have been me, I'd be like, bro, okay, it was another one. Anybody else want to go?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just, I'll keep that to myself.
No, go ahead, brother.
No, I was just thinking, like, in terms of, like the scale of things. I mean, you've had. During Obama, there was a man who climbed the fucking fence of the White House, went through the front door with a knife, and walked around that bitch like it was an empty house. Like there was and
they happened to be on vacation at the time,
right? They had another incident where somebody shot at the White House,
and they were on vacation at the time.
And so it's just. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not a traumatic experience for those who are involved, but I do, but do I think that I'll just leave it there.
I think it's responsible if you're in a situation all the time. Even with the Obama administration, us talking about the publicized ones, which I think it was 6 at the time. Half of y'all didn't even know about the 6 that was printed on paper or even came up on the news. Do you know that he had more than 6, bro? Like, he probably had people threatening him every day that he was in the fucking White House. After a time, it becomes normalcy for you. And this is his normal. Like, so him talking about, now if people would have overreacted, I'd be like, bro, you're not like that dude. Like, a lot of people can't stand you. And obviously you really haven't been paying attention to your intel briefs. Like he's done a lot of shit. So, I don't know. I don't see it as a problem. I think it's okay for him to be just normal. When it happens, it fucks you up. But as soon as it's over with, you're like, fuck, back to business.
And Patty, I truly agree with that. But that's why I stated about the actual press conference right after it also. He was extremely calm at that press conference too.
And that's okay. We don't know what
I'm not actively saying it's not. I'm saying to me that was odd. Especially for a person who's felt that he had his attempts on his life prior to. again, this is an 80-year-old man. So if he had many experiences of possible life-threatening events, fine. I get it. But from my perspective, and actually being in those situations where shit gets real fast, 45 minutes to an hour, I'm still kind of under the umbrella of this shit a while. And I'm not Donald Trump, so different people. But I could only imagine like I watched the news when all the reporters were speaking on it. Everybody was rattled. Like every single
Yeah, but
person.
that's not their normal life. It's his now. That's his new reality.
But also you have to remember, Chris, I know you weren't finished, but he was so pumped up to try to keep it going. He didn't is on that even happening. The fact that, oh, you got him, he's out of keep it moving. Like he's on, let's go. I do know people who are very agile and who have this mentality of, I can't let this stop me kind of thing. That's their mindset. And anything that gets in between it, they don't care. As long as it was wiped out, I'm moving forward. So that's just how some people think. I know, some people might be rattled, but for him, I just don't see that being his personality.
Yeah.
First Lady, I agree. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say it's important for the president to show power and not be afraid. So sometimes I might be afraid in a situation, but I'm not going to let other people see me react. I'm going to try to be cool, calm, and collected. So we really don't know the inner workings of how he truly feels.
Right. And I'm done with Dan. He said he was trying to eat his salad. That's a patty move.
No, y'all didn't see the dude.
I want my Caesar salad. Y'all can
Y'all entertain the strangest comments. Like, people respond differently. Like, what's going on?
That's funny you would say that.
But man, we all know.
That's funny you would say that, but argue with Trent every day on his ass.
There was a dude. Well, I usually expose how dumb they are, but the exposure just happened when you started speaking from the beginning. So
I appreciate you believing
that. So, yeah, I don't understand why I wasn't responding to you at all with your dumbass comment. There was a dude who was sitting there, and he was like 80-something years old. That was me, pussy. You wondering why?
Oh, no, keep going, man. Keep going, man.
Hold on. I'm the pussy, but why didn't he cry? He seemed so calm. For me, I would have been shook up, but I'm the pussy. Got you.
Yeah, but you know what? Most people would be shook up, but he's and he has these threats on his life. I don't know.
Where'd he go?
Daily. I have no idea.
Where'd he go?
I ain't touch him. I don't be touching bodies unless you talk with my people. But
nobody touched anybody for 15 minutes.
So I'm the pussy, but he's wondering why the president of the United States, who's an 80-year-old dude who got shot at before, isn't crying. Because he said if it happened to him, he would be just, how can he be so calm after? Didn't y'all just hear that 5 minutes ago?
Yeah.
But I'm the pussy. So now he's Mr. Tough Guy. But his whole comment was, why wasn't Donald Trump there? Anyway, there was a dude who didn't move at all. He said, while Donald had been arrested, I'm giving every drop on these politics. Like, one comment. And they all sit there entertaining like as if Donald Trump had normal human empathy anyway.
I mean, even if he had normal human empathy, I think after a while it becomes a norm. This is his second administration. Y'all can't really believe that he isn't used to getting grief that someone wants to kill you. Or we stop something that, come on, bro.
You're from the Bronx.
Come on, bro.
Down the streets of my life. Everybody doesn't quaver the way Chris wants them to quaver. You don't have to be president to have gotten a bunch of briefs and not be upset. All you gotta do is go to North Philly. This is regular every day. Like, what's going on? And that was so stupid. But I'm the pussy. That was the dumbest comment of the day.
Hello?
And it will remain the dumbest
You
comment.
are a pussy, though. It was accurate.
I can't believe he was so calm the next day on 60 Minutes. I mean, I figured he'd be crying and his orange makeup will be melting into a creamsicle pattern on his face. I mean, I love creamsicle candies, the hard candies. Like
what? Hello?
like a dumb comment. People every day be, as y'all like to say, he's a grown man. The dude didn't even get into the ballroom. I'm gonna be honest with you. Now I'm gonna do the opposite of
I thought I heard somebody purring.
My older. Never mind. I can't even be my brother. My dad's younger than him. But yeah, that's probably ambassador. But yeah, I'm not gonna say it's dumb because I'm gonna say that a normal citizen in the U.S. would be shook. But yeah, I think most.
But Patty, when his ear got nipped, he raised the fist.
Yeah, but he's used to he got saved and he made it through. That moment, I think that was an accident, him trying to get up. I don't think he raised his fist as in, free the people or some type of shit. I think that was just a picture that was taken and his hand happened to be clenched. I don't think it was on no free the people type thing. It was a good photo. I actually think it's a good photo. Anybody look at that photo? It looks nice. It looks great. And then him getting...
Yeah, they lowered the flag just in time to get into the frame. Yeah, it's a good photo. It's almost as if it was staged.
Right? That's an amazing photo, bro.
Yeah. And then he ended up getting just enough votes to 200,000 he needed to win. It's amazing. But anyway,
you're an ass.
Y'all maybe it's maybe
we just had fun. You had fun. You play with your meat, and that's the same thing that we're doing. Okay, so
y'all wasn't playing with the meat. Y'all was taking it seriously. I'm gonna tell you.
I ain't taking it seriously. Neither was Lady. We wasn't taking it seriously. We actually,
TT definitely did. But no, I came off mute when TT was like, "Well, if you think about," she was very much taking his comment seriously, very much so. TT doesn't play with me. She's a niggatarian.
Leave the niggatarian.
Add it to the books.
She's a shoe.
Hey, with that photo, y'all seen when they moved the photographers back in front of the stage after the shot, right?
Yeah, but the dude that actually took that good photo is like a staunch Democrat. He's a shill too. So it's like he was like the possibility that it was glass. It wasn't. He was that guy. So he was a shill too. He just happened to take that really good photo and happened to be up front. So y'all, let's.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that shit just looked completely staged, just like Dan said. They just so happened to lower the flag in time, and I mean, even just like their reaction, like I don't know, it just seems abnormal for a Secret Service to go and allow him to pop his head back up after he allegedly just got shot at. I would think that typically in those situations they cover him to the fullest.
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, you've been in situations, after a while, it just become your normal. While the situation's happening, yeah, your heart may beat, but if you make it, you don't give a fuck after that. You're like, just another day. Just another day. Yeah, that's it. That's it. And I think it's okay for a normal American to be like, he's not reacting. Because maybe they're not in those situations. Maybe they live in ice cream and cookies, and it's okay. A lot of people do live in ice cream and cookies.
That guy old as hell. He don't care no more. You are taking his point seriously. First Lady just yelled at me saying y'all was playing with the meat. You actually are taking Chris's point seriously. What did Chris expect him to do? So he's president. He's given an interview. What did Chris expect? Chris expected what? Him to be, I was there and the guy was outside the room and I didn't hear any of the gunshots and there was a trick. But now thinking about it in retrospect, someone just give me a cup of milk because I'm going to make a milkshake all day. My hands are shaking. He's a man.
It's not about him being a man because women are like that too.
Well, I mean, he's an adult, is what I'm saying. Like, he's an adult. Like, he's not a child.
Right.
And he's old. I mean, I know I may be president, but I'm going to do an interview, and I can't control. Like, what did Chris expect? That doesn't even make any sense. It was the next day.
That's true. He brought the date of as well.
Perhaps maybe he's thinking because he's not black that maybe he thinks that other races act like that.
White people are violent too.
I know, but maybe that was just the way he's thinking. I can't think for him.
I got you in the trap.
I'm not in a trap.